Poetry by John Keats. Colophon poetry was compiled from poetry published between 1816 and 1820 by John Keats. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Robin Whittleton and is based on digital scans from various sources. The cover page is adapted from John Keats in his study at Hampstead, a painting completed between 1821-1823 by Joseph Seven. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sott's Mill Gaudy typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on February 12, 2025, 5:51 p.m., and is based on revision 8A5B7E3. The first edition of this ebook was released on October 19, 2017, 9:59 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/johnkeats/poetry. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at standardbooksorg. In notes, Mr. Nisby is of opinion that laced coffee is bad for the head. Wright Cham is said to have been the inventor of magic. Lucy learnt this from Bayle's dictionary and had copied a long Latin note from that work. Right. Imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard eBooks and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on digital scans from various sources. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain, that is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at standardbooksorg. Imitation of Spencer now morning from her Orient chamber came, and her first footsteps touched a verdant hill, crowning its lawny crest with amber flame, silvering the untainted gushes of its rill, which, pure from mossy beds, did down distill, and after potting beds of simple flowers, by many streams a little lake did fill, which round its marge reflected woven bowers, and in its middle space, a sky that never lowers. There the kingfisher saw his plumage bright, vying with fish of brilliant dye below, whose silken fins and golden scales light cast upward, through the waves a ruby glow. There saw the swan his neck of arched snow, and awed himself along with majesty, sparkled his jetty eyes, his feet did show beneath the waves like Afric's ebony, and on his back a fay reclined voluptuously. Ah, could I tell the wonders of an isle that in that fairest lake had placed been, I could end Dido of her grief beguile, or rob from aged Lear his bit a teen. For sure so fair a place was never seen, of all that ever charmed romantic eye. It seemed an emerald in the silver sheen of the bright waters, or as when on high, through clouds of fleecy white, lofts the coerulean sky. And all around it dipped luxuriously slopings of verdure through the glossy tide, which, as it were in gentle amity, rippled delighted up the flowery side. As if to glean the ruddy tears, it tried, which fell profusely from the rose-tree stem. Haply it was the workings of its pride, in strife to throw upon the shore a gem outvying all the buds in Flora's diadem. On death can death be sleep, when life is but a dream, and scenes of bliss pass as a phantom by. The transient pleasures as a vision seem, and yet we think the greatest pains to die. How strange it is that man on earth should roam, and lead a life of woe, but not forsake his rugged path, nor dare he view alone his future doom, which is but to awake. To Byron, how sweetly sad thy melody, attuning still the soul to tenderness, as if soft pity with unusual stress had touched her plaintive lute, and thou, being by, hadst caught the tones, nor suffered them to die. O'ershadowing sorrow doth not make thee less delightful. Thou thy griefs dost dress with a bright halo, shining beamily, as when a cloud the golden moon doth veil. Its sides a-tinged with a resplendent glow, through the dark robe oft amber rays prevail, and like fair veins in sable marble flow. Still wobble, dying swan, Still tell the tale, the enchanting tale, the tale of pleasing woe. To Chatterton, O Chatterton, how very sad thy fate, dear child of sorrow, son of misery? How soon the film of death obscured that eye, whence genius mildly flashed and high debate. How soon that voice, majestic and elate, melted in dying numbers. Oh, how nigh was night to thy fair morning! Thou didst die a half-blown floweret which cold blasts amate. But this is past. Thou art among the stars of highest heaven. To the rolling spheres thou sweetly singest, not thy hymning Mars, above the ingrate world and human fears. On earth the good man base detraction bars from thy fair name, and waters it with tears. Written on the day that Mr. Leigh Hunt left prison, what though, for showing truth to flattered state, kind Hunt was shut in prison, yet has he, in his immortal spirit, been as free as the sky-searching lark, and as elate. Minion of grandeur, think you he did wait? Think you he not but prison walls did see, till so unwilling thou unturn'st the key? Ah no, far happier, nobler was his fate. In Spencer's halls he strayed, and bowers fair, culling enchanted flowers, and he flew with daring Milton through the fields of air. To regions of his own his genius true took happy flights. Who shall his fame impair when thou art dead, and all thy wretched crew? To hope when by my solitary hearth I sit, and hateful thoughts enwrap my soul in gloom, when no fair dreams before my mind's eye flit, and the bare heath of life presents no bloom. Sweet hope, ethereal balm upon me shed, and wave thy silver pinions on my head. Whene'er I wander, at the fall of night, where woven boughs shut out the moon's bright ray, should sad despondency my musings fright, and frown, to drive fair cheerfulness away, peep with the moonbeams through the leafy roof, and keep that fiend despondence far aloof. Should disappointment, parent of despair, strive for her son to seize my careless heart, when like a cloud he sits upon the air, preparing on his spellbound prey to dot, chase him away, sweet hope, with visage bright, and fright him as the morning frightens night. Whene'er the fate of those I hold most dear tells to my fearful breast a tale of sorrow, O bright-eyed hope, my morbid fancy cheer. Let me awhile thy sweetest comforts borrow, thy heaven-born radiance around me shed, and wave thy silver pinions on my head. Should e'er unhappy love my bosom pain, from cruel parents or relentless fare, oh, let me think it is not quite in vain to sigh out sonnets to the midnight air. Sweet hope, ethereal balm upon me shed, and wave thy silver pinions on my head. In the long vista of the years to roll, let me not see our countries on a fade. Oh, let me see our land retain her soul, her pride, her freedom, and not freedom's shade. From thy bright eyes unusual brightness shed, beneath thy pinions canopy my head. Let me not see the patriot's high bequest, great liberty? How great in plain attire, with the base purple of a cod oppressed, bowing her head and ready to expire. But let me see thee stoop from heaven on wings that fill the skies with silver glitterings, and as, in sparkling majesty, a star gilds the bright summit of some gloomy cloud brightening the half-veiled face of heaven afar, so, when dark thoughts my boding spirit shroud, sweet hope, celestial influence round me shed, waving thy silver pinions on my head. Ode to Apollo in thy western halls of gold, when thou sittest in thy state, bawds, that erst sublimely told heroic deeds, and sang of fate, with fervor seized their adamantine lyres, whose cords are solid rays, and twinkle radiant fires. Here Homer with his nervous arms strikes the twanging harp of war, and even the western splendor warms, while the trumpets sound afar. But, what creates the most intense surprise, his soul looks out through renovated eyes. Then, through thy temple wide, melodious swells the sweet majestic tone of Maro's lyre. The soul delighted on each accent dwells, enraptured dwells, not daring to respire, the while he tells of grief around a funeral pyre. 'Tis awful silence then again, expectant stand the spheres, breathless the laureled peers, nor move till ends the lofty strain, nor move till Milton's tuneful thunders cease, and leave once more the ravished heavens in peace. Thou biddest Shakespeare wave his hand, and quickly forward spring the passions, a terrific band, and each vibrates the string that with its tyrant temper best accords, while from their master's lips pour forth the inspiring words. A silver trumpet Spencer blows, and, as its martial notes to silence flee, from a virgin chorus flows a hymn in praise of spotless chastity. 'Tis still? Wild wobblings from the Aeolian lyre enchantment softly breathe, and tremblingly expire. Next thy Tasso's ardent numbers float along the pleased air, calling youth from idle slumbers, rousing them from pleasure's lair. Then o'er the strings his fingers gently move, and melt the soul to pity and to love. But when thou joinest with the nine, and all the powers of song combine, we listen here on earth, the dying tones that fill the air, and charm the ear of evening fair from thee, great god of bards, receive their heavenly birth. To some ladies what though, while the wonders of nature exploring, I cannot your light, mazy footsteps attend, nor listen to accents that almost adoring bless Cynthia's face, the enthusiast's friend, yet over the steep whence the mountain stream rushes with you, kindest friends in idea I rove, mock the clear tumbling crystal, its passionate gushes, its spray that the wild flower kindly bedews. Why linger you so, the wild labyrinth strolling? Why breathless, unable your bliss to declare? Ah, you list to the nightingale's tender condoling, responsive to sylphs in the moonbeamy air. 'Tis morn, and the flowers with dew are yet drooping. I see you are treading the verge of the sea. And now? Ah, I see it. You just now are stooping to pick up the keepsake intended for me. If a cherub, on pinions of silver descending, had brought me a gem from the fretwork of heaven, and smiles, with his star-cheering voice sweetly blending, the blessings of Tig had melodiously given, it had not created a warmer emotion than the present, fair nymphs, I was blessed with from you, than the shell, from the bright golden sands of the ocean, which the emerald waves at your feet gladly threw. For indeed, 'tis a sweet and peculiar pleasure, and blissful is he who such happiness finds, to possess but a span of the hour of leisure, in elegant, pure, and aerial minds. On receiving a curious shell and a copy of verses from the same ladies, haste thou from the caves of Golconda, a gem pure as the ice drop that froze on the mountain, bright as the humming-bird's green diadem, when it flutters in sunbeams that shine through a fountain. Haste thou a goblet for dark, sparkling wine, that goblet right heavy and massy and gold, and splendidly marked with the story divine of Amada the fair and Rinaldo the bold. Haste thou a steed with a mane richly flowing. Haste thou a sod that thine enemy's smart is. Haste thou a trumpet rich melodies blowing, and wear'st thou the shield of the famed Britomades. What is it that hangs from thy shoulder, so brave, embroidered with many a spring-peering flower? Is it a scarf that thy fair lady gave, and hastest thou now to that fair lady's bower? Ah, courteous Sir Knight, with large joy thou art crowned, full many the glories that brighten thy youth. I will tell thee my blisses, which richly abound in magical powers to bless and to soothe. On this scroll thou seest written in characters fair a sunbeamy tale of a wreath, and a chain and, warrior, it nurtures the property rare of charming my mind from the trammels of pain. This canopy mock, 'tis the work of a fay. Beneath its rich shade did King Oberon languish, when lovely Titania was far, far away, and cruelly left him to sorrow and anguish. There, oft would he bring from his soft-sighing lute wild strains to which, spellbound, the nightingales listened. The wondering spirits of heaven were mute, and tears 'mong the dewdrops of morning oft glistened. In this little dome, all those melodies strange, soft, plaintive, and melting, forever will sigh, nor e'er will the notes from their tenderness change, nor e'er will the music of Oberon die. So, when I am in a voluptuous vein, I pillow my head on the sweets of the rose, and list to the tale of the wreath and the chain, till its echoes depart, then I sink to repose. Adieu, valiant Eric, with joy thou art crowned, full many the glories that brighten thy youth. I too have my blisses, which richly abound in magical powers to bless and to soothe. Stanzas to Miss Wiley come, Georgiana. The rose is full blown, the riches of Flora are lavishly strown, the air is all softness, and crystal the streams, the west is resplendently clothed in beams. Oh come, let us haste to the freshening shades, the quaintly carved seats, and the opening glades, where the fairies are chanting their evening hymns, and the lost sunbeam the sylph lightly swims. And when thou art weary, I'll find thee a bed of mosses and flowers to pillow thy head, and the Georgiana I'll sit at thy feet, while my story of love I enraptured repeat. So fondly I'll breathe, and so softly I'll sigh, thou wilt think that some amorous zephyr is nigh. Yet no, as I breathe I will press thy fair knee, and then thou wilt know that the sigh comes from me. Ah, why, dearest girl, should we lose all these blisses? That mortal's a fool who such happiness misses, so smile acquiescence, and give me thy hand, with love-looking eyes, and with voice sweetly bland. Woman, when I behold thee flippant, vain woman, when I behold thee flippant, vain, inconstant, childish, proud, and full of fancies, without that modest softening that enhances the downcast eye, repentant of the pain that its mild light creates to heal again, and then, elate, my spirit leaps and prances, and then my soul with exultation dances for that to love, so long, I've dormant lain. But when I see thee meek and kind and tender, heavens, how desperately do I adore thy winning graces. To be thy defender I hotly burn, to be a Calidore, a very red cross knight, a stout Leander. might I be loved by thee like these of yaw. Light feet, dark violet eyes and potted hair, soft dimpled hands, white neck, and creamy breast, are things on which the dazzled senses rest till the fond, fixed eyes forget they stare. From such fine pictures, heavens, I cannot dare to turn my admiration, though unpossessed they be of what is worthy, though not dressed in lovely modesty and virtues rare. Yet these I leave as thoughtless as a lark. These lures I straight forget, and ere I dine, or thrice my palate moisten. But when I mock such charms with mild intelligence's shine, my ear is open like a greedy shock, to catch the tunings of a voice divine. Ah, who can e'er forget so fair a being? Who can forget her half-retiring sweets? God, she is like a milk-white lamb that bleats for man's protection. Surely the all-seeing, who joys to see us with his gifts agreeing, will never give him pinions, who entreats such innocence to ruin, who vilely cheats a dove-like bosom. In truth, there is no freeing one's thoughts from such a beauty. When I hear a lay that once I saw her hand awake, her form seems floating, palpable, and near. Had I e'er seen her from an arbor take a dewy flower, oft would that hand appear, and all my eyes the trembling moisture shake. Too, had I a man's fair form, then might my sighs be echoed swiftly through that ivory shell thine ear, and find thy gentle heart. So well would passion arm me for the enterprise. But ah, I am no knight whose foeman dies. No cuirass glistens on my bosom's swell. I am no happy shepherd of the dell whose lips have trembled with a maiden's eyes. Yet must I dote upon thee, call thee sweet, sweeter by far than Hybla's honeyed roses when steeped in dew rich to intoxication. Ah, I will taste that dew, for me 'tis meet, and when the moon her pallid face discloses, I'll gather some by spells and incantation. Sonnet happy as England? Happy as England? I could be content to see no other verdure than its own, to feel no other breezes than a blown through its tall woods with high romances blent. Yet do I sometimes feel a languishment for skies Italian, and an inward groan to sit upon an Alp as on a throne, and half forget what world or worldling meant. Happy as England, sweet her artless daughters, enough their simple loveliness for me, enough their whitest arms in silence clinging. Yet do I often warmly burn to see beauties of deeper glance, and hear their singing, and float with them about the summer waters. Sonnet, how many bards gild the lapses of time. A few of them have ever been the food of my delighted fancy. I could brood over their beauties, earthly or sublime, and often, when I sit me down to rhyme, these will in throngs before my mind intrude, but no confusion, no disturbance rude do they occasion. 'Tis a pleasing chime. So the unnumbered sounds that evening star, the songs of birds, the whispering of the leaves, the voice of waters, the great bell that heaves with solemn sound, and thousand others more, that distance of recognizance bereaves, make pleasing music and not wild uproar. On first looking into Chapman's Homer, much have I travelled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western islands have I been which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told that deep-browed Homer ruled as his Demosthene. Yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez when with eagle eyes he starred at the Pacific. And all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent, upon a peak in Darien. Epistle to George Felton, Matthew sweet are the pleasures that to verse belong, and doubly sweet a brotherhood in song. Knock in remembrance, Matthew? Bring to view a fate more pleasing, a delight more true than that in which the brother poets joyed, who, with combined powers, their wit employed to raise a trophy to the drama's muses. The thought of this great partnership diffuses over the genius-loving heart a feeling of all that's high and great and good and healing. Too partial friend, fain would I follow thee past each horizon of fine poesy. Fain would I echo back each pleasant note as awe Sicilian seas. Clear anthems float mong the light skimming gondolas far parted, just when the sun his farewell beam has darted. But 'tis impossible. Far different cares beckon me sternly from soft, Lydian airs, and hold my faculties so long in thrall, that I am oft in doubt whether at all I shall again see Phoebus in the morning, or flushed aurora in the roseate dawning, or a white naiad in a rippling stream, or a rapt seraph in a moonlight beam, or again witness what with thee I've seen, the dew by fairy feet swept from the green, after a night of some quaint jubilee which every elf and fay had come to see, when bright processions took their airy march beneath the curved moon's triumphal arch. But might I now each passing moment give to the coy muse, With me she would not live in this dark city, nor would condescend mid contradictions her delights to lend. Should e'er the fine-eyed maid to me be kind, surely it must be whene'er I find some flowery spot, sequestered, wild, romantic, that often must have seen a poet frantic. Where oaks that erst the Druid knew are growing, and flowers, the glory of one day, are blowing. Where the dark-leaved laburnum's drooping clusters reflect athwart the stream their yellow lustres, and intertwined the cash's arms unite, with its own drooping buds, but very white. Where on one side are covert branches hung, mong which the nightingales have always sung in leafy quiet. Where to pry, aloof atween the pillars of the sylvan roof, would be to find where violet beds were nestling, and where the bee with cowslip bells was wrestling. There must be too a ruin dark and gloomy, to say, joy not too much in all that's bloomy. Yet this is vain, O Matthew, lend thy aid to find a place where I may greet the maid, where we may soft humanity put on, and sit, and rhyme and think on Chatterton, and that warm-hearted Shakespeare sent to meet him fall-laureled spirits, heavenward to entreat him. With reverence would we speak of all the sages who have left streaks of light athwart their ages, and thou shouldst moralize on Milton's blindness, and mourn the fearful dearth of human kindness to those who strove with the bright golden wing of genius to flap away each sting thrown by the pitiless world. We next could tell of those who in the cause of freedom fell, of our own Alfred, of Helvetian tell, of him whose name to every heart's a solace, high-minded and unbending William Wallace. While to the rugged North our musing turns, we well might drop a tear for him, and Burns. Felton? Without incitements such as these, how vain for me the niggard muse to tease. For thee, she will thy every dwelling grace, and make a sunshine in a shady place. For thou wast once a floweret blooming wild, close to the sauce, bright, pure, and undefilled, whence gush the streams of song. In happy hour came chaste Diana from her shady bower, just as the sun was from the east uprising. And as for him some gift she was devising, beheld thee, plucked thee, cast thee in the stream to meet her glorious brother's greeting beam. I marvel much that thou hast never told how, from a flower, into a fish of gold Apollo changed thee. How thou next didst seem a black-eyed swan upon the widening stream, and when thou first didst in that mirror trace the placid features of a human face, that thou hast never told thy travels strange, and all the wonders of the mazy range awe pebbly crystal, and awe golden sands, kissing thy daily food from Naiad's pearly hands. Specimen of an induction to a poem lo? I must tell a tale of chivalry, for large white plumes a dancing in mine eye, not like the formal crest of latter days, but bending in 1,000 graceful ways, so graceful that it seems no mortal hand, or e'en the touch of Archimago's wand, could charm them into such an attitude. We must think rather that in playful mood some mountain breeze had turned its chief delight to show this wonder of its gentle might. Lo, I must tell a tale of chivalry, for while I muse, the lance points slantingly athwart the morning air. Some lady sweet, who cannot feel for cold her tender feet, from the wan top of some old battlement hails it with tears, her stout defend ascent, and from her own pure self no joy dissembling, wraps round her ample robe with happy trembling. Sometimes, when the good knight his rest would take, it is reflected, clearly, in a lake, with the young ashen boughs, gainst which it rests, and half-seen mossiness of linnets' nests. Ah! Shall I ever tell its cruelty, when the fire flashes from a warrior's eye, and his tremendous hand is grasping it, and his dark brow for very wrath is knit? Or when his spirit, with more calm intent, leaps to the honours of a tournament, and makes the gazers round about the ring stare at the grandeur of the balancing? No, no, this is far off. Then how shall I revive the dying tones of minstrelsy, which linger yet about long Gothic arches, in dark green ivy, and among wild larches? How sing the splendour of the revelries, when butts of wine are drunk off to the lees, and that bright lance against the fretted wall, beneath the shade of stately bannerel, is slung with shining cuirass, sword, and shield, where you may see a spur in bloody field. Light-footed damsels move with gentle paces round the wide hall, and show their happy faces, or stand in courtly talk by 5s and 7s, like those fair stars that twinkle in the heavens. Yet must I tell a tale of chivalry. Or wherefore comes that knight so proudly by? Wherefore more proudly does the gentle knight reign in the swelling of his ample might? Spenser, thy brows are arched, open, kind, and come like a clear sunrise to my mind, and always does my heart with pleasure dance, when I think on thy noble countenance, where never yet was aught more earthly seen than the pure freshness of thy laurels green. Therefore, great bard, I not so fearfully call on thy gentle spirit to hover nigh my daring steps, Or if thy tender care, thus startled unaware, be jealous that the foot of other wight should madly follow that bright path of light tracked by thy loved libertas, he will speak, and tell thee that my prayer is very meek, that I will follow with due reverence, and start with awe at mine own strange pretence. Him thou wilt hear, so I will rest in hope to see wide plains, fair trees, and lawny slope, the morn, the eve, the light, the shade, the flowers, clear streams, smooth lakes, and overlooking towers. Calidore, a fragment young Calidore, is paddling o'er the lake, his healthful spirit eager and awake to feel the beauty of a silent eve, which seemed full loth this happy world to leave. The light dwelt o'er the scene so lingeringly. He bears his forehead to the cool blue sky, and smiles at the far clearness all around, until his heart is well nigh overwound, and turns for calmness to the pleasant green of easy slopes, and shadowy trees that lean so elegantly o'er the water's brim, and show their blossoms trim. Scarce can his clear and nimble eyesight follow the freaks and dartings of the black-winged swallow, delighting much to see it half at rest, dip so refreshingly its wings, and breast gainst the smooth surface, and to mock anon the widening circles into nothing gone. And now the sharp keel of his little boat comes up with ripple, and with easy float, and glides into a bed of water lilies. Broad-leaved are they, and their white canopies are upward turned to catch the heaven's dew. Near to a little island's point they grew, whence Calidore might have the goodliest view of this sweet spot of earth. The bowery shaw went off in gentle windings to the haw and light blue mountains, but no breathing man with a warm heart, and eye prepared to scan nature's clear beauty, could pass lightly by objects that looked out so invitingly on either side. These, gentle Calidore greeted, as he had known them long before. The sidelong view of swelling leafiness, which the glad setting sun in gold doth dress, whence, ever and anon, the jay outsprings, and scales upon the beauty of its wings. The lonely turret, shattered and outworn, stands venerably proud, too proud to mourn its long-lost grandeur. Fir trees grow around, dropping their hard fruit upon the ground. The little chapel, with the cross above, upholding wreaths of ivy, the white dove, that on the windows spreads his feathers light, and seems from purple clouds to wing its flight. Green tufted islands casting their soft shades across the lake, sequestered leafy glades, that through the dimness of their twilight show large dock leaves, spiral foxgloves, or the glow of the cat's wild eyes, or the silvery stems of delicate birch trees, or long grass which hems a little brook. The youth had long been viewing these pleasant things, and heaven was bedewing the mountain flowers, when his glad senses caught a trumpet's silver voice. It was fraught with many joys for him. The water's ken had found white cosses prancing in the glen, friends very dear to him he soon will see, so pushes off his boat most eagerly, and soon upon the lake he skims along, deaf to the nightingale's first undersong. Nor minds he the white swans that dream so sweetly, his spirit flies before him so completely. And now he turns a jutting point of land, whence may be seen the castle gloomy and grand, nor will a bee buzz round two swelling peaches, before the point of his light shallop reaches those marble steps that through the water dip. Now over them he goes with hasty trip, and scarcely stays to ope the folding doors. Anon he leaps along the oaken floors of halls and corridors. Delicious sounds, those little bright-eyed things that float about the air on azure wings, had been less hot felt by him than the clang of clattering hoofs. Into the cot he sprang, just as two noble steeds and palfreys twain were slanting out their necks with loosened rein, while from beneath the threatening portcullis they brought their happy burthens. What a kiss, what gentle squeeze he gave each lady's hand, how tremblingly their delicate ankles spanned, into how sweet a trance his soul was gone, while whisperings of affection made him delay to let their tender feet come to the earth. With an incline so sweet from their low palfreys o'er his neck they bent, and whether there were tears of languishment, or that the evening dew had pearled their tresses, he feels a moisture on his cheek, and blesses with lips that tremble, and with glistening eye, all the soft luxury that nestled in his arms. A dimpled hand, fair as some wonder out of fairy land, hung from his shoulder like the drooping flowers of whitest cassia, fresh from summer showers, and this he fondled with his happy cheek, as if for joy he would no further seek, when the kind voice of good Sir Clarimond came to his ear, like something from beyond his present being. So he gently drew his warm arms, thrilling now with pulses new, from their sweet thrall, and forward gently bending, thanked heaven that his joy was never ending. While gainst his forehead he devoutly pressed a hand heaven made to succor the distressed, a hand that from the world's bleak promontory had lifted Calidore for deeds of glory. Amid the pages and the torches' glare, There stood a knight, patting the flowing hair of his proud horse's mane. He was withal a man of elegance, and stature tall, so that the waving of his plumes would be high as the berries of a wild ash tree, or as the winged cap of Mercury. His armor was so dexterously wrought in shape, that sure no living man had thought it hard and heavy steel, but that indeed it was some glorious form, some splendid weed, in which a spirit new come from the skies might live, and show itself to human eyes. "'Tis the far-famed, the brave Sir Gondibet," said the good man to Calidore alert, while the young warrior with a step of grace came up, a courtly smile upon his face and mailed hand held out, ready to greet the large-eyed wonder and ambitious heat of the aspiring boy, who as he led those smiling ladies, often turned his head to admire the visor arched so gracefully over a knightly brow, while they went by the lamps that from the high-roofed hall were pendant, and gave the steel a shining quite transcendent. Soon in a pleasant chamber they are seated. The sweet-lipped ladies have already greeted all the green leaves that round the window clamber, to show their purple stars and bells of amber. Sir Gondibet has doffed his shining steel, gladdening in the free and airy feel of a light mantle. And while Clarimonde is looking round about him with a fond and placid eye, young Calidore is burning to hear of knightly deeds, and gallant spurning of all unworthiness, and how the strong of arm kept off dismay, and terror, and alarm from lovely woman. While brimful of this, he gave each damsel's hand so warm a kiss, and had such manly ardour in his eye, that each at other looked half-staringly, and then their features started into smiles, sweet as blue heaven's o'er enchanted isles. Softly the breezes from the forest came, softly they blew aside the taper's flame, clear was the song from Philomel's far bower, grateful the incense from the lime-tree flower, mysterious, wild, the far-heard trumpet's tone, lovely the moon in ether, all alone, sweet too the converse of these happy mortals, as that of busy spirits when the portals are closing in the west, or that soft humming we hear around when Hesperus is coming. Sweet be their sleep, too, hadst thou lived in days of old, oh what wonders had been told of thy lively countenance, and thy humid eyes that dance in the midst of their own brightness, in the very fane of lightness, over which thine eyebrows, leaning, picture out each lovely meaning. In a dainty bend they lie, like to streaks across the sky, or the feathers from a crow, fallen on a bed of snow. Of thy dark hair, that extends into many graceful bends, as the leaves of Hellubaw turn to whence they sprung before, and behind each ample curl peeps the richness of a pearl. Downward too flows many a tress with a glossy waviness, full and round like globes that rise from the censer to the skies through sunny air. Add, too, the sweetness of thy honeyed voice, the neatness of thine ankle lightly turned, with those beauties scarce discerned, kept with such sweet privacy, that they seldom meet the eye of the little loves that fly round about with eager pry. Saving when, with freshening lave, thou dipp'st them in the taintless wave, like twin water-lilies, born in the coolness of the morn. Oh, if thou hadst breathed then, now the muses had been 10. Couldst thou wish for lineage higher than twin-sister of Thalia? At least for ever, evermore will I call the Graces fa. Hadst thou lived when chivalry lifted up her lance on high, tell me what thou wouldst have been? Ah, I see the silver sheen of thy broidered, floating vest covering half thine ivory breast, which, O heavens, I should see, but that cruel destiny has placked a golden cuirass there, keeping secret what is fair. Like sunbeams in a cloudlet nested thy locks in knightly casque arrested, all which bend far milky plumes like the gentle lily's blooms springing from a costly vase. See with what a stately pace comes thine alabaster steed, servant of heroic deed. Awe his loins, his trappings glow like the northern lights on snow. Mount his back, thy sword unsheath, sign of the enchanter's death, bane of every wicked spell, silencer of dragon's yell. Alas, thou this wilt never do, thou art an enchantress too, and wilt surely never spill blood of those whose eyes can kill. To Gaw nymph of the downward smile and sidelong glance, in what diviner moments of the day art thou most lovely? When gone far astray into the labyrinths of sweet utterance, or when serenely wandering in a trance of sober thought, or when starting away, with careless robe, to meet the morning ray, thou spaw'st the flowers in thy mazy dance. Haply 'tis when thy ruby lips part sweetly, and so remain, because thou listingest, but thou to please wert nurtured so completely, that I can never tell what mood is best. I shall as soon pronounce which grace more neatly trips it before Apollo than the rest. Sonnet, as from the darkening gloom, a silver dove upsoars, and darts into the eastern light, on pinions that naught moves but pure delight, so fled thy soul into the realms above, regions of peace and everlasting love, where happy spirits, crowned with circlets bright of starry beam, and gloriously bedight, taste the high joy none but the blessed can prove. There thou, joinest the immortal choir in melodies that even heaven fair fill with superior bliss. At desire of the omnipotent Father, cleaves the air on holy message sent. What pleasures higher? Wherefore does any grief our joy impair? On a picture of Leander come hither, all sweet maidens soberly, down-looking eye, and with a chastened light hid in the fringes of your eyelids white, and meekly let your fair hands joined be, as if so gentle that ye could not see, untouched, a victim of your beauty bright, sinking away to his young spirit's night, sinking bewildered mid the dreary sea, 'tis young Leander toiling to his death. Nigh swooning, he doth purse his weary lips for hero's cheek, and smiles against her smile. O horrid dream, see how his body dips dead heavy, arms and shoulders gleam awhile, he's gone. Up bubbles all his amorous breath. Sonnet, oh, how I love, on a fair summer's eve, when streams of light paw down the golden west, and on the balmy zephyrs tranquil rest the silver clouds, far, far away to leave all meaner thoughts, and take a sweet reprieve from little cares, to find, with easy quest, a fragrant wild, with nature's beauty dressed, and therein to delight my soul deceive, there warm my breast with patriotic law, musing on Milton's fate, on Sidney's bier, till their stern forms before my mind arise, perhaps on wings of posy upsaw, full often dropping a delicious tear, when some melodious sorrow spells mine eyes. Sonnet to solitude, O solitude, if I must with thee dwell, let it not be among the jumbled heap of murky buildings. Climb with me the steep, nature's observatory, whence the dell, its flowery slopes, its river's crystal swell, may seem a span. Let me thy vigils keep mongst boughs pavilioned, where the deer's swift leap startles the wild bee from the foxglove bell. But though I'll gladly trace these scenes with thee, yet the sweet converse of an innocent mind, whose words are images of thoughts refined, is my soul's pleasure. And it sure must be almost the highest bliss of humankind, when to thy haunts two kindred spirits flee. Sonnet to one who has long in city pent, to one who has been long in city pent, 'tis very sweet to look into the fair and open face of heaven, to breathe a prayer full in the smile of the blue firmament. Who is more happy, when with heart's content, fatigued he sinks into some pleasant lair of wavy grass, and reads a debonair and gentle tale of love and languishment, returning home at evening, with an ear catching the notes of Philomel, an eye watching the sailing cloudlet's bright career, he mourns that day so soon has glided by, and, like the passage of an angel's tear that falls through the clear ether silently. To a young lady who sent me a laurel crown, fresh morning gusts have blown away all fear from my glad bosom. Now from gloominess I mount forever, not an atom less than the proud laurel shall content my bier. No, by the eternal stars, oh, why sit here in the sun's eye, and gainst my temples press Apollo's very leaves, woven to bless by thy white fingers and thy spirit clear? Lo, who dares say, do this? Who dares call down my will from its high purpose? Who say, stand, or go? This mighty moment I would frown on abject Caesars, not the stoutest band of mailed heroes should tear off my crown. Yet would I kneel and kiss thy gentle hand, to a friend who sent me some roses as late I rambled in the happy fields, what time the skylark shakes the tremulous dew from his lush clover covert, when a new adventurous knights take up their dinted shields. I saw the sweetest flower wild nature yields, a fresh-blown musk rose. 'Twas the first that threw its sweets upon the summer. Graceful it grew as is the one that Queen Titania wields, and as I feasted on its fragrancy, I thought the garden rose it far excelled. But when, O Wells, thy roses came to me, my sense with their deliciousness was spelled. Soft voices had they, that with tender plea whispered of peace and truth and friendliness unquelled. To my brother George many the wonders I this day have seen. The sun, when first he kissed away the tears that filled the eyes of morn, the laureled peers who from the feathery gold of evening lean, the ocean with its vastness, its blue-green, its ships, its rocks, its caves, its hopes, its fears, its voice mysterious, which whoso hears must think on what will be, and what has been. And now, dear George, while this for you I write, Cynthia is from her silken curtains peeping so scantly, that it seems her bridal night, and she her half-discovered revels keeping. But what, without the social thought of thee, would be the wonders of the sky and sea? Epistle to my brother George, full many a dreary hour have I passed, my brain bewildered, and my mind awcast with heaviness, in seasons when I've thought no sphery strains by me could e'er be caught from the blue dome, though I to dimness gaze on the far depth where sheeted lightning plays, or, on the wavy grass outstretched supinely, pry mong the stars, to strive to think divinely, that I should never hear Apollo's song, though feathery clouds were floating all along the purple west, and, two bright streaks between, the golden lyre itself were dimly seen, that the still murmur of the honey-bee would never teach a rural song to me, that the bright glance from beauty's eyelids slanting would never make a lay of mine enchanting, or warm my breast with ardor to unfold some tale of love and arms in time of old. But there are times when those that love the bay fly from all sorrowing far, far away. A sudden glow comes on them, not they see in water, earth, or air, but posy. It has been said, dear George, and true I hold it, for knightly Spenser to Libytas told it, that when a poet is in such a trance, in air he sees white coursers paw and prance, bestridden of gay knights in gay apparel, who at each other tilt in playful quarrel. And what we, ignorantly, sheet-lightning call, is the swift opening of their wide pottle, when the bright water blows his trumpet clear, whose tones reach not on earth but poet's ear. When these enchanted pottles open wide, and through the light the horsemen swiftly glide, the poet's eye can reach those golden halls, and view the glory of their festivals, their ladies fair, that in the distance seem fit for the silvering of a seraph's dream, their rich-brimmed goblets that incessant run like the bright spots that move about the sun, and when upheld, the wine from each bright jar paws with the luster of a falling star. Yet further off are dimly seen their bowers, of which no mortal eye can reach the flowers, and 'tis right just, for well Apollo knows 'twould make the poet quarrel with the rose. All that's revealed from that far seat of blisses is the clear fountain's interchanging kisses as gracefully descending, light and thin, like silver streaks across a dolphin's fin, when he upswimmeth from the coral caves, and spots with half his tail above the waves. These wonders strange he sees, and many more, whose head is pregnant with poetic law. Should he upon an evening ramble fare with forehead to the soothing breezes bare, would he not see but the dark, silent blue, with all its diamonds trembling through and through? Or the coy moon, when in the waviness of whitest clouds she does her beauty dress, and staidly paces higher up, and higher, like a sweet nun in holiday attire. Ah, yes, much more would start into his sight, the revelries and mysteries of night, and should I ever see them, I will tell you such tales as needs must with amazement spell you. These are the living pleasures of the bard, but richer far posterity's award. What does he murmur with his latest breath, while his proud eye looks through the film of death? What though I leave this dull and earthly mold, yet shall my spirit lofty converse hold with aftertimes. The patriot shall feel my stern alarum, and unsheath his steel, or in the Senate thunder out my number to startle princes from their easy slumber. The sage will mingle with each moral theme, my happy thoughts sententious. He will teem with lofty periods when my verses fire him, and then I'll stoop from heaven to inspire him. Lays have I left of such a dear delight that maids will sing them on their bridal night. Gay villages, upon a morn of May, when they have tired their gentle limbs with play, and formed a snowy circle on the grass, and placked in midst of all that lovely lass who chosen is their queen, with her fine head crowned with flowers purple, white, and red. For there the lily and the musk-rose sighing are emblems true of hapless lovers dying. Between her breasts, that never yet felt trouble, a bunch of violets full-blown and double, serenely sleep. She from a casket takes a little book, and then a joy awakes about each youthful heart, with stifled cries and rubbing of white hands and sparkling eyes, for she's to read a tale of hopes and fears, one that I fostered in my youthful years. The pearls that on each glistening circlet sleep gush ever and anon with silent creep, lured by the innocent dimples. To sweet rest shall the dear babe, upon its mother's breast, be lulled with songs of mine. Fair world, adieu! Thy dales and hills are falling from my view. Swiftly I mount upon wide-spreading pinions, far from the narrow bounds of thy dominions. Full joy I feel, while thus I cleave the air, that my soft verse will charm thy daughters fair, and warm thy sons. Ah, my dear friend and brother, could I, at once, my mad ambition smother, for tasting joys like these, sure I should be happier, and dearer to society. At times, 'tis true, I've felt relief from pain when some bright thought has darted through my brain. Through all that day I've felt a greater pleasure than if I'd brought to light a hidden treasure. As to my sonnets, though none else should heed them, I feel delighted, still, that you should read them. Of late, too, I have had much calm enjoyment, stretched on the grass at my best-loved employment of scribbling lines for you. These things I thought while, in my face, thy freshest breeze I caught. And now I'm pillowed on a bed of flowers that crowns a lofty cliff, which proudly towers above the ocean waves. The stalks and blades check my tablet with their quivering shades. On one side is a field of drooping oats through which the poppies show their scarlet coats, so pert and useless that they bring to mind the scarlet coats that pest humankind. And on the other side, outspread, is seen ocean's blue mantle, streaked with purple and green. Now 'tis I see a canvassed ship, and now mock the bright silver curling round her prow. I see the loch down dropping to his nest, and the broad-winged sea-gull never at rest, for when no more he spreads his feathers free, his breast is dancing on the restless sea. Now I direct my eyes into the west, which at this moment is in sunbeams dressed. Why westward turn? 'Twas but to say adieu, 'twas but to kiss my hand, dear George, to you. Epistle to Charles Cowden Clock. Oft have you seen a swan superbly frowning, and with proud breast his own white shadow crowning. He slants his neck beneath the waters bright so silently, it seems a beam of light come from the galaxy. Anon he spots, with outspread wings the naiad zephyr cots, all ruffles all the surface of the lake in striving from its crystal face to take some diamond water drops, and them to treasure in milky nest, and sip them off at leisure. But not a moment can he there ensure them, nor to such downy rest can he allure them, for down they rush as though they would be free, and drop like hours into eternity. Just like that bird am I in loss of time, whene'er I venture on the stream of rhyme, with shattered boat, oar snapped, and canvas rent, I slowly sail, scarce knowing my intent, still scooping up the water with my fingers, in which a trembling diamond never lingers. By this, friend Charles, you may full plainly see why I have never penned a line to thee, because my thoughts were never free, and clear, and little fit to please a classic ear, because my wine was of too poor a savour for one whose palate gladdens in the flavour of sparkling helicon. Small good it were to take him to a desert rude and bare, who had on bays shaw reclined at ease, while Tasso's page was floating in a breeze that gave soft music from Armida's bowers, mingled with fragrance from her rarest flowers. Small good to one who had by Mulla's stream fondled the maidens with the breasts of cream, who had beheld Belphobe in a brook, and lovely Uner in a leafy nook, and Archimago leaning on his book, who had of all that sweet tasted, and seen, from silvery ripple, up to beauty's queen, from the sequestered haunts of gay Titania, to the blue dwelling of divine Urania, one, who of late had Tan's sweet forest walks with him, who elegantly chats and talks, the wronged Libates, who has told you stories of laurel chaplets and Apollo's glories, of troops chivalrous prancing through a city, and tearful ladies made for love and pity, with many else which I have never known. Thus have I thought, and days on days have flown slowly, all rapidly, unwilling stilly for you to try my dull, unlearned quill. Nor should I now, but that I've known you long, that you first taught me all the sweets of song, the grand, the sweet, the terse, the free, the fine, what swelled with pathos and what right divine, Spenserian vowels that elope with ease and float along like birds o'er summer seas, Miltonian storms and maw, Miltonian tenderness, Michael in arms and maw, meek Eve's fair slenderness, who read for me the sonnet swelling loudly up to its climax, and then dying proudly, who found for me the grandeur of the ode, growing, like Atlas, stronger from its load, who let me taste that more than cordial dram, the shop, the rapier-pointed epigram, showed me that epic was of all the king, round, vast, and spanning all, like Saturn's ring. You too upheld the veil from Clio's beauty, and pointed out the patriot's stern duty, the might of Alfred, and the shaft of Tell, the hand of Brutus, that so grandly fell upon a tyrant's head. Ah, had I never seen or known your kindness, what might I have been? What my enjoyments in my youthful years, bereft of all that now my life endears? And can I ere these benefits forget? And can I ere repay the friendly debt? No, doubly no. Yet should these rhymings please, I shall roll on the grass with twofold ease, for I have long time been my fancy feeding with hopes that you would one day think the reading of my rough verses not an hour misspent. Should it e'er be so, what a rich content! Some weeks have passed since last I saw the spires in lucent Thames reflected. Warm desires to see the sun peep the eastern dimness and morning shadows streaking into slimness across the lawny fields and pebbly water, to mock the time as they grow broad and shorter, to feel the air that plays about the hills and sips its freshness from the little rills, to see high, golden corn wave in the light when Cynthia smiles upon a summer's night and peers among the cloudlets jet and white, as though she were reclining in a bed of bean blossoms, in heaven freshly shed. No sooner had I stepped into these pleasures, than I began to think of rhymes and measures. The air that floated by me seemed to say right, thou wilt never have a better day. And so I did, when many lines I'd written, though with their grace I was not oversmitten, yet, as my hand was warm, I thought I'd bet a trust to my feelings and write you a letter. Such an attempt required an inspiration of a peculiar sort, a consummation, which, had I felt, these scribblings might have been verses from which the soul would never wean. But many days have passed since last my heart was warmed luxuriously by divine Mozart, by An delighted, or by Handel maddened, or by the song of Aaron piqued and saddened, what time you were before the music sitting, and the rich notes to each sensation fitting. Since I have walked with you through shady lanes that freshly terminate in open plains, and revelled in a chat that ceased not when at nightfall among your books we got, no, nor when supper came, nor after that, nor when reluctantly I took my hat, no, nor till cordially you shook my hand midway between our homes, your accents bland still sounded in my ears, when I no more could hear your footsteps touch the gravelly floor. Sometimes I lost them, and then found again, you changed the footpath for the grassy plain. In those still moments I have wished you joys that well you know to honor. Life's very toys with him, said I, will take a pleasant charm, it cannot be that aught will work him harm. These thoughts now come on me with all their might. Again I shake your hand, friend Charles, good night. Sonnet keen, fitful gusts are whispering keen, fitful gusts are whispering here and there among the bushes half leafless and dry. The stars look very cold about the sky, and I have many miles on foot to fare. Yet feel I little of the cool bleak air, or of the dead leaves rustling drearily, or of those silver lamps that burn on high, or of the distance from home's pleasant lair. For I am brimful of the friendliness that in a little cottage I have found, of fair-haired Milton's eloquent distress, and all his love for gentle Lycid drowned, of lovely Laura in her light green dress, and faithful Petrarch gloriously crowned. On leaving some friends at an early hour, give me a golden pen, and let me lean on heaped-up flowers, in regions clear and far. Bring me a tablet whiter than a star, or hand of hymning angel, when 'tis seen the silver strings of heavenly hop atween, and let there glide by many a pearly car, pink robes and wavy hair, and diamond jaw, and half-discovered wings, and glances keen. The while let music wander round my ears, and as it reaches each delicious ending, let me write down a line of glorious tone, and full of many wonders of the spheres, for what a height my spirit is contending. 'Tis not content so soon to be alone. To my brothers small, busy flames play through the fresh-laid coals, and their faint cracklings o'er our silence creep like whispers of the household gods that keep a gentle empire our fraternal souls. And while, for rhymes, I search around the poles, your eyes are fixed, as in poetic sleep, upon the law so voluble and deep, that I at fall of night our care condoles. This is your birthday, Tom, and I rejoice that thus it passes smoothly, quietly. Many such eves of gently whispering noise may we together pass, and calmly try what are this world's true joys, ere the great voice from its fair face shall bid our spirits fly. Addressed to Benjamin Robert Haydon, I great spirits now on earth are sojourning. He of the cloud, the cataract, the lake, who on Helvellyn's summit, wide awake, catches his freshness from archangel's wing. He of the rose, the violet, the spring, the social smile, the chain for freedom's sake and low, whose steadfastness would never take a meaner sound than Raphael's whispering. And other spirits there are standing apart upon the forehead of the age to come. These will give the world another heart and other pulses. Hear ye not the hum of mighty workings in the human mot? Listen a while, ye nations, and be dumb. Roman 2 high-mindedness, a jealousy for good, a loving kindness for the great man's fame, dwells here and there with people of no name, in noisome alley and in pathless wood, and where we think the truth least understood, oft may be found a singleness of aim, that ought to frighten into hooded shame a money-mongering, pitiable brood. How glorious this affection for the cause of steadfast genius, toiling gallantly! What when a stout, unbending champion awes envy, and malice to their native sty? Unnumbered souls breathe out a still applause, proud to behold him in his country's eye. Written in disgust of vulgar superstition, the church bells toll a melancholy round, calling the people to some other prayers, some other gloominess, more dreadful cares, more hearkening to the sermon's horrid sound. Surely the mind of man is closely bound in some black spell, seeing that each one tears himself from fireside joys, and Lydian airs, and converse high of those with glory crowned. Still they toll, and I should feel a damp, a chill as from a tomb, did I not know that they are dying like an outburnt lamp, that 'tis their sighing, wailing ere they go into oblivion, that fresh flowers will grow, and many glories of immortal stamp. To Kosciuszko, good Kosciuszko, thy great name alone is a full harvest whence to reap high feeling. It comes upon us like the glorious pealing of the wide spheres, an everlasting tone. And now it tells me that in worlds unknown, the names of heroes burst from clouds concealing a change to harmonies, forever stealing through cloudless blue and round each silver throne. It tells me, too, that on a happy day, when some good spirit walks upon the earth, thy name with Alfred's, and the great of Yah, gently commingling, gives tremendous birth to a loud hymn that sounds far, far away to where the great God lives forevermore. On the grasshopper and cricket the poetry of earth is never dead. When all the birds are faint with the hot sun, and hide in cooling trees, a voice will run from hedge to hedge about the new-mown mead, that is the grasshopper's. He takes the lead in summer luxury. He is never done with his delights, for when tired out with fun, he rests at ease beneath some pleasant weed. The poetry of earth is ceasing never on a lone winter evening, when the frost has wrought a silence. From the stove there shrills the cricket's song, in warmth increasing ever, and seems to one, in drowsiness half lost, the grasshoppers among some grassy hills. Hymn to Apollo, god of the golden bow, and of the golden lyre, and of the golden hair, and of the golden fire, charioteer of the patient year, where slept thine ire, when like a blank idiot I put on thy wreath, thy laurel, thy glory, the light of thy story, or was I a worm, too low crawling for death? O Delphic Apollo! The thunderer grasped and grasped, the thunderer frowned and frowned, the eagle's feathery mane for wrath became stiffened, the sound of breeding thunder went drowsily under, muttering to be unbound. Oh, why didst thou pity, and for a worm why touch thy soft lute till the thunder was mute? Why was not I crushed, such a pitiful germ? O Delphic Apollo! The Pleiades were up, watching the silent air. The seeds and roots in the earth were swelling for some affair. The ocean, its neighbor, was at its old labor, when who did dare to tie, like a madman, thy plant round his brow, and grin and look proudly, and blaspheme so loudly, and live for that honor, to stoop to thee now? O Delphic Apollo! Sleep in poetry as I lay in my bed sleep full unmeet was unto me, but why that I knee might rest I knee wist, for their en as earthly white, as I suppose, had more of hurt ease than I, for I en add sickness nor disease. What is more gentle than a wind in summer? What is more soothing than the pretty hummer that stays one moment in an open flower, and buzzes cheerily from bower to bower? What is more tranquil than a musk rose blowing in a green island, far from all men's knowing? More healthful than the leafiness of dales, more secret than a nest of nightingales, more serene than Cordelia's countenance, more full of visions than a high romance. What but thee, sleep, soft closer of our eyes, low murmur of tender lullabies, light hover around our happy pillows, wrather of poppy buds and weeping willows, silent entangler of a beauty's tresses, most happy listener, when the morning blesses thee for enlivening all the cheerful eyes that glance so brightly at the new sunrise. But what is higher beyond thought than thee, fresher than berries of a mountain tree, more strange, more beautiful, more smooth, more regal, than wings of swans, than doves, than dim-seen eagle? What is it? And to what shall I compare it? It has a glory, and naught else can share it. The thought thereof is awful, sweet, and holy, chasing away all worldliness and folly, coming sometimes like fearful claps of thunder, or the low rumblings earth's regions under, and sometimes like a gentle whispering of all the secrets of some wondrous thing that breathes about us in the vacant air, so that we look around with prying stare, perhaps to see shapes of light, aerial limning, and catch soft floatings from a faint-heard hymning, to see the laurel wreath, on high suspended, that is to crown our name when life is ended. Sometimes it gives a glory to the voice, and from the heart upsprings, rejoice, rejoice, sounds which will reach the framer of all things and die away in ardent mutterings. No one who once the glorious sun has seen, and all the clouds, and felt his bosom clean for his great Maker's presence, but must know what 'tis I mean, and feel his being glow. Therefore no insult will I give his spirit, by telling what he sees from native merit. O Poesy! For thee I hold my pen, that am not yet a glorious denizen of thy wide heaven. Should I rather kneel upon some mountain top until I feel a growing splendor round about me hung, and echo back the voice of thine own tongue? O Poesy! For thee I grasp my pen, that am not yet a glorious denizen of thy wide heaven. Yet, to my ardent prayer, yield from thy sanctuary some clear air, smoothed for intoxication by the breath of flowering bays, that I may die a death of luxury, and my young spirit follow the morning sunbeams to the great Apollo like a fresh sacrifice. Ah, if I can bear the o'erwhelming sweets, 'twill bring to me the fair visions of all places. A bowery nook will be Elysium, an eternal book whence I may copy many a lovely saying about the leaves and flowers, about the playing of nymphs in woods and fountains, and the shade keeping a silence round a sleeping maid, and many a verse from so strange influence that we must ever wonder how, and whence it came. Also imaginings will hover round my fireside, and haply there discover vistas of solemn beauty, where I'd wander in happy silence, like the clear meander through its lone vales, and where I found a spot of awful shade, or an enchanted grot, or a green hill o'erspread with checkered dress of flowers, and fearful from its loveliness, write on my tablets all that was permitted, all that was for our human senses fitted. Then the events of this wide world I'd seize like a strong giant, and my spirit tease till at its shoulders it should proudly see wings to find out an immortality. Stop and consider? Life is but a day, a fragile dewdrop on its perilous way from a tree's summit, a poor Indian's sleep while his boat hastens to the monstrous steep of Montmorency. Why so sad a moan? Life is the rose's hope while yet unblown, the reading of an ever-changing tale, the light uplifting of a maiden's veil, a pigeon tumbling in clear summer air, a laughing schoolboy, without grief or care, riding the springy branches of an elm. Oh, for 10 years, that I may overwhelm myself in poesy, so I may do the deed that my own soul has to itself decreed. Then I will pass the countries that I see in long perspective, and continually taste their pure fountains. First the realm I'll pass of Flora, and old Pan. Sleep in the grass, feed upon apples red and strawberries, and choose each pleasure that my fancy sees. Catch the white-handed nymphs in shady places, to woo sweet kisses from averted faces, play with their fingers, touch their shoulders white into a pretty shrinking with a bite as hard as lips can make it. Till agreed, a lovely tale of human life we'll read, and one will teach a tame dove how it best may fan the cool air gently on my rest. Another, bending o'er her nimble tread, will set a green robe floating round her head, and still will dance with ever-varied ease, smiling upon the flowers and the trees. Another will entice me on, and on through almond blossoms and rich cinnamon, till in the bosom of a leafy world we rest in silence, like two gems upcurled in the recesses of a pearly shell. And can I ever bid these joys farewell? Yes, I must pass them for a nobler life, where I may find the agonies, the strife of human hearts. For lo, I see afar, sailing the blue cragginess, a car and steeds with streamy manes. The charioteer looks out upon the winds with glorious fear. And now the numerous tramplings quiver lightly along a huge cloud's ridge, and now with sprightly wheel downward come they into fresher skies, tipped round with silver from the sun's bright eyes. Still downward with capacious whirl they glide, and now I see them on a green hill's side in breezy rest among the nodding stalks. The charioteer with wondrous gesture talks to the trees and mountains, and there soon appear shapes of delight, of mystery and fear, passing along before a dusky space made by some mighty oaks, as they would chase some ever-fleeting music, on they sweep. Lo, how they murmur, laugh, and smile, and weep, some with upholden hand and mouth severe, some with their faces muffled to the ear between their arms, some, clear in youthful bloom, go glad and smilingly athwart the gloom, some looking back and some with upward gaze. Yes, thousands in 1,000 different ways flit onward. Now a lovely wreath of girls dancing their sleek hair into tangled curls, and now broad wings. Most awfully intent the driver of those steeds is forward bent, and seems to listen. Oh, that I might know all that he writes with such a hurrying glow. The visions all are fled. The car is fled into the light of heaven, and in their stead a sense of real things comes doubly strong, and like a muddy stream, would bear along my soul to nothingness. But I will strive against all doubtings, and will keep alive the thought of that same chariot, and the strange journey it went. Is there so small a range in the present strength of manhood, that the high imagination cannot freely fly as she was wont of old, prepare her steeds, paw up against the light, and do strange deeds upon the clouds? Has she not shown us all, from the clear space of ether to the small breath of new buds unfolding, from the meaning of Jove's large eyebrow to the tender greening of April meadows? Here her altar shone, and in this isle, and who could paragon the fervid choir that lifted up a noise of harmony, to where it I will poise its mighty self of convoluting sound, huge as a planet, and like that roll round, eternally around a dizzy void. Aye, in those days the muses were nigh cloyed with honours, nor had any other care than to sing out and soothe their wavy hair. Could all this be forgotten? Yes, a schism nurtured by foppery and barbarism made great Apollo blush for this his land. Men were thought wise who could not understand his glories. With a puling infant's foss they swayed about upon a rocking hoss, and thought it Pegasus. Ah, dismal-souled! The winds of heaven blew, the ocean rolled its gathering waves, ye felt it not. The blue bared its eternal bosom, and the dew of summer nights collected still to make the morning precious. Beauty was awake. Why were you not awake? But you were dead to things ye knew not of, were closely wed to musty laws lined out with wretched rule and compass vile, so that ye taught a school of dolts to smooth, inlay, and clip, and fit, till, like the certain ones of Jacob's wit, their verses tallied. Easy was the task, 1,000 handicraftsmen wore the mask of Poesy. Ill-fated, impious race, that blasphemed the bright lyrist to his face and did not know it. No, they went about, holding a poor, decrepit standard out, mocked with most flimsy mottos, and enlarged the name of one Boileau. O ye whose charge it is to hover round our pleasant hills, whose congregated majesty so fills my boundly reverence that I cannot trace your hallowed names in this unholy place, so near those common folk. Did not their shames affright you? Did our old lamenting Thames delight you? Did ye never cluster round delicious Avon, with a mournful sound, and weep? Or did ye wholly bid adieu to regions where no more the laurel grew? Or did ye stay to give a welcoming to some lone spirits who could proudly sing their youth away, and die? 'Twas even so. But let me think away those times of woe. Now 'tis a fairer season. Ye have breathed rich benedictions o'er us. Ye have wreathed fresh garlands, for sweet music has been heard in many places. Some has been upstirred from out its crystal dwelling in a lake, by a swan's ebon bill. From a thick brake, nested and quiet in a valley mild, bubbles a pipe, fine sounds a floating wild about the earth. Happy are ye and glad. These things are, doubtless, yet in truth we've had strange thunders from the potency of song, mingled indeed with what is sweet and strong from majesty. But in clear truth the themes are ugly clubs, the poets' polyphemes disturbing the grand sea. A drainless shower of light is Poesy, 'tis the supreme of power, 'tis might half slumbering on its own right arm. The very archings of her eyelids charm 1,000 willing agents to obey, and still she governs with the mildest sway. But strength alone though of the muses born is like a fallen angel. Trees uptorn, darkness, and worms and shrouds and sepulchres delight it, for it feeds upon the burrs and thorns of life, forgetting the great end of Poesy, that it should be a friend to soothe the cares and lift the thoughts of man. Yet I rejoice. A myrtle fairer than e'er grow in Paphos, from the bitter weeds lifts its sweet head into the air, and feeds a silent space with ever-sprouting green. All tenderest birds there find a pleasant screen, creep through the shade with jaunty fluttering, nibble the little cupped flowers and sing. Then let us clear away the choking thorns from round its gentle stem. Let the young fawns, yeaned in after times, when we have flown, find a fresh sward beneath it, overgrown with simple flowers. Let there nothing be more boisterous than a lover's bended knee, not more ungentle than the placid look of one who leans upon a closed book, not more untranquil than the grassy slopes between two hills. All hail, delightful hopes. As she was wont, imagination into most lovely labyrinths will be gone, and they shall be accounted poet kings who simply tell the most heart-teasing things. Oh, may these joys be ripe before I die. Will not some say that I presumptuously have spoken, that from hastening disgrace 'twere better far to hide my foolish face, that whining boyhood should with reverence bow ere the dread thunderbolt could reach? How? If I do hide myself, it sure shall be in the very fane, the light of Poesy. If I do fall, at least I will be laid beneath the silence of a poplar shade, and over me the grass shall be smooth shaven, and there shall be a kind memorial graven. But off, despondence, miserable bane, they should not know thee, who athirst to gain a noble end, are thirsty every hour. What though I am not wealthy in the dower of spanning wisdom, though I do not know the shiftings of the mighty winds that blow hither and thither, all the changing thoughts of man? Though no great ministering reason sorts out the dark mysteries of human souls to clear conceiving, yet there ever rolls a vast idea before me, and I glean therefrom my liberty. Thence too I've seen the end and aim of Poesy. 'Tis clear as anything most true, as that the year is made of the 4 seasons, manifest as a large cross, some old cathedral's crest, lifted to the white clouds. Therefore should I be but the essence of deformity, a coward, did my very eyelids wink at speaking out what I have dared to think. Ah, rather let me like a madman run over some precipice, let the hot sun melt my Daedalian wings, and drive me down convulsed and headlong. Stay, an inward frown of conscience bids me be more calm a while. An ocean dim, sprinkled with many an isle, spreads awfully before me. How much toil? How many days? What desperate turmoil, ere I can have explored its widenesses? Ah, what a task! Upon my bended knees I could unsay those. No, impossible? Impossible? For sweet relief I'll dwell on humbler thoughts, and let this strange essay begun in gentleness die so away. And now all tumult from my bosom fades. I turn full-hearted to the friendly aids that smooth the path of honor, brotherhood, and friendliness the nurse of mutual good. The hearty grasp that sends a pleasant sonnet into the brain, ere one can think upon it, the silence when some rhymes are coming out, and when they come, the very pleasant rout, the message certain to be done tomorrow. 'Tis perhaps as well that it should be to borrow some precious book from out its snug retreat, to cluster round it when we next shall meet. Scarce can I scribble on, for lovely airs are fluttering round the room like doves in pairs, many delights of that glad day recalling, when first my senses caught their tender falling. And with these airs come forms of elegance stooping their shoulders o'er a horse's prance, careless and grand, fingers soft and round parting luxuriant curls, and the swift bound of Bacchus from his chariot, when his eye made Ariadne's cheek look blushingly. Thus, I remember all the pleasant flow of words at opening a portfolio. Things such as these are ever harbingers to trains of peaceful images. The stirs of a swan's neck unseen among the rushes, a linnet starting all about the bushes, a butterfly, with golden wings broad-parted, nestling a rose, convulsed as though it smarted with overpleasure. Many, many more, might I indulge at large in all my store of luxuries. Yet I must not forget sleep, quiet with his poppy coronet, for what there may be worthy in these rhymes I partly owe to him. And thus, the chimes of friendly voices had just given place to as sweet a silence, when I 'gan retrace the pleasant day, upon a couch at ease. It was a poet's house who keeps the keys of pleasure's temple. Round about were hung the glorious features of the bards who sung in other ages. Cold and sacred busts smiled at each other. Happy he who trusts to clear futurity his darling fame. Then there were fawns and satyrs taking aim at swelling apples with a frisky leap and reaching fingers, mid a luscious heap of vine leaves. Then there rose to view a fane of linny marble, and thereto a train of nymphs approaching fairly o'er the sward. One, loveliest, holding her white hand toward the dazzling sunrise. Two sisters sweet bending their graceful figures till they meet over the trippings of a little child. And some are hearing, eagerly, the wild thrilling liquidity of dewy piping. See, in another picture, nymphs are wiping cherishingly Diana's timorous limbs. A fold of lawny mantle dabbling swims at the bath's edge, and keeps a gentle motion with the subsiding crystal. As when ocean heaves calmly, its broad swelling smoothiness o'er its rocky marge, and balances once more the patient weeds, that now unshent by foam feel all about their undulating home. Sappho's meek head was there half smiling down at nothing, just as though the earnest frown of overthinking had that moment gone from off her brow, and left her all alone. Great Alfred's too, with anxious, pitying eyes, as if he always listened to the sighs of the goaded world, and Kosciuszko's, wan by horrid sufferance, mightily fall on. Petrarch, outstepping from the shady green, starts at the sight of Laura, nor can wean his eyes from her sweet face. Most happy they, for over them was seen a free display of outspread wings, and from between them shone the face of Poesy. From off her throne she overlooked things that I scarce could tell. The very sense of where I was might well keep sleep aloof. But more than that there came thought after thought to nourish up the flame within my breast, so that the morning light surprised me even from a sleepless night. And up I rose refreshed, and glad, and gay, resolving to begin that very day these lines, and howsoever they be done, I leave them as a father does his son. I stood tiptoe upon a little hill, places of nestling green, for poets made. I stood tiptoe upon a little hill. The air was cooling, and so very still that the sweet buds which with a modest pride pulled droopingly, in slanting curve aside, the scantly leaved and finely tapering stems, had not yet lost those starry diadems caught from the early sobbing of the morn. The clouds were pure and white as flocks new shone, and fresh from the clear brook. Sweetly they slept on the blue fields of heaven, and then there crept a little noiseless noise among the leaves, born of the very sigh that silence heaves, for not the faintest motion could be seen of all the shades that slanted o'er the green. There was wide wondering for the greediest eye to peer about upon variety, far round the horizon's crystal air to skim, and trace the dwindled edgings of its brim, to picture out the quaint and curious bending of a fresh woodland alley, never-ending, all by the bowery clefts and leafy shelves, guess where the jaunty streams refresh themselves. I gazed a while, and felt as light and free as though the fanning wings of Mercury had played upon my heels. I was light-hearted, and many pleasures to my vision started, so I straightway began to pluck a posy of luxuries bright, milky, soft, and rosy. A bush of May flowers with the bees about them. Ah, sure no tasteful nook could be without them, and let a lush laburnum oversweep them, and let long grass grow round the roots to keep them moist, cool, and green, and shade the violets, that they may bind the moss in leafy nets. A filbert hedge with wild briar, ovet wind, and clumps of woodbine taking the soft wind upon their summer thrones. There too should be the frequent checker of a youngling tree, that with a score of light green brethren shoots from the quaint mossiness of aged roots, round which is heard a springhead of clear waters, babbling so wildly of its lovely daughters, the spreading bluebells. It may haply mon that such fair clusters should be rudely torn from their fresh beds, and scattered thoughtlessly by infant hands, left on the path to die. Open afresh your round of starry folds, ye ardent marigolds. Dry up the moisture from your golden lids, for great Apollo bids that in these days your praises should be sung on many hops, which he has lately strung. And when again your dewiness he kisses, tell him, I have you in my world of blisses. So haply when I rove in some far vale, his mighty voice may come upon the gale. Here are sweet peas, on tiptoe for a flight, with wings of gentle flush are delicate white, and taper fingers catching at all things, to bind them all about with tiny rings. Linger a while upon some bending planks that lean against a streamlet's rushy banks, and watch intently nature's gentle doings. They will be found softer than ringdoves' cooings. How silent comes the water round that bend, not the minutest whisper does it send to the awe-hanging sallows. Blades of grass slowly across the checkered shadows pass. Why, you might read 2 sonnets, ere they reach to where the hurrying freshnesses I preach a natural sermon are their pebbly beds, where swarms of minnows show their little heads, staying their wavy bodies gainst the streams, to taste the luxury of sunny beams tempered with coolness. How they ever wrestle with their own sweet delight, and ever nestle their silver bellies on the pebbly sand. If you but scantily hold out the hand, that very instant not one will remain, but turn your eye, and they are there again. The ripples seem right glad to reach those cresses, and cool themselves among the emerald tresses. The while they cool themselves, they freshness give, and moisture, that the bowery green may live, so keeping up an interchange of favors, like good men in the truth of their behaviors. Sometimes goldfinches one by one will drop from low-hung branches, little space they stop, but sip and twitter, and their feathers sleek. Then off at once, as in a wanton freak, or perhaps to show their black and golden wings, pausing upon their yellow flutterings. Were I in such a place, I sure should pray that naught less sweet might call my thoughts away, than the soft rustle of a maiden's gown fanning away the dandelion's down, than the light music of her nimble toes patting against the sorrel as she goes. How she would start and blush, thus to be caught playing in all her innocence of thought. Oh, let me lead her gently o'er the brook, watch her half-smiling lips and downward look. Oh, let me for one moment touch her wrist, let me one moment to her breathing list, and as she leaves me, may she often turn her fair eyes looking through her locks auburn. What next? A tuft of evening primroses, all which the mind may hover till it dozes, all which it well might take a pleasant sleep, but that 'tis ever startled by the leap of buds into ripe flowers, all by the flitting of diverse moths that I there rest a-quitting, all by the moon lifting her silver rim above a cloud, and with a gradual swim coming into the blue with all her light. O maker of sweet poets, dear delight of this fair world, and all its gentle livers, spangler of clouds, halo of crystal rivers, mingler with leaves and dew and tumbling streams, closer of lovely eyes to lovely dreams, lover of loneliness and wondering, of upcast eye, and tender pondering. Thee must I praise above all other glories that smile us on to tell delightful stories. For what has made the sage or poet write but the fair paradise of nature's light? In the calm grandeur of a sober line, we see the waving of the mountain pine, and when a tale is beautifully stayed, we feel the safety of a hawthorn glade. When it is moving on luxurious wings, the soul is lost in pleasant smotherings. Fair dewy roses brush against our faces, and flowering laurels spring from diamond vases. Ahead we see the jasmine and sweetbriar, and bloomy grapes laughing from green attire, while at our feet the voice of crystal bubbles charms us at once away from all our troubles, so that we feel uplifted from the world, walking upon the white clouds wreathed and curled. So felt he who first told how Psyche went on the smooth wind to realms of wonderment. What Psyche felt, and love when their full lips first touched, what amorous and fondling nips they gave each other's cheeks, with all their sighs, and how they kissed each other's tremulous eyes, the silver lamp, the ravishment, the wonder, the darkness, loneliness, the fearful thunder, their woes gone by, and both to heaven upflown, to bow for gratitude before Jove's throne. So did he feel, who pulled the boughs aside, that we might look into a forest wide, to catch a glimpse of fawns, and dryads coming with softest rustle through the trees, and garlands woven of flowers wild and sweet, upheld on ivory wrists or spotting feet, telling us how fair, trembling Syrinx fled Arcadian Pan, with such a fearful dread. Poor nymph, poor Pan, how he did weep to find naught but a lovely sighing of the wind along the reedy stream, a half-heard strain, full of sweet desolation, balmy pain. What first inspired a bard of old to sing Narcissus pining o'er the untainted spring? In some delicious ramble, he had found a little space, with boughs all woven round, and in the midst of all, a clearer pool than air reflected in its pleasant cool, the blue sky here and there, serenely peeping through tendril wreaths fantastically creeping. And on the bank a lonely flower he spied, a meek and forlorn flower, with naught of pride, drooping its beauty o'er the watery clearness, to woo its own sad image into nearness, deaf to light Zephyrus it would not move, but still would seem to droop, to pine, to love. So while the poet stood in this sweet spot, some fainter gleamings o'er his fancy shot, nor was it long ere he had told the tale of young Narcissus, and sad echoes bail. Where had he been, from whose warm head outflew that sweetest of all songs, that ever knew, that eye-refreshing, pure deliciousness, coming ever to bless the wanderer by moonlight, to him bringing shapes from the invisible world, unearthly singing from out the middle air, from flowery nests, and from the pillowy silkiness that rests full in the speculation of the stars. Ah, surely he had burst our mortal bars, into some wondrous region he had gone, to search for thee, divine Endymion. He was a poet, sure a lover too, who stood on Latmus' top, what time there blew soft breezes from the myrtle vale below, and brought in faintness solemn, sweet, and slow a hymn from Dian's temple, while upswelling, the incense went to her own starry dwelling. But though her face was clear as infant's eyes, though she stood smiling o'er the sacrifice, the poet wept at her so piteous fate, wept that such beauty should be desolate. So in fine wrath some golden sounds he won, and gave meek Cynthia her Endymion. Queen of the wide air, thou most lovely queen of all the brightness that mine eyes have seen, as thou exceedest all things in thy shine, so every tale does this sweet tale of thine. Oh, for 3 words of honey, that I might tell but one wonder of thy bridal night, where distant ships do seem to show their keels. Phoebus awhile delayed his mighty wheels, and turned to smile upon thy bashful eyes, ere he his unseen pomp would solemnize. The evening weather was so bright and clear that men of health were of unusual cheer, stepping like Homer at the trumpet's call, or young Apollo on the pedestal, and lovely women were as fair and warm as Venus looking sideways in alarm. The breezes were ethereal and pure, and crept through half-closed lattices to cure the languid sick. It cooled their fevered sleep, and soothed them into slumbers full and deep. Soon they awoke clear-eyed, nor burnt with thirsting, nor with hot fingers, nor with temples bursting. And springing up, they met the wondering sight of their dear friends, nigh foolish with delight, who feel their arms and breasts and kiss and stare, and on their placid foreheads pot the hair. Young men and maidens at each other gazed, with hands held back and motionless, amazed to see the brightness in each other's eyes. And so they stood, filled with a sweet surprise, until their tongues were loosed in poesy. Therefore no lover did of anguish die, but the soft numbers, in that moment spoken, made silken ties that never may be broken. Cynthia, I cannot tell the greater blisses that followed thine, and thy dear shepherd's kisses. Was there a poet born? But now no more, my wandering spirit must no further saw. Sonnet after dark vapors have oppressed our plains for a long dreary season, comes a day born of the gentle south, and clears away from the sick heavens all unseemly stains. The anxious month, relieved its pains, takes as a long-lost right the feel of May. The eyelids with the passing coolness play, like rose leaves with the drip of summer rains. And calmest thoughts come round us, as of leaves budding, fruit ripening in stillness, autumn suns smiling at eve upon the quiet sheaves, sweet Sappho's cheek, a sleeping infant's breath, the gradual sand that through an hourglass runs, a woodland rivulet, a poet's death. Written on the blank space at the end of Chaucer's tale of the flower and the leaf, this pleasant tale is like a little copse, the honeyed lines so freshly interlace, to keep the reader in so sweet a place, so that he here and there full-hearted stops, and oftentimes he feels the dewy drops come cool and suddenly against his face, and by the wandering melody may trace which way the tender-legged linnet hops. Oh, what a power has white simplicity! What mighty power has this gentle story! I, that do ever feel athirst for glory, could at this moment be content to lie meekly upon the grass, as those whose sobbings were heard of none beside the mournful robins. To Hadon, forgive me that I cannot speak definitively of these mighty things, forgive me that I have not eagle's wings, that what I want I know not where to seek, and think that I would not be over meek, in rolling out upfallowed thunderings, even to the steep of Heliconian springs, where I have ample strength for such a freak. Think, too, that all those numbers should be thine. Whose else? In this who touch thy vestures hem. For when men starred at what was most divine with browless idiotism, all-wise phlegm, thou hadst beheld the Hesperian shine of their star in the east, and gone to worship them. On seeing the Elgin marbles my spirit is too weak. Mortality weighs heavily on me like unwilling sleep, and each imagined pinnacle and steep of godlike hardship tells me I must die like a sick eagle looking at the sky. Yet 'tis a gentle luxury to weep that I have not the cloudy winds to keep fresh for the opening of the morning's eye. Such dim-conceived glories of the brain bring round the hot and indescribable feud. So do these wonders a most dizzy pain, that mingles Grecian grandeur with the rude wasting of old time, with a billowy main, a sun, a shadow of a magnitude. On Leigh Hunt's poem, the story of Rimini who loves to peer up at the morning sun, with half-shut eyes and comfortable cheek, let him, with this sweet tale, full often seek for meadows where the little rivers run, who loves to linger with that brightest one of heaven, Hesperus. Let him lowly speak these numbers to the night, and starlight meek, or moon, if that her hunting be begun. He who knows these delights and too is prone to moralize upon a smile or tear, will find at once a region of his own, a bower for his spirit, and will steer to alleys, where the fir tree drops its cone, where robins hop and fallen leaves are sere. To Leigh Hunt-esque, a dedication glory and loveliness have passed away, for if we wander on in early morn, no wreathed incense do we see upborne into the east, to meet the smiling day, no crowd of nymphs soft-voiced and young, and gay, in woven baskets bringing ears of corn, roses and pinks and violets, to adorn the shrine of Flora in her early May. But there are left delights as high as these, and I shall ever bless my destiny, that in a time, when under pleasant trees pan is no longer sought, I feel a leafy luxury, seeing I could please with these poor offerings, a man like thee. On the sea it keeps eternal whisperings around desolate shores, and with its mighty swell gluts twice 10,000 caverns, till the spell of Hecate leaves them their old shadowy sound. Often 'tis in such gentle temper found, that scarcely will the very smallest shell be moved for days from where it sometime fell, when last the winds of heaven were unbound. O ye, who have your eyeballs vexed and turred, feast them upon the wideness of the sea. O ye, whose ears are dinned with uproar rude, all fed too much with cloying melody, sit ye near some old cavern's mouth, and brood until ye start, as if the sea-nymphs quiet, Endymion the stretched meter of an antique song. Inscribed with every feeling of pride and regret, and with a bowed mind to the memory of the most English of poets except Shakespeare, Thomas Chatterton preface, knowing within myself the manner in which this poem has been produced, it is not without a feeling of regret that I make it public. What manner I mean will be quite clear to the reader, who must soon perceive great inexperience, immaturity, and every error denoting a feverish attempt, rather than a deed accomplished. The two first books, and indeed the two last, I feel sensible are not of such completion as to warrant their passing the press, nor should they if I thought a year's castigation would do them any good. It will not. The foundations are too sandy. It is just that this youngster should die away. A sad thought for me, if I had not some hope that while it is dwindling I may be plotting, and fitting myself for verses fit to live. This may be speaking too presumptuously, and may deserve a punishment, but no feeling man will be forward to inflict it. He will leave me alone, with the conviction that there is not a fiercer hell than the failure in a great object. This is not written with the least atom of purpose to forestall criticisms of costs, but from the desire I have to conciliate men who are competent to look, and who do look with a zealous eye, to the honor of English literature. The imagination of a boy is healthy, and the mature imagination of a man is healthy, but there is a space of life between, in which the soul is in a ferment, the character undecided, the way of life uncertain, the ambition thick-sighted. Thence proceeds mawkishness, and all the thousand bitters which those men I speak of must necessarily taste in going over the following pages. I hope I have not in too late a day touched the beautiful mythology of Greece, and dulled its brightness, for I wish to try once more before I bid it farewell. Teignmouth, April 10, 1818. A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases, It will never pass into nothingness, but still will keep a bower quiet for us, and a sleep full of sweet dreams and health and quiet breathing. Therefore, on every morrow, are we wreathing a flowery band to bind us to the earth, spite of despondence, of the inhuman dearth of noble natures, of the gloomy days, of all the unhealthy and awe-darkened ways made for our searching. Yes, in spite of all, some shape of beauty moves away the pall from our dark spirits. Such the sun, the moon, trees old and young, sprouting a shady boon for simple sheep, and such are daffodils with the green world they live in, and clear rills that for themselves a cooling covert make gainst the hot season, the mid-forest brake, rich with a sprinkling of fair musk-rose blooms. And such, too, is the grandeur of the dooms we have imagined for the mighty dead, all lovely tales that we have heard or read, an endless fountain of immortal drink, pouring unto us from the heaven's brink. Nor do we merely feel these essences for one short hour. No, even as the trees that whisper round a temple become soon dear as the temple's self, so does the moon, the passion posy, glories infinite, haunt us till they become a cheering light unto our souls, and bound to us so fast that, whether there be shine or gloom o'ercast, they always must be with us, or we die. Therefore 'tis with full happiness that I will trace the story of Endymion. The very music of the name has gone into my being, and each pleasant scene is growing fresh before me as the green of our own valleys. So I will begin now, while I cannot hear the city's din. Now, while the early budders are just new, and run in mazes of the youngest hue about old forests, while the willow trails its delicate amber, and the dairy pails bring home increase of milk. And as the year grows lush in juicy stalks, I'll smoothly steer my little boat, for many quiet hours, with streams that deepen freshly into bowers. Many and many a verse I hope to write, before the daisies, vermeil rimmed and white, hide in deep herbage. And ere yet the bees hum about globes of clover and sweet peas, I must be near the middle of my story. Oh, may no wintry season, bare and hoary, see it half finished, but let autumn bold, with universal tinge of sober gold, be all about me when I make an end. And now at once, adventuresome, I send my herald thought into a wilderness, that let its trumpet blow, and quickly dress my uncertain path with green, that I may speed easily onward, thorough flowers and weed. Upon the sides of Latmos was outspread a mighty forest, for the moist earth fed so plenteously all weed-hidden roots into awe-hanging boughs and precious fruits. And it had gloomy shades, sequestered deep, where no man went. And if from shepherds keep a lamb strayed far adown those inmost glens, never again saw he the happy pens whither his brethren, bleating with content, over the hills at every nightfall went. Among the shepherds, 'twas believed ever, that not one fleecy lamb which thus did sever from the white flock, but passed unworried by angry wolf, or pawed with prying head, until it came to some unfooted plains where fed the herds of Pan. Aye, great as gains who thus one lamb did lose. Paths there were many, winding through palmy fern, and rushes fenny, and ivy banks, all leading pleasantly to a wide lawn, whence one could only see stems thronging all around between the swell of turf and slanting branches. Who could tell the freshness of the space of heaven above, edged round with dark treetops, through which a dove would often beat its wings, and often too a little cloud would move across the blue. Full in the middle of this pleasantness, there stood a marble altar, with a tress of flowers budded newly, and the dew had taken fairy fantasies to strew daisies upon the sacred sward last eve, and so the dawned light in pomp receive. For 'twas the morn, Apollo's upward fire made every eastern cloud a silvery pyre of brightness so unsullied, that therein a melancholy spirit, well, might win oblivion, and melt out his essence fine into the winds. Rain-scented eglantine gave temperate sweets to that well-wooing sun. The lock was lost in him. Cold springs had run to warm their chilliest bubbles in the grass. Man's voice was on the mountains, and the mass of nature's lives and wonders pulsed tenfold, to feel this sunrise and its glories old. Now, while the silent workings of the dawn were busiest, into that self-same lawn all suddenly, with joyful cries, there sped a troop of little children garlanded, who gathering round the altar seemed to pry earnestly round as wishing to espy some folk of holiday. Nor had they waited for many moments, ere their ears were sated with a faint breath of music, which even then filled out its voice and died away again. Within a little space again, it gave its airy swellings, with a gentle wave, to light-hung leaves, in smoothest echoes breaking through copse-glad valleys, ere their death, awe-taking the surgy murmurs of the lonely sea. And now, as deep into the wood as we might mock a lynx's eye, there glimmered light fair faces and a rush of garments white, plainer and plainer showing, till at last into the widest alley they all passed, making directly for the woodland altar. O kindly muse, let not my weak tongue falter in telling of this goodly company, of their old piety, and of their glee. But let a portion of ethereal dew fall on my head, and presently unmew my soul, that I may dare, in wayfaring, to stammer where old Chaucer used to sing. Leading the way, young damsels danced along, bearing the burden of a shepherd's song, each having a white wicker, overbrimmed with April's tender younglings. Next, well trimmed, a crowd of shepherds with as sunburnt looks as may be read of in Arcadian books, such as sat listening round Apollo's pipe, when the great deity, for earth too ripe, let his divinity offlowing die in music. Through the vales of Thessaly, some idly trailed their sheep-hooks on the ground, and some kept up a shrilly mellow sound with ebon-tipped flutes. Close after these, now coming from beneath the forest trees, a venerable priest full soberly, begirt with ministering looks. Alway his eye steadfast upon the matted turf he kept, and after him his sacred vestments swept. From his right hand there swung a vase, milk-white, of mingled wine, outsparkling generous light, and in his left he held a basket full of all sweet herbs that searching eye could cull, wild thyme, and valla lilies whiter still than Letta's love, and cresses from the rill. His aged head, crowned with beechen wreath, seemed like a pole of ivy in the teeth of winter haw. Then came another crowd of shepherds, lifting in due time aloud their share of the ditty. After them appeared, up followed by a multitude that reared their voices to the clouds, a fair-wrought car, easily rolling so as scarce to mar the freedom of 3 steeds of dapple brown, who stood therein did seem of great renown among the throng. His youth was fully blown, showing like Ganymede to manhood grown, and for those simple times his garments were a chieftain king's. Beneath his breast, half bare, was hung a silver bugle, and between his nervy knees there lay a bospia keen. A smile was on his countenance. He seemed to common lookers-on, like one who dreamed of idleness in groves Elysian, but there were some who feelingly could scan a lurking trouble in his nether lip, and see that oftentimes the reins would slip through his forgotten hands. Then would they sigh, and think of yellow leaves, of owlet's cry, of logs piled solemnly. Ah, well-a-day, why should our young Endymion pine away? Soon the assembly, in a circle ranged, stood silent round the shrine. Each look was changed to sudden veneration. Women meek beckoned their sons to silence, while each cheek of virgin bloom paled gently for slight fear. Endymion, too, without a forest peer, stood, wan and pale, and with an odd face among his brothers of the mountain chase. In midst of all, the venerable priest eyed them with joy from greatest to the least, and after lifting up his aged hands, thus spake he. Men of Latmos, shepherd bands, whose care it is to guard 1,000 flocks, whether descended from beneath the rocks that overtop your mountains, whether come from valleys where the pipe is never dumb, or from your swelling downs, where sweet air stirs blue harebells lightly, and where prickly firs buds lavish gold, all ye, whose precious charge nibble their fill at ocean's very marge, whose mellow reeds are touched with sounds fall on by the dim echoes of old Triton's horn, mothers and wives, who day by day prepare the scrip, with needments for the mountain air, and all ye gentle girls who foster up udderless lambs, and in a little cup will put choice honey for a favored youth. Yea, every one attend. For in good truth our vows are wanting to our great god Pan. Are not our lowing heifers sleeker than night-swollen mushrooms? Are not our wide plains speckled with countless fleeces? Have not rains greened over April's lap? No howling sad sickens our fearful ewes, and we have had great bounty from Endymion our lord. The earth is glad. The merry lark has pawed his early song against yon breezy sky that spreads so clear o'er our solemnity. Thus ending, on the shrine he heaped a spire of teeming sweets, enkindling sacred fire. Anon he stained the thick and spongy sod with wine, in honor of the shepherd god. Now, while the earth was drinking it, and while bay leaves were crackling in the fragrant pile, and gummy frankincense was sparkling bright neath smothering parsley, and a hazy light spread grayly eastward, thus a chorus sang. O thou, whose mighty palace roof doth hang from jagged trunks, and overshadoweth eternal whispers, glooms, the birth, life, death, of unseen flowers in heavy peacefulness, who loves to see the hamadryads dress their ruffled locks where meeting hazels darken, and through whole solemn hours dost sit, and hearken the dreary melody of bedded reeds, in desolate places, where dank moisture breeds the pipy hemlock to strange overgrowth. Bethinking thee, how melancholy loth thou wast to lose fair Syrinx, do thou now, by thy love's milky brow. By all the trembling mazes that she ran, hear us, great Pan, O thou, for whose soul-soothing quiet, turtles passion their voices cooingly mong myrtles, what time thou wanderest at eventide through sunny meadows, that outskirt the side of thine enmost realms. O thou, to whom broad-leaved fig trees even now faudoom their ripened fruitage, yellow-girted bees their golden honeycombs, our village lees their fairest blossomed beans and popped corn, the chuckling linnet its 5 young unborn, to sing for thee, low-creeping strawberries their summer coolness, pent-up butterflies their freckled wings. Yeah, the fresh budding year all its completions, be quickly near, by every wind that nods the mountain pine, O forester divine! Thou, to whom every fawn and satyr flies for willing service, whether to surprise the squatted hare while in half-sleeping fit, or upward ragged precipices, flit to save poor lambkins from the eagle's maw, or by mysterious enticement draw bewildered shepherds to their path again, or to tread breathless round the frothy main, and gather up all fancifullest shells for thee to tumble into naiad cells, and being hidden, laugh at their out-peeping. Ought to delight thee with fantastic leaping, the while they pelt each other on the crown with silvery oak apples, and fir cones brown. By all the echoes that about thee ring, hear us, O Satyr King! O hearkener to the loud-clapping shears, while ever and anon to his shawn peers a ram goes bleating. Winder of the horn, when snouted wild boars routing tender con anger our huntsmen. Breather round our farms, to keep off mildews, and all weather harms, strange ministrant of undescribed sounds, that come a-swooning over hollow grounds, and wither drearily on barren moors, dread opener of the mysterious doors leading to universal knowledge, see, great son of Dryope, the many that are come to pay their vows with leaves about their brows. Be still the unimaginable lodge for solitary thinkings, such as dodge conception to the very bawn of heaven, then leave the naked brain. Be still the leaven, that spreading in this dull and clotted earth gives it a touch ethereal, a new birth. Be still a symbol of immensity, a firmament reflected in a sea, an element filling the space between, an unknown, but no more. We humbly screen with uplift hands our foreheads, lowly bending, and giving out a shout most heaven-rending, conjure thee to receive our humble paean upon thy Mount Lycian. Even while they brought the burden to a close, a shout from the whole multitude arose, that lingered in the air like dying rolls of abrupt thunder, when Ionian shoals of dolphins bobbed their noses through the brine. Meantime, on shady levels, mossy fine, young companies nimbly began dancing to the swift treble pipe and humming string. Aye, those fair living forms swam heavenly to tunes forgotten, out of memory, fair creatures, whose young children's children bred Thermopylae its heroes, not yet dead, but in old marbles ever beautiful. High genitors, unconscious did they cull time's sweet first fruits. They danced to weariness, and then in quiet circles did they press the hillock turf, and caught the latter end of some strange history, potent to send a young mind from its bodily tenement. Or they might watch the quoit pitches, intent on either side, pitying the sad death of Hyacinthus, when the cruel breath of Zephyr slew him, Zephyr penitent, who now, ere Phoebus mounts the firmament, fondles the flower amid the sobbing rain. The arches, too, upon a wider plain, beside the feathery whizzing of the shaft, and the dull twanging bowstring, and the raft branched down sweeping from a tall ash top, called up 1,000 thoughts to envelop those who would watch. Perhaps the trembling knee and frantic gape of lonely Niobe, poor, lonely Niobe? When her lovely young were dead and gone, and her caressing tongue lay a lost thing upon her pally lip, and very, very deadliness did nip her motherly cheeks, aroused from this sad mood by one, who at a distance loud hallooed, uplifting his strong bow into the air. Many might after bright a vision stare, after the Argonauts, in blind amaze tossing about on Neptune's restless ways, until, from the horizon's vaulted side, there shot a golden splendor far and wide, spangling those million poutings of the brine with quivering awe. 'Twas even an awful shine from the exaltation of Apollo's bow, a heavenly beacon in their dreary woe, who thus were ripe for high contemplating, might turn their steps towards the sober ring where sat Endymion and the aged priest Mong, shepherds gone in eld, whose looks increased the silvery setting of their mottled star. There they discoursed upon the fragile bar that keeps us from our homes ethereal, and what our duties there, to nightly call Vesper, the beauty crest of summer weather, to summon all the downiest clouds together for the sun's purple couch, to emulate in ministering the potent rule of fate with speed of fire-tailed exhalations, to tint her pallid cheek with bloom, who con sweet posy by moonlight. Besides these, a world of other, unguessed offices. Anon they wandered, by divine converse, into Elysium, vying to rehearse each one his own anticipated bliss. One felt hot certain that he could not miss his quick-gun love, among fair blossomed boughs, where every zephyr pouts and endows her lips with music for the welcoming. Another wished, mid that eternal spring, to meet his rosy child with feathery sails, sweeping, earnestly, through almond vales, who, suddenly, should stoop through the smooth wind, and with the balmiest leaves his temples bind, and ever after, through those regions be his messenger, his little Mercury. Some were athirst in soul to see again their fellow huntsmen o'er the wide champaign in times long past, to sit with them, and talk of all the chances in their earthly walk, comparing, joyfully, their plenteous stores of happiness, to when upon the moors, benighted, close they huddled from the cold, and shared their famished scrips. Thus all out told their fond imaginations, saving him whose eyelids curtained up their jewels dim, Endymion. Yet hourly had he striven to hide the cankering venom that had riven his fainting recollections. Now, indeed, his senses had swooned off. He did not heed the sudden silence, or the whispers low, or the old eyes dissolving at his woe, or anxious calls, or close of trembling palms, or maiden's sigh, that grief itself embalms. But in the self-same fixed trance he kept, like one who on the earth had never stepped. Aye, even as dead still as a marble man, frozen in that old tale Arabian. Who whispers him so pantingly and close, Piena, his sweet sister, of all those his friends the dearest. Hushing signs she made, and breathed a sister's sorrow to persuade a yielding up, a cradling on her care. Her eloquence did breathe away the curse, she led him, like some midnight spirit nurse of happy changes in emphatic dreams, along a path between two little streams, guarding his forehead with her round elbow from low-grown branches, and his footsteps slow from stumbling over stumps and hillocks small, until they came to where these streamlets fall, with mingled bubblings and a gentle rush, into a river, clear, brimful, and flush with crystal mocking of the trees and sky. A little shallop, floating there hard by, pointed its beak over the fringed bank, and soon it lightly dipped and rose and sank and dipped again with the young couple's weight. Piena guiding, through the water straight, towards a bowery island opposite, which gaining presently, she steered light into a shady, fresh, and ripply cove, where nested was an arbor, overwove by many a summer's silent fingering, to whose cool bosom she was used to bring her playmates, with their needle broidery and minstrel memories of times gone by. So she was gently glad to see him laid under her favorite bower's quiet shade on her own couch, new made of flower leaves, dried carefully on the cooler side of sheaves when last the sun his autumn tresses shook, and the tanned harvester's rich armfuls took. Soon was he quieted to slumbrous rest, but, ere it crept upon him, he had pressed Piena's busy hand against his lips, and still, sleeping, held her fingertips in tender pressure. And as a willow keeps a patient watch over the stream that creeps windingly by it, so the quiet maid held her in peace, so that a whispering blade of grass, a wailful gnat, a bee bustling down in the bluebells, or a wren light rustling among sere leaves and twigs, might all be heard. O magic sleep! O comfortable bird, that broodest awe the troubled sea of the mind till it is hushed and smooth! O unconfined restraint, imprisoned liberty! Great key to golden palaces, strange minstrelsy, fountains grotesque, new trees, bespangled caves, echoing grottos, full of tumbling waves and moonlight. Aye, to all the mazy world of silvery enchantment, who, upfurled beneath thy drowsy wing a triple hour, but renovates and lives. Thus, in the bower, Endymion was calm to life again. Opening his eyelids with a healthier brain, he said, I feel this thine endearing love all through my bosom. Thou art as a dove trembling its closed eyes and sleeked wings about me, and the pearliest dew not bring such morning incense from the fields of May, as do those brighter drops that twinkling stray from those kind eyes, the very home and haunt of sisterly affection. Can I want aught else, aught nearer heaven, than such tears? Yet dry them up, in bidding hence all fears that, any longer, I will pass my days alone and sad. No, I will once more raise my voice upon the mountain heights, once more make my hawn Polly from their foreheads haw. Again my trooping hounds their tongues shall loll around the breathed bough. Again I'll pull the fair-grown yew tree for a chosen bow. And when the pleasant sun is getting low, again I'll linger in a sloping mead to hear the speckled thrushes, and see feed our idle sheep. So be thou cheered, sweet, and if thy lute is here, softly entreat my soul to keep in its resolved course. Here at Piena, in their silver sauce, shut her pure sorrow drops with glad exclaim, and took a lute, from which their pulsing came a lively prelude, fashioning the way in which her voice should wander. 'Twas a lay more subtle cadenced, more forest wild than Dryope's lone lulling of her child, and nothing since has floated in the air so mournful strange. Surely some influence rare went, spiritual, through the damsel's hand, for still, with Delphic emphasis, she spanned the quick invisible strings, even though she saw Endymion's spirit melt away and thaw before the deep intoxication. But soon she came, with sudden burst, upon her self-possession, swung the lute aside, and earnestly said, "Brother, 'tis vain to hide that thou dost know of things mysterious, immortal, starry. Such alone could thus weigh down thy nature. Haste thou sinned in aught offensive to the heavenly powers? Caught a Paphian dove upon a message sent, thy deathful bow against some dear herd bent, sacred to Dian? Haply, thou hast seen her naked limbs among the alders green, and that, alas, is death? No, I can trace something more high perplexing in thy face." Endymion looked at her and pressed her hand and said, "Art thou so pale, who wast so bland and merry in our meadows? How is this? Tell me thine ailment, tell me all amiss. Ah, thou hast been unhappy at the change wrought suddenly in me. What indeed more strange, or more complete to overwhelm surmise? Ambition is no sluggard. 'Tis no prize that toiling years would put within my grasp, that I have sighed for. With so deadly gasp no man e'er panted for immortal love. So all have set my heavier grief above these things which happen. Rightly have they done. I, who still saw the horizontal sun heave his broad shoulder o'er the edge of the world, outfacing Lucifer, and then had hurled my spear aloft, as signal for the chase, I, who, for very spot of hot, would race with my own steed from Araby, pluck down a vulture from his towery perching, frown a lion into growling, loth retire, to lose at once all my toil-breeding fire, and sink thus low? But I will ease my breast of secret grief, here in this bowery nest. This river does not see the naked sky, till it begins to progress silverly around the western border of the wood, whence, from a certain spot, its winding flood seems at the distance like a crescent moon, and in that nook, the very pride of June, had I been used to pass my weary eves. The rather for the sun, unwilling leaves so dear a picture of his sovereign power, and I could witness his most kingly hour, when he doth tighten up the golden reins, and paces leisurely down amber plains his snotting faw. Now, when his chariot lost its beams against the zodiac lion cast, there blossomed suddenly a magic bed of sacred dittamy and poppies red, at which I wondered greatly, knowing well that but one night had wrought this flowery spell, and sitting down close by, began to muse what it might mean. Perhaps, thought I, Morpheus, in passing here, his owlet pinions shook. Or it may be, ere matron night uptook her ebon urn, young Mercury, by stealth, had dipped his rod in it. Such garland wealth came not by common growth. Thus on I thought, until my head was dizzy and distraught. Moreover, through the dancing poppies stole a breeze, most softly lulling to my soul, and shaping visions all about my sight of colors, wings, and bursts of spangly light, the which became more strange and dim, and then were gulfed in a tumultuous swim. And then I fell asleep. Ah, can I tell the enchantment that afterwards befell? Yet it was but a dream, yet such a dream that never tongue, although it overteem with mellow utterance, like a cavern spring, could figure out and to conception bring all I beheld and felt. Methought I lay watching the zenith, where the Milky Way among the stars in virgin splendor pause, and traveling my eye, until the doors of heaven appeared to open for my flight, I became loth and fearful to alight from such high soaring by a downward glance. So kept me steadfast in that airy trance, spreading imaginary pinions wide. When presently the stars began to glide, and faint away, before my eager view, at which I sighed that I could not pursue, and dropped my vision to the horizon's verge. And lo, from opening clouds I saw emerge the loveliest moon that ever silvered o'er a shell for Neptune's goblet. She did saw so passionately bright, my dazzled soul commingling with her argent spheres did roll through clear and cloudy, even when she went at last into a dark and vapory tent, whereat, methought, the lidless-eyed train of planets all were in the blue again. To commune with those orbs, once more I raised my sight right upward. But it was quite dazed by a bright something, sailing down apace, making me quickly veil my eyes and face. Again I looked, and, O ye deities, who from Olympus watch our destinies, whence that completed form of all completeness? Whence came that high perfection of all sweetness? Speak, stubborn earth, and tell me where, O where hast thou a symbol of her golden hair? Not Ochiev's drooping in the western sun, not thy soft hand, fair sister. Let me shun such follying before thee. Yet she had, indeed, locks bright enough to make me mad, and they were simply gauded up and braided, leaving, in naked comeliness, unshaded, her pearl-round ears, white neck, and orbed brow. the which were blended in, I know not how, with such a paradise of lips and eyes, blush-tinted cheeks, half-smiles, and faintest sighs, that when I think thereon, my spirit clings and plays about its fancy, till the stings of human neighborhood envenom all. Unto what awful power shall I call? To what high fane? Ah, see her hovering feet, more bluely veined, more soft, more whitely sweet than those of sea-born Venus when she rose from out her cradle's shell. The wind outblows her scarf into a fluttering pavilion. 'Tis blue, and overspangled with a million of little eyes, as though thou wert to shed over the darkest, lushest bluebell bed, handfuls of daisies. Endymion, how strange, dream within dream. She took an airy range, and then, towards me, like a very maid, came blushing, waning, willing, and afraid, and pressed me by the hand. Ah, 'twas too much. Methought I fainted at the charmed touch, yet held my recollection, even as one who dives 3 fathoms where the waters run gurgling in beds of coral. For anon, I felt upmounted in that region where falling stars dot their artillery forth, and eagles struggle with the buffeting knot that balances the heavy meteor stone. Felt, too, I was not fearful, nor alone, but lapped and lulled along the dangerous sky. Soon, as it seemed, we left our journeying high, and straightway into frightful eddies swooped, such as I muster where grey time has scooped huge dens and caverns in a mountain's side. Their hollow sounds aroused me, and I sighed to faint once more by looking on my bliss. I was distracted. Madly did I kiss the wooing arms which held me, and did give my eyes at once to death. But 'twas to live, to take in draughts of life from the gold fount of kind and passionate looks, to count and count the moments by some greedy help that seemed a second self, that each might be redeemed and plundered of its load of blessedness. Ah, desperate mortal! I haven't dared to press her very cheek against my crowned lip, and at that moment felt my body dip into a warmer air. A moment more, our feet were soft in flowers. There was store of newest joys upon that alp. Sometimes a scent of violets and blossoming limes loitered around us, then of honey cells, made delicate from all white flower bells, and once above the edges of our nest an arch face peeped and oried as I guessed. Why did I dream that sleep o'erpowered me in midst of all this heaven? Why not see, far off, the shadows of his pinions dark, and stare them from me? But no, like a spark that needs must die, although its little beam reflects upon a diamond, my sweet dream fell into nothing, into stupid sleep. And so it was, until a gentle creep, a careful moving caught my waking ears, and up I started. Ah, my sighs, my tears, my clenched hands. For lo, the poppies hung dew-dabbled on their stalks, the ouzel sung a heavy ditty, and the sullen day had chidden Harold Hesperus away. With leaden looks, the solitary breeze blusted and slept, and its wild self did tease with wayward melancholy. And I thought, mock me piana? That sometimes it brought faint fare-thee-wells and sigh-shrilked adieus. Away I wandered, all the pleasant hues of heaven and earth had faded. Deepest shades were deepest dungeons. Heaths and sunny glades were full of pestilent light. Our taintless rills seemed sooty, and offspread with upturned gills of dying fish. The vermeil rose had blown in frightful scarlet, and its thorns outgrown like spiked aloe. If an innocent bird before my heedless footsteps stirred, and stirred in little journeys, I beheld in it a disguised demon, missioned to knit my soul with unto darkness, to entice my stumblings down some monstrous precipice. Therefore I eager followed, and did curse the disappointment. Time, that aged nurse, rocked me to patience. Now, thank gentle heaven, these things, with all their comfortings, are given to my down-sunken hours, and with thee, sweet sister, help to stem the ebbing sea of weary life. Thus ended he, and both sat silent, for the maid was very loth to answer, feeling well that breathed words would all be lost, unheard, and vain as sods against the enchased crocodile, all leaps of grasshoppers against the sun. She weeps and wonders, struggles to devise some blame, to put on such a look as would say, shame on this poor weakness. But for all her strife, she could as soon have crushed away the life from a sick dove. At length, to break the pause, she said with trembling chance, "Is this the cause? This all? Yet it is strange and sad, alas, that one who through this middle earth should pass most like a sojourning demigod, and leave his name upon the hop string, should achieve no higher bod than simple maidenhood, singing alone, and fearfully, how the blood left his young cheek, and how he used to stray he knew not where, and how he would say, nay, if any said 'twas love, and yet 'twas love, what could it be but love? How a ringdove let fall a sprig of yew tree in his path, and how he died. And then that love doth scathe the gentle heart as northern blasts do roses, and then the ballad of his sad life closes with sighs and an alas, Endymion, be rather in the trumpet's mouth, a nun among the winds at lodge, that all may hearken. although, before the crystal heavens darken, I watch and dote upon the silver lakes pictured in western cloudiness, that takes the semblance of gold rocks and bright gold sands, islands, and creeks, and amber-fretted strands, with hosses prancing o'er them, palaces and towers of amethyst. Would I so tease my pleasant days, because I could not mount into those regions? The Mophian fount of that fine element that visions, dreams, and fitful whims of sleep are made of, streams into its airy channels with so subtle, so thin a breathing, not the spider's shuttle, circled 1,000,000 times within the space of a swallow's nest daw, could delay a trace, a tinting of its quality. How light must dreams themselves be, seeing their more slight than the mere nothing that engenders them. Then wherefore sully the entrusted gem of high and noble life with thoughts so sick? Why pierce high-fronted honor to the quick for nothing but a dream? Hereat the youth looked up. A conflicting of shame and ruth was in his plated brow. Yet his eyelids widened a little, as when Zephyr bids a little breeze to creep between the fans of careless butterflies. Amid his pains he seemed to taste a drop of manna dew, full palatable, and a colour grew upon his cheek, while thus he lifeful spake. Piana, ever have I longed to slake my thirst for the world's praises. Nothing base, no merely slumberous phantasm, could unlace the stubborn canvas for my voyage prepared, though now 'tis tattered, leaving my bark bared and sullenly drifting. Yet my higher hope is of too wide, too rainbow-large a scope to fret at myriads of earthly wrecks. Wherein lies happiness? In that which becks our ready minds to fellowship divine, a fellowship with essence, till we shine, full alchemized and free of space. Behold the clear religion of heaven. Fold a rose-leaf round thy fingers' tapiness, and soothe thy lips. Hissed, when the airy stress of music's kiss impregnates the free winds, and with a sympathetic touch unbinds Aeolian magic from their lucid wombs. Then old songs waken from enclouded tombs. Old ditties sigh above their father's grave. Ghosts of melodious prophesyings rave round every spot where trod Apollo's foot. Bronze clarions awake, and faintly bruit, where long ago a giant battle was. And from the turf, a lullaby doth pass in every place where infant Orpheus slept. Feel we these things? That moment have we stepped into a sort of oneness, and our state is like a floating spirit's. But there are richer entanglements, enthrallments far more self-destroying, leading, by degrees, to the chief intensity. The crown of these is made of love and friendship, and sits high upon the forehead of humanity. All its more ponderous and bulky worth is friendship, whence there ever issues forth a steady splendor. But at the tip-top there hangs by unseen film an orbed drop of light, and that is love. Its influence thrown in our eyes genders a novel sense, at which we start and fret, till in the end, melting into its radiance, we blend, mingle, and so become a part of it, nor with aught else can our souls interknit so wingly. When we combine therewith, life's self is nourished by its proper pith, and we are nurtured like a pelican brood. Aye, so delicious is the unsating food, that men, who might have towered in the van of all the congregated world, to fan and winnow from the coming step of time all chaff of custom, wipe away all slime left by men-slugs and human serpentry, have been content to let occasion die, whilst they did sleep in love's Elysium. And truly, I would rather be struck dumb than speak against this ardent listlessness, for I have ever thought that it might bless the world with benefits unknowingly, as does the nightingale, up-perched high, and cloistered among cool and bunched leaves. She sings but to her love, nor e'er conceives how tiptoe night holds back her dark grey hood. Just so may love, although 'tis understood the mere commingling of passionate breath, produce more than our searching witnesseth, what I know not. But who of men can tell that flowers would bloom, or that green fruit would swell to melting pulp, that fish would have bright mail, the earth its dower of river, wood, and vale, the meadows runnels, pebble stones the seed its harvest, or the lute its tones, ravishment, or ravishment its sweet, if human souls did never kiss and greet. Now, if this earthly love has power to make men's being mortal, immortal, to shake ambition from their memories and brim their measure of content, what merest whim seems all this poor endeavor after fame, to one who keeps within his steadfast aim a love immortal, and immortal too? Look not so wilded, for these things are true, and never can be born of atomies that buzz about our slumbers, like brain flies, leaving us fancy sick. No, no, I'm sure, my restless spirit never could endure to brood so long upon one luxury, unless it did, though fearfully, espy a hope beyond the shadow of a dream. My sayings will the less obscured seem when I have told thee how my waking sight has made me scruple whether that same night was passed in dreaming. Hearken, sweet Piana, beyond the matron temple of Latona, which we should see but for these darkening boughs, lies a deep hollow, from whose ragged brows bushes and trees do lean all round athwart, and meet so nearly, that with wings outwrought and spreaded tail, a vulture could not glide past them, but he must brush on every side. Some moulded steps lead into this cool cell, far as the slabbed margin of a well, whose patient level peeps its crystal eye right upward, through the bushes, to the sky. Oft have I brought thee flowers on their stalks set like vestal primroses, but dark velvet edges them round, and they have golden pits. 'Twas there I got them, from the gaps and slits in a mossy stone, that sometimes was my seat, when all above was faint with midday heat. And there in strife no burning thoughts to heed, I'd bubble up the water through a reed, so reaching back to boyhood. Make me ships of molted feathers, touchwood, alder chips, with leaves stuck in them, and the Neptune be of their petty ocean. Oftener, heavily, when lovelorn hours had left me less a child, I sat contemplating the figures wild of awe-head clouds melting the mirror through. Upon a day, while thus I watched, by flew a cloudy Cupid, with his bow and quiver. So plainly charactered, no breeze would shiver the happy chance. So happy, I was fain to follow it upon the open plain, and therefore was just going, when, behold, a wonder, fair as any I have told, the same bright face I tasted in my sleep, smiling in the clear well. My heart did leap through the cool depth. It moved as if to flee. I started up, when lo, refreshfully there came upon my face, in plenteous showers, dewdrops and dewy buds and leaves and flowers, wrapping all objects from my smothered sight, bathing my spirit in a new delight. Such a breathless honey feel of bliss alone preserved me from the drear abyss of death, for the fair form had gone again. Pleasure is oft a visitant, but pain clings cruelly to us, like the gnawing sloth on the deer's tender haunches. Late and loth, 'tis scared away by slow returning pleasure. How sickening, how dark the dreadful leisure of weary days, made deeper exquisite by a foreknowledge of unslumbrous night. Like sorrow came upon me, heavier still than when I wandered from the poppy hill, and a whole age of lingering moments crept sluggishly by, ere more contentment swept away at once the deadly yellow spleen. Yes, thrice have I this fair enchantment seen, once more been tortured with renewed life. When lost, the wintry gusts gave over strife with the conquering sun of spring, and left the skies warm and serene, but yet with moistened eyes in pity of the shattered infant buds. That time thou didst adorn, with amber studs, my hunting cap, because I laughed and smiled, chatted with thee, and many days exiled all torment from my breast. 'Twas even then, straying about, yet cooped up in the den of helpless discontent, hurling my lance from place to place, and following it chance at last, by hap, through some young trees it struck, and, plashing among bedded pebbles, stuck in the middle of a brook, whose silver ramble down 20 little falls through reeds and bramble. Tracing along, it brought me to a cave, whence it ran brightly forth, and white did lave the nether sides of mossy stones and rock, mong which it gurgled blithe adieus, to mock its own sweet grief at parting. Overhead hung a lush screen of drooping weeds, and spread thick, as to curtain up some wood nymph's home. Ah, impious mortal, whither do I roam? Said I, low-voiced. Ah, whither? 'Tis the grot of Proserpine, when hell, obscure and hot, doth her resign, and where her tender hands she dabbles on the cool and sluicy sands. Ah, 'tis the cell of Echo, where she sits and babbles thorough silence, till her wits are gone in tender madness, and anon faints into sleep with many a dying tone of sadness. Oh, that she would take my vows, and breathe them sighingly among the boughs, to sue her gentle ears, for whose fair head daily I pluck sweet flowerets from the bed, and weave them dyingly, send honey whispers round every leaf, that all those gentle lispers may sigh my love unto her pitying. O charitable Echo, hear, and sing this ditty to her. Tell her. So I stayed my foolish tongue, and listening, half afraid, stood stupefied with my own empty folly, and blushing for the freaks of melancholy. Salt tears were coming, when I heard my name most fondly lipped, and then these accents came. Endymion, the cave is secreter than the Isle of Delos. Echo hence shall stir no sighs, but sigh-warm kisses, all light noise of thy combing hand, the while it travelling cloys and trembles through my labyrinthine hair. At that oppressed I hurried in. Ah, where are those swift moments, whither are they fled? I'll smile no more, Piana, nor will wed sorrow the way to death, but patiently bear up against it. So farewell, sad sigh, and come instead demurest meditation, to occupy me wholly, and to fashion my pilgrimage for the world's dusky brink. No more will I count over, link by link, my chain of grief, no longer strive to find a half-forgetfulness in mountain wind blustering about my ears. Thou shalt see, dearest of sisters, what my life shall be. What a calm round of hours shall make my days. There is a poly flame of hope that plays where I look, but yet I'll say 'tis not, and here I bid it die. Have not I caught already a more healthy countenance? By this the sun is setting, we may chance meet some of our near-dwellers with my car. This said, he rose, faint smiling like a star through autumn mists, and took Piana's hand. They stepped into the boat and launched from land. Roman 2 O sovereign power of love. O grief? O balm? All records saving thine come cool and calm and shadowy, through the mist of past years. For others, good or bad, hatred and tears have become indolent. But touching thine, one sigh doth echo, one poor sob doth pine, one kiss brings honeydew from buried days. The woes of Troy, towers smothering are their blaze, stiff-holden shields, far-piercing spears, keen blades, struggling and blood, and shrieks. All dimly fades into some backward corner of the brain. Yet in our very souls, we feel amain the close of Troilus and Cressid sweet. Hence pageant history? Hence gilded cheat, swat planet in the universe of deeds. Wide sea that one continuous murmur breeds along the pebbled shore of memory. Many old rotten-timbered boats there be upon thy vaporous bosom, magnified to goodly vessels. Many a sail of pride and golden-keeled is left unlaunched and dry. But wherefore this? What care, though owl did fly about the great Athenian admiral's mast? What care, though striding Alexander passed the Indus with his Macedonian numbers? Though old Ulysses tortured from his slumbers the glutted Cyclops, what care? Juliet leaning amid her window flowers, sighing, weaning tenderly her fancy from its maiden snow, doth more avail than these. The silver flow of heroes' tears, the swoon of Imogen, fair pastoreller in the bandit's den, are things to brood on with more ardency than the death day of empires. Fearfully must such conviction come upon his head, who thus far, discontent, has dared to tread, without one muse's smile or kind behest, the path of love and poesy. But rest, in chafing restlessness, is yet more drear than to be crushed, in striving to uprear love's standard on the battlements of song. So once more days and nights aid me along, like legioned soldiers. Brain-sick shepherd prince, what promise hast thou faithful guarded since the day of sacrifice? Ah, have new sorrows come with the constant dawn upon thy morrows? Alas, 'tis his old grief. For many days has he been wandering in uncertain ways, through wilderness and woods of mossed oaks, counting his woe-wan minutes by the strokes of the lone woodcutter, and listening still, hour after hour, to each lush-leaved rill. Now he is sitting by a shady spring, and elbow-deep with feverous fingering stems the upbursting cold. A wild rose tree pavilions him in bloom, and he doth see a bud which snares his fancy. Lo, but now he plucks it, dips its stalk in the water. How it swells, it buds, it flowers beneath his sight, and in the middle there is softly pight a golden butterfly, upon whose wings there must be surely charactered strange things, for with wide eye he wonders, and smiles oft. Lightly this little herald flew aloft, followed by glad Endymion's clasped hands, onward it flies. From languor's sullen bands his limbs are loosed, and eager, on he hies dazzled to trace it in the sunny skies. It seemed lie flew, the way so easy was, and like a new-born spirit did he pass through the green evening quiet in the sun, many a heath, through many a woodland dun, through buried paths where sleepy twilight dreams the summer-time away. One track unseams a wooded cleft, and far away, the blue of ocean fades upon him. Then, anew, he sinks adown a solitary glen, where there was never sound of mortal men, saving, perhaps, some snow-light cadences melting to silence, when upon the breeze some holy bark let forth an anthem sweet, to cheer itself to Delphi. Still his feet went swift beneath the merry-winged guide, until it reached a splashing fountain's side that, near a cavern's mouth, forever pawed unto the temperate air. Then high it soared, and downward, suddenly began to dip, as if, athirst with so much toil, 'twould sip the crystal spout head. So it did, with touch most delicate as though afraid to smutch, even with mealy gold, the waters clear. But at that very touch, to disappear so fairy quick, was strange. Bewildered, Endymion sought around, and shook each bed of covert flowers in vain, and then he flung himself along the grass. What gentle tongue, what whisperer, disturbed his gloomy rest? It was a nymph uprisen to the breast in the fountain's pebbly margin, and she stood 'mong lilies, like the youngest of the brood. To him her dripping hand she softly kissed, and anxiously began to plait and twist her ringlets round her fingers, saying, "Youth, too long, alas, hast thou starved on the ruth, the bitterness of love. Too long indeed, seeing thou art so gentle. Could I weed the soul of care, by heavens, I would offer all the bright riches of my crystal coffer to Amphitrite. All my clear-eyed fish, golden, or rainbow-sided, or purplish, vermilion-tailed, or finned with silvery gauze. Yeah, or my veined pebble-flaw, that draws a virgin light to the deep. My grotto sands, tawny and gold, oozed slowly from far lands by my diligent springs. My level lilies, shells, my charming rod, my potent river spells. Yes, everything, even to the pearly cup Meander gave me, for I bubbled up to fainting creatures in a desert wild. But woe is me, I am but as a child to gladden thee, and all I dare to say is that I pity thee, that on this day I've been thy guide, that thou must wander far in other regions, past the scanty bar to mortal steps, before thou canst be turned from every wasting sigh, from every pain, into the gentle bosom of thy love. Why it is thus, one knows in heaven above, but a poor naiad I guess not. Farewell, I have a ditty for my hollow cell. Hereat she vanished from Endymion's gaze, who brooded o'er the water in amaze, the dashing fount pawed on, and where its pool lay, half asleep in grass and rushes cool, quick waterflies and gnats were spotting still, and fish were dimpling, as if good nor ill had fallen out that hour. The wanderer, holding his forehead to keep off the burr of smothering fancies, patiently sat down. And while beneath the evening's sleepy frown glowworms began to trim their starry lamps, thus breathed he to himself. Whoso encamps to take a fancied city of delight, oh, what a wretch is he! And when 'tis his, after long toil and travelling, to miss the kernel of his hopes, how more than vile. Yet, for him, there's refreshment even in toil. Another city doth he set about, free from the smallest pebble bead of doubt that he will seize on trickling honeycombs. Alas, he finds them dry, and then he foams, and onward to another city speeds. But this is human life. The woe, the deeds, the disappointment, the anxiety, imagination struggles, far and nigh, all human, bearing in themselves this good, that they are still the air, the subtle food, to make us feel existence and to show how quiet death is. Where soil is, men grow, whether to weeds or flowers, but for me, there is no depth to strike in. I can see not earthly worth my compassing, so stand upon a misty, jutting head of land. Alone? No, no, and by the Orphean lute when mad Eurydice is listening to tea, I'd rather stand upon this misty peak with not a thing to sigh for, or to seek, but the soft shadow of my thrice-seen love than be, I care not what. O meekest dove of heaven? O Cynthia, 10 times bright and fair, from thy blue throne, now filling all the air, glance but one little beam of tempered light into my bosom, that the dreadful night and tyranny of love be somewhat scared. Yet do not so, sweet queen, one torment spared, would give a pang to jealous misery, worse than the torment's self. But rather tie large wings upon my shoulders, and point out my love's far dwelling. Though the playful rout of Cupids shun thee, too divine art thou, too keen in beauty, for thy silver prow not to have dipped in love's most gentle stream. O be propitious, nor severely deem my madness impious, for by all the stars that tend thy bidding, I do think the bars that kept my spirit in a burst, that I am sailing with thee through the dizzy sky. How beautiful thou art, the world how deep, how tremulous dazzlingly the wheels sweep around their axle. Then these gleaming reins, how lithe, when this thy chariot attains its airy goal, haply some bower veils those twilight eyes. Those eyes? My spirit fails, dear goddess, help, or the wide gaping air will gulf me, help? At this, with maddened stare, and lifted hands and trembling lips he stood, like old Deucalion mountained o'er the flood, or blind Orion hungry for the morn. And but from the deep cavern there was born a voice, he had been froze to senseless stone, nor sigh of his, nor plaint, nor passioned moan had more been heard. Thus swelled it forth. Descend, young mountaineer, descend where alleys bend into the sparry hollows of the world. Oft hast thou seen bolts of the thunder hurled as from thy threshold. Day by day hast been a little lower than the chilly sheen of icy pinnacles, and dippedst thine arms into the deadening ether that still charms their marble being. Now, as deep profound as those are high, descend. He ne'er is crowned with immortality, who fears to follow where airy voices lead. So through the hollow, the silent mysteries of earth, descend. He heard but the lost words, nor could contend one moment in reflection, for he fled into the fearful deep, to hide his head from the clear moon, the trees, and coming madness. 'Twas far too strange and wonderful for sadness, sharpening, by degrees, his appetite to dive into the deepest. Dark, nor light the region, nor bright, nor sombre wholly, but mingled up, a gleaming melancholy, a dusky empire and its diadems, one faint eternal eventide of gems. Aye, millions sparkled on a vein of gold, along whose track the prince quick footsteps told, with all its lines abrupt and angular, outshooting sometimes, like a meteor star, through a vast anta. Then the metal woof, like Vulcan's rainbow, with some monstrous roof curves hugely. Now, far in the deep abyss, it seems an angry lightning, and doth hiss fancy into belief. Anon it leads through winding passages, where sameness breeds vexing conceptions of some sudden change, whether to silver grots, awe giant range of sapphire columns, awe fantastic bridge athwart a flood of crystal. On a ridge now fareth he, that awe the vast beneath towers like an ocean cliff, and whence he seeth 100 waterfalls, whose voices come but as the murmuring surge. Chilly and numb his bosom grew, when first he far away descried an orbed diamond, set to fray old darkness from his throne. 'Twas like the sun uprisen awe chaos. And with such a stun came the amazement that, absorbed in it, he saw not fiercer wonders, past the wit of any spirit to tell, but one of those who, when this planet's spurring time doth close, will be its high remembrances. Who they? The mighty ones who have made eternal day for Greece and England. While astonishment with deep-drawn sighs was quieting, he went into a marble gallery, passing through a mimic temple, so complete and true in sacred custom, that he well nigh feared to search it inwards. Whence far off appeared, through a long pillared vista, a fair shrine, and just beyond, on light tiptoe divine, a quivered Dian. Stepping awfully, the youth approached, oft turning his veiled eye down sidelong aisles and into niches old. And when, more near against the marble cold he had touched his forehead, he began to thread all cots and passages, where silence dead, roused by his whispering footsteps, murmured faint, and long he traversed to and fro, to acquaint himself with every mystery and awe, till, weary, he sat down before the maw of a wide outlet, fathomless and dim, to wild uncertainty and shadows grim. There, when new wonders ceased to float before, and thoughts of self came on, how crude and saw the journey homeward to habitual self. A mad pursuing of the fog-born elf, whose flitting lantern, through rude nettle briar, cheats us into a swamp, into a fire, into the bosom of a hated thing. What misery most drowningly doth sing in lone Endymion's ear? Now he has wrought the goal of consciousness? Ah, 'tis the thought, the deadly feel of solitude. For lo, he cannot see the heavens, nor the flow of rivers, nor hill-flowers running wild in pink and purple chequer, nor, up-piled, the cloudy wracks slow journeying in the west like herded elephants, nor felt, nor pressed cool grass, nor tasted the fresh slumberous air, but far from such companionship to where an unknown time, surcharged with grief, away, was now his lot, and must he patient stay, tracing fantastic figures with his spear. No, exclaimed he, why should I tarry here? No, loudly echoed times innumerable. At which he straightway started, and gan tell his paces back into the temple's chief, warming and glowing strong in the belief of help from Dian, so that when again he caught her airy form, thus did he plain, moving more near the while. O haunted chaste of river sides and woods and heathy waste, where with thy silver bow and arrows keen art thou now forested? O woodland queen, what smoothest ere thy smoother forehead woos? Where dost thou listen to the wide halloos of thy despotted nymphs? Through what dark tree glimmers thy crescent? Wheresoe'er it be, 'tis in the breath of heaven. Thou dost taste freedom as none can taste it, nor dost waste thy loveliness in dismal elements, but finding in our green earth sweet contents, thou livest blissfully. Ah, if to thee it feels Elysian, how rich to me, an exiled mortal, sounds its pleasant name. Within my breast there lives a choking flame, oh let me cool tea the zephyr boughs among. A homeward fever parches up my tongue, oh let me slake it at the running springs. Upon my ear a noisy nothing rings, oh let me once more hear the linnet's note. Before mine eyes thick films and shadows float, oh let me anoint them with the heaven's light. Dost thou now lave thy feet and ankles white? Oh think how sweet to me the freshening sluice. Dost thou now please thy thirst with berry juice? Oh think how this dry palate would rejoice. If in soft slumber thou dost hear my voice, oh think how I should love a bed of flowers. Young goddess, let me see my native bowers, deliver me from this rapacious deep. Thus ending loudly, as he would all leap his destiny, alert he stood, but when obstinate silence came heavily again, feeling about for its old couch of space and airy cradle, lowly bowed his face, desponding, ah the marble flaw's cold thrill. But 'twas not long, for sweeter than the rill to its old channel, or a swollen tide to margin sallows, were the leaves he spied, and flowers, and wreaths, and ready myrtle crowns upheaping through the slab. Refreshment drowns itself, and strives its own delights to hide, nor in one spot alone. The floral pride in a long whispering birth enchanted grew before his footsteps, as when heaved a new old ocean rolls a lengthened wave to the shaw, down whose green back the short-lived foam, all haw, bursts gradual, with a wayward indolence, increasing still in hot and pleasant sense upon his fairy journey on he hastes. So anxious for the end, he scarcely wastes one moment with his hand among the sweets. Onward he goes, he stops, his bosom beats as plainly in his ear as the faint charm of which the throbs were born. This still alarm, this sleepy music, fast him walk tiptoe, for it came more softly than the east could blow Arian's magic to the Atlantic isles, or than the west, made jealous by the smiles of throned Apollo, could breathe back the lyre to seize Ionian and Tyrian. Oh, did he ever live, that lonely man, who loved, and music slew not? 'Tis the pest of love that fairest joys give most unrest, that things of delicate and tenderest worth are swallowed all, and made a seared dearth, by one consuming flame. It doth immerse and suffocate true blessings in a curse. Half happy, by comparison of bliss, is miserable. 'Twas even so with this dew-dropping melody in the Carian's ear, first heaven, then hell, and then forgotten clear, vanished in elemental passion. And down some swat abysm he had gone, had not a heavenly guide benignant led to where thick myrtle branches, gainst his head brushing, awakened. Then the sounds again went noiseless as a passing noontide rain over a bower, where little space he stood, for as the sunset peeps into a wood, so saw he panting light, and towards it went through winding alleys, and lo, wonderment! Upon soft verdure saw, one here, one there, Cupids a-slumbering on their pinions fair. After 1,000 mazes overgone, at last, with sudden step, he came upon a chamber, myrtle-walled, embowered high, full of light, incense, tender minstrelsy, and more of beautiful and strange beside. For on a silken couch of rosy pride, in midst of all, there lay a sleeping youth of fondest beauty, fonder, in fair sooth, than sighs could fathom, or contentment reach. And coverlids gold-tinted like the peach, or ripe October's faded marigolds, fell sleek about him in 1,000 folds, not hiding up an Apollonian curve of neck and shoulder, nor the tenting swerve of knee from knee, nor ankles pointing light, but rather, giving them to the filled sight officiously. Sideway his face reposed on one white arm, and tenderly unclosed, by tenderest pressure, a faint damask mouth to slumbery pout, just as the morning south despots a dew-lipped rose. Above his head, fall lily stalks did their white honours wed to make a coronal, and round him grew all tendrils green, of every bloom and hue, together intit wind and trammelled fresh, the vine of glossy sprout, the ivy mesh shading its Ethiop berries, and woodbine of velvet leaves and bugle blooms divine, convolvulus in streaked vases flush, the creeper, mellowing for an autumn blush, and virgin's bower trailing airily with others of the sisterhood. Hard by stood serene Cupids watching silently. One, kneeling to a lyre, touched the strings, muffling to death the pathos with his wings, and ever and anon uprose to look at the youth's slumber, while another took a willow bough, distilling odorous dew, and shook it on his hair. Another flew in through the woven roof, and fluttering wise rained violets upon his sleeping eyes. At these enchantments, and yet many more, the breathless Latmian wondered awe and awe, until impatient in embarrassment, he forthright passed, and lightly treading went to that same feathered lyrist, who straightway, smiling, thus whispered, "Though from up a day thou art a wanderer, and thy presence here might seem unholy, be of happy cheer, for 'tis the nicest touch of human honor, when some ethereal and high-favoring donor presents immortal bowers to mortal sense, as now 'tis done to thee, Endymion. Hence was I in no wise startled, so recline upon these living flowers. Here is wine, alive with sparkles, never, I aver, since Ariadne was a vintager, so cool a purple. Taste these juicy pears, sent me by sad Vertumnus, when his fears were high about Pomona. Here is cream, deepening to richness from a snowy gleam, sweeter than that nurse Amalthea skimmed for the boy Jupiter. And here, undimmed by any touch, a bunch of blooming plums ready to melt between an infant's gums, and here is manna picked from Syrian trees, in starlight by the 3 Hesperides. Feast on, and meanwhile I will let thee know of all these things around us." He did so, still brooding o'er the cadence of his lyre, and thus, I need not any hearing tire by telling how the sea-born goddess pined for a mortal youth, and how she strove to bind him all in all unto her doting self. Who would not be so prisoned? But, fond elf, he was content to let her amorous plea faint through his careless arms, content to see an unseized heaven dying at his feet, content, O fool, to make a cold retreat when on the pleasant grass such love, love-lorn, lay sorrowing, when every tear was born of diverse passion, when her lips and eyes were closed in sullen moisture, and quick sighs came vexed and pettish through her nostrils small. Hush, no exclaim, yet justly mightst thou call curses upon his head. I was half glad, but my poor mistress went distract and mad when the bar tusked him. So away she flew to Jove's high throne, and by her plainings drew immortal teardrops down the thunderer's beard. Whereon it was decreed he should be reared each summer-time to life. Lo, this is he, that same Adonis, safe in the privacy of this still region all his winter sleep. Ay, sleep, for when our lovesick queen did weep over his waned coss, the tremulous shower healed up the wound, and with a balmy power medicined death to a lengthened drowsiness, the which she fills with visions, and doth dress in all this quiet luxury, and hath set us young immortals, without any let, to watch his slumber through. 'Tis well nigh past, even to a moment's filling up, and fast she scuds with summer breezes, to pant through the first long kiss, warm firstling, to renew embowered spots in Cytherea's isle. Look, how those winged listeners all this while stand anxious, see, behold. This clamant word broke through the careful silence, for they heard a rustling noise of leaves, and out there fluttered pigeons and doves. Adonis something muttered, the while one hand, that erst upon his thigh lay dormant, moved convulsed and gradually up to his forehead. Then there was a hum of sudden voices, echoing, "Come, come, arise, awake, clear summer has forth walked unto the clover sward, and she has talked full soothingly to every nested finch, rise, cupids, or will give the bluebell pinch to your dimpled arms. Once more sweet life begin." At this, from every side they hurried in, rubbing their sleepy eyes with lazy wrists and doubling overhead their little fists in backward yawns. But all were soon alive, for, as delicious wine doth, sparkling, dive in nectared clouds and curls through water fair, so from the arbor roof down swelled an air odorous and enlivening, making all to laugh and play and sing and loudly call for their sweet queen. When lo, the wreathed green dispotted, and far upward could be seen blue heaven, and a silver car, airborne, whose silent wheels, fresh wet from clouds of morn, spun off a drizzling dew, which falling chill on soft Adonis' shoulders, made him still nestle and turn uneasily about. Soon were the white doves plain, with necks stretched out, and silken traces lightened in descent, and soon, returning from love's banishment, Queen Venus leaning downward open-armed, her shadow fell upon his breast and charmed a tumult to his heart, and a new life into his eyes. Ah, miserable strife, but for her comforting? Unhappy sight, but meeting her blue orbs? Who can write of these first minutes? The unchariest muse to embracements warm as theirs makes coy excuse. Oh, it has ruffled every spirit there, saving love's self, who stands superb to share the general gladness. Awfully he stands, a sovereign quell is in his waving hands, no sight can bear the lightning of his bow. His quiver is mysterious, none can know what themselves think of it. From forth his eyes there dots strange light of varied hues and dyes. A scowl is sometimes on his brow, but who look full upon it feel anon the blue of his fair eyes run liquid through their souls. Endymion feels it, and no more controls the burning prayer within him. So, bent low, he had begun a plaining of his woe. But Venus, bending forward, said, "My child, favor this gentle youth. His days are wild with love, but alas, too well I see thou know'st the deepness of his misery. Ah, smile not so, my son. I tell thee true, that when through heavy hours I used to rue the endless sleep of this new-born Adon, this stranger I pitied. For upon a dreary morning once I fled away into the breezy clouds, to weep and pray for this my love. For vexing Mars had teased me even to tears. Thence, when a little eased, down-looking, vacant, through a hazy wood, I saw this youth as he despairing stood, those same dark curls blown vagrant in the wind, those same full-fringed lids a constant blind over his sullen eyes. I saw him throw himself on withered leaves, even as though death had come sudden. For no jot he moved, yet muttered wildly. I could hear he loved some fair immortal, and that his embrace had zoned her through the night. There is no trace of this in heaven. I have mocked each cheek, and find it is the vainest thing to seek, and that of all things 'tis kept secretest. Endymion, one day thou wilt be blessed, so still obey the guiding hand that fends thee safely through these wonders for sweet ends. 'Tis a concealment needful in extreme, and if I guessed not so, the sunny beam thou shouldst mount up with me. Now adieu, here must we leave thee." At these words up flew the impatient doves, up rose the floating caw, up went the hum celestial. High afar the Latmian saw them minish into naught, and, when all were clear vanished, still he caught a vivid lightning from that dreadful bow. When all was darkened, with Aetnian throe the earth closed, gave a solitary moan, and left him once again in twilight lone. He did not rave, he did not stare aghast, for all those visions were agone and past, and he in loneliness. He felt assured of happy times, when all he had endured would seem a feather to the mighty prize. So, with unusual gladness, on he hies through caves and palaces of mottled awe, gold dome and crystal wall and turquoise flaw, black polished porticos of awful shade, and at the last, a diamond balustrade, leading afar past wild magnificence, spiral through ruggedest loopholes, and then stretching across a void, then guiding o'er enormous chasms, where, all foam and raw, streams subterranean tease their granite beds, then heightened just above the silvery heads of 1,000 fountains, so that he could dash the waters with his spear. But at the splash, done heedlessly, those spouting columns rose sudden a poplar's height, and 'gan to enclose his diamond path with fretwork, streaming round alive, and dazzling cool, and with a sound, haply, like dolphin tumults, when sweet shells welcome the float of Thetis. Long he dwells on this delight, for every minute's space the streams with changed magic interlace, sometimes like delicatest lattices, covered with crystal vines, then weeping trees, moving about as in a gentle wind, which, in a wink, to watery gauze refined, pawed into shapes of curtained canopies, spangled and rich with liquid broideries of flowers, peacocks, swans, and naiads fair. Swifter than lightning went these wonders rare, and then the water, into stubborn streams collecting, mimicked the wrought oaken beams, pillars, and frieze, and high fantastic roof, of those dusk places in time's far aloof cathedrals called. He bade a loth farewell to these founts Protean, passing gulf, and dell, and torrent, and 10,000 jutting shapes, half seen through deepest gloom, and grisly gapes blackening on every side, and overhead a vaulted dome like heavens, far bespread with starlight gems. All so huge and strange, the solitary felt a hurried change working within him into something dreary, vexed like a morning eagle, lost and weary, and purblind amid foggy, midnight wolds. But he revives at once, for who beholds new sudden things, nor casts his mental slough. Forth from a rugged arch in the dusk below came Mother Cybele, alone, in sombre chariot, dark foldings thrown about her majesty, and front death pale, with turrets crowned. Four-maned lions hail the sluggish wheels, solemn their toothed maws, their surly eyes brow hidden, heavy paws uplifted drowsily, and nervy tails cowering their tawny brushes. Silent sails this shadowy queen athwart, and faints away in another gloomy arch. Wherefore delay, young traveller, in such a mournful place? Art thou wayworn, or canst not further trace the diamond path? And does it indeed end abrupt in middle air? Yet earthward bend thy forehead, and to Jupiter cloud-born call ardently. He was indeed wayworn, abrupt in middle air, his way was lost. To cloud-born Jove he bowed, and there crossed towards him a large eagle, twixt whose wings, without one impious word, himself he flings, committed to the darkness and the gloom, down, uncertain to what pleasant doom. Swift as a fathoming plummet down he fell through unknown things, till exhaled asphodel, and rose, with spicy fannings interbreathed, came swelling forth where little caves were wreathed so thick with leaves and mosses, that they seemed large honeycombs of green, and freshly teemed with airs delicious. In the greenest nook the eagle landed him, and farewell took. It was a jasmine bower, all bestrown with golden moss. His every sense had grown ethereal for pleasure. Bove his head flew a delight half-graspable, his tread was Hesperian. To his capable ears silence was music from the holy spheres, a dewy luxury was in his eyes, the little flowers felt his pleasant sighs and stirred them faintly. Verdant cave and cell he wandered through, oft wondering at such swell of sudden exaltation. But alas, said he, will all this gush of feeling pass away in solitude, and must they wane, like melodies upon a sandy plain without an echo? Then shall I be left so sad, so melancholy, so bereft? Yet still I feel immortal? O my love, my breath of life, where art thou? High above, dancing before the morning gates of heaven? Or keeping watch among those starry 7 old Atlas children? Art a maid of the waters, one of shell-winding Triton's bright-haired daughters? Or art, impossible, a nymph of Diane's, weaving a coronal of tender scions for very idleness? Where thou art, methinks it now is at my will to start into thine arms, to scare Aurora's train and snatch thee from the morning, or the main to scud like a wild bird, and take thee off from thy sea-foamy cradle, or to doff thy shepherd vest, and woo thee mid fresh leaves. No, too eagerly my soul deceives its powerless self. I know this cannot be. Oh, let me then by some sweet dreaming flee to her entrancements. Hither sleep a while, hither most gentle sleep, and soothing foil for some few hours the coming solitude. Thus spake he, and that moment felt endued with power to dream deliciously. So wound through a dim passage, searching till he found the smoothest mossy bed and deepest, where he threw himself, and just into the air stretching his indolent arms, He took, O bliss, a naked waist. Fair Cupid, whence is this? A well-known voice sighed, Sweetest, here am I. At which soft ravishment with doting cry they trembled to each other. Helicon, O fountained hill, old Homer's Helicon, that thou wouldst spout a little streamlet are these sorry pages, then the verse would saw and sing above this gentle pair, like lock over his nested young. But all is dark around thine aged top, and thy clear fount exhales in mists to heaven. Aye, the count of mighty poets is made up. The scroll is folded by the muses. The bright roll is in Apollo's hand. Our dazed eyes have seen a new tinge in the western skies. The world has done its duty. Yet, oh yet, although the sun of Poesy is set, these lovers did embrace, and we must weep that there is no old power left to steep a quill immortal in their joyous tears. Long time in silence did their anxious fears question that thus it was. Long time they lay fondling and kissing every doubt away. Long time ere soft caressing sobs began to mellow into words, and then there ran 2 bubbling springs of talk from their sweet lips. O known unknown, from whom my being sips such darling essence, wherefore may I not be ever in these arms? In this sweet spot pillow my chin forever? Ever press these toying hands and kiss their smooth excess? Why not forever and forever feel that breath about my eyes? Ah, thou wilt steal away from me again, indeed. Indeed, thou wilt be gone away, and wilt not heed my lonely madness. Speak, delicious fair, is it to be so? No, who will dare to pluck thee from me? And of thine own will, full well I feel thou wouldst not leave me. Still let me entwine thee surer, now how can we part? Elysium? Who art thou? Who that thou canst not be forever here? I'll lift me with thee to some starry sphere. Enchantress, tell me by this soft embrace, by the most soft completion of thy face, those lips, O slippery blisses, twinkling eyes, and by these tenderest, milky sovereignties, these tenderest, and by the neck to wine the passion. O doved Ida the divine, Endymion, dearest, ah, unhappy me, his soul will scape us, O felicity, how he does love me. His poor temples beat to the very tune of love, how sweet, sweet, sweet. Revive, dear youth, or I shall faint and die. Revive. Ah, these soft hours will hurry by in tranced dullness. Speak, and let that spell affright this lethargy. I cannot quell its heavy pressure, and will press at least my lips to thine, that they may richly feast until we taste the life of love again. What, dost thou move? Dost kiss, O bliss? O pain? I love thee, youth, more than I can conceive, and so long absence from thee doth bereave my soul of any rest. Yet must I hence, yet can I not to starry eminence uplift thee, nor for very shame can own myself to thee. Ah, dearest, do not groan, or thou wilt force me from this secrecy, and I must blush in heaven. Oh, that I had done it already, that the dreadful smiles at my lost brightness, my impassioned wiles, had waned from Olympus' solemn height, and from all serious gods, that our delight was quite forgotten, save of us alone, and wherefore so ashamed? 'Tis but to atone for endless pleasure by some coward blushes, yet must I be a coward. Honor rushes too palpable before me, the sad look of Jove. Minerva's stot, no bosom shook with awe of purity, no Cupid pinion in reverence veiled, my crystalline dominion half lost, and all old hymns made nullity? But what is this to love? Oh, I could fly with thee into the ken of heavenly powers, so thou wouldst thus, for many sequent hours, press me so sweetly. Now I swear at once that I am wise, that Pallas is a dunce, perhaps her love like mine is but unknown. Oh, I do think that I have been alone in chastity. Yes, Pallas has been sighing, while every eve saw me my hair uptying with fingers cool as aspen leaves. Sweet love, I was as vague as solitary dove, nor knew that nests were built. Now a soft kiss, I, by that kiss, I vow an endless bliss, an immortality of passions thine. Ere long I will exalt thee to the shine of heaven ambrosial, and we will shade ourselves whole summers by a river glade, and I will tell thee stories of the sky, and breathe thee whispers of its minstrelsy. My happy love will overwring all bounds. Oh, let me melt into thee. Let the sounds of our close voices marry at their birth. Let us entwine hoveringly, O dearth of human words. Roughness of mortal speech? Lispings empyrean will I sometime teach thine honeyed tongue, lute breathings which I gasp to have thee understand, now while I clasp thee thus, and weep for fondness, I am pained. Endymion, woe, woe, is grief contained in the very deeps of pleasure, my soul life? Hereat, with many sobs, her gentle strife melted into a languor. He returned entranced vows and tears. Ye who have yearned with too much passion will here stay and pity for the mere sake of truth, as 'tis a ditty not of these days, but long ago 'twas told by a cavern wind unto a forest old, and then the forest told it in a dream to a sleeping lake, whose cool and level gleam a poet caught as he was journeying to Phoebus' shrine, and in it he did fling his weary limbs, bathing an hour's space, and after, straight in that inspired place, he sang the story up into the air, giving it universal freedom. There has it been ever sounding for those ears whose tips are glowing hot. The legend cheers yon sentinel stars, and he who listens to it must surely be self-doomed, or he will rue it, for quenchless burnings come upon the heart, made fiercer by a fear lest any part should be engulfed in the eddying wind. As much as here is pen doth always find a resting place, thus much comes clear and plain, anon the strange voice is upon the wane, and 'tis but echoed from departing sound, that the fair visitant at last unwound her gentle limbs, and left the youth asleep. Thus the tradition of the gusty deep. Now turn we to our former chroniclers. Endymion awoke, that grief of her sweet paining on his ear. He sickly guessed how lone he was once more, and sadly pressed his empty arms together, hung his head, and most fallen upon that widowed bed sat silently. Love's madness he had known, often with more than tortured lion's grown moanings had burst from him, but now that rage had passed away, no longer did he wage a rough-voiced war against the dooming stars. No, he had felt too much for such harsh jaws. The lyre of his soul Aeolian-tuned forgot all violence, and but communed with melancholy thought. Oh, he had swooned drunken from pleasure's nipple, and his love henceforth was dove-like. Loth was he to move from the imprinted couch, and when he did, 'twas with slow, languid paces, and face hid in muffling hands. So tempered, out he strayed half-seeing visions that might have dismayed Alecto's serpents, ravishments more keen than Hermes' pipe. When anxious he did lean over eclipsing eyes, and at the last it was a sounding grotto, vaulted, vast, osteted with 1,000,000 pearls, and crimson-mouthed shells with stubborn curls, of every shape and size, even to the bulk in which whales harbour close, to brood and sulk against an endless storm. Moreover, too, fish semblances of green and azure hue, ready to snot their streams. In this cool wonder Endymion sat down, and 'gan to ponder on all his life. His youth, up to the day when mid acclaim, and feasts and garlands gay, he stepped upon his shepherd throne, the look of his white palace in wild forest nook, and all the revels he had lauded there, each tender maiden whom he once thought fair, with every friend and fellow woodlander, passed like a dream before him. Then the spur of the old bards to mighty deeds, his plans to nurse the golden age mong shepherd clans, that wondrous night, the great Pan festival, his sister's sorrow, and his wanderings all, until into the earth's deep maw he rushed, then all its buried magic, till it flushed high with excessive love. And now, thought he, how long must I remain in jeopardy of blank amazements that amaze no more? Now I have tasted her sweet soul to the core, all other depths are shallow. Essences, once spiritual, are like muddy lees, meant but to fertilize my earthly root, and make my branches lift a golden fruit into the bloom of heaven. Other light, though it be quick and sharp enough to blight the Olympian eagle's vision, is dark as the parentage of chaos. Hark, my silent thoughts are echoing from these shells, or they are but the ghosts, the dying swells of noises far away. List. Hereupon he kept an anxious ear. The humming tone came louder, and behold, there as he lay, on either side outgushed, with misty spray, a copious spring, and both together dashed swift, mad, fantastic round the rocks, and lashed among the conchs and shells of the lofty grot, leaving a trickling dew. At last they shot down from the ceiling's height, pouring a noise as of some breathless races whose hopes poise upon the last few steps, and with spent force along the ground they took a winding course. Endymion followed, for it seemed that one ever pursued, the other strove to shun, followed their languid mazes, till well nigh he had left thinking of the mystery, and was now wrapped in tender hoverings over the vanished bliss. Ah, what is it sings his dream away? What melodies are these? They sound as through the whispering of trees not native in such barren vaults. Give ear? O Arethusa, peerless nymph, why fear such tenderness as mine? Great Diane, why didst thou hear her prayer? Oh, that I were rippling round her dainty fairness now, circling about her waist, and striving how to entice her to a dive, then stealing in between her luscious lips and eyelids thin. Oh, that her shining hair was in the sun, and I distilling from it thence to run in amorous rillets down her shrinking form, to linger on her lily shoulders, warm between her kissing breasts, and every charm touch raptured. See how painfully I flow, fair maid, be pitiful to my great woe. Stay thy weary course, and let me lead, a happy wooer, to the flowery mead where all that beauty snared me. Cruel God, desist, or my offended mistress Nod will stagnate all thy fountains. Tease me not with siren words. Ah, have I really got such power to madden thee? And is it true? Away, away, or I shall dearly rue my very thoughts. In mercy then away, kindest Alpheus, for should I obey my own dear will, 'twould be a deadly bane. O, Oread queen, would that thou hadst a pain like this of mine, then would I fearless turn and be a criminal. Alas, I burn, I shudder, gentle river, get thee hence, Alpheus, thou enchanter? Every sense of mine was once made perfect in these woods. Fresh breezes, bowery lawns, and innocent floods, ripe fruits and lonely couch, contentment gave. But ever since I heedlessly did lave in thy deceitful stream, a panting glow grew strong within me. Wherefore serve me so, and call it love? Alas, 'twas cruelty. Not once more did I close my happy eye amid the thrush's song. Away, avaunt? Oh, 'twas a cruel thing. Now thou dost taunt so softly, Arethusa, that I think if thou wast playing on my shady brink, thou wouldst bathe once again. Innocent maid, stifle thine heart no more, nor be afraid of angry powers. There are deities will shade us with their wings. Those fitful sighs 'tis almost death to hear. Oh, let me pour a dewy balm upon them. Fear no more, sweet Arethusa. Dian's self must feel sometimes these very pangs. Dear maiden, steal blushing into my soul, and let us fly these dreary caverns for the open sky. I will delight thee all my winding course, from the green sea up to my hidden source about Arcadian forests, and will show the channels where my coolest waters flow through mossy rocks, where mid exuberant green I roam in pleasant darkness, more unseen than Saturn in his exile, where I brim round flowery islands, and take thence a skim of maily sweets, which myriads of bees buzz from their honeyed wings. And thou shouldst please thyself to choose the richest, where we might be incense billowed every summer night. Doff all sad fears, thou white deliciousness, and let us be thus comforted. Unless thou couldst rejoice to see my hopeless stream hurry distracted from Sol's temperate beam, and paw to death along some hungry sands. What can I do, Alpheus? Dian stands severe before me, persecuting fate, unhappy Arethusa? Thou wast late a huntress free in. At this, sudden fell those two sad streams adown a fearful dell. The Latmian listened, but he heard no more, save echo, faint repeating awe the name of Arethusa. On the verge of that dark gulf he wept, and said, I urge thee, gentle goddess of my pilgrimage, by our eternal hopes to soothe, to assuage, if thou art powerful, these lovers' pains, and make them happy in some happy plains. He turned, there was a whelming sound, he stepped, there was a cooler light, and so he kept towards it by a sandy path, and lo, more suddenly than doth a moment go, the visions of the earth were gone and fled. He saw the giant sea above his head. Roman 3 there are who lauded all their fellow men with most prevailing tinsel, who unpen their barring vanities, to browse away the comfortable green and juicy hay from human pastures. O torturing fact, who, through an idiot blink, will see unpacked fire-branded foxes to sear up and singe our gold and ripe-eared hopes. With not one tinge of sanctuary splendor, not a sight able to face an owl's, they still are dight by the blear-eyed nations in empurpled vests and crowns and turbans. With unladen breasts, save of blown self-applause, they proudly mount to their spirit's perch, their being's high account, their tip-top nothings, their dull skies, their thrones, mid the fierce intoxicating tones of trumpets, shoutings, and belabored drums, and sudden cannon. Ah, how all this hums in wakeful ears like uproar past and gone, like thunderclouds that spake to Babylon, and set those old Chaldeans to their tasks. Are then regalities all gilded masks? No, there are throned seats unscalable but by a patient wing, a constant spell, or by ethereal things that, unconfined, can make a ladder of the eternal wind, and poise about in cloudy thunder tents to watch the abysm birth of elements. I, bove the withering of old-lipped fate, 1,000 powers keep religious state, in water, fiery realm, and airy bawn, and silent as a consecrated urn, holds fairy sessions for a season due. Yet few of these far majesties, few, have bared their operations to this globe, few, who with gorgeous pageantry enrobe our piece of heaven, whose benevolence shakes hand with our own Ceres, every sense filling with spiritual sweets to plenitude, as bees gauge full their cells. And by the feud twixt nothing and creation, I here swear, etern Apollo, that thy sister fair is of all these the gently mightiest. When thy gold breath is misting in the west, she unobserved steals unto her throne, and there she sits most meek and most alone, as if she had not pomp subservient, as if thine eye, high poet, was not bent towards her with the muses in thine heart, as if the ministering stars kept not apart, waiting for silver-footed messages. O moon, the oldest shades mong oldest trees feel palpitations when thou lookest in, O moon, Old boughs lisp forth a holiad in the while they feel thine airy fellowship. Thou dost bless everywhere, with silver lip kissing dead things to life. The sleeping kine, couched in thy brightness, dream of fields divine. Innumerable mountains rise, and rise, ambitious for the hallowing of thine eyes. And yet thy benediction passeth not one obscure hiding place, one little spot where pleasure may be sent. The nested wren has thy fair face within its tranquil ken, and from beneath a sheltering ivy leaf takes glimpses of thee. Thou art a relief to the poor patient oyster, where it sleeps within its pearly house. The mighty deeps, the monstrous sea is thine, the myriad sea, O moon, fast-booming ocean bows to thee, and Tellus feels his forehead's cumbrous load. Cynthia, where art thou now? What far abode of green or silvery bower doth enshrine such utmost beauty? Alas, thou dost pine for one as sorrowful, thy cheek is pale for one whose cheek is pale, thou dost bewail his tears who weeps for thee. Where dost thou sigh? Ah, surely that light peeps from Vespa's eye, or what a thing is love. 'Tis she, but lo, how changed, how full of ache, how gone in woe. She dies at the thinnest cloud, her loveliness is wan on Neptune's blue. Yet there's a stress of love spangles, just off yon cape of trees, dancing upon the waves, as if to please the curly foam with amorous influence. Oh, not so idle. For down glancing thence she fathoms eddies, and runs wild about o'erwhelming watercourses, scaring out the thorny sharks from hiding holes, and frightening their savage eyes with unaccustomed lightning. Where will the Splenda be content to reach? O love, how potent hast thou been to teach strange journeyings! Wherever beauty dwells, in gulf or airy, mountains or deep dells, in light, in gloom, in star or blazing sun, thou pointest out the way, and straight 'tis won. Amid his toil thou gavest Leander breath, thou leddest Orpheus through the gleams of death, thou madest Pluto bear thin element, and now, O winged chieftain, thou hast sent a moonbeam to the deep, deep water world to find Endymion. On gold sand impearled with lily shells, and pebbles milky white, poor Cynthia greeted him, and soothed her light against his pallid face. He felt the charm to breathlessness, and suddenly a warm of his heart's blood. 'Twas very sweet. He stayed his wandering steps, and half-entranced laid his head upon a tuft of straggling weeds, to taste the gentle moon, and freshening beads, lashed from the crystal roof by fishes' tails. And so he kept, until the rosy veils mantling the east, by Aurora's peering hand were lifted from the water's breast, and fanned into sweet air, and sobered morning came meekly through billows. When like tape aflame left sudden by a dallying breath of air, he rose in silence, and once more gan fare along his fated way. Far had he roamed, with nothing save the hollow vast, that foamed above, around, and at his feet, save things more dead than Morpheus' imaginings, old rusted anchors, helmets, breastplates large of gone sea warriors, brazen beaks and taj, rudders that for 100 years had lost the sway of human hand, gold vase embossed with long-forgotten story, and wherein no reveler had ever dipped a chin, but those of Saturn's vintage, mouldering scrolls, writ in the tongue of heaven, by those souls who first were on the earth, and sculptures rude in ponderous stone, developing the mood of ancient Nox, then skeletons of man, of beast, behemoth, and leviathan, and elephant, and eagle, and huge jaw of nameless monster. A cold leaden awe these secrets struck into him, and unless Diane had chased away that heaviness, he might have died. But now, with cheered feel, he onward kept, wooing these thoughts to steal about the labyrinth in his soul of love. What is there in thee, moon, that thou shouldst move my heart so potently? When yet a child I oft have dried my tears when thou hast smiled. Thou seem'st my sister. Hand in hand we went from eve to morn across the firmament. No apples would I gather from the tree, till thou hadst cooled their cheeks deliciously. No tumbling water ever spake romance, but when my eyes with thine thereon could dance, no woods were green enough, no bower divine, until thou liftedst up thine eyelids fine. In sowing time ne'er would I dibble take, or drop a seed, till thou wast wide awake. And in the summer tide of blossoming, no one but thee hath heard me blithely sing and mesh my dewy flowers all the night. No melody was like a passing sprite if it went not to solemnize thy reign. Yes, in my boyhood, every joy and pain by thee were fashioned to the self-same end, and as I grew in years, still didst thou blend with all my ardors. Thou wast the deep glen, thou wast the mountain top, the sage's pen, the poet's hop, the voice of friends, the sun, thou wast the river, thou wast glory won, thou wast my clarion's blast, thou wast my steed, my goblet full of wine, my topmost deed, thou wast the charm of women, lovely moon. Oh, what a wild and harmonized tune my spirit struck from all the beautiful, On some bright essence could I lean, and lull myself to immortality? I pressed nature's soft pillow in a wakeful rest. But gentle Ob, there came a nearer bliss, my strange love came, felicity's abyss, she came, and thou didst fade, and fade away, yet not entirely. No, thy starry sway has been an underpassion to this hour. Now I begin to feel thine obby power is coming fresh upon me. O be kind, keep back thine influence, and do not blind my sovereign vision. Dearest love, forgive that I can think away from thee and live. Pardon me, airy planet, that I prize one thought beyond thine argent luxuries. How far beyond? At this, a surprised start frosted the springing verdure of his heart, for as he lifted up his eyes to swear how his own goddess was past all things fair, he saw far in the concave green of the sea an old man sitting calm and peacefully. Upon a weeded rock this old man sat, and his white hair was awful, and a mat of weeds were cold beneath his cold thin feet, and, ample as the largest winding sheet, a cloak of blue wrapped up his aged bones, o'erwrought with symbols by the deepest groans of ambitious magic. Every ocean form was woven in with black distinctness. Storm and calm and whispering and hideous raw, quicksand and whirlpool, and deserted shaw were emblemed in the woof, with every shape that skims or dives or sleeps twixt cape and cape. The gulfing whale was like a dot in the spell, yet look upon it, and 'twould size and swell to its huge self, and the minutest fish would pass the very hottest gazer's wish, and show his little eye's anatomy. Then there was pictured the regality of Neptune, and the sea nymphs round his state, in beauteous vassalage, look up and wait. Beside this old man lay a pearly wand, and in his lap a book, the which he conned so steadfastly, that the new denizen had time to keep him in amazed ken, to mock these shadowings and stand in awe. The old man raised his hoary head and saw the wilded stranger, seeming not to see, his features were so lifeless. Suddenly he woke as from a trance. His snow-white brows went arching up, and like two magic ploughs furrowed deep wrinkles in his forehead lodge, which kept as fixedly as rocky marge, till round his withered lips had gone a smile. Then up he rose, like one whose tedious toil had watched for years in forlorn hermitage, who had not from midlife to utmost age eased in one accent his overburdened soul, even to the trees. He rose, he grasped his stole, with convulsed clenches waving it abroad, and in a voice of solemn joy, that odd echo into oblivion, he said, "Thou art the man, now shall I lay my head in peace upon my watery pillow. Now sleep will come smoothly to my weary brow. O Jove, I shall be young again, be young. O shell-born Neptune, I am pierced and stung with new-born life. What shall I do? Where go, when I have cast this serpent skin of woe? I'll swim to the sirens, and one moment listen their melodies, and see their long hair glisten. Anon upon that giant's arm I'll be, that writhes about the roots of Sicily. To northern seas I'll in a twinkling sail, and mount upon the snottings of a whale to some black cloud. Thence down I'll madly sweep on forked lightning, to the deepest deep, where through some sucking pool I will be hurled with rapture to the other side of the world. Oh, I am full of gladness, sisters three, I bow full-hearted to your old decree. Yes, every god be thanked, and power benign, for I no more shall wither, droop, and pine. Thou art the man. Endymion started back dismayed, and like a wretch from whom the rack touches hot breath and speech of agony, muttered, "What lonely death am I to die in this cold region? Will he let me freeze, and float my brittle limbs o'er polar seas? Or will he touch me with his searing hand, and leave a black memorial on the sand? Or tear me piecemeal with a bony saw, and keep me as a chosen food to draw his magined fish through hated fire and flame? O misery of hell, resistless tame am I to be burnt up? No, I will shout, until the gods through heaven's blue look out. O Tartarus, but some few days Agon her soft arms were entwining me, and on her voice I hung like fruit among green leaves. Her lips were all my own, and, ripe sheaves of happiness? Ye on the stubble droop, but never may be garnered. I must stoop my head, and kiss death's foot. Love, love, farewell. Is there no hope from thee? This horrid spell would melt at thy sweet breath. By Dian's hind feeding from her white fingers on the wind I see thy streaming hair, and now, by Pan, I care not for this old mysterious man. He spake, and walking to that aged form, looked high defiance. Lo, his heart gan warm with pity, for the grey-haired creature wept. Had he then wronged a heart where sorrow kept? Had he, though blindly contumelious, brought room to kind eyes, a sting to human thought, convulsion to a mouth of many years? He had in truth, and he was ripe for tears. The penitent shower fell, as down he knelt before that careworn sage, who trembling felt about his large dark locks and faltering spake, "Arise, good youth, for sacred Phoebus' sake. I know thine inmost bosom, and I feel a very brother's yearning for thee steal into mine own. For why? Thou openest the prison gates that have so long oppressed my weary watching. Though thou cuest it not, thou art commissioned to this fated spot for great enfranchisement. Oh, weep no more. I am a friend to loves of Yah. Hadst thou never loved an unknown power, I had been grieving at this joyous hour. But even now, most miserable old, I saw thee, and my blood no longer cold gave mighty pulses. In this tottering case grew a new heart, which at this moment plays as dancingly as thine. Be not afraid, for thou shalt hear this secret all displayed, now as we speed towards our joyous task. So saying, this young soul in age's mask went forward with the carrion side by side, resuming quickly thus, while ocean's tide hung swollen at their backs, and jeweled sands took silently their footprints. My soul stands now past the midway from mortality, and so I can prepare without a sigh to tell thee briefly all my joy and pain. I was a fisher once upon this main, and my boat danced in every creek and bay. Rough billows were my home by night and day, the seagulls not more constant, for I had no housing from the storm and tempests mad, but hollow rocks, and they were palaces of silent happiness, of slumberous ease. Long years of misery have told me so. Thus it was 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years? Is it then possible to look so plainly through them? To dispel 1,000 years with backward glance sublime? To breathe away as 'twere all scummy slime from off a crystal pool, to see its deep, and one's own image from the bottom peep? Yes, now I am no longer wretched thrall, my long captivity and moanings all are but a slime, a thin pervading scum, the which I breathe away, and thronging come like things of yesterday my youthful pleasures. I touched no lute, I sang not, trod no measures, I was a lonely youth on desert shores. My spots were lonely, mid continuous raws and craggy isles, and seamew's plaintive cry, plaining discrepant between sea and sky. Dolphins were still my playmates. Shapes unseen would let me feel their scales of gold and green, gnaw be my desolation, and full oft, when a dread water-spout had reared aloft its hungry hugeness, seeming ready ripe to burst with hottest thunderings, and wipe my life away like a vast sponge of fate, some friendly monster, pitying my sad state, has dived to its foundations, gulfed it down, and left me tossing safely. But the crown of all my life was utmost quietude. More did I love to lie in cavern rude, keeping in wait whole days for Neptune's voice, and if it came at last, hark, and rejoice. There blushed no summer eve, but I would steer my skiff along green shelving coasts, to hear the shepherd's pipe come clear from airy steep, mingled with ceaseless bleatings of his sheep. And never was a day of summer shine, but I beheld its birth upon the brine, for I would watch all night to see unfold heaven's gates, and Ethan snot his morning gold wide o'er the swelling streams, and constantly at brim of daytide on some grassy lea, my nets would be spread out, and I at rest. The poor folk of the sea country I blessed with daily boon of fish most delicate, they knew not whence this bounty, and elate would strew sweet flowers on a sterile beach. Why was I not contented? Wherefore reach at things which, but for thee, O Latmian, had been my dreary death? Fool, I began to feel distempered longings, to desire the utmost privilege that ocean's sire could grant in benediction, to be free of all his kingdom. Long in misery I wasted, ere in one extremest fit I plunged for life or death. To intonate one's senses with so dense a breathing stuff might seem a work of pain, so not enough can I admire how crystal smooth it felt, and buoyant round my limbs. At first I dwelt whole days and days in sheer astonishment, forgetful utterly of self-intent, moving but with the mighty ebb and flow. Then, like a new-fledged bird that FLRSD doth show his spreaded feathers to the morrow chill, I tried in fear the pinions of my will. 'Twas freedom, and at once I visited the ceaseless wonders of this ocean bed. No need to tell thee of them, for I see that thou hast been a witness. It must be for these I know thou canst not feel a drouth, by the melancholy corners of that mouth, so I will in my story straightway pass to more immediate matter. Woe, alas, that love should be my bane! Ah, Scylla fair, why did poor Glaucus ever dare to sue thee to his heart, kind stranger youth? I loved her to the very white of truth, and she would not conceive it. Timid thing! She fled me swift as sea-bird on the wing, round every isle, and point, and promontory, from where large Hercules wound up his story far as Egyptian Nile. My passion grew the more I saw her dainty hue gleam delicately through the azure clear, until 'twas too fierce agony to bear, and in that agony, across my grief it flashed, that Circe might find some relief, cruel enchantress. So above the water I rid my head, and looked for Phoebus' daughter. Aea's isle was wondering at the moon, it seemed to whirl around me, and a swoon left me dead drifting to that fatal power. When I awoke, 'twas in a twilight bower, just when the light of morn, with hum of bees, stole through its verdurous matting of fresh trees. How sweet and sweeter? For I heard a lyre, and over it a sighing voice expire. It ceased, I caught light footsteps, and anon the fairest face that morn air looked upon pushed through a screen of roses. Starry Jove? With tears and smiles and honey words she wove a net whose thraldom was more bliss than all the range of flowered Elysium. Thus did fall the dew of her rich speech. Ah, art awake? Oh, let me hear thee speak, for Cupid's sake. I am so oppressed with joy. Why, I have shed an urn of tears as though thou wert cold dead. And now I find thee living. I will paw from these devoted eyes their silver star, until exhausted of the latest drop, so it will pleasure thee, and fast thee stop here, that I too may live. But if beyond such cool and sorrowful offerings, thou art fond of soothing warmth of dalliance supreme, if thou art ripe to taste a long love dream, if smiles, if dimples, tongues for aught are mute, hang in thy vision like a tempting fruit, oh let me pluck it for thee. Thus she linked her charming syllables, till indistinct their music came to my awe-sweetened soul, and then she hovered over me and stole so near, that if no nearer it had been this furrowed visage thou hadst never seen. Young man of Latmos, thus particular am I, that thou mayst plainly see how far this fierce temptation went, and thou mayst not exclaim how then, was Scylla quite forgot. Who could resist? Who in this universe? She did so breathe ambrosia, so immerse my fine existence in a golden clime. She took me like a child of suckling time, and cradled me in roses. Thus condemned, the current of my former life was stemmed, and to this arbitrary queen of sense I bowed a tranced vassal. Nor would thence have moved, even though Amphion's hop had wooed me back to Scylla, or the billows rude. For as Apollo each eve doth devise a new apparelling for western skies, so every eve, nay, every spendthrift hour shed balmy consciousness within that bower. And I was free of haunts umbrageous, could wander in the mazy forest house of squirrels, foxes shy, and antlered deer, and birds from coverts innermost, and drear wobbling for very joy mellifluous sorrow, to me new-born delights. Now let me borrow, for moments few, a temperament as stern as Pluto's scepter, that my words not burn these uttering lips, while I in calm speech tell how specious heaven was changed to real hell. One morn she left me sleeping. Half awake I sought for her smooth arms and lips, to slake my greedy thirst with nectarous camel draughts, but she was gone. Whereat the bobbed shafts of disappointment stuck in me so sore, that out I ran and searched the forest awe. Wandering about in pine and cedar gloom damp awe assailed me, for there 'gan to boom a sound of moan, an agony of sound, sepulchral from the distance all around. Then came a conquering earth thunder, and rumbled that fierce complaint to silence, while I stumbled down a precipitous path, as if impelled. I came to a dark valley. Groanings swelled poisonous about my ears, and louder grew, the nearer I approached a flame's gaunt blue, that glared before me through a thorny brake. This fire, like the eye of Gordian snake, bewitched me towards, and I soon was near a sight too fearful for the feel of fear. In thicket hid I cursed the haggard scene, the banquet of my arms, my arbor queen, seated upon an uptorn forest root, and all around her shapes, wizard and brute, laughing and wailing, groveling, serpenting, showing tooth, tusk, and venom bag and sting. Oh, such deformities! Old Charon's self, should he give up a while his penny pelf, and take a dream-mong rushes Stygian, it could not be so fantasied. Fierce, wan, and tyrannizing was the lady's look, as over them a gnarled staff she shook. Oft-times upon the sudden she laughed out, and from a basket emptied to the rout clusters of grapes, the which they ravened quick and rawed from awe, with many a hungry lick about their shaggy jaws. Avenging, slow, anon she took a branch of mistletoe, and emptied on tea a black dull gurgling phial, groaned one and all, as if some piercing trial was sharpening for their pitiable bones. She lifted up the charm. Appealing groans from their poor breasts went suing to her ear in vain. Remorseless as an infant's bier, she whisked against their eyes the sooty oil. Whereat was heard a noise of painful toil, increasing gradual to a tempest rage, shrieks, yells, and groans of touch a pilgrimage, until their grieved bodies 'gan to bloat and puff from the tail's end to stifled throat. Then was appalling silence. Then a sight more wildering than all that hoss of fright, for the whole herd, as by a whirlwind writhen, went through the dismal air like one huge python antagonizing Boreas, and so vanished. Yet there was not a breath of wind. She banished these phantoms with a nod. Lo, from the dock came waggish fawns and nymphs and satyrs stock, with dancing and loud revelry, and went swifter than centaurs after rapine bent. Sighing, an elephant appeared and bowed before the fierce witch, speaking thus aloud in human accent, "Potent goddess, chief of pains resistless, make my being brief, or let me from this heavy prison fly, or give me to the air, or let me die. I sue not for my happy crown again, I sue not for my phalanx on the plain, I sue not for my lone, my widowed wife. I sue not for my ruddy drops of life, my children fair, my lovely girls and boys. I will forget them. I will pass these joys, ask not so heavenward, so too high. Only I pray, as fairest boon, to die, I'll be delivered from this cumbrous flesh, from this gross, detestable, filthy mesh, and merely given to the cold, bleak air. Have mercy, goddess, Circe, feel my prayer." That cursed magician's name fell icy numb upon my wild conjecturing. Truth had come naked and sable-like against my heart. I saw a fury whetting a death dart, and my slain spirit, overwrought with fright, fainted away in that dark lair of night. Think, my deliverer, how desolate my waking must have been. Disgust and hate and terrors manifold divided me a spoil amongst them. I prepared to flee into the dungeon core of that wild wood. I fled 3 days, when lo, before me stood glaring the angry witch. Oh, even now, a clammy dew is beating on my brow, at mere remembering her pale laugh and curse. "Ha, ha, Sir Dainty! There must be a nurse made of rose leaves and thistledown, express to cradle thee, my sweet, and lull thee. Yes, I am too flinty-hard for thy nice touch. My tenderest squeeze is but a giant's clutch, so, fairy thing, it shall have lullabies unheard of yet, and it shall still its cries upon some breast-maw lily feminine. Oh no, it shall not pine and pine and pine more than one pretty, trifling 1,000 years, and then twea pity, but fate's gentle shears cut short its immortality. Sea flirt, young dove of the waters, truly I'll not hurt one hair of thine. See how I weep and sigh, that our hot broken potting is so nigh. And must we pot? Ah, yes, it must be so. Yet ere thou leavest me in utter woe, let me sob over thee my last adieus and speak a blessing. Mock me? Thou haste thews immortal, for thou art of heavenly race. But such a love is mine, that here I chase eternally away from the all bloom of youth, and destine thee towards a tomb. Hence shalt thou quickly to the watery vast, and there, ere many days be overpast, disabled age shall seize thee, and even then thou shalt not go the way of aged men, but live and wither, cripple and still breathe 100 years, which gone, I then bequeath thy fragile bones to unknown burial. Adieu, sweet love, adieu? As shot stars fall, she fled ere I could groan for mercy. Stung and poisoned was my spirit. Despair sung a war-song of defiance gainst all hell. A hand was at my shoulder to compel my sullen steps. Another far my eyes moved on with pointed finger. In this guise enfossed, at the last by ocean's foam, I found me, by my fresh, my native home. Its tempering coolness, to my life akin, came salutary as I waded in, and with a blind voluptuous rage, I gave battle to the swollen billerage, and drave large froth before me, while yet there remained hale strength, nor from my bones all marrow drained. Young lover, I must weep such hellish spite with dry cheek who can tell? While thus my might proving upon this element, dismayed, upon a dead thing's face my hand I laid. I looked, 'twas Scylla. Cursed Circe? O vulture witch, haste never heard of mercy? Could not thy harshest vengeance be content, but thou must nip this tender innocent because I loved her? Cold, oh cold indeed were her fair limbs, and like a common weed the sea-swell took her hair. Dead as she was I clung about her waist, nor ceased to pass fleet as an arrow through unfathomed brine, until there shone a fabric crystalline, ribbed and inlaid with coral, pebble, and pearl. Headlong I darted. At one eager swirl gained its bright portal, entered, and behold, 'twas vast and desolate and icy cold, and all around, but wherefore this to thee who in few minutes more thyself shalt see? I left poor Scylla in a niche and fled. My fevered potchings up, my scathing dread met palsy halfway. Soon these limbs became gaunt, withered, sapless, feeble, cramped, and lame. Now let me pass a cruel, cruel space, without one hope, without one faintest trace of mitigation, or redeeming bubble of colored fantasy. For I fear 'twould trouble thy brain to loss of reason, and next tell how a restoring chance came down to quell one half of the witch in me. On a day, sitting upon a rock above the spray, I saw grow up from the horizon's brink a gallant vessel. Soon she seemed to sink away from me again, as though her course had been resumed in spite of hindering fosse, so vanished. And not long before arose dark clouds and muttering of winds morose. Old Aeolus would stifle his mad spleen, but could not, therefore, all the billows green tossed up the silver spume against the clouds. The tempest came. I saw that vessels shrouds in perilous bustle, while upon the deck stood trembling creatures. I beheld the wreck, the final gulfing, the poor struggling souls, I heard their cries amid loud thunder rolls. Oh, they had all been saved, but crazed eld annulled my vigorous cravings, and thus quelled and curbed, think on T, O Latmian, did I sit writhing with pity and a cursing fit against that hell-bond Circe. The crew had gone by one and one, to pale oblivion, and I was gazing on the surges prone, with many a scalding tear, and many a groan, when at my feet emerged an old man's hand, grasping this scroll and this same slender wand. I knelt with pain, reached out my hand, had grasped these treasures, touched the knuckles, they unclasped. I caught a finger, but the downward weight outpowered me, it sank. Then 'gan abate the storm, and through chill aguish gloom outburst the comfortable sun. I was athirst to search the book, and in the warming air potted its dripping leaves with eager care. Strange matters did it treat of, and drew on my soul page after page, till well nigh won into forgetfulness. When stupefied, I read these words and read again, and tried my eyes against the heavens, and read again. Oh, what a load of misery and pain each atlas line bore off. A shine of hope came gold around me, cheering me to cope strenuous with hellish tyranny. Attend, for thou haste brought their promise to an end. In the wide sea their lives a fall-on wretch, doomed with enfeebled carcass to outstretch his loathed existence through 10 centuries, and then to die alone. Who can devise a total opposition? No one. So 1,000,000 times ocean must ebb and flow, and he oppressed. Yet he shall not die, these things accomplished. If he utterly scans all the depths of magic, and expounds the meanings of all motions, shapes, and sounds, if he explores all forms and substances straight homeward to their symbolescences, he shall not die. Moreover, and in chief, he must pursue this task of joy and grief most piously. All lovers tempest-tossed, and in the savage overwhelming lost, he shall deposit side by side, until time's creeping shall the dreary space fulfill, which done, and all these labors ripened, a youth, by heavenly power loved and led, shall stand before him, whom he shall direct how to consummate all. The youth elect must do the thing, or both will be destroyed. Then, cried the young Endymion, overjoyed, we are twin brothers in this destiny, say, I entreat thee, what achievement high is in this restless world for me reserved? What, if from thee my wandering feet had swerved, had we both perished? Look. The sage replied, dost thou not mock a gleaming through the tide of divers brilliances? 'Tis the edifice I told thee of, where lovely Scylla lies, and where I have enshrined piously all lovers, whom fell storms have doomed to die throughout my bondage. Thus discoursing, on they went till unobscured the porches shone, which hurryingly they gained, and entered straight. Sure never since King Neptune held his state was seen such wonder underneath the stars. Turn to some level plain where haughty Mars has legioned all his battle, and behold how every soldier, with firm foot, doth hold his even breast. See, many steeled squares, and rigid ranks of iron, whence who dares one step? Imagine further, line by line, these warrior thousands on the field supine. So in that crystal place, in silent rows, poor lovers lay at rest from joys and woes. The stranger from the mountains, breathless, traced such thousands of shut eyes in order placed, such ranges of white feet and patient lips all ready. For here death no blossom nips, he mocked their brows and foreheads, saw their hair put sleekly on one side with nicest care, and each one's gentle wrists, with reverence, put crosswise to its heart. Let us commence, whispered the guide, stuttering with joy, even now. He spake, and, trembling like an aspen bough, began to tear his scroll in pieces small, uttering the while some mumblings funeral. He tore it into pieces small as snow that drifts unfeathered when bleak northerns blow, and having done it, took his dark blue cloak and bound it round Endymion, then struck his wand against the empty air times 9. What more there is to do, young man, is thine, but first a little patience, first undo this tangled thread and wind it to a clue. Ah, gentle, 'tis as weak as spider's skein, and shouldst thou break it, what, is it done so clean? A power overshadows thee? Oh, brave, the spite of hell is tumbling to its grave. Here is a shell, 'tis pearly blank to me, nor mocked with any sign or charactery, canst thou read aught? Oh, read for pity's sake? Olympus, we are safe? Now, Carrion, break this wand against yon lyre on the pedestal. 'Twas done, and straight with sudden swell and fall sweet music breathed her soul away, and sighed a lullaby to silence. Youth, now strew these minced leaves on me, and passing through those phials of dead, scatter the same around, and thou wilt see the issue. Mid the sound of flutes and viols, ravishing his heart, Endymion from Glaucus stood apart, and scattered in his face some fragments light. How lightning swift the change! A youthful wight smiling beneath a coral diadem, outsparkling sudden like an upturned gem, appeared, and stepping to a beauteous cos, kneeled down beside it, and with tenderest foss pressed its cold hand, and wept, and Scylla sighed. Endymion, with quick hand, the charm applied. The nymph arose. He left them to their joy, and onward went upon his high employ, showering those powerful fragments on the dead. And as he passed, each lifted up its head, as doth a flower at Apollo's touch. Death felt it to his inwards. 'Twas too much death fell a-weeping in his charnel house. The Latmian persevered along, and thus all were reanimated. There arose a noise of harmony, pulses and throes of gladness in the air, while many, who had died in mutual arms devout and true, sprang to each other madly, and the rest felt a high certainty of being blessed. They gazed upon Endymion. Enchantment grew drunken, and would have its head and bent. Delicious symphonies, like airy flowers, budded and swelled and full-blown, shed full showers of light, soft, unseen leaves of sounds divine. The two deliverers tasted a pure wine of happiness, from fairy press oozed out. Speechless they eyed each other, and about the fair assembly wandered to and fro, distracted with the richest overflow of joy that ever poured from heaven. Away, shouted the new-born god, follow and pay our piety to Neptunus supreme. Then Scylla, blushing sweetly from her dream, they led on first, bent to her meek surprise, through portal columns of a giant size into the vaulted, boundless emerald. Joyous all followed, as the leader called down marble steps, pouring as easily as hourglass sand, and fast as you might see swallows obeying the south summer's call, or swans upon a gentle waterfall. Thus went that beautiful multitude, nor far, ere from among some rocks of glittering spar, just within ken, they saw descending thick another multitude, whereat more quick moved either host. On a wide sand they met, and of those numbers every eye was wet, for each their old love found. A murmuring rose, like what was never heard in all the throes of wind and waters. 'Tis past human wit to tell, 'tis dizziness to think of it. This mighty consummation made, the host moved on for many a league, and gained and lost huge sea marks, vanward swelling in array, and from the rear diminishing away, till a faint dawn surprised them. Glaucus cried, Behold, behold, the palace of his pride, god Neptune's palaces. With noise increased, they shouldered on towards that brightening east. At every onward step proud domes arose in prospect, diamond gleams and golden glows of amber gainst their faces leveling. Joyous, and many as the leaves in spring, still onward, still the splendor gradual swelled. Rich opal domes were seen, on high upheld by jasper pillars, letting through their shafts a blush of coral. Copious wonder draughts each gazer drank, and deeper drank more near, for what poor mortals fragment up as mere as marble was their lavish, to the vast of one fair palace, that far, far surpassed, even for common bulk, those olden three, Memphis and Babylon and Nineveh. As large, as bright, as colored as the bow of Iris, when unfading it doth show beyond a silvery shower, was the arch through which this Paphian army took its march, into the outer courts of Neptune's state, whence could be seen direct a golden gate, to which the leaders sped, but not half-wrought ere it burst open swift as fairy thought, and made those dazzled thousands veil their eyes like callow eagles at the first sunrise. Soon with an eagle nativeness, the gaze ripe from hue-golden swoons took all the blaze, and then, behold, lodge Neptune on his throne of emerald deep, yet not exult alone. At his right hand stood winged Love, and on his left sat smiling Beauty's paragon. Far as the mariner on highest mast can see all round upon the calmed vast, so wide was Neptune's hall. And as the blue doth vault the waters, so the waters drew their doming curtains, high, magnificent, awed from the throne aloof. And when storm-rent disclosed the thunder-gloomings in Jove's air, but soothed as now, flashed sudden everywhere, noiseless, submarine cloudlets, glittering death to a human eye. For there did spring from natural west and east and south and north, a light as of far sunsets, blazing forth a gold-green zenith bove the sea-god's head. Of lucid depth the flaw, and far outspread as breezeless lake, on which the slim canoe of feathered Indian dots about, as through the delicatest air. Air, verily, but for the portraiture of clouds and sky, this palace flaw-breath air, but for the amaze of deep-seen wonders motionless, and blaze of the dome pomp, reflected in extremes, globing a golden sphere. They stood in dreams till Triton blew his horn. The palace rang, the Nereids danced, the sirens faintly sang, and the great sea-king bowed his dripping head. Then Love took wing, and from his pinions shed on all the multitude a nectarous dew. The ooze-born goddess beckoned and drew fair Scylla and her guides to conference, and when they reached the throned eminence, she kissed the sea-nymph's cheek, who sat her down a-toying with the doves. Then, mighty crown and scepter of this kingdom. Venus said, thy vows were on a time to nigh paid, behold. 2 copious teardrops instant fell from the god's large eyes, he smiled delectable. And over Glaucus held his blessing hands. Endymion, still wandering in the bands of love, now this is cruel. Since the hour I met thee in earth's bosom, all my power have I put forth to serve thee. What not yet escaped from dull mortality's harsh net? A little patience, youth? 'Twill not be long, or I am skilless quite. An idle tongue, a humid eye, and steps luxurious, where these anew and strange are ominous. I have seen these signs in one of heaven, when others were all blind, and were I given to utter secrets, haply I might say some pleasant words, but love will have his day. So wait a while expectant. Pr'th thee soon, even in the passing of thine honeymoon, visit thou my Cytherea. Thun wilt find Cupid well-natured, my Adonis kind, and pray persuade with thee. I have done. All blisses be upon thee, my sweet son. Thus the fair goddess, while Endymion knelt to receive those accents halcyon. Meantime a glorious revelry began before the Wat monarch. Nectar ran in courteous fountains to all cups outreached, and plundered vines, teeming exhaustless, pleached new growth about each shell and pendant lyre, the which, in disentangling for their fire, pulled down fresh foliage and coverture for dainty toying. Cupid, empire sure, fluttered and laughed, and oft times through the throng made a delighted way. Then dance, and song, and garlanding, grew wild, and pleasure reigned. In harmless tendril they each other chained, and strove who should be smothered deepest in fresh crush of leaves. Oh, 'tis a very sin for one so weak to venture his poor verse in such a place as this. Oh, do not curse, high muses, let him hurry to the ending. All suddenly were silent. A soft blending of dulcet instruments came charmingly, and then a hymn. King of the stormy sea, brother of Jove, and co-inheritor of elements, eternally before thee the waves' awful bow. Fast, stubborn rock at thy feared trident shrinking, doth unlock its deep foundations, hissing into foam. All mountain rivers, lost in the wide home of thy capacious bosom, ever flow. Thou frownest, and old Aeolus thy foe skulks to his cavern, mid the gruff complaint of all his rebel tempests. Dark clouds faint when from thy diadem a silver gleam slants over blue dominion. Thy bright team gulfs in the morning light, and scuds along to bring thee nearer to that golden song Apollo singeth, while his chariot waits at the doors of heaven. Thou art not for scenes like this. An empire stern haste thou, and it hath furrowed that large front. Yet now, as newly come of heaven, dost thou sit to blend and intonate subdued majesty with this glad time. O shell-born king sublime, we lay our hearts before thee evermore, we sing and we adore. Breathe softly, flutes, be tender of your strings, ye soothing lutes, nor be the trumpet heard. O vain, not flowers budding in an April rain, nor breath of sleeping dove, nor rivers flow, no, nor the Aeolian twang of love's own bow, can mingle music fit for the soft ear of goddess Cytherea. Yet deign, white queen of beauty, thy fair eyes on our souls sacrifice. Bright-winged child, who has another care when thou hast smiled? Unfortunates on earth, we see at last all death shadows and glooms that overcast our spirits, fanned away by thy light pinions. O sweetest essence, sweetest of all minions, god of warm pulses and dishevelled hair, and panting bosoms bare, dear unseen light in darkness, eclipser of light in light, delicious poisoner, thy venomed goblet will we quaff until we fill, and by thy mother's lips was heard no more for clamour, when the golden palace door opened again, and from without in shone a new magnificence. On oozy throne smooth-moving came Oceanus the old, to take a latest glimpse at his sheepfold, before he went into his quiet cave to muse forever. Then a lucid wave, scooped from its trembling sisters of mid-sea, afloat, and pillowing up the majesty of Doris, and the Aegean Sea, her spouse. Next, on a dolphin, clad in laurel boughs, Theban Amphion leaning on his lute, his fingers went across it. All were mute to gaze on Amphitrite, queen of pearls, and Thetis pearly too. The palace whirls around giddy Endymion, seeing he was there far strayed from mortality. He could not bear it, shut his eyes in vain, imagination gave a dizzier pain. Oh, I shall die, sweet Venus, be my stay, where is my lovely mistress? Well away. I die, I hear her voice, I feel my wing. At Neptune's feet he sank. A sudden ring of Nereids were about him, in kind strife to usher back his spirit into life, but still he slept. At last they interwove their cradling arms and purposed to convey towards a crystal bower far away. Lo, while slow carried through the pitying crowd, to his inward senses these words spake aloud, written in starlight on the dock above, Dearest Endymion, my entire love, how have I dwelt in fear of fate, 'Tis done, immortal bliss for me too haste thou one. Arise then, for the hen dove shall not hatch her ready eggs before I'll kissing snatch thee into endless heaven. Awake, awake? The youth at once arose. A placid lake came quiet to his eyes, and forest green, cooler than all the wonders he had seen, lulled with its simple song his fluttering breast. How happy once again in grassy nest, Roman fa muse of my native land, loftiest muse, O firstborn on the mountains, by the hues of heaven on the spiritual air begot, long didst thou sit alone in northern grot, while yet our England was a wolfish den, before our forests heard the talk of men, before the first of druids was a child. Long didst thou sit amid our regions wild, wrapped in a deep prophetic solitude. There came an eastern voice of solemn mood, yet wast thou patient. Then sang forth the nine, Apollo's garland, yet didst thou divine such homebred glory that they cried in vain, Come hither, sister of the island. Plain spake fair Ausonia, and once more she spake a higher summons, still didst thou betake thee to thy native hopes. O thou haste one of full accomplishment. The thing is done, which undone, these our latter days had risen on barren souls. Great Muse, thou know'st what prison of flesh and bone curbs and confines, and frets our spirits' wings. Despondency besets our pillows, and the fresh tomorrow morn seems to give forth its light in very scorn of our dull, uninspired, snail-paced lives. Long have I said, how happy he who shrives to thee, but then I thought on poets gone, and could not pray, nor can I now, so on I move to the end in lowliness of heart. Ah, woe is me, that I should fondly part from my dear native land. Ah, foolish maid, glad was the hour when with thee myriads bade adieu to Ganges and their pleasant fields. To one so friendless the clear freshet yields a bitter coolness, the ripe grape is sour, yet I would have, great gods, but one short hour of native air, let me but die at home. Endymion to heaven's airy dome was offering up a hecatomb of vows, when these words reached him. Whereupon he bows his head through thorny green entanglement of underwood, and to the sound is bent, anxious as hind towards her hidden fawn. Is no one near to help me? No fair dawn of life from charitable voice? No sweet saying to set my dull and saddened spirit playing? No hand to toy with mine? No lips so sweet that I may worship them? No eyelids meet to twinkle on my bosom? No one dies before me till from these enslaving eyes redemption sparkles. I am sad and lost. Thou, carrion laud, hadst better have been tossed into a whirlpool. Vanish into air, warm mountaineer, for canst thou only bear a woman's sigh alone and in distress? See not her charms? Is Phoebe passionless? Phoebe is fairer far, O gaze no more. Yet if thou wilt behold all beauty's star, behold her panting in the forest grass. Do not those curls of glossy jet surpass for tenderness the arms so idly lain amongst them? Feelest not a kindred pain, to see such lovely eyes in swimming search after some warm delight that seems to perch dove-like in the dim cell lying beyond their upper lids? Hist! Oh, for Hermes' wand to touch this flower into human shape, that woodland hyacinthus could escape from his green prison, and here kneeling down call me his queen, his second life's fair crown. Ah me, how I could love! My soul doth melt for the unhappy youth. Love, I have felt so faint a kindness, such a meek surrender to what my own full thoughts had made too tender, that but for tears my life had fled away. Ye deaf and senseless minutes of the day, and thou, old forest, hold ye this for true? There is no lightning, no authentic dew but in the eye of love. There's not a sound, melodious howsoever, can confound the heavens and earth in one to such a death as doth the voice of love. There's not a breath will mingle kindly with the meadow air, till it is panted round, and stolen a share of passion from the heart. Upon a bough he leant, wretched. He surely cannot now thirst for another love. O impious, that he can even dream upon it thus. Thought he, why am I not as are the dead, since to a woe like this I have been led through the dark earth, and through the wondrous sea? Goddess, I love thee not the less. From thee by Juno's smile I turn not, no, 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 while the great waters are at ebb and flow. I have a triple soul? O fond pretence, for both my love is so immense, I feel my heart is cut for them in twain. And so he groaned, as one by beauty slain. The lady's heart beat quick, and he could see her gentle bosom heave tumultuously. He sprang from his green covert. There she lay, sweet as a muskrose upon new-made hay, with all her limbs on tremble, and her eyes shut softly up alive. To speak he tries? Fair damsel, pity me. Forgive that I thus violate thy bower's sanctity. O pardon me, for I am full of grief, grief born of thee, young angel, fairest thief, who stole in haste away the wings wherewith I was to top the heavens. Dear maid, sit thou art my executioner, and I feel loving and hatred, misery and weal, will in a few short hours be nothing to me, and all my story that much passion slew me. do smile upon the evening of my days, and for my touched brain begins to craze, be thou my nurse, and let me understand how dying I shall kiss that lily hand. Dost weep for me? Then should I be content. Scowl on, ye fates, until the firmament out-blackens Erebus, and the full-caverned earth crumbles into itself. By the cloud-girth of Jove, those tears have given me a thirst to meet oblivion. As her heart would burst, the maiden sobbed a while, and then replied, Why must such desolation betide as that thou speakest of? Are not these green nooks empty of all misfortune? Do the brooks utter a Gorgon voice? Does yonder thrush, schooling its half-fledged little ones to brush about the dewy forest, whisper tales? Speak not of grief, young stranger, or cold snails will slime the rose tonight, though if thou wilt, methinks 'twould be a guilt, a very guilt, not to companion thee and sigh away the light, the dusk, the dark, till break of day. Dear lady, said Endymion, 'tis past, I love thee, and my days can never last, that I may pass in patience still speak, let me have music dying, and I seek no more delight, I bid adieu to all. Didst thou not after other climates call, and murmur about Indian streams? Then she, sitting beneath the midmost forest tree, for pity sang this roundelay. O sorrow, why dost borrow the natural hue of health from vermeil lips, to give maiden blushes to the white rose bushes, or is thy dewy hand the daisy tips? O sorrow, why dost borrow the lustrous passion from a falcon eye, to give the glowworm light? Or, on a moonless night, to tinge, on siren shaws, the salt sea spray? O sorrow, why dost borrow the mellow ditties from a morning tongue, to give at evening pale unto the nightingale, that thou mayst listen the cold dews among? O sorrow, why dost borrow heart's lightness from the merriment of May? A lover would not tread a cowslip on the head, though he should dance from eve till peep of day, nor any drooping flower held sacred for thy bower, wherever he may spot himself and play. To sorrow I bade good morrow, and thought to leave her far away behind, but cheerly, cheerly, she loves me dearly. She is so constant to me and so kind, I would deceive her and so leave her, but ah, she is so constant and so kind. Beneath my palm trees, by the river side, I sat a-weeping. In the whole world wide there was no one to ask me why I wept, and so I kept brimming the water-lily cups with tears cold as my fears. Beneath my palm trees, by the river side, I sat a-weeping. What enamored bride, cheated by shadowy wooer from the clouds, but hides and shrouds beneath dark palm trees by a riverside? And as I sat, over the light blue hills there came a noise of revellers. The rills into the wide stream came of purple hue, 'twas Bacchus and his crew. The earnest trumpet spake, and silver thrills from kissing cymbals made a merry din, 'twas Bacchus and his kin. Like to a moving vintage down they came, crowned with green leaves, and faces all on flame, all madly dancing through the pleasant valley to scare thee, melancholy. O then, thou wast a simple name, and I forgot thee as the buried holly by shepherds is forgotten, when in June tall chestnuts keep away the sun and moon. I rushed into the folly. Within his car, aloft, young Bacchus stood, trifling his ivy dot, in dancing mood, with sidelong laughing, and little rills of crimson wine imbrued his plump white arms and shoulders, enough white for Venus' pearly bite, and near him rode Silenus on his ass, pelted with flowers as he on did pass tipsily quaffing. Whence came ye, merry damsels? Whence came ye, so many and such glee? Why have ye left your bowers desolate, your lutes and gentler fate? We follow Bacchus. Bacchus on the wing, a conquering Bacchus, young Bacchus, good or ill betide, we dance before him thorough kingdoms wide. Come hither, lady fair, and joined be to our wild minstrelsy. Whence came ye, jolly satyrs? Whence came ye, so many and such glee? Why have ye left your forest haunts? Why left your nuts in oak tree cleft? For wine we left our kernel tree. For wine we left our heath and yellow brooms and cold mushrooms. For wine we follow Bacchus through the earth, great god of breathless cups and chirping mirth. Come hither, lady fair, and joined be to our mad minstrelsy. Over wide streams and mountains great we went, and, save when Bacchus kept his ivy tent, onward the tiger and the leopard pants with Asian elephants. Onward these myriads, with song and dance, with zebras striped and sleek Arabians prance, web-footed alligators, crocodiles, bearing upon their scaly backs, in files, plump infant laughers mimicking the coil of seamen, and stout galley rowers toil. With toying oars and silken sails they glide, nor care for wind and tide. Mounted on panthers' furs and lions' manes, from rear to van they scour about the plains, a 3 days' journey in a moment done. And always, at the rising of the sun, about the wilds they hunt with spear and hawn, on spleenful unicorn. I saw Assyrian Egypt kneel adown before the vine-wreath crown, I saw Poch de Bassinia rouse and sing to the silver cymbals ring. I saw the whelming vintage hotly pierce old Tartary the fierce, the kings of India their jewel scepters veil, and from their treasures scat a pearled hail. Great Brahma from his mystic heaven groans, and all his priesthood moans, before young Bacchus eye wink turning pale. Into these regions came I following him, sick-hearted, weary. So I took a whim to stray away into these forests drear alone, without a peer, and I have told thee all thou mayest hear. Young stranger, I've been a ranger in search of pleasure throughout every clime. Alas, 'tis not for me. Bewitched I sure must be, to lose in grieving all my maiden prime. Come then, sorrow, sweetest sorrow, like an own babe I nurse thee on my breast. I thought to leave thee and deceive thee, but now of all the world I love thee best. There is not one, no, not one but thee to comfort a poor lonely maid. Thou art her mother, and her brother, her playmate, and her wooer in the shade. Oh, what a sigh she gave in finishing, and look, quite dead to every wordly thing. Endymion could not speak, but gazed on her, and listened to the wind that now did stir about the crisped oaks full drearily, yet with as sweet a softness as might be remembered from its velvet summer song. At last he said, Poor lady, how thus long have I been able to endure that voice? Fair melody, kind siren, I've no choice, I must be thy sad servant evermore. I cannot choose but kneel here and adore. Alas, I must not think by Phoebe, no, let me not think, soft angel, shall it be so? Say, beautifulest, shall I never think? Oh, thou couldst foster me beyond the brink of recollection. Make my watchful care close up its bloodshot eyes, nor see despair. Do gently murder half my soul, and I shall feel the other half so utterly. I'm giddy at that cheek so fair and smooth. Oh, let it blush so ever. Let it soothe my madness. Let it mantle rosy warm with the tinge of love, panting in safe alarm. This cannot be thy hand, and yet it is, and this is sure thine other softeling. This thine own fair bosom, and I am so near. Wilt fall asleep? Oh, let me sip that tear, and whisper one sweet word that I may know this is this world, sweet dewy blossom. Woe, woe, woe to that Endymion, where is he? Even these words went echoing dismally through the wide forest, a most fearful tone, like one repenting in his latest moan, and while it died away a shade passed by, as of a thundercloud. When arrows fly through the thick branches, poor ringdoves sleek forth their timid necks and tremble. So these both leant to each other trembling, and sat so waiting for some destruction. When lo, foot-feathered Mercury appeared sublime beyond the tall tree-tops, and in less time than shoots the slanted hailstorm, down he dropped towards the ground, but rested not, nor stopped one moment from his home. Only the sward he with his wand light touched, and heavenward swifter than sight was gone, even before the teeming earth, a sudden witness bore of his swift magic. Diving swans appear above the crystal circlings white and clear, and catch the cheated eye in wild surprise, how they can dive in sight and unseen rise. So from the turf outsprang two steeds jet black, each with large dark blue wings upon his back. The youth of Caria placed the lovely dame on one, and felt himself in spleen to tame the other's fierceness. Through the air they flew, high as the eagles. Like two drops of dew exhaled to Phoebus' lips, away they are gone, far from the earth away, unseen, alone, among cool clouds and winds, but that the buoyant life of song can floating be above their heads and follow them untired. Muse of my native land, am I inspired? This is the giddy air, and I must spread wide pinions to keep here. Nor do I dread or height, or depth, or width, or any chance precipitous. I have beneath my glance those towering hosses and their mournful freight. Could I thus sail and see, and thus await fearless for power of thought without thine aid? There is a sleepy dusk, an odorous shade from some approaching wonder, and behold those winged steeds, with snotting nostrils bold snuff at its faint extreme, and seem to tire, dying to embers from their native fire. There curled a purple mist around them. Soon, it seemed as when around the pale new moon, sad Zephyr droops the clouds like weeping willow. 'Twas sleep slow, journeying with head on pillow for the first time, since he came nigh dead born from the old womb of night, his cave fall on had he left maw fall on. For the first time, he felt aloof the day and morning's prime, because into his depth Cimmerian there came a dream, showing how a young man, ere a lean bat could plump its wintry skin, would at high Jove's imperial footstool win an immortality, and how espouse Jove's daughter, and be reckoned of his house. Now was he slumbering towards heaven's gate, that he might at the threshold 1 hour wait to hear the marriage melodies, and then sink downward to his dusky cave again. His litter of smooth, semilucent mist, diversely tinged with rose and amethyst, puzzled those eyes that for the scent sought, and scarcely for one moment could be caught his sluggish form reposing motionless. Those two unwinged steeds, with all the stress of vision, searched for him, as one would look athwart the sallows of a river nook to catch a glance at silver-throated eels, or from old Skiddaw's top, when fog conceals his rugged forehead in a mantle pale, with an eye-guess towards some pleasant vale, descry a favourite hamlet faint and far. These raven horses, though they fostered are of earth's splenetic fire, dully drop their full-veined ears, nostrils blood wide, and stop. Upon the spiritless mist have they outspread their ample feathers, are in slumber dead, and on those pinions, level in mid-air, Endymion sleepeth and the lady fair. Slowly they sail, slowly as icy isle upon a calm sea drifting, and meanwhile the mournful wanderer dreams. Behold, he walks on heaven's pavement. Brotherly he talks to divine powers. From his hand full fain Juno's proud birds are pecking pearly grain. He tries the nerve of Phoebus' golden bow, and asketh where the golden apples grow. Upon his arm he braces Pallas' shield, and strives in vain to unsettle, and to wield a Jovian thunderbolt. Och he brings a full-brimmed goblet, dances lightly, sings and tantalizes long. At last he drinks, and lost in pleasure, at her feet he sinks, touching with dazzled lips her starlight hand. He blows a bugle, an ethereal band are visible above. The seasons thaw, green-kirtled spring, flush summer, golden store in autumn's sickle, winter frosty haw, join dance with shadowy hours, while still the blast, in swells unmitigated, still doth last to sway their floating morris. Whose is this, whose bugle? He inquires, they smile. O Dis, why is this mortal here? Dost thou not know its mistress' lips, not thou? 'Tis Dian's, lo, she rises crescented. He looks, 'tis she, his very goddess. Goodbye earth and sea and air, and pains and care and suffering. Goodbye to all but love. Then doth he spring towards her, and awakes, and, strange awhead of those same fragrant exhalations bred, beheld awake his very dream. The god stood smiling, Mary Hebe laughs and nods, and Phoebe bends towards him crescented. O state perplexing! On the pinion bed, too well awake, he feels the panting side of his delicious lady. He who died for soaring too audacious in the sun, when that same treacherous wax began to run, felt not more tongue-tied than Endymion. His heart leapt up as to its rightful throne, to that fair-shadowed passion pulsed its way. Ah, what perplexity? Ah, well-a-day! So fond, so beauteous was his bedfellow, he could not help but kiss her. Then he grew a while forgetful of all beauty save young Phoebe's, golden-haired, and so 'gan crave forgiveness. Yet he turned once more to look at the sweet sleeper, all his soul was shook. She pressed his hand in slumber, so once more he could not help but kiss her and adore. At this the shadow wept, melting away. The Latmian started up. Bright goddess, stay, search my most hidden breast. By truth's own tongue I have no detail hot. Why is it wrung to desperation? Is there naught for me upon the bawn of bliss but misery? These words awoke the stranger of dark tresses, her dawning love-look wrapped Endymion blesses with Havia soft. Sleep yawned from underneath. Thou swan of Ganges, let us no more breathe this murky phantasm. Thou contented seem'st pillowed in lovely idleness, nor dream'st what horrors may discomfit thee and me. Ah, shouldst thou die from my hot treachery? Yet did she merely weep, her gentle soul hath no revenge in it, as it is whole in tenderness, would I were whole in love. Can I prize thee, fair maid, all price above, even when I feel as true as innocence? I do. What is this soul then? Whence came it? It does not seem my own, and I have no self-passion or identity. Some fearful end must be. Where is it? By Nemesis, I see my spirit flit alone about the dock. Forgive me, sweet, shall we away? He roused the steeds, they beat their wings chivalrous into the clear air, leaving old sleep within his vapory lair. The good night blush of eve was waning slow, and Vespa, risen star, began to throw in the dusk heaven's silvery, when they thus sprang direct towards the galaxy. Nor did speed hinder converse soft and strange. Eternal oaths and vows they interchange in such wise, in such temper, so aloof up in the winds, beneath a starry roof, so witless of their doom, that verily 'tis well nigh past man's search their hearts to see, whether they wept, or laughed, or grieved, or toyed, most like with joy gone mad, with sorrow cloyed. Full facing their swift flight from ebon streak, the moon put forth a little diamond peak, no bigger than an unobserved star, on tiny point of fairy Simta, bright signal that she only stooped to tie her silver sandals, ere deliciously she bowed into the heavens her timid head. Slowly she rose, as though she would have fled, while to his lady meek the carrion turned, to mock if her dark eyes had yet discerned this beauty in its birth. Despair? Despair? He saw her body fading gaunt and spare in the cold moonshine. Straight he seized her wrist, it melted from his grasp, her hand he kissed, and, horror, kissed his own, he was alone. Her steed a little higher sawed and then dropped hawkwise to the earth. There lies a den, beyond the seeming confines of the space made for the soul to wander in and trace its own existence, of remotest glooms. Dark regions are around it, where the tombs of buried griefs the spirit sees, but scarce 1 hour doth linger weeping, for the pierce of new-born woe it feels more inly smart. And in these regions many a venomed dart at random flies. They are the proper home of every ill. The man is yet to come who hath not journeyed in this native hell. But few have ever felt how calm and well sleep may be had in that deep den of all. Their anguish does not sting, nor pleasure pall. Woe hurricanes beat ever at the gate, yet all is still within and desolate. Beset with painful gusts, within ye hear no sound so loud as when uncurtained beer the death-watch tick is stifled. Enter none who strive therefore. On the sudden, it is one. Just when the sufferer begins to burn, then it is free to him, and from an urn, still fed by melting ice, he takes a draught. Young Semele such richness never quaffed in her maternal longing. Happy gloom, dark paradise, where pale becomes the bloom of health by dew, where silence dreariest is most articulate, where hopes infest, where those eyes are the brightest far that keep their lids shut longest in a dreamless sleep. O happy spirit home! O wondrous soul, pregnant with such a den to save the whole in thine own depth. Hail, gentle carrion, for never since thy griefs and woes began, hast thou felt so content. A grievous feud hath led thee to this cave of quietude. Ay, his lulled soul was there, although upborne with dangerous speed, and so he did not mourn because he knew not whither he was going. So happy was he, not the aerial blowing of trumpets at clear parley from the east could rouse from that fine relish, that high feast. They stung the feathered horse, with fierce alarm he flapped towards the sound. Alas, no charm could lift Endymion's head, or he had viewed a skyey mask, a pinioned multitude, and silvery was its passing, voices sweet wobbling the while as if to lull and greet the wanderer in his path. Thus wobbled they, while past the vision went in bright array. Who from Dian's feast would be away? For all the golden bowers of the day are empty left. Who away would be from Cynthia's wedding and festivity? Not Hesperus, lo. Upon his silver wings he leans away for highest heaven and sings, snapping his lucid fingers merrily. Ah, Zephyrus, art here and Flora too? Ye tender bibbers of the rain and dew, young playmates of the rose and daffodil, be careful, ere ye enter in, to fill your baskets high with fennel green, and balm and golden pines, savory, latimint, and columbines, cool parsley, basil sweet, and sunny thyme. Yea, every flower and leaf of every clime, all gathered in the dewy morning. High away, fly, crystalline brother of the belt of heaven, Aquarius, to whom King Jove has given 2 liquid pulse streams stead of feathered wings, 2 fan-like fountains, thine illuminings for Dian play, dissolve the frozen purity of air, let thy white shoulders silvery and bare show cold through watery pinions, make more bright the star-queen's crescent on her marriage night. Haste away. Castor has tamed the planet Lion, see, and of the bear has Pollux mastery. A third is in the race. Who is the third, speeding away swift as the eagle bird, the ramping centaur? The lion's mane's on end, the bear how fierce. The centaur's arrow ready seems to pierce some enemy. Far forth his bow is bent into the blue of heaven. He'll be shent, pale unrelentor, when he shall hear the wedding lutes a-playing. Andromeda, sweet woman, why delaying so timidly among the stars, come hither. Join this bright throng, and nimbly follow whither they all are going. Danae's son, before Jove newly bowed, has wept for thee, calling to Jove aloud. Thee, gentle lady, did he disenthrall, ye shall forever live in love for all thy tears a flowing. By Daphne's fright behold Apollo? More Endymion heard not, down his steed him bore, prone to the green head of a misty hill. His first touch of the earth went nigh to kill. Alas, said he, were I but always borne through dangerous winds, had but my footsteps won a path in hell, for ever would I bless horrors which nourish an uneasiness for my own sullen conquering. To him who lives beyond earth's boundary, grief is dim, sorrow is but a shadow. Now I see the grass, I feel the solid ground, ah me, it is thy voice, divinest, where? Who left thee so quiet on this bed of dew? Behold upon this happy earth we are. Let us love each other. Let us fare on forest fruits, and never go among the abodes of mortals here below, or be by phantoms duped. O destiny, into a labyrinth now my soul would fly, but with thy beauty will I deaden it. Where didst thou melt to? By thee will I sit forever. Let our fate stop here. A kid I on this spot will offer. Pan will bid us live in love and peace among his forest wildernesses. I have clung to nothing, loved a nothing, nothing seen or felt but a great dream. Oh, I have been presumptuous against love, against the sky, against all elements, against the tie of mortals each to each, against the blooms of flowers, rush of rivers, and the tombs of heroes gone. Against his proper glory has my own soul conspired, so my story will I to children utter and repent. There never lived a mortal man who bent his appetite beyond his natural sphere, but starved and died. My sweetest Indian, here will I kneel, for thou redeemed haste my life from too thin breathing, gone and past a cloudy phantasms. Caverns lone, farewell, and air of visions and the monstrous swell of visionary seas. No, never more shall airy voices cheat me to the shore of tangled wonder, breathless and aghast. Adieu, my daintiest dream, although so vast my love is still for thee. The hour may come when we shall meet in pure Elysium. On earth I may not love thee, and therefore doves will I offer up, and sweetest store all through the teeming year. So thou wilt shine on me, and on this damsel fair of mine, and bless our simple lives. My Indian bliss, my river-lily bud, one human kiss, one sigh of real breath, one gentle squeeze, warm as a dove's nest among summer trees, and warm with dew at ooze from living blood. With a didst melt? Ah, what of that? All good we'll talk about, no more of dreaming. Now, where shall our dwelling be? Under the brow of some steep mossy hill, where ivy dun would hide us up, although spring leaves were none. And where dark yew trees, as we rustle through, will drop their scarlet berry cups of dew? Oh, thou wouldst joy to live in such a place. Dusk for our loves, yet light enough to grace those gentle limbs on mossy bed reclined. For by one step the blue sky shouldst thou find, and by another, in deep dell below, see, through the trees, a little river go all in its midday gold and glimmering. Honey from out the gnawed hive I'll bring, and apples, wan with sweetness, gather thee, cresses that grow where no man may them see, and sorrel untawn by the dew-clawed stag. Pipes will I fashion of the syrinx flag, that thou mayst always know whither I roam, when it shall please thee in our quiet home to listen and think of love. Still let me speak, still let me dive into the joy I seek, for yet the past doth prison me. The rill, thou haply mayst delight in, will I fill with fairy fishes from the mountain ton, and thou shalt feed them from the squirrel's bawn. Its bottom will I strew with amber shells, and pebbles blue from deep enchanted wells. Its sides I'll plant with dew-sweet eglantine, and honeysuckles full of clear bee wine. I will entice this crystal rill to trace love's silver name upon the meadow's face. I'll kneel to Vesta, for a flame of fire, and to god Phobos for a golden lyre, to Empress Diane for a hunting spear, to Vespa for a taper silver clear, that I may see thy beauty through the night. To Flora, and a nightingale shall light tame on thy finger. To the river gods, and they shall bring thee taper fishing rods of gold, and lines of naiads' long bright tress. Heaven shield thee for thine utter loveliness. Thy mossy footstool shall the altar be for which I'll bending, dear love, to thee. Those lips shall be my Delphos, and shall speak laws to my footsteps, colour to my cheek, trembling or steadfastness to this same voice, and of three sweetest pleasurings the choice. And that affectionate light, those diamond things, those eyes, those passions, those supreme pearl springs, shall be my grief, or twinkle me to pleasure. Say, is not bliss within our perfect seizure? Oh, that I could not doubt. The mountaineer thus strove by fancies vain and crude to clear his bryad path to some tranquillity. It gave bright gladness to his lady's eye, and yet the tears she wept were tears of sorrow. Answering thus, just as the golden morrow beamed upward from the valleys of the east, oh, that the flutter of his heart had ceased, or the sweet name of love had passed away. Young, feathered tyrant, by a swift decay wilt thou devote this body to the earth, and I do think that at my very birth I lisped thy blooming titles inwardly. For at the first dawn and thought of thee, with uplift hands I blessed the stars of heaven. Art thou not cruel? Ever have I striven to think thee kind, but it will not do. When yet a child, I heard that kisses drew favor from thee, and so I gave and gave to the void air, bidding them find out love. But when I came to feel how far above all fancy, pride, and fickle maidenhood, all earthly pleasure, all imagined good, was the warm tremble of a devout kiss. Even then, that moment, at the thought of this, fainting I fell into a bed of flowers and languished there 3 days. Ye milder powers, am I not cruelly wronged? Believe me, dear Endymion, were I to weave with my own fancies garlands of sweet life, thou shouldst be one of all. Ah, bitter strife, I may not be thy love. I am forbidden, indeed I am, thwarted, affrighted, chidden by things I tremble at, and gog in wrath. Twice haste thou asked whither I went. Henceforth ask me no more. I may not utter it, nor may I be thy love. We might commit ourselves at once to vengeance, we might die, we might embrace and die, voluptuous thought? Enlarge not to my hunger, or I'm caught in trammels of perverse deliciousness. No, no, that shall not be, thee will I bless and bid a long adieu. The carrion no word returned, both lovelorn, silent, wan, into the valleys green together went. Far wandering, they were perforce content to sit beneath a fair lone beechen tree, nor at each other gazed, but heavily pawed on its hazel cirque of shedded leaves. Endymion, unhappy, it nigh grieves me to behold thee thus in last extreme, and skied are this, but truly that I deem truth the best music in a first-born song. Thy lute-voiced brother will I sing ere long, and thou shalt aid. Haste thou not aided me. Yes, moonlight emperor, felicity has been thy meed for many thousand years, yet often have I, on the brink of tears, mourned as if yet thou wert a forester, forgetting the old tale. He did not stir his eyes from the dead leaves, or one small pulse of joy he might have felt. The spirit culls unfaded amaranth, when wild it strays through the old garden ground of boyish days. A little onward ran the very stream by which he took his first soft poppy dream, and on the very bark gainst which he leant a crescent he had carved, and round it spent his skill in little stars. The teeming tree had swollen and greened the pious charactery, but not torn out. Why, there was not a slope up which he had not feared the antelope, and not a tree, beneath whose rooty shade he had not with his tamed leopards played, nor could an arrow light, or javelin, fly in the air where his had never been, and yet he knew it not. Oh, treachery! Why does his lady smile, pleasing her eye with all his sorrowing? He sees her not. But whoso stares on him? His sister sure, pioneer of the woods. Can she endure? Impossible, how dearly they embrace. His lady smiles, delight is in her face, it is no treachery. Dear brother mine, Endymion, weep not so. Why shouldst thou pine when all great Latmos so exult will be? Thank the great gods and look not bitterly, and speak not one pale word, and sigh no more. Sure I will not believe thou haste such store of grief to lost thee to my kiss again. Thou surely canst not bear a mind in pain. Come hand in hand with one so beautiful. Be happy both of you, for I will pull the flowers of autumn for your coronals. Pan's holy priest for young Endymion calls, and when he is restored, thou, fairest dame, shalt be our queen. Now, is it not a shame to see ye thus, not very, very sad? Perhaps ye are too happy to be glad. Oh, feel as if it were a common day, free-voiced as one who never was away. No tongue shall ask, whence come ye, but ye shall be gods of your own rest imperial. Not even I, for one whole month, will pry into the hours that have passed us by, since in my arbor I did sing to thee. O Hermes, on this very night will be a hymning up to Cynthia, Queen of Light. For the soothsayers old saw yesternight good visions in the air, whence will befall, as say these sages, health perpetual to shepherds and their flocks. And furthermore, in Dian's face they read the gentle law, therefore for her these vesper carols are. Our friends will all be there from nigh and far. Many upon thy death have ditties made, and many, even now, their foreheads shade with cypress on a day of sacrifice. New singing for our maids shalt thou devise, and pluck the sorrow from our huntsmen's brows. Tell me, my lady queen, how to espouse this wayward brother to his rightful joys. His eyes are on thee bent, as thou didst poise his fate most goddess-like. Help me, I pray, to lure. Endymion, dear brother, say what ails thee. He could bear no more, and so bent his soul fiercely like a spiritual bow, and twanged it inwardly, and calmly said, I would have thee my only friend, sweet maid, my only visitor? Not ignorant, though, that those deceptions which for pleasure go mong men, are pleasures real as real may be, but there are higher ones I may not see. If impious lie an earthly realm I take, since I saw thee, I have been wide awake night after night, and day by day, until of the empyrean I have drunk my fill. Let it content thee. Sister, seeing me more happy than betides mortality. A hermit young, I'll live in mossy cave, where thou alone shalt come to me, and lave thy spirit in the wonders I shall tell. Through me the shepherd realm shall prosper well, for to thy tongue will I all health confide. And for my sake, let this young maid abide with thee as a dear sister. Thou alone, Piana, mayst return to me. I own this may sound strangely, but when, dearest girl, thou seest it for my happiness, no pearl will trespass down those cheeks. Companion fair, wilt be content to dwell with her, to share this sister's love with me? Like one resigned and bent by circumstance, and thereby blind in self-commitment, thus that meek unknown, I, but a buzzing by my ears has flown, of jubilee to Dian, truth I heard. Well then, I see there is no little bird tender soever, but is Jove's own care. Long have I sought for rest, and unaware, behold I find it, so exalted too, so after my own heart. I knew there was a place untenanted in it, in that same void white chastity shall sit, and monitor me nightly to lone slumber. With sanest lips I vow me to the number of Diane's sisterhood, and, kind lady, with thy good help, this very night shall see my future days to her fane consecrate. As feels a dreamer what doth most create his own particular fright, so these three felt, all like one who, in after ages, knelt to Lucifer or Baal, when he'd pine after a little sleep, or when in mine far underground, a sleeper meets his friends who know him not. Each diligently bends towards common thoughts and things for very fear, striving their ghastly malady to cheer, by thinking it a thing of yes and no that housewives talk of. But the spirit blow was struck, and all were dreamers. At the last Endymion said, Are not our fates all cast, why stand we here? Adieu, ye tender pair, adieu? Whereat those maidens with wild stare walked dizzily away. Pained and hot his eyes went after them, until they got near to a cypress grove whose deadly maw, in one swift moment, would what then he saw engulf forever. Stay, he cried, ah stay, turn, damsels, hist, one word I have to say, sweet Indian, I would see thee once again. It is a thing I dote on, so I'd fain, Piena, ye should hand in hand repair, into those holy groves that silent are behind great Diane's temple. I'll be yon, at Vespa's earliest twinkle, they are gone, but once again. At this he pressed his hands against his face, and then did rest his head upon a mossy hillock green, and so remained as he a copse had been all the long day, save when he scantly lifted his eyes abroad, to see how shadows shifted with the slow move of time, sluggish and weary until the poplar tops, in journey dreary, had reached the river's brim. Then up he rose, and, slowly as that very river flows, walked towards the temple grove with this lament. Why such a golden eve? The breeze is sent careful and soft, that not a leaf may fall before the serene Father of them all bows down his summer head below the west. Now am I of breath, speech and speed possessed, but at the setting I must bid adieu to her for the last time. Night will strew on the damp grass myriads of lingering leaves, and with them shall I die. Nor much it grieves to die, when summer dies on the cold sward. Why, I have been a butterfly, a lot of flowers, garlands, love-knots, silly posies. Groves, meadows, melodies, and arboroses, my kingdom's at its death, and just it is that I should die with it. So in all this we miscall grief, bale, sorrow, heartbreak, woe, where is there to plain of? By Titan's foe I am but rightly served. So saying, he tripped lightly on, in sort of deathful glee, laughing at the clear stream and setting sun, as though they jests had been. Nor had he done his laugh at nature's holy countenance until that grove appeared, as if perchance, and then his tongue with sober seemlid gave utterance as he entered. Ha, I said, king of the butterflies, but by this gloom, and by old Rhadamanthus' tongue of doom, this dusk religion, pomp of solitude, and the Promethean clay by thief endued, by old Saturnus Fallock, by his head shook with eternal palsy, I did wed myself to things of light from infancy, and thus to be cast out, thus lorn to die, is sure enough to make a mortal man grow impious. So he inwardly began on things for which no wording can be found, deeper and deeper sinking, until drowned beyond the reach of music. For the choir of Cynthia he heard not, though rough briar nor muffling thicket interposed to dull the vesper hymn, far swollen, soft and full, through the dark pillars of those sylvan aisles. He saw not the two maidens, nor their smiles, wan as primroses gathered at midnight by chilly-fingered spring. Unhappy wight, Endymion, said Piena, we are here. What wouldst thou ere we all are laid on bier? Then he embraced her, and his lady's hand pressed, saying, Sister, I would have command, if it were heaven's will, on our sad fate. At which that dark-eyed stranger stood elate and said, in a new voice, but sweet as love, to Endymion's amaze, By Cupid's dove, and so thou shalt, and by the lily truth of my own breast thou shalt, beloved youth. And as she spake, into her face there came light, as reflected from a silver flame, her long black hair swelled ampler, in display full golden, in her eyes a brighter day dawned blue, and full of love. Aye, he beheld Phoebe, his passion. Joyous she upheld her lucid bow, continuing thus. Drea has our delaying been, but foolish fear withheld me first, and then decrees of fate, and then 'twas fit that from this mortal state thou shouldst, my love, by some unlooked-for change be spiritualized. Piena, we shall range these forests, and to thee they safe shall be as was thy cradle. Hither shalt thou flee to meet us many a time. Next Cynthia bright Piena kissed, and blessed with fair good night. Her brother kissed her too, and knelt down before his goddess in a blissful swoon. She gave her fair hands to him, and behold, before 3 swiftest kisses he had told, they vanished far away. Piena went home through the gloomy wood in wonderment. On Oxford the Gothic looks solemn, the plain Doric column supports an old bishop and crozier, the mouldering arch, shaded by a larch, stands next door to Wilson the hosier. Vice, that is, by turns, all pale faces mons the black tasseled trencher and common hat. The charity boy sings, the steeple bell rings, and as for the chancellor, dominat. There are plenty of trees and plenty of ease and plenty of fat deer for parsons, and when it is venison, shot is the benison, then each on a leg or thigh fastens. On, think not of it, sweet one, so, give it not a tear, sigh thou mayst, and bid it go anywhere. Do not look so sad, sweet one, sad and fadingly, shed one drop. Then it is gone, oh, 'twas born to die, still so pale? Then, dearest, weep, weep, I'll count the tears, for each will I invent a bliss for thee in after years. Brighter has it left thine eyes than a sunny rill, and thy whispering melodies are more tender still. Yet, as all things mon a while at fleeting blisses, and let us too, but be our dirge a dirge of kisses. Lines unfelt, unheard, unseen, I've left my little queen, her languid arms in silver slumber lying. Ah, through their nestling touch, who could tell how much there is for madness, cruel, or complying? Those fairy lids how sleek, those lips how moist, they speak in ripest quiet shadows of sweet sounds, into my fancy's ear melting a burden dear, how love doth know no fullness and no bounds. True, tender monitors, I bend unto your laws, this sweetest day for dalliance was born, so without more ado, I'll feel my heaven anew for all the blushing of the hasty mon. Stanzas in a drear nighted December, too happy, happy tree, thy branches ne'er remember their green felicity. The north cannot undo them, with a sleety whistle through them nor frozen thawings glue them from budding at the prime. In a drear nighted December, too happy, happy brook, thy bubblings ne'er remember Apollo's summer look, but with a sweet forgetting, they stay their crystal fretting, never, never petting about the frozen time. Ah, would 'twere so with many a gentle girl and boy, but were there ever any writhed not at past joy? To know the change and feel it when there is none to heal it, nor numbed sense to steal it, was never said in rhyme. To a cat, who haste past thy grand climacteric, how many mice and rats haste in thy days destroyed? How many titbits stolen? Gaze with those bright languid segments green, and prick those velvet ears. But Piarthy, do not stick thy latent talons in me, and upraise thy gentle mew, and tell me all thy phrase of fish and mice, and rats and tender chick. Nay, look not down, nor lick thy dainty wrists for all the wheezy asthma, and for all thy tail's tip is nicked off. And though the fists of many a maid has given thee many a maul, still is that fur as soft as when the lists in youth thou entedst on glass-bottled wall. Sharing Eve's apple, oh blush not so, or I shall think you knowing, and if you smile the blushing while, then maidenhead's a-going. There's a blush for won't, and a blush for shan't, and a blush for having done it. There's a blush for thought, and a blush for not, and a blush for just begun it. Oh, sigh not so, for it sounds of Eve's sweet pippin. By these loosened lips you have tasted the pips and fought in an amorous nipping. Will you play once more at nice gut caw, for it only will lost our youth out, and we have the prime of the kissing time, we have not one sweet tooth out. There's a sigh for yes, and a sigh for no, and a sigh for I can't bear it. Oh, what can be done, shall we stay or run? Oh, cut the sweet apple and share it. What the thrush said, O thou whose face hath felt the winter's wind, whose eye has seen the snow clouds hung in mist, and the black elm tops mong the freezing stars. To thee the spring will be a harvest time. O thou, whose only book has been the light of supreme darkness, which thou feddest on night after night when Phoebus was away, to thee the spring shall be a triple morn. O fret not after knowledge, I have none, and yet my song comes native with the warmth. O fret not after knowledge, I have none, and yet the evening listens. He who saddens at thought of idleness cannot be idle, and he's awake who thinks himself asleep. Robin Hood to a friend. No, those days are gone away, and their hours are old and grey, and their minutes buried all under the downtrodden pall of the leaves of many years. Many times have winter's shears, frozen north, and chilling east, sounded tempests to the feast of the forest's whispering fleeces, since men knew nor rent nor leases. No, the bugle sounds no more, and the twanging bow no more. Silent is the ivory shrill past the heath and up the hill. There is no mid-forest laugh, where lone echo gives the half to some wight, amazed to hear jesting, deep in forest drear. On the fairest time of June you may go, with sun or moon, or the 7 stars to light you, or the polar ray to right you. But you never may behold Little John, or Robin Bold. Never one, of all the clan, thrumming on an empty can some old hunting ditty, while he doth his green way beguile to fair hostess merriment, down beside the pasture Trent. For he left the merry tale, messenger for spicy ale. Gone, the merry morris din, gone, the song of gamelin, gone, the tough-belted outlaw idling in the green shaw. All a gone away and past. And if Robin should be cast sudden from his turfed grave, and if Marian should have once again her forest days, she would weep and he would craze. He would swear, for all his oaks, fallen beneath the dockyard strokes, have rotted on the briny seas. She would weep that her wild bees sang not to her, strange, that honey can't be got without hard money. So it is, yet let us sing honor to the old bowstring, honor to the bugle horn, honor to the woods unshorn, honor to the Lincoln green, honor to the archer keen, honor to tight Little John, and the horse he rode upon, honor to bold Robin Hood, sleeping in the underwood, honor to Maid Marian, and to all the Sherwood clan. Though their days have hurried by, let us to a burden try. Lines on the Mermaid Tavern, souls of poets dead and gone. What Elysium have ye known, happy field or mossy cavern, choicer than the Mermaid Tavern? Have ye tippled drink more fine than mine host's canary wine? Or are fruits of paradise sweeter than those dainty pies of venison? O generous food, dressed as though bold Robin Hood would, with his maid Marian, sup and bows from horn and can. I have heard that on a day mine host's signboard flew away, nobody knew whither, till an astrologer's old quill to a sheepskin gave the story. Said he saw you in your glory, underneath a new old sign sipping beverage divine, and pledging with contented smack the mermaid in the zodiac. Souls of poets dead and gone, what Elysium have ye known, happy field or mossy cavern, choicer than the Mermaid Tavern? A song of opposites under the flag of each his faction, they to battle bring their embryo atoms. Welcome joy, and welcome sorrow, Lethe's weed and Hermes' feather. Come today, and come tomorrow, I do love you both together. I love to mock sad faces in fair weather, and hear a merry laugh amid the thunder, fair and foul I love together. Meadows sweet where flames are under, and a giggle at a wonder, visage sage at pantomime, funeral and steeple chime, infant playing with a skull, morning fair and shipwrecked hull, nightshade with the woodbine kissing, serpents in red roses hissing, Cleopatra regal dressed with the aspic at her breast, dancing music, music sad, both together, sane and mad, muses bright and muses pale, sombre Saturn, Momus hail, laugh and sigh and laugh again, oh, the sweetness of the pain. Muses bright and muses pale, bear your faces of the veil. Let me see, and let me write of the day and of the night, both together. Let me slake all my thirst for sweet heartache. Let my bower be of you, interwreathed with myrtles new, pines and lime trees full in bloom, and my couch a low grass doom. On seeing a lock of Milton's hair, chief of organic numbers, old scholar of the spheres, thy spirit never slumbers, but rolls about our ears for ever and for ever. Oh, what a mad endeavor worketh he, who to thy sacred and ennobled hearse would offer a burnt sacrifice of verse and melody. How heaven thou soundest, live temple of sweet noise, and discord unconfoundest, giving delight new joys, and pleasure noble opinions. Oh, where are thy dominions? Lend thine ear to a young Delian oath, I, by thy soul, by all that from thy mortal lips did roll, and by the kernel of thine earthly love, beauty, in things on earth, and things above, I swear. When every childish fashion has vanished from my rhyme, will I, grey gone in passion, leave to an after time, hymning and harmony of thee, and of thy works, and of thy life. But vain is now the burning and the strife, pangs are in vain, until I grow high-rife with old philosophy, and mad with glimpses of futurity. For many years my offering must be hushed. When I do speak, I'll think upon this hour, because I feel my forehead hot and flushed. Even at the simplest vassal of thy power, a lock of thy bright hair, sudden it came, and I was startled when I caught thy name coupled so unaware, yet at the moment temperate was my blood. I thought I had beheld it from the flood. Where's the poet? Show him, where's the poet? Show him, Muses 9, that I may know him. 'Tis the man who with a man is an equal, be he king, or poorest of the beggar clan, or any other wondrous thing, a man may be twixt ape and Plato. 'Tis the man who with a bird, wren, or eagle, finds his way to all its instincts. He hath heard the lion's roaring, and can tell what his horny throat expresseth, and to him the tiger's yell comes articulate and presseth on his ear like mother tongue. A draught of sunshine, hence Burgundy, claret, and pot, away with old Hock and Madeira. Too earthly ye are for my spot, there's a beverage brighter and clearer. Instead of a pitiful rummer, my wine overbrims a whole summer. My bowl is the sky, and I drink at my eye, till I feel in the brain a Delphian pain. Then follow my chaos? Then follow? On the green of the hill we will drink our fill of golden sunshine, till our brains intertwine with the glory and grace of Apollo. God of the meridian, and of the east and west, to thee my soul is flown, and my body is earthward pressed. It is an awful mission, a terrible division, and leaves a gulf austere to be filled with worldly fear. Aye, when the soul is fled to high above our head, affrighted do we gaze after its airy maze, as doth a mother wild, when her young infant child is in an eagle's claws. And is not this the cause of madness? God of song, thou bearest me along through sights I scarce can bear. Oh, let me share with the hot lyre and thee, the staid philosophy. Temper my lonely hours, and let me see thy bowers more unalarmed. Song, hush, hush, tread softly, I hush, hush, tread softly. Hush, hush, my dear. All the house is asleep, but we know very well that the jealous old bald pate may hear, though you've patted his nightcap, oh sweet Isabel. Though your feet are more light than a fairy's feet, who dances on bubbles where brooklets meet. Hush, hush, soft tiptoe. Hush, hush, my dear. For less than a nothing the jealous can hear. Roman 2 No leaf doth tremble, no ripple is there on the river, all's still, and the night's sleepy eye closes up and forgets all its Lethean care, charmed to death by the drone of the humming mayfly. And the moon, whether prudish or complacent, has fled to her bower, well knowing I want no light in the dusk, no touch in the gloom, but my Isabel's eyes, and her lips pulped with bloom. Roman 3 Lift the latch. Ah, gently? Ah, tenderly sweet? We are dead if that latchet gives one little clink. Well done, now those lips and a flowery seat, the old man may sleep, and the planets may wink. The shut rose shall dream of our loves and awake full-blown, and such warmth for the morning take. The stock dove shall hatch her soft brace and shall coo, while I kiss to the melody, aching all through. Extracts from an opera. Oh, were I one of the Olympian 12? Oh, were I one of the Olympian 12, their godships should pass this into a law, that when a man doth set himself in toil after some beauty veiled far away, each step he took should make his lady's hand more soft, more white, and her fair cheek more fair. And for each briar-berry he might eat, a kiss should bud upon the tree of love, and pulp and ripen richer every hour, to melt away upon the traveller's lips. Daisies song the sun, with his great eye, sees not so much as I, and the moon, all silver-proud, might as well be in a cloud. And oh, the spring, I lead the life of a king, couched in the teeming grass I spy each pretty lass. I look where no one dares, and I stare where no one stares, and when the night is nigh, lambs bleat my lullaby. Folly's song when wedding fiddles are a-playing, huzzah for folly, oh! And when maidens go a-maying, huzzah, etc. When a milk pail is upset, huzzah, etc. And the clothes left in the wet, huzzah, etc. When the barrels set a broach, huzzah, etc. When Kate Eyebrow keeps a coach, huzzah, etc. When the pig is over-roasted, huzzah, etc. And the cheese is over-toasted. Huzzah, etc. When Sir Snap is with his lawyer. Huzzah, etc. And Miss Chip has kissed the Sawyer. Huzzah, etc. Oh, I am frightened with most hateful thoughts. Oh, I am frightened with most hateful thoughts. Perhaps her voice is not a nightingale's, perhaps her teeth are not the fairest pearl, her eyelashes may be, for aught I know, not longer than the mayfly's small fan horns. There may not be one dimple on her hand, and freckles many? Ah, a careless nurse, in haste to teach the little thing to walk, may have crumped up a pair of Diane's legs and whopped the ivory of a Juno's neck. Song the stranger lighted from his steed, the stranger lighted from his steed, and ere he spake a word, he seized my lady's lily hand, and kissed it all unheard. The stranger walked into the hall, and ere he spake a word, he kissed my lady's cherry lips, and kissed 'em all unheard. The stranger walked into the bower, but my lady first did go, I hand in hand into the bower, where my lord's roses blow. My lady's maid had a silken scarf, and a golden ring had she, and a kiss from the stranger, as off he went again on his palfrey. Asleep? Oh, sleep a little while, white pearl, asleep? Oh, sleep a little while, white pearl, and let me kneel, and let me pray to thee, and let me call heaven's blessing on thine eyes, and let me breathe into the happy air, that doth enfold and touch thee all about, vows, O my slavery, my giving up, my sudden adoration, my great love. Fairy songs I shed no tear, oh, shed no tear, the flower will bloom another year. Weep no more, oh, weep no more. Young buds sleep in the root's white caw, dry your eyes, oh, dry your eyes, for I was taught in paradise to ease my breast of melodies. Shed no tear. Overhead, look overhead 'mong the blossoms white and red. Look up, I flutter now on this flush pomegranate bough. See me, 'tis this silvery bill ever cures the good man's ill. Shed no tear, oh, shed no tear, the flower will bloom another year. Adieu, adieu, I fly, adieu, I vanish in the heavens blue. Adieu, adieu, Roman 2 ah, woe is me, poor Silverwing, that I must chant thy lady's dirge and death to this fair haunt of spring of melody, and streams of flowery verge. Poor Silverwing, ah, woe is me, that I must see these blossoms snow upon thy lady's pall. Go, pretty page, and in her ear whisper that the hour is near. Softly tell her not to fear such calm Favonian burial. Go, pretty page, and soothly tell, the blossoms hang by a melting spell, and fall they must, ere a star wink thrice upon her closed eyes, that now in vain are weeping their last tears, at sweet life leaving, and those arbors green, rich dowry from the spirit of the spheres, alas, poor queen, on sitting down to read King Lear once again, O golden-tongued romance, with serene lute, fair-plumed siren, queen of far away, leave melodizing on this wintry day, shut up thine olden pages and be mute, adieu? For once again the fierce dispute, betwixt damnation and impassioned clay, must I burn through. Once more humbly essay the bitter sweet of this Shakespearean fruit, chief poet, and ye clouds of Albion, begetters of our deep, eternal theme, when through the old oak forest I am gone, let me not wander in a barren dream, but when I am consumed in the fire, give me new phoenix wings to fly at my desire. Sonnet, when I have fears that I may cease to be, when I have fears that I may cease to be before my pen has gleaned my teeming brain, before high-piled books, in charactery, hold like rich garners the full-ripened grain. When I behold, upon the night's starred face, huge cloudy symbols of a high romance, and think that I may never live to trace their shadows, with the magic hand of chance, and when I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflecting love, then on the shore of the wide world I stand alone, and think till love and fame to nothingness do sink. To a lady seen for a few moments at Vauxhall times sea hath been 5 years at its slow ebb. Long hours have to and fro let creep the sand, since I was tangled in thy beauty's web, and snared by the ungloving of thine hand. And yet I never look on midnight sky, but I behold thine eyes' well-memoried light. I cannot look upon the roses die, but to thy cheek my soul doth take its flight. I cannot look on any budding flower, but my fond ear, in fancy at thy lips and hearkening for a love sound, doth devour its sweets in the wrong sense. Thou dost eclipse every delight with sweet remembering, and grief unto my darling joys dost bring. To Spensa, a jealous honourer of thine, afforested deep in thy midmost trees, did last eve ask my promise to refine some English that might strive thine ear to please. But elfin poet, 'tis impossible for an inhabitant of wintry earth to rise like Phoebus with a golden quill fire-winged, and make a morning in his mirth. It is impossible to escape from toil o' the sudden, and receive thy spiriting. The flower must drink the nature of the soil before it can put forth its blossoming. Be with me in the summer days, and I will for thine honour and his pleasure try. To the Nile son of the old moon mountains African, chief of the pyramid and crocodile, we call thee fruitful, and that very while a desert fills our seeing's inward span. Nurse of swat nations since the world began, art thou so fruitful? Or dost thou beguile such men to honour thee, who, wan with toil, rest for a space twixt Cairo and Deccan? O may dark fancies err? They surely do. 'Tis ignorance that makes a barren waste of all beyond itself. Thou dost bedew green rushes like our rivers, and dost taste the pleasant sunrise. Green isles haste thou to, and to the sea as happily dost haste. Written in answer to a sonnet ending thus, dark eyes are dearer far than those that mock the hyacinthine bell. Blue, 'tis the life of heaven, the domain of Cynthia, the wide palace of the sun, the tent of Hesperus and all his train, the bosomer of clouds, gold, grey, and dun. Blue, 'tis the life of waters, ocean and all its vassal streams, pools numberless, may rage and foam and fret, but never can subside if not to dark blue nativeness. Blue, gentle cousin of the forest green, married to green in all the sweetest flowers, forget-me-not, the bluebell, and that queen of secrecy, the violet. What strange powers hast thou, as a mere shadow? But how great, when in an eye thou art, alive with fate. To Homer standing aloof in giant ignorance of the eye here and of the Cyclades, as one who sits ashore and longs perchance to visit dolphin coral in deep seas. So thou wast blind. But then the veil was rent, for Jove uncurtained heaven to let thee live, and Neptune made for thee a spummy tent, and Pan made sing for thee his forest hive. Aye, on the shores of darkness there is light, and precipices show untrodden green. There is a budding morrow in midnight. There is a triple sight in blindness keen. Such seeing hadst thou, as it once befell to Diane, queen of earth and heaven and hell. To John Hamilton Reynolds, oh, that a week could be an age, and we felt potting and warm meeting every week. Then one poor year 1,000 years would be, the flush of welcome ever on the cheek. So could we live long life in little space, so time itself would be annihilate. So a day's journey in oblivious haze to serve our joys would lengthen and dilate. Oh, to arrive each Monday morn from Ind, to land each Tuesday from the rich Levant, in little time a host of joys to bind, and keep our souls in one eternal pant. This morn, my friend, and yester evening taught me how to harbor such a happy thought. The human seasons, 4 seasons, fill the measure of the year. There are 4 seasons in the mind of man. He has his lusty spring, when fancy clear takes in all beauty with an easy span. He has his summer, when luxuriously springs honeyed cud of youthful thought he loves to ruminate, and by such dreaming, high is nearest unto heaven. Quiet coves his soul has in its autumn, when his wings he furleth close. Contented so to look on mists in idleness, to let fair things pass by unheeded as a threshold brook. He has his winter too of pale misfeature, or else he would forego his mortal nature. The Devon maid, where be ye going, you Devon maid? And what have ye there in the basket? Ye tight little fairy just fresh from the dairy, will ye give me some cream if I ask it? I love your meads, and I love your flowers, and I love your junkets mainly, but hind the door I love kissing ma, oh look not so disdainly. I love your hills, and I love your dales, and I love your flocks bleating. But oh, on the heather to lie together, with both our hearts beating. I'll put your basket all safe in a nook, your shawl I hang up on the willow, and we will sigh in the daisy's eye and kiss on a grass-green pillow. Epistle to John Hamilton Reynolds. Dear Reynolds, as last night I lay in bed, there came before my eyes that wanted thread of shapes and shadows and remembrances, that every other minute vex and please, things all disjointed come from north and south. 2 witches' eyes above a cherub's mouth, Voltaire with casque and shield and habergeon, and Alexander with his nightcap on, old Socrates tying his cravat, and Hazlitt playing with Miss Edgeworth's cat, and Junius Brutus, pretty well so-so, making the best of us way towards Soho. Few are there who escape these visitings, perhaps 1 or 2 whose lives have patent wings, and through whose curtains peeps no hellish nose, no wild boar tushes, and no mermaid's toes, but flowers bursting out with lusty pride, and young Aeolian hops personified, some Titian colors touched into real life. The sacrifice goes on, the pontiff knife gleams in the sun, the milk-white heifer lows, the pipes go shrilly, the libation flows, a white sail shows above the green-head cliff, moves round the point and throws her anchor stiff. The mariners join him with those on land. You know the enchanted castle, it doth stand upon a rock, on the border of a lake, nested in trees, which all do seem to shake from some old magic-like Urganda's sod. O Phoebus, that I had thy sacred word to show this castle, in fair dreaming wise, unto my friend, while sick and ill he lies. You know it well enough, where it doth seem a mossy place, a Merlin's hall, a dream. You know the clear lake, and the little isles, the mountains blue, and cold near neighbor rills, all which elsewhere are but half animate. There do they look alive to love and hate, to smiles and frowns, they seem a lifted mound above some giant, pulsing underground. Part of the building was a chosen sea, built by a banished Santon of Chaldee. The other part, 2,000 years from him, was built by Cuthbert de St. Aldebrim. Then there's a little wing, far from the sun, built by a Lapland witch turned maudlin nun, and many other juts of aged stone founded with many a mason devil's groan. The doors all look as if they upped themselves, the windows as if latched by fays and elves, and from them comes a silver flash of light, as from the westward of a summer's night, all like a beauteous woman's large blue eyes gone mad through olden songs and posies. See, what is coming from the distance dim? A golden galley all in silken trim. 3 rows of oars are lightning. Moment whiles into the verdurous bosoms of those isles. Towards the shade, under the castle wall, it comes in silence. Now 'tis hidden all. The clarion sounds, and from a postern gate an echo of sweet music doth create a fear in the poor herdsman who doth bring his beasts to trouble the enchanted spring. He tells of the sweet music, and the spot, to all his friends, and they believe him not. Oh, that our dreamings all, of sleep or wake, would all their colors from the sunset take, from something of material sublime, rather than shadow our own soul's daytime in the dark void of night. For in the world we jostle, but my flag is not unfurled on the admiral staff, and so philosophize I dare not yet. Oh, never will the prize, high reason, and the love of good and ill, be my award? Things cannot to the will be settled, but they tease us out of thought. Or is it imagination brought beyond its proper bound, yet still confined, lost in a sort of purgatory blind, cannot refer to any standard law of either earth or heaven? It is a flaw in happiness, to see beyond our bourne. It forces us in summer skies to mourn, it spoils the singing of the nightingale. Dear Reynolds, I have a mysterious tale, and cannot speak it. The first page I read upon a lampet rock of green seaweed among the breakers. 'Twas a quiet eve, the rocks were silent, the wide sea did weave an untumultuous fringe of silver foam along the flat brown sand, I was at home, and should have been most happy. But I saw too far into the sea, where every maw the greater on the less feeds evermore. But I saw too distinct into the core of an eternal fierce destruction, and so from happiness I far was gone. Still am I sick of it, and though today I've gathered young spring leaves, and flowers gay of periwinkle and wild strawberry, still do I that most fierce destruction see, the shock at savage prey, the hawk at pounce, the gentle robin, like a pod or ounce, ravening a worm, away, ye horrid moods, moods of one's mind, you know I hate them well. You know I'd sooner be a clapping bell to some Kamshatkan missionary church than with these horrid moods be left I the lurch. At Teignmouth here all the summer could I stay, for there's bishops ta'en and kings ta'en and coombe at the clear Teigne head, where close by the stream you may have your cream all spread upon barley bread. There's Och brook and there's Loch brook both turning many a mill, and cooling the drouth of the salmon's mouth and fattening his silver gill. There is wild wood, a mild hood to the sheep on the lee o' the down, where the golden furze with its green, thin spurs, doth catch at the maiden's gown. There is Newton Marsh with its spear grass hosh, a pleasant summer level where the maidens sweet of the market street do meet in the dusk to revel. There's the bottom rich with dike and ditch and hedge for the thrush to live in, and the hollow tree for the buzzing bee, and a bank for the wasp to hive in. And oh, the daisies blow, and the primroses are wakened, and the violets white sit in silver light, and the green buds as long as the spike end. Then who would go into Dock Soho, and chatter with danked-haired critics, when he can stay for the new-mown hay, and startle the dappled crickets? Fragment of an ode to Maia, mother of Hermes, and still youthful Maia. May I sing to thee as thou wast hymned on the shaws of Baiae? Or may I woo thee in earlier Sicilian? Or thy smiles seek as they once were sought, in Grecian isles, by bards who died content on pleasant sward, leaving great verse unto a little clan? Oh, give me their old vigour, and unheard save of the quiet primrose, and the span of heaven and few ears, rounded by thee, my song should die away content as theirs, rich in the simple worship of a day. Isabella, or the pot of basil, a story from Boccaccio, I fair Isabel, poor simple Isabel? Lorenzo, a young palmer in love's eye, they could not in the self-same mansion dwell without some stir of hot, some malady. They could not sit at meals but feel how well it soothed each to be the other by. They could not, sure, beneath the same roof sleep but to each other dream, and nightly weep. Roman too, with every morn their love grew tenderer, with every eve deeper and tenderer still. He might not in house, field, or garden stir, but her full shape would all his seeing fill, and his continual voice was pleasanter to her, the noise of trees or hidden rill. Her lute-string gave an echo of his name, she spoilt her half-done broidery with the same. Roman 3 he knew whose gentle hand was at the latch, before the daw had given her to his eyes, and from her chamber window he would catch her beauty farther than the falcon spies, and constant as her vespers would he watch, because her face was turned to the same skies, and with sick longing all the night outwear, to hear her morning step upon the stair. Roman for a whole long month of May in this sad plight made their cheeks paler by the break of June. Tomorrow will I bow to my delight, tomorrow will I ask my lady's boon. Oh, may I never see another night, Lorenzo, if thy lips breathe not love's tune. So spake they to their pillows, but alas, honeyless days and days did he let pass. Until sweet Isabella's untouched cheek fell sick within the rose's just domain, fell thin as a young mother's, who doth seek by every lull to cool her infant's pain. How ill she is, said he, I may not speak, and yet I will, and tell my love all plain. If looks speak love laws, I will drink her tears, and at the least 'twill startle off her cares. So said he one fair morning, and all day his heart beat awfully against his side, and to his heart he inwardly did pray for power to speak. But still, the ruddy tide stifled his voice, and pulsed resolve away. Fevered his high conceit of such a bride, yet brought him to the meekness of a child. Alas, when passion is both meek and wild. Roman 7 So once more he had waked and anguished a dreary night of love and misery. If Isabel's quick eye had not been wed to every symbol on his forehead high, she saw it waxing very pale and dead, and straight all flushed. So, lisped tenderly, Lorenzo? Here she ceased her timid quest, but in her tone and look he read the rest. Roman 8 O Isabella, I can half perceive that I may speak my grief into thine ear. If thou didst ever anything believe, believe how I love thee, believe how near my soul is to its doom. I would not grieve thy hand by unwelcome pressing, would not fear thine eyes by gazing, but I cannot live another night, and not my passion shrive. Roman 9 Love, thou art leading me from wintry cold, lady? Thou leadest me to summer clime, and I must taste the blossoms that unfold in its ripe warmth this gracious morning time. So said, his erewhile timid lips grew bold, and posied with hers in dewy rhyme. Great bliss was with them, and great happiness grew, like a lusty flower in June's caress. Ex-potting they seemed to tread upon the air, twin roses by the zephyr blown apart, only to meet again more close, and share the inward fragrance of each other's heart. She to her chamber gone, a ditty fair sang, of delicious love and honeyed dart. He with light steps went up a western hill, and bade the sun farewell, enjoyed his fill. Roman 11 all close they met again, before the dusk had taken from the stars its pleasant veil. All close they met, all eves, before the dusk had taken from the stars its pleasant veil. Close in a bower of hyacinth and musk, unknown of any, free from whispering tale. Ah, better had it been forever so, than idle ears should pleasure in their woe. Roman 12 were they unhappy then? It cannot be, too many tears for lovers have been shed, too many sighs give we to them in fee, too much of pity after they are dead. Too many doleful stories do we see, whose matter in bright gold were best be read. Except in such a page where Theseus' spouse over the pathless waves towards him bows. Roman 13 But, for the general award of love, the little sweet doth kill much bitterness. Though Dido silent is in undergrove, and Isabella's was a great distress. Though young Lorenzo in warm Indian clove was not embalmed, this truth is not the less, even bees, the little almsmen of spring bowers, know there is richest juice in poison flowers. Roman 14 with her 2 brothers, this fair lady dwelt, enriched from ancestral merchandise, and for them many a weary hand did swelt in touched mines and noisy factories, and many once proud quivered loins did melt in blood from stinging whip. With hollow eyes many all day in dazzling river stood, to take the rich-awed driftings of the flood. Roman 15 for them, the Ceylon diver held his breath, and went all naked to the hungry shock. For them his ears gushed blood. For them in death the seal on the cold ice with piteous bark lay full of dots. For them alone did seethe 1,000 men in troubles wide and dark. Half ignorant, they turned an easy wheel, that set sharp racks at work, to pinch and peel. Roman 16 why were they proud? Because their marble founts gushed with more pride than do a wretch's tears? Why were they proud? Because fair orange mounts were of more soft descent than Lazar stairs. Why were they proud? Because red-lined accounts were richer than the songs of Grecian years. Why were they proud? Again we ask aloud, why in the name of glory were they proud? Roman 17 yet were these Florentines as self-retired in hungry pride and gainful cowardice, as 2 close Hebrews in that land inspired, paled in and vineyarded from beggar spies, the hawks of ship-mast forests, the untired and panted mules for ducats and old lies, quick catspaws on the generous stray away, great wits in Spanish, Tuscan, and Malay. Roman 18 how was it these same legimen could spy fair Isabella in her downy nest? How could they find out in Lorenzo's eye a straying from his toil? Hot Egypt's pest into their vision covetous and sly. How could these moneybags see east and west? Yet so they did, and every de la fair must see behind, as doth the hunted hare. Roman 19 O eloquent and famed Boccaccio, of thee we now should ask forgiving boon, and of thy spicy myrtles as they blow, and of thy roses amorous of the moon, and of thy lilies, that do paler grow now, they can no more hear thy Gittin's tune, for venturing syllables that ill beseem the quiet glooms of such a piteous theme. Roman 20 grant thou a pardon here, and then the tale shall move on soberly, as it is meet. There is no other crime, no mad assail to make old prose in modern rhyme more sweet. But it is done, succeed the verse or fail, to honor thee, and thy gone spirit greet. To stead thee as a verse in English tongue, an echo of thee in the north wind sung. Roman 21 these brethren, having found by many signs what love Lorenzo for their sister had, and how she loved him too, each unconfines his bitter thoughts to other, well nigh mad that he, the servant of their trade designs, should in their sister's love be blithe and glad, when 'twas their plan to coax her by degrees to some high noble and his olive trees. Roman 22 and many a jealous conference had they, and many times they bit their lips alone, before they fixed upon a surest way to make the youngster for his crime atone. And at the last, these men of cruel clay cut mercy with a sharp knife to the bone, for they resolved in some forest dim to kill Lorenzo, and there bury him. Roman 23 so on a pleasant morning, as he leant into the sunrise, all the balustrade of the garden terrace, towards him they bent their footing through the dews, and to him said, You seem there in the quiet of content, Lorenzo, and we are most loth to invade calm speculation. But if you are wise, bestride your steed while cold is in the skies. Roman 24 Today we purpose, this hour we mount to spur 3 leagues towards the Apennine. Come down, we pray thee, ere the hot sun count his dewy rosary on the eglantine. Lorenzo, courteously as he was wont, bowed a fair greeting to these serpents' wine, and went in haste to get in readiness with belt and spur and bracing huntsman's dress. Roman 25 And as he to the courtyard passed along, each third step did he pause, and listened oft if he could hear his lady's matin song, or the light whisper of her footsteps soft. And as he thus over his passion hung, he heard a laugh full musical aloft. When looking up, he saw her features bright smile through an indoor lattice, all delight. Roman 26 Love, Isabel? Said he, I was in pain lest I should miss to bid thee a good morrow. Ah, what if I should lose thee, when so fain I am to stifle all the heavy sorrow of a poor 3 hours' absence? But will gain out of the amorous dock what day doth borrow. Good-bye, I'll soon be back. Good-bye, said she, and as he went she chanted merrily. Roman 27 So the 2 brothers and their murdered man rode past fair Florence, to where Arno's stream gurgles through straitened banks, and still doth fan itself with dancing bulrush, and the bream keeps head against the freshets. Sick and wan the brothers' faces in the fog did seem, Lorenzo's flush with love. They passed the water into a forest quiet for the slaughter. Roman 28 There was Lorenzo slain and buried in, there in that forest did his great love cease. Ah, when a soul doth thus its freedom win, it aches in loneliness, is ill at peace as the break covert bloodhounds of such sin. They dipped their swords in the water, and did tease their horses homeward, with convulsed spur, each richer by his being a murderer. Roman 29 They told their sister how, with sudden speed, Lorenzo had ta'en ship for foreign lands, because of some great urgency and need in their affairs, requiring trusty hands. Poor girl, put on thy stifling widow's weed, and scape at once from hope's accursed bands. Today thou wilt not see him, nor tomorrow, and the next day will be a day of sorrow. XXX She weeps alone for pleasures not to be. Solely she wept until the night came on, and then, instead of love, oh misery! She brooded all the luxury alone. His image in the dusk she seemed to see, and to the silence made a gentle moan, spreading her perfect arms upon the air, and on her couch low murmuring, Where, oh where? Roman 31 But selfishness, love's cousin, held not long its fiery vigil in her single breast. She fretted for the golden hour, and hung upon the time with feverish unrest. Not long, for soon into her heart a throng of higher occupants, a richer zest, came tragic, passion not to be subdued, and sorrow for her love in travels rude. Roman 32 In the mid-days of autumn, on their eaves the breath of winter comes from far away, and the sick west continually bereaves of some gold tinge, and plays a roundelay of death among the bushes and the leaves, to make all bare before he dares to stray from his north cavern. So sweet Isabel by gradual decay from beauty fell, Roman 33, because Lorenzo came not. Oftentimes she asked her brothers, with an eye all pale, striving to be itself, what dungeon climes could keep him off so long. They spake a tale time after time to quiet her. Their crimes came on them, like a smoke from Hinnom's vale, and every night in dreams they groaned aloud, to see their sister in her snowy shroud. Roman 34 And she had died in drowsy ignorance, but for a thing more deadly dark than all, it came like a fierce potion, drunk by chance, which saves a sick man from the feathered pall for some few gasping moments, like a lance, waking an Indian from his cloudy hall with cruel pierce, and bringing him again sense of the gnawing fire at heart and brain. Roman 35 It was a vision. In the drowsy gloom, the dull of midnight, at her couch's foot, Lorenzo stood and wept. The forest tomb had marred his glossy hair, which once could shoot luster into the sun, and put cold doom upon his lips, and taken the soft lute from his lawn voice, and past his loamed ears had made a miry channel for his tears. Roman 36 Strange sound it was, when the pale shadow spake. For there was striving, in its piteous tongue, to speak as when on earth it was awake, and Isabella on its music hung. Languor there was in it, and tremulous shake, as in a palsied druid's hop unstrung, and through it moaned a ghostly undersong, like hoarse night gusts sepulchral briars among. Roman 37 Its eyes, though wild, were still all dewy bright with love, and kept all phantom fear aloof from the poor girl by magic of their light, the while it did unthread the horrid woof of the late darkened time, the murderous spite of pride and avarice, the dark pine roof in the forest, and the sodden turfed dell, where, without any word, from stabs he fell. Roman 38 Saying moreover, Isabel, My sweet red hottlebreeze droop above my head, and a large flintstone weighs upon my feet. Around me beeches and high chestnuts shed their leaves and prickly nuts. A sheepfold bleat comes from beyond the river to my bed. Go, shed one tear upon my heather bloom, and it shall comfort me within the tomb. Roman 39, I am a shadow now, alas, alas, upon the skirts of human nature dwelling alone. I chant alone the holy mass, while little sounds of life around me knelling, and glossy bees at noon do fieldward pass, and many a chapel bell the hour is telling. Paining me through, those sounds grow strange to me, and thou art distant in humanity. XL, I know what was, I feel full well what is, and I should rage if spirits could go mad. Though I forget the taste of earthly bliss, that paleness warms my grave, as though I had a seraph chosen from the bright abyss to be my spouse. Thy paleness makes me glad. Thy beauty grows upon me, and I feel a greater love through all my essence steal. Roman 41, the spirit mond, adieu, dissolved and left the atom darkness in a slow turmoil, as when of healthful midnight sleep bereft, thinking on rugged hours and fruitless toil, we put our eyes into a pillowy cleft, and see the spangly gloom froth up and boil. It made sad Isabella's eyelids ache, and in the dawn she started up awake. Roman 42, ha, ha, said she, I knew not this hard life, I thought the worst was simple misery, I thought some fate with pleasure or with strife portioned us, happy days, or else to die, but there is crime, a brother's bloody knife. Sweet spirit, thou hast schooled my infancy, I'll visit thee for this, and kiss thine eyes, and greet thee morn and even in the skies. Roman 43, when the full morning came, she had devised how she might secret to the forest high, how she might find the clay, so dearly prized, and sing to it one latest lullaby, how her short absence might be unsurmised, while she the inmost of the dream would try. Resolved, she took with her an aged nurse, and went into that dismal forest hearse. Roman 44, see, as they creep along the riverside, how she doth whisper to that aged dame, and after looking round the champaign wide, shows her a knife. What feverous hectic flame burns in thee, child? What good can thee betide, that thou shouldst smile again? The evening came, and they had found Lorenzo's earthy bed. The flint was there, the berries at his head. Roman 45, who hath not loitered in a green churchyard, and let his spirit, like a demon mole, work through the clayey soil and gravel hard, to see skull, coffined bones, and funeral stole, pitying each form that hungry death hath marred, and filling it once more with human soul? Ah, this is holiday to what was felt when Isabella by Lorenzo knelt. Roman 46, she gazed into the fresh-thrown mold, as though one glance did fully all its secrets tell. Clearly she saw, as other eyes would know pale limbs at bottom of a crystal well. Upon the murderous spot she seemed to grow, like to a native lily of the dell. Then with her knife, all sudden, she began to dig more fervently than misers can. Roman 47, soon she turned up a soiled glove, whereon her silk had played in purple fantasies. She kissed it with a lip more chill than stone, and put it in her bosom, where it dries and freezes utterly unto the bone those dainties made to still an infant's cries. Then 'gan she work again, nor stayed her care, but to throw back at times her veiling hair. Roman 48, that old nurse stood beside her wondering, until her heart felt pity to the core at sight of such a dismal laboring, and so she kneeled, with her locks all haw, and put her lean hands to the horrid thing. 3 hours they labored at this travail saw. At last they felt the kernel of the grave, and Isabella did not stamp and rave. Roman 49, ah, wherefore all this wormy circumstance? Why linger at the yawning tomb so long? Oh, for the gentleness of old romance, the simple plaining of a minstrel's song. Fair reader, at the old tale take a glance, for here, in truth, it doth not well belong to speak. Oh, turn thee to the very tale, and taste the music of that vision pale. With duller steel than the Perseian sod they cut away no formless monster's head, but one, whose gentleness did well accord with death as life. The ancient hops have said, love never dies, but lives, immortal laud. If love impersonate was ever dead, pale Isabella kissed it and low moaned. 'Twas love, cold, dead indeed, but not dethroned. In anxious secrecy they took it home, and then the prize was all for Isabel. She combed its wild hair with a golden comb, and all around each eye's sepulchral cell pointed each fringed lash. The smeared loam with tears, as chilly as a dripping well, she drenched away, and still she combed and kept sighing all day, and still she kissed and wept. Then in a silken scoff, sweet with the dews of precious flowers plucked in Araby, and divine liquids come with odorous ooze through the cold serpent pipe refreshfully, she wrapped it up, and for its tomb did choose a garden pot, wherein she laid it by, and covered it with mold, and o'er it set sweet basil, which her tears kept ever wet. Lay I, and she forgot the stars, the moon and sun, and she forgot the blue above the trees, and she forgot the dells where waters run, and she forgot the chilly autumn breeze. She had no knowledge when the day was done, and the new morn she saw not, but in peace hung over her sweet basil evermore, and moistened it with tears unto the car. Liv, and so she ever fed it with thin tears, whence thick and green and beautiful it grew, so that it smelt more balmy than its peers of basil tufts in Florence. For it drew nurture besides, and life from human fears, from the fast mouldering head there shut from view, so that the jewel, safely casketed, came forth, and in perfumed leaf it spread. O melancholy, linger here a while. O music, music, breathe despondingly. O echo, echo, from some sombre isle, unknown, Lethian, sigh to us, O sigh. Spirits in grief, lift up your heads and smile. Lift up your heads, sweet spirits, heavily, and make a pale light in your cypress glooms, tinting with silver when your marble tombs. Lvi moan hither, all ye syllables of woe, from the deep throat of sad Melpomene. Through bronzed lyre in tragic ought to go, and touch the strings into a mystery. Sound mournfully upon the winds and low. For simple Isabel is soon to be among the dead. She withers, like a palm cut by an Indian for its juicy balm. Lvi, O leave the palm to wither by itself. Let not quick winter chill its dying hour. It may not be, those bylights of pelf her brethren, noted the continual shower from her dead eyes, and many a curious elf, among her kindred, wondered that such dower of youth and beauty should be thrown aside by one mocked out to be a noble's bride. Lvi, and, furthermore, her brethren wondered much why she sat drooping by the basil green, and why it flourished, as by magic touch. Greatly they wondered what the thing might mean. They could not surely give belief that such a very nothing would have power to wean her from her own fair youth, and pleasures gay, and even remembrance of her love's delay. Lix therefore they watched a time when they might sift this hidden whim, and long they watched in vain, for seldom did she go to chapel shrift, and seldom felt she any hunger pain, and when she left, she hurried back, as swift as bird on wing to breast its eggs again, and, patient as a hen bird, sat her there beside her basil, weeping through her hair. Lx yet they contrived to steal the basil pot, and to examine it in secret place. The thing was vile with green and livid spot, and yet they knew it was Lorenzo's face. The guerdon of their murder they had got, and so left Florence in a moment's space, never to turn again. Away they went, with blood upon their heads to banishment. Lxi, O melancholy, turn thine eyes away. O music, music, breathe despondingly. O echo, echo, on some other day, from isles Lethian, sigh to us, O sigh. Spirits of grief, sing not your well away. For Isabel, sweet Isabel, will die a death too lone and incomplete, now they have ta'en away her basil sweet. Lzi piteous she looked on dead and senseless things, asking for her lost basil amorously, and with melodious chuckle in the strings of her lawn voice, she oftentimes would cry after the pilgrim in his wanderings to ask him where her basil was, and why 'twas hid from her. For cruel 'tis, said she, to steal my basil pot away from me. Lzi, and so she pined, and so she died fall on, imploring for her basil to the last. No heart was there in Florence but did mourn in pity of her love, so overcast. And a sad ditty of this story borne from mouth to mouth through all the country past, still is the burthen sung. O cruelty, to steal my basil pot away from me. An extempore canto the Roman 12, when they were come into the fairies' cot they rang. No one at home. All gone to spot and dance and kiss and love, as fairies do for fairies be as humans love as true. Amid the woods they were so lone and wild, where even the robin feels himself exiled, and where the very brooks, as if afraid, hurry along to some less magic shade. No one at home, the fretful princess cried, and all for nothing such a dreary ride, and all for nothing my new diamond cross. No one to see my Persian feathers toss, no one to see my ape, my dwarf, my fool, or how I pace my Otterhaten mule. Ape, dwarf, and fool, why stand you gaping there? Burst the door open, quick, or I declare I'll switch you soundly and in pieces tear. The dwarf began to tremble, and the ape stared at the fool. The fool was all agape, the princess grasped her switch, but just in time the dwarf with piteous face began to rhyme. O mighty princess, did you ne'er hear tell what your poor servants know but too well? Know you the 3 great crimes in fairyland? The first, alas, poor dwarf, I understand, I made a whipstock of a fairy's wand. The next is snoring in their company. The next, the last, the diest of the 3, is making free when they are not at home. I was a prince, a baby prince, my doom, you see, I made a whipstock of a wand, my top has henceforth slept in fairyland. He was a prince, the fool, a grown-up prince, but he has never been a king's son since he fell a-snoring at a fairy ball. Yon poor ape was a prince, and he poor thing picklocked a fairy's boudoir. Now no king but ape? So pray your highness stay a while, 'tis sooth indeed, we know it to our sorrow. Persist and you may be an ape tomorrow. While the dwarf spake, the princess, all for spite, peeled the brown hazel twig to lily white, clenched her small teeth and held her lips apart, tried to look unconcerned with beating heart. They saw her highness had made up her mind, a-quavering like the reeds before the wind, and they had it, but oh happy chance. The ape for very fear began to dance and grinned as all his ugliness did ache. She stayed her vixen fingers for his sake. He was so very ugly. Then she took her pocket mirror and began to look first at herself and then at him, and then she smiled at her own beauteous face again. Yet for all this, for all her pretty face, she took it in her head to see the place. Women gain little from experience either in lovers, husbands, or expense. The more their beauty, the more fortune too. Beauty before the wide world never knew, so each fair reasons, though it oft miscarries. She thought her pretty face would please the fairies. My darling ape, I won't whip you today. Give me the picklock surah and go play. They all three wept, but counsel was as vain as crying cup biddy to drops of rain. Yet lingering by did the sad ape forth draw the picklock from the pocket in his jaw. The princess took it, and dismounting straight tripped in blue silvered slippers to the gate, and touched the wads. The door full courteous opened. She entered with her servants 3. Again it closed, and there was nothing seen but the mule grazing on the herbage green. Canto the Roman 13. The mule no sooner saw himself alone than he pricked up his ears, and said, Well done. At least, unhappy prince, I may be free. No more a princess shall side-saddle me. O king of Otaheite, though a mule, I, every inch a king, though fortune's fool, well done. For by what Mr. Dwarfy said, I would not give a sixpence for her head. Even as he spake, he trotted in high glee to the knotty side of an old pollard tree, and rubbed his sides against the mossed bark, till his girths burst, and left him naked stock, except his bridle. How get rid of that buckled and tied with many a twist and plait? At last it struck him to pretend to sleep, and then the thievish monkeys down would creep and filch the unpleasant trammels quite away. No sooner thought of than adown he lay, shammed a good snaw. The monkey-men descended, and whom they thought to injure they befriended. They hung his bridle on a topmost bough, and off he went run, trot, or anyhow. Spenserian stanzas on Charles Armitage Brown, he is to weet a melancholy call, thin in the waist, with bushy head of hair, as hath the seeded thistle when in pall it holds the zephyr, ere it sendeth fair its light balloons into the summer air. Thereto his beard had not begun to bloom, no brush had touched his chin, or razor sheer, no care had touched his cheek with mottle doom, but new he was, and bright, as scoff from Persian loom. Ne cared he for wine, or half and half, ne cared he for fish, or flesh, or fowl, and sauces held he worthless as the chaff. He's deigned the swineherd at the wassail bowl, ne with lewd ribalds sat he cheek by jowl, ne with sly lemons in the schoner's chair, but after water-brooks this pilgrim's soul panted, and all his food was woodland air, though he would oft-times feast on gilliflowers rare. The slang of cities in no wise he knew, tipping the wink to him was heathen Greek. He sipped no olden tom, or ruin blue, or nance, or cherry brandy, drunk full meek by many a damsel hoss, and rouge of cheek. Nor did he know each aged watchman's beat, nor in obscured purlieus would he seek for curled Jewesses, with ankles neat, who, as they walk abroad, make tinkling with their feet. 2 or 3 posies, 2 or 3 posies with 2 or 3 simples, 2 or 3 noses with 2 or 3 pimples, 2 or 3 wise men and 2 or 3 ninnies, 2 or 3 purses and 2 or 3 guineas, 2 or 3 raps at 2 or 3 daws, 2 or 3 naps of 2 or 3 hours, 2 or 3 cats and 2 or 3 mice, 2 or 3 sprats at a very great price, 2 or 3 sandies and 2 or 3 tabbies, 2 or 3 dandies and 2 misses, mum, 2 or 3 smiles and 2 or 3 frowns, 2 or 3 miles to 2 or 3 towns, 2 or 3 pegs for 2 or 3 bonnets, 2 or 3 dove eggs to hatch into sonnets. Acrostic Georgiana Augusta Keats, give me your patience, sister, while I frame exact in capitals your golden name. Sue the fair Apollo, and he will rouse from his heavy slumber, and instill great love in me for thee and Posey. Imagine not that greatest mastery and kingdom over all the realms of verse, nears more to heaven and aught, than when we nurse and surety give to love and brotherhood. Anthropophagy in Othello's mood, Ulysses stormed and his enchanted belt glow with the muse, but they are never felt unbosomed, so and so eternal made, such tender incense in their laurel shade to all the regent sisters of the 9 as this poor offering to you, sister mine. kind sister? Aye, this third name says you are. Enchanted has it been the Lord knows where. And may it taste to you like good old wine, take you to real happiness and give sons, daughters, and a home like honeyed hive. A song about myself. There was a naughty boy was he would not stop at home, he could not quiet be, he took in his knapsack a book full of vowels, and a shirt with some towels, a slight cap for nightcap, a hair brush, comb ditto, new stockings for old ones would split-o. This knapsack, tight at S back, he riveted close and followed his nose to the north, and followed his nose to the north. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he, for nothing would he do but scribble poetry. He took an inkstand in his hand, and a pen big as 10 in the other, and away in a puther he ran to the mountains, and fountains, and ghosts, and posts, and witches, and ditches, and wrote in his coat when the weather was cool, fear of gout, and without when the weather was warm. Och, the charm when we choose to follow one's nose to the north, to follow one's nose to the north. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he kept little fishes in washing tubs 3 in spite of the might of the maid, nor afraid of his granny, good. He often would, hurly-burly, get up early and go by hook or crook to the brook, and bring home Milla's thumb, tittle-bat not over-fat, minnows small as the stall of a glove, not above the size of a nice little baby's little fingers. Oh, he made, 'twas his trade, of fish a pretty kettle, a kettle of fish, a pretty kettle, a kettle. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he ran away to Scotland the people for to see, then he found that the ground was as hard, that a yard was as long, that a song was as merry, that a cherry was as red, that lead was as weighty, that Foscar was as 80, that a daw was as wooden as in England. So he stood in his shoes and he wondered, he stood in his shoes and he wondered. On visiting the tomb of Burns, the town, the churchyard, and the setting sun, the clouds, the trees, the rounded hills all seem, though beautiful, cold, strange, as in a dream I dreamed long ago, now new begun. The short-lived Polly summer is but one from winter's ague, for 1 hour's gleam, though sapphire warm, the stars do never beam, all is cold beauty. Pain is never done, for who has mind to relish, me knows wise, the real of beauty, free from that dead hue sickly imagination and sick pride cast one upon it. Burns, with honour due I oft have honoured thee. Great shadow, hide thy face, I sin against thy native skies. Meg Merrilies old Meg, she was a gypsy, and lived upon the moors, her bed it was the brown heath turf, and her house was out of daws. Her apples were swat blackberries, her currants pods o' broom, her wine was dew of the wild white rose, her book a churchyard tomb. Her brothers were the craggy hills, her sisters lochen trees. Alone with her great family she lived as she did please. No breakfast had she many a morn, no dinner many a noon, instead of supper she would stare full hard against the moon. But every morn of woodbine fresh she made her garlanding, and every night the dark glen yew she wove, and she would sing. And with her fingers old and brown she plaited matzo rushes, and gave them to the cottages she met among the bushes. Old Meg was brave as Margaret Queen and tall as Amazon. An old red blanket coat she wore, a chip hat had she on. God rest her aged bones somewhere, she died full long agone. To Ailsa rock hearken, thou craggy ocean pyramid, give answer from thy voice, the seafowl's screams. When were thy shoulders mantled in huge streams? When, from the sun, was thy broad forehead hid? How long is tea since the mighty power bid thee heave to airy sleep from fathomed dreams? Sleep in the lap of thunder or sunbeams, or when grey clouds are thy cold coverlid. Thou answerest not, for thou art dead asleep, thy life is but 2 dead eternities. The lost in air, the former in the deep, first with the whales, lost with the eagle skies. Drowned wast thou till an earthquake made thee steep, another cannot wake thy giant size. Written in the cottage where Burns was born this mortal body of 1,000 days now fills, O Burns, a space in thine own room, where thou didst dream alone on budded bays, happy and thoughtless of thy day of doom. My pulse is warm with thine old Ballybrie, my head is light with pledging a great soul, my eyes are wandering, and I cannot see, fancy is dead and drunken at its goal. Yet can I stamp my foot upon thy flaw, yet can I ope thy window sash to find the meadow thou hast tramped awe and awe, yet can I think of thee till thought is blind, yet can I gulp a bumper to thy name, O smile among the shades, for this is fame. Lines written in the Highlands after a visit to Burns's country, there is a charm in footing slow across a silent plain, where patriot battle has been fought, where glory had the gain. There is a pleasure on the heath where druids old have been, where mantles grey have rustled by and swept the nettles green. There is joy in every spot made known by times of old, new to the feet, although each tale 100 times be told. There is a deeper joy than all, more solemn in the heart, more parching to the tongue than all, of more divine a smart, when weary steps forget themselves upon a pleasant turf, upon hot sand, or flinty road, or seashore iron scurf, toward the castle or the cot, where long ago was born one who was great through mortal days, and died of fame unshorn. Light heather bells may tremble then, but they are far away. Woodlark may sing from sandy fern, the sun may hear his lay. Runnels may kiss the grass on shelves and shallows clear, but their low voices are not heard, though come on travels drear. Blood-red the sun may set behind black mountain peaks. Blue tides may sluice and drench their time in caves and weedy creeks. Eagles may seem to sleep wing-wide upon the air. Ring-doves may fly convulsed across to some high-seated lair, but the forgotten eye is still fast-lidded to the ground as Palmas, that with weariness, mid-desert shrine hath found. At such a time the soul's a child, in childhood is the brain, forgotten is the worldly heart, alone, it heats in vain. Ay, if a madman could have leave to pass a healthful day to tell his forehead swoon and faint when first began decay, he might make tremble many a one whose spirit had gone forth to find a bawd's low cradle place about the silent north. Scanty the hour and few the steps beyond the bourne of care, beyond the sweet and bitter world, beyond it unaware? Scanty the hour and few the steps, because a longer stay would bar return, and make a man forget his mortal way. Oh, horrible! To lose the sight of well-remembered face, of brother's eyes, of sister's brow, constant to every place, filling the air, as on we move, with portraiture intense, more warm than those heroic tints that paint a painter's sense when shapes of old come striding by, and visages of old, locks shining black, hair scanty gray, and passions manifold. No, no, that horror cannot be, for at the cable's length man feels the gentle anchor pull and gladdens in its strength. 1 hour, half idiot, he stands by mossy waterfall, but in the very next he reads his soul's memorial. He reads it on the mountain's height, where chance he may sit down upon rough marble diadem, that hill's eternal crown. Yet be his anchor ere so fast, room is there for a prayer that man may never lose his mind on mountains black and bare, that he may stray league after league some great birthplace, to find and keep his vision clear from speck, his inward sight unblind. At Fingal's cave not Aladdin Magin ever such a work began, not the Wizard of the Dee ever such a dream could see, not St. John, in Patmo's isle, in the passion of his toil, when he saw the churches 7, golden Aesold, built up in heaven, gazed at such a rugged wonder, as I stood its roofing under. Lo, I saw one sleeping there, on the marble cold and bare, while the surges washed his feet, and his garments white did beat drenched about the sombre rocks. On his neck his well-grown locks, lifted dry above the mane, were upon the curl again. What is this, and what art thou? Whispered I, and touched his brow. What art thou, and what is this? Whispered I, and strove to kiss the spirit's hand to wake his eyes. Up he started in a trice. I am Lycidas, said he, famed in funeral minstrelsy. This was architectured thus by the great Oceanus. Here his mighty waters play hollow organs all the day. Here, by turns, his dolphins all, finny palmas, great and small, come to pay devotion due. Each a mouth of pearls must strew. Many a mortal of these days dares to pass our sacred ways, dares to touch, audaciously, this cathedral of the sea. I have been the pontiff priest where the waters never rest, where a fledgy sea-bird choir saws forever. Holy fire I have hid from mortal man. Proteus is my sacristan, but the dulled eye of mortal hath passed beyond the rocky pottle. So forever will I leave such a taint, and soon unweave all the magic of the place. So saying, with a spirit's glance he dived. Written upon the top of Ben Nevis read me a lesson, muse, and speak it loud upon the top of Nevis, blind in mist. I look into the chasms, and a shroud vaporous doth hide them. Just so much wist mankind do know of hell. I look ahead, and there is sullen mist, even so much mankind can tell of heaven. Mist is spread before the earth beneath me, even so vague is man's sight of himself. Here are the craggy stones beneath my feet. Thus much I know that, a poor witless elf, I tread on them, that all my eye doth meet is mist and crag, not only on this height, but in the world of thought and mental might. The gadfly, all gentle folks who owe a grudge to any living thing, open your ears and stay your trudge, whilst I in dudgeon sing. The gadfly he hath stung me saw, oh may he ne'er sting you? But we have many a horrid baw, he may sting black and blue. Has any here an old grey mare with 3 legs all her staw? Oh put it to her buttocks bare, and straight she'll run on faw. Has any here a lawyer suit of 1743? Take lawyer's nose, and put it to T, and you the end will see. Is there a man in Parliament dumbfounded in his speech? Oh, let his neighbour make a rent, and put one in his breech. O Lother, how much better thou hadst figured t'other day, when to the folks thou madst a bow, and hadst no more to say. If lucky gadfly had but ta'en his seat and put thee to a little pain to save thee from a worse. Better than Southey it had been, better than Mr. D, better than Wordsworth too, I ween, better than Mr. V. Forgive me, pray, good people all, for deviating so, in spirit sure I had a call, and now I on will go. Has any here a daughter fair too fond of reading novels, too apt to fall in love with care and charming Mr. Lovels? Oh, put a gadfly to that thing she keeps so white and pert. I mean the finger for the ring, and it will breed a wat. Has any here a pious spouse, who 7 times a day scolds as King David prayed, to chouse and have her holy way? Oh, let a gadfly's little sting persuade her sacred tongue that noises are a common thing, but that her bell has rung. And as this is the summum bonum of all conquering, I leave, withouten words, the gadfly's little sting. To Thomas Keats Ballantry, for Ballantry, July 10, 1818. Ah, ken you what I met the day out o'er the mountains a-coming down by cragges grey and mossy fountains? Ah, gowd-haired Marie Yev, I pray ane minute's guessing, for that I met upon the way is past expressing. As I stood where a rocky brig a torrent crosses, I spied upon a misty rig a troop o' hosses, and as they trotted down the glen, I sped to meet them to see if I might know the men to stop and greet them. First Willie on his sleek mare came at canting gallop, his long hair rustled like a flame on board a shallop, then came his brother Rab, and then young Peggy's mither, and Peggy, too, adown the glen they went together. I saw her wrap it in her hood free wind and raining, her cheek was flush, why timid blood twixt growth and waning. She turned her dazed eyes full oft for there, her brithers came riding with her bridegroom soft and money ithers. Young Ton came up and eyed me quick with reddened cheek. Bra Tom was daft like a chick. He couldna speak. Ah, Marie, they are all gane hame through blustering weather, and every hot is full on flame and light as feather. Ah, Marie, they are all gone hame free happy wadding, whilst is it not a shame? Sad tears am shedding. On hearing the bagpipe and seeing the stranger played at Inverary of late, 2 dainties were before me placked sweet, holy, pure, sacred, and innocent, from the 9th sphere to me benignly sent, that gods might know my own particular taste. First the soft bagpipe mauned with zealous haste, the stranger next with head on bosom bent side. Rueful again the piteous bagpipe went, again the stranger sighings fresh did waste. O bagpipe, thou didst steal my heart away, O stranger, thou my nerves from pipe didst charm, O bagpipe, thou didst reassert thy sway, again thou, stranger, gav'st me fresh alarm. Alas, I could not choose. Ah, my poor hot mum, chance art thou with both obliged to part. Mrs. Cameron and Ben Nevis, after all, there was one Mrs. Cameron, of 50 years of age and the fattest woman in all Inverness-shire, who got up this mountain some few years ago. True, she had her servants, but then she had herself. She ought to have hired Sisyphus. Up the high hill he heaves a huge round, Mrs. Cameron. 'Tis said a little conversation took place between the mountain and the lady. After taking a glass of whiskey, as she was tolerably seated at ease, she thus began, Mrs. C. Upon my life, Sir Nevis, I am piqued that I have so far panted, tugged, and reeked to do an honour to your old bald pate, and now am sitting on you just to bait, without your paying me one compliment. Alas, 'tis so with all, when our intent is plain, and in the eye of all mankind, we fair ones show a preference, too blind. You gentle man immediately turn tail. Oh, let me then my hapless fate bewail. Ungrateful bald pate, have I not disdained the pleasant valleys? Have I not mad-brained deserted all my pickles and preserves, my china closet too? With wretched nerves to boot, say, wretched ingrate, have I not left my soft cushioned chair and caudle pot? 'Tis true I had no cons? No, thank the fates, my shoemaker was always Mr. Bates. And if not Mr. Bates, why I'm not old. Still dumb, ungrateful Nevis, still so cold. Here the lady took some more whiskey and was putting even more to her lips when she dashed it to the ground, for the mountain began to grumble, which continued for a few minutes before he thus began. Ben Nevis, what whining bit of tongue and mouth thus dares disturb my slumber of 1,000 years? Even so long my sleep has been secure, and to be so awacked I'll not endure. O pain, for since the eagle's earliest scream I've had a damned confounded ugly dream, a nightmare sure. What, madam, was it you? It cannot be, my old eyes are not true. Red crag my spectacles, now let me see. Good heavens. Lady, how the Gemini did you get here? Oh, I shall split my sides, I shall earthquake, Mrs. C. Sweet Nevis, do not quake, for though I love your honest countenance all things above, truly I should not like to be conveyed so far into your bosom. Gentle maid loves not too rough a treatment, gentle sir. Pray thee be calm and do not quake nor stir no, not a stone, or I shall go in fits. Ben Nevis I shall? I meet not such titbits, I meet not such sweet creatures every day. By my old nightcap night and day, I must have one sweet buss, I must and shall. Red Crag? What, madam, can you then repent of all the toil and vigour you have spent to see Ben Nevis and to touch his nose? Red Crag, I say? Oh, I must have them close. Red Crag, there lies beneath my farthest toe a vein of sulphur. Go, dear Red Crag, go, and rub your flinty back against it. Budge, dear madam, I must kiss you, faith I must. I must embrace you with my dearest gust. Blockhead, d'ye hear? Blockhead, I'll make her feel. There lies beneath my east leg's northern heel a cave of young earth dragons. Well, my boy, go thither quick, and so complete my joy. Take you a bundle of the largest pines, and when the sun on fiercest phosphor shines, fire them, and ram them in the dragon's nest. Then will the dragons fry and fizz their best until 10,000 now no bigger than poor alligators, poor things of one span, will each one swell to twice 10 times the size of northern whale. Then for the tender prize, the moment then, for then will Red Crag rub his flinty back, and I shall kiss and snub and press my dainty morsel to my breast. Blockhead, make haste? O muses, weep the rest. The lady fainted, and he thought her dead. So pulled the clouds again about his head and went to sleep again. Soon she was roused by her affrighted servants. Next day, housed safe on the lowly ground, she blessed her fate that fainting fit was not delayed too late. But what surprised me above all is how the lady got down again. I felt it horribly. 'Twas the most vile descent, shook me all to pieces. Translation from a sonnet of Ronsard nature, withheld Cassandra in the skies, for more adornment, a full 1,000 years. She took their cream of beauty's fairest dyes, and shaped and tinted her above all peers. Meanwhile, love kept her dearly with his wings, and underneath their shadow filled her eyes with such a richness that the cloudy kings of high Olympus uttered slavish sighs. When from the heavens I saw her first descend, my heart took fire, and only burning pains, they were my pleasures. They my life's sad end. Love poured her beauty into my warm veins. A prophecy to George Keats in America, 'tis the witching time of night. Obbed is the moon and bright, and the stars they glisten, glisten, seeming with bright eyes to listen. For what listen they? For a song and for a charm, see they glisten in alarm, and the moon is waxing warm to hear what I shall say. Moon, keep wide thy golden ears, hearken, stars, and hearken, spheres, hearken, thou eternal sky. I sing an infant's lullaby, O pretty lullaby. Listen, 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 glisten, 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 and hear my lullaby. Though the rushes that will make its cradle still are in the lake, though the linen that will be its swat is on the cotton tree, though the woolen that will keep it warm is on the silly sheep, listen, starlight, listen, listen, glisten, 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 and hear my lullaby. Child, I see thee. Child, I've found thee midst of the quiet all around thee. Child, I see thee. Child, I spy thee. And thy mother sweet is nigh thee. Child, I know thee. Child no more, but a poet evermore. See the lyre, in a flame of fire, upon the little cradle's top flaring, 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 past the eyesight's bearing. Awake it from its sleep, and see if it can keep its eyes upon the blaze. Amaze, amaze. It stares, it stares, it stares, it dares what no one dares. It lifts its little hand into the flame unharmed, and on the strings paddles a little tune, and sings, with dumb endeavour sweetly, bawd art thou completely. Little child, O.T.H. Weston Wild, bawd art thou completely? Sweetly with dumb endeavour. A poet now or never, little child, O.T.H. Weston Wild, a poet now or never. Song, I had a dove, and the sweet dove died, and I have thought it died of grieving. Oh, what could it grieve for? Its feet were tied, with a silken thread of my own hands weaving. Sweet little red feet, why should you die? Why should you leave me, sweet bird? Why? You lived alone in the forest tree, why, pretty thing? Would you not live with me? I kissed you oft and gave you white peas. Why not live sweetly, as in the green trees? Fancy ever let the fancy roam, pleasure never is at home. At a touch sweet pleasure melteth, like to bubbles when rain pelteth. Then let winged fancy wander through the thought still spread beyond her. Open wide the mind's caged awe, she'll dot forth, and cloud would saw. Oh, sweet fancy? Let her loose, summer's joys are spoilt by use, and the enjoying of the spring fades as does its blossoming. Autumn's red-lipped fruitage too, blushing through the mist and dew, cloys with tasting. What do then? Sit thee by the inglea, when the sear faggot blazes bright, spirit of a winter's night, when the soundless earth is muffled, and the caked snow is shuffled from the ploughboy's heavy shoon, when the night doth meet the noon in a dark conspiracy to banish even from her sky. Sit thee there, and send abroad, with a mind self-overawed, fancy, high-commissioned, send her, she has vassals to attend her, she will bring, in spite of frost, beauties that the earth hath lost. She will bring thee, all together, all delights of summer weather, all the buds and bells of May, from dewy sward or thorny spray, all the heaped autumn's wealth, with a still, mysterious stealth, she will mix these pleasures up like 3 fit wines in a cup, and thou shalt quaff it. Thou shalt hear distant harvest carols clear, rustle of the reaped corn, sweet birds antheming the morn, and in the same moment, hark, 'tis the early April lark, or the rooks with busy caw, foraging for sticks and straw. Thou shalt at one glance behold the daisy and the marigold, white-plumed lilies, and the first hedge-grown primrose that hath burst, shaded hyacinth, always sapphire queen of the mid-May, and every leaf, and every flower pearled with the self-same shower. Thou shalt see the field mouse peep meagre from its selled sleep, and the snake all winter thin cast on sunny bank its skin. Freckled nest eggs thou shalt see hatching in the hawthorn tree, when the hen bird's wing doth rest quiet on her mossy nest. Then the hurry and alarm when the beehive casts its swarm, acorns ripe down pattering, while the autumn breezes sing. Oh, sweet fancy, let her loose, everything is spoilt by use. Where's the cheek that doth not fade, too much gazed at? Where's the maid whose lip mature is ever new? Where's the eye, however blue, does not weary? Where's the face one would meet in every place? Where's the voice, however soft, one would hear so very oft? At a touch sweet pleasure melteth like to bubbles when rain pelteth. Let then, winged fancy, find thee a mistress to thy mind, dulcetide as Ceres' daughter, ere the god of torment taught her how to frown and how to chide, with a waist and with a side white as Hebes, when her zone slipped its golden clasp, and down fell her kirtle to her feet, while she held the goblet sweet, and Jove grew languid. Break the mesh of the fancy's silken leash, quickly break her prison string, and such joys as these shall bring. Let the winged fancy roam, pleasure never is at home. Ode bawds of passion and of mirth, ye have left your souls on earth. Have ye souls in heaven too, double-lived in regions new? Yes, and those of heaven commune with the spheres of sun and moon, with the noise of fountains wondrous and the pall of voices thunderous, with the whisper of heaven's trees and one another, in soft ease seated on Elysian lawns browsed by none but Dian's fawns, underneath large bluebells tented, where the daisies are rose-scented, and the rose herself has got perfume which on earth is not, where the nightingale doth sing not a senseless, tranced thing, but divine melodious truth, philosophic numbers smooth, tales and golden histories of heaven and its mysteries. Thus ye live on high, and then on the earth ye live again, and the souls ye left behind you teach us, here, the way to find you, where your other souls are joying, never slumbered, never cloying. Here, your earth-born souls still speak to mortals, of their little week, of their sorrows and delights, of their passions and their spites, of their glory and their shame, what doth strengthen and what maim. Thus ye teach us, every day, wisdom, though fled far away. Bawds of passion and of mirth, ye have left your souls on earth? Ye have souls in heaven too, double-lived in regions new, modern love and what is love? It is a doll dressed up for idleness to cosset, nurse, and dandle, a thing of soft misnomers, so divine that silly youth doth think to make itself divine by loving, and so goes on yawning and doting a whole summer long, till Mrs. Combe is made a pearl tiara, and common Wellingtons turn Romeo boots. Then Cleopatra lives at number 7, and Antony resides in Brunswick Square. Fools! If some passions high have warmed the world, if queens and soldiers have played deep for hearts, it is no reason why such agonies should be more common than the growth of weeds. Fools, make me whole again that weighty pearl the queen of Egypt melted, and I'll say that ye may love in spite of beaver hats. Fragment of the castle builder, tonight I'll have my friar. Let me think about my room. I'll have it in the pink, it should be rich and sombre, and the moon, just in its midlife in the midst of June, should look through fall large windows and display clear. But for goldfish vases in the way, their glassy diamonding on Turkish flaw, the tapas keep aside, an hour and more, to see what else the moon alone can show, while the night breeze doth softly let us know my terrace is well bowered with oranges. Upon the flaw the dullest spirit sees a guitaraband and a lady's glove beside a crumple-leaved tale of love, a tambour frame with Venus sleeping there, all finished but some ringlets of her hair, a viol, bowstrings torn, crosswise upon a glorious folio of Anacreon, a skull upon a mat of roses lying, inked purple with a song concerning dying, an hourglass on the turn, amid the trails of passion flower. Just in time there sails a cloud across the moon, the lights bring in, and see what more my fantasy can win. It is a gorgeous room, but somewhat sad. The draperies are so, as though they had been made for Cleopatra's winding sheet, and opposite the steadfast eye doth meet a spacious looking-glass, upon whose face, in letters raven sombre, you may trace old, mean, Tekel Upharsin. Greek busts and statuary have ever been held, by the finest spirits, fitter far, than vase grotesque and Siamesian jar. Therefore 'tis sure a want of Attic taste that I should rather love a Gothic waste of eyesight on zinc-coloured potter's clay, than on the marble fairness of old Greece. My table coverlets of Jason's fleece and black Numidian sheepwool should be wrought, gold, black, and heavy, from the llama brought. My ebon sofas should delicious be with down from Letta's signet progeny. My pictures all salvatas, save a few of Titian's portraiture, and one, though new, of Haydon's in its fresh magnificence. My wine, O good, 'tis here at my desire, and I must sit to supper with my friar. Song spirit here that reignest, written on a blank page in Beaumont and Fletcher's works, between Cupid's revenge and the two noble kinsmen spirit here that reignest, spirit here that painest, spirit here that burnest, spirit here that monest, spirit, I bow my forehead low, enshaded with thy pinions. Spirit, I look all passion-struck into thy pale dominions. Spirit here that laughest, spirit here that quaffest, spirit here that dancest, noble soul that prancest, spirit, with thee I join in the glee, nudging the elbow of Momus. Spirit, I flush with a bacchanal blush just fresh from the banquet of Camus. Spenserian stanza written at the close of Canto Romantu Book V of the Fairy Queen in after time. A sage of mickle lore yclept Typographus, the giant took, and did refit his limbs as heretofore, and made him read in many a learned book, and into many a lively legend look. Thereby in goodly themes so training him, that all his brutishness he quite forsook, when meeting Artegall and Talus grim, the one he struck stone blind, the other's eyes wax dim. Hyperion a fragment book I deep in the shady sadness of a vale far sunken from the healthy breath of morn, far from the fiery noon, and Eve's one star, sat grey-haired Saturn, quiet as a stone, still as the silence round about his lair. Forest on forest hung about his head like cloud on cloud. No stir of air was there, not so much life as on a summer's day robs not one light seed from the feathered grass, but where the dead leaf fell, there did it rest. A stream went voiceless by, still deadened more by reason of his fallen divinity spreading a shade. The naiad mid her reeds pressed her cold finger closer to her lips. Along the margin sand lodge footmarks went, no further than to where his feet had strayed, and slept there since. Upon the sodden ground his old right hand lay nerveless, listless, dead, unscepted, and his realmless eyes were closed, while his bowed head seemed listening to the earth, his ancient mother, for some comfort yet. It seemed no foss could wake him from his place, but there came one, who with a kindred hand touched his wide shoulders, after bending low with reverence, though to one who knew it not. She was a goddess of the infant world. By her in stature the tall Amazon had stood a pygmy's height. She would have ta'en Achilles by the hair and bent his neck, all with a finger stayed Ixion's wheel. Her face was large as that of Memphian Sphinx, pedestaled haply in a palace-cot, when sages looked to Egypt for their law. But oh, how unlike marble was that face, how beautiful, if sorrow had not made sorrow more beautiful than beauty's self. There was a listening fear in her regard, as if calamity had but begun, as if the vanward clouds of evil days had spent their malice, and the sullen rear was with its starred thunder laboring up. One hand she pressed upon that aching spot where beats the human heart, as if just there, though an immortal, she felt cruel pain, the other upon Saturn's bended neck she laid, and to the level of his ear leaning with parted lips, some words she spake in solemn tenor and deep organ tone, some mourning words, which in our feeble tongue would come in these like accents. Oh, how frail to that large utterance of the early gods. Saturn, look up. Though wherefore, poor old king? I have no comfort for thee, no not one, I cannot say, oh wherefore sleepest thou? For heaven is parted from thee, and the earth knows thee not, thus afflicted, for a god. And ocean, too, with all its solemn noise, has from thy sceptre passed, and all the air is emptied of thine hoary majesty. Thy thunder, conscious of the new command, rumbles reluctant o'er our fallen house, and thy sharp lightning in unpractised hands scotches and burns our once serene domain. O aching time! O moments big as years! All as ye pass swell out the monstrous truth, and press it so upon our weary griefs that unbelief has not a space to breathe. Saturn, sleep on. O thoughtless, why did I thus violate thy slumbrous solitude? Why should I ope thy melancholy eyes? Saturn, sleep on, while at thy feet I weep. As when, upon a tranced summer night, those green-robed senators of mighty woods, tall oaks, branch-charmed by the earnest stars, dream, and so dream all night without a stir, save from one gradual solitary gust which comes upon the silence, and dies off, as if the ebbing air had but one wave, so came these words and went, the while in tears she touched her fair large forehead to the ground, just where her falling hair might be outspread a soft and silken mat for Saturn's feet. One moon, with alteration slow, had shed her silver seasons four upon the night, and still these two were postured motionless, like natural sculpture in cathedral cavern, the frozen god still couchant on the earth, and the sad goddess weeping at his feet, until at length old Saturn lifted up his faded eyes, and saw his kingdom gone, and all the gloom and sorrow of the place, and that fair kneeling goddess, and then spake, as with a palsied tongue, and while his beard shook horrid with such aspen malady. O tender spouse of gold Hyperion, Thea, I feel the air, I see thy face, look up, and let me see our doom in it. Look up, and tell me if this feeble shape is Saturn's. Tell me, if thou hear'st the voice of Saturn. Tell me, if this wrinkling brow, naked and bare of its great diadem, peers like the front of Saturn. Who had power to make me desolate? Whence came the strength? How was it nurtured to such bursting forth, while fate seemed strangled in my nervous grasp? But it is so, and I am smothered up and buried from all godlike exercise of influence benign on planets pale, of admonitions to the winds and seas, of peaceful sway above man's harvesting, and all those acts which Deity Supreme doth ease its heart of love in. I am gone away from my own bosom. I have left my strong identity, my real self, somewhere between the throne, and where I sit here on this spot of earth. Search, Thea, search. Open thine eyes etern, and sphere them round upon all space, space starred and lawn of light, space regioned with life air and barren void, spaces of fire and all the yawn of hell. Search, Thea, search, and tell me if thou seest a certain shape or shadow, making way with wings or chariot fierce to repossess a heaven he lost erewhile. It must be of ripe progress. Saturn must be king. Yes, there must be a golden victory. There must be gods thrown down, and trumpets blown of triumph calm, and hymns of festival upon the gold clouds metropolitan, voices of soft proclaim, and silver stir of strings in hollow shells. And there shall be beautiful things made new, for the surprise of the sky children. I will give command, Thea, 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 where is Saturn? This passion lifted him upon his feet and made his hands to struggle in the air, his druid locks to shake and ooze with sweat, his eyes to fever out, his voice to cease. He stood and heard not Thea's sobbing deep, a little time, and then again he snatched utterance thus. But cannot I create? Cannot I form? Cannot I fashion forth another world, another universe, to overbear and crumble this to naught? Where is another chaos? Where? That word found way unto Olympus and made quake the rebel three. Thea was startled up, and in her bearing was a sort of hope, as thus she quick-voiced spake, yet full of awe. This cheers our fallen house. Come to our friends, O Saturn, come away, and give them heart. I know the covert, for thence came I hither. Thus brief, then with beseeching eyes she went with backward footing through the shade a space. He followed, and she turned to lead the way through aged boughs, that yielded like the mist which eagles cleave up-mounting from their nest. Meanwhile in other realms big tears were shed, more sorrow like to this, and such like woe, too huge for mortal tongue or pen of scribe. The Titans fierce, self-hid, or prison-bound groaned for the old allegiance once more, and listened in sharp pain for Saturn's voice. But one of the whole mammoth brood still kept his sovereignty, and rule, and majesty. Blazing Hyperion on his orbed fire still sat, still snuffed the incense, teeming up from man to the sun's god. Yet unsecure, for as among us mortals omens drear fright and perplex, so also shuddered he, not at dog's howl, or gloom bird's hated screech, or the familiar visiting of one upon the first toll of his passing bell, or prophecyings of the midnight lamp. But horrors, pausioned to a giant nerve, oft made Hyperion ache. His palace bright bastioned with pyramids of glowing gold, and touched with shade of bronzed obelisks, glared a blood-red through all its 1,000 cots, arches and domes and fiery galleries, and all its curtains of Aurorian clouds flushed angrily, while sometimes eagles' wings, unseen before by gods or wondering men, darkened the place, and neighing steeds were heard, not heard before by gods or wondering men. Also, when he would taste the spicy wreaths of incense breathed aloft from sacred hills, instead of sweets, his ample palate took savor of poisonous brass and metal sick, and so, when hobbit in the sleepy west, after the full completion of fair day, for rest divine upon exalted couch and slumber in the arms of melody, He paced away the pleasant hours of ease with stride colossal, on from hall to hall, while far within each aisle and deep recess, his winged minions in close clusters stood, amazed and full of fear, like anxious men who on wide plains gather in panting troops, when earthquakes jar their battlements and towers. Even now while Saturn, roused from icy trance, went step for step with Thea through the woods, Hyperion, leaving twilight in the rear, came slope upon the threshold of the west. Then, as was wont, his palace door flew open in smoothest silence, save what solemn tubes, blown by the serious zephyrs, gave of sweet and wondering sounds, slow-breathed melodies, and like a rose in vermeil tint and shape, in fragrance soft and coolness to the eye, that inlet to severe magnificence stood full-blown, for the god to enter in. He entered, but he entered full of wrath, his flaming robes streamed out beyond his heels, and gave a raw, as if of earthly fire, that scared away the meek ethereal hours, and made their dove-wings tremble. On he flared from stately nave to nave, from vault to vault, through bowers of fragrant and enwreathed light, and diamond-paved lustrous long arcades until he reached the great main cupola. There standing fierce beneath, he stamped his foot, and from the basements deep to the high towers jarred his own golden region, and before the quavering thunder thereupon had ceased, his voice leapt out, despite of godlike curb, to this result. O dreams of day and night, O monstrous forms, O effigies of pain, O spectres busy in a cold, cold gloom, O lank-eared phantoms of black-weeded pools, why do I know ye, why have I seen ye? Why is my eternal essence thus distraught to see and to behold these horrors new? Saturn is fallen, am I too to fall? Am I to leave this haven of my rest, this cradle of my glory, this soft clime, this calm luxuriance of blissful light, these crystalline pavilions and pure fanes of all my lucent empire? It is left deserted, void, nor any haunt of mine. The blaze, the splendor, and the symmetry I cannot see, but darkness, death, and darkness. Even here, into my center of repose, the shady visions come to domineer, insult, and blind, and stifle up my pomp. Fall? No, by Tellus and her briny robes, over the fiery frontier of my realms I will advance a terrible right arm shall scare that infant thunderer, rebel Jove, and bid old Saturn take his throne again. He spake and ceased, the while a heavier threat held struggle with his throat, but came not forth, for as in theatres of crowded men hubbub increases more they call out, "Hush!" So at Hyperion's words the phantoms pale bestirred themselves, thrice horrible and cold, and from the mirrored level where he stood a mist arose, as from a scummy marsh. At this, through all his bulk, an agony crept gradual, from the feet unto the crown, like a lithe serpent vast and muscular making slow way, with head and neck convulsed from overstrained might. Released, he fled to the eastern gates, and full 6 dewy hours before the dawn in season dew should blush, he breathed fierce breath against the sleepy pottles, cleared them of heavy vapors, burst them wide suddenly on the ocean's chilly streams. The planet Ob of fire, whereon he rode each day from east to west the heavens through, spun round in sable curtaining of clouds, not therefore veiled quite, blindfold and hid, but ever and anon the glancing spheres, circles, and arcs and broad-belting colua glowed through, and wrought upon the muffling dark sweet-shaped lightnings from the nadia deep up to the zenith. Hieroglyphics old, which sages and keen-eyed astrologers then living on the earth, with laboring thought won from the gaze of many centuries, now lost, save what we find on remnants huge of stone, or marble swat, their import gone, their wisdom long since fled. 2 wings this orb possessed for glory, 2 fair argent wings, ever exalted at the god's approach. And now, from forth the gloom their plumes immense rose, one by one, till all outspreaded were, while still the dazzling globe maintained eclipse, awaiting for Hyperion's command. Fain would he have commanded, fain took throne and bid the day begin, if but for change. He might not, no, though a primeval god the sacred seasons might not be disturbed. Therefore the operations of the dawn stayed in their birth, even as here 'tis told. Those silver wings expanded systole, eager to sail their orb, the potches wide opened upon the dusk demesnes of night, and the bright Titan, frenzied with new woes, unused to bend, by hard compulsion bent his spirit to the sorrow of the time, and all along a dismal rack of clouds, upon the boundaries of day and night, he stretched himself in grief and radiance faint. There as he lay, the heaven with its stars looked down on him with pity, and the voice of Salus from the universal space thus whispered low and solemn in his ear, "O brightest of my children dear, earth-born and sky-engendered, son of mysteries all unrevealed even to the powers which met at thy creating, at whose joys and palpitations sweet and pleasures soft, I, ceaseless, wonder how they came and whence, and at the fruits thereof what shapes they be, distinct and visible. Symbols divine, manifestations of that beauteous life diffused unseen throughout eternal space. Of these new-formed art thou, O brightest child. Of these, thy brethren and the goddesses, there is sad feud among ye, and rebellion of son against his sire. I saw him fall, I saw my firstborn tumbled from his throne. To me his arms were spread, to me his voice found way from forth the thunders round his head. Pale wax I, and in vapours hid my face. Art thou, too, near such doom? Vague fear there is, for I have seen my sons most unlike gods. Divine you were created, and divine in sad demeanour, solemn, undisturbed, unruffled, like high gods, ye lived and ruled. Now I behold in you fear, hope, and wrath, actions of rage and passion, even as I see them on the mortal world beneath in men who die. This is the grief, O son, sad sign of ruin, sudden dismay and fall. Yet do thou strive, as thou art capable, as thou canst move about, an evident God, and canst oppose to each malignant hour ethereal presence. I am but a voice, my life is but the life of winds and tides, no more than winds and tides can I avail. But thou canst. Be thou therefore in the van of circumstance, yea, seize the arrow's bob before the tense string murmur. To the earth? For there thou wilt find Saturn and his woes. Meantime I will keep watch on thy bright sun, and of thy seasons be a careful nurse. Ere half this region whisper had come down, Hyperion arose, and on the stars lifted his curved lids, and kept them wide until it ceased, and still he kept them wide. And still they were the same bright, patient stars. Then with a slow incline of his broad breast, like to a diver in the pearly seas, forward he stooped over the airy shaw, and plunged all noiseless into the deep night. Book Roman 2, just at the self-same beat of time's wide wings Hyperion slid into the rustled air, and Saturn gained with Thea that sad place where Cybele and the bruised Titans mourned. It was a den where no insulting light could glimmer on their tears, where their own groans they felt, but heard not, for the solid roar of thunderous waterfalls and torrents hoss, pouring a constant bulk, uncertain where. Crag jutting forth to crag, and rocks that seemed ever as if just rising from a sleep, forehead to forehead held their monstrous horns, and thus in thousand hugest fantasies made a fit roofing to this nest of woe. Instead of thrones, hard flint they sat upon, couches of rugged stone, and slaty ridge stubborned with iron. All were not assembled, some chained in torture, and some wandering. Coas and Gyges and Bryacus, Typhon and Dulla, and Porphyrion, with many more, the brawniest in assault, were pent in regions of laborious breath, dungeoned in opaque element to keep their clenched teeth still clenched, and all their limbs locked up like veins of metal, cramped and screwed, without emotion, save of their big hearts heaving in pain, and horribly convulsed with sanguine, feverish, boiling gurge of pulse. Mnemosyne was straying in the world. Far from her moon had Phoebe wandered, and many else were free to roam abroad, but for the main, here found they covert drear. Scarce images of life, one here, one there, lay vast and edgeways, like a dismal cirque of druid stones upon a forlorn moor, when the chill rain begins at shut of eve in dull November, and the chancel vault, the heaven itself, is blinded throughout night. Each one kept shroud, nor to his neighbor gave or word, or look, or action of despair. Creus was one, his ponderous iron mace lay by him, and a shattered rib of rock told of his rage, ere he thus sank and pined. Iapetus another, in his grasp a serpent's plashy neck, its bobbed tongue squeezed from the gorge, and all its uncurled length dead, and because the creature could not spit its poison in the eyes of conquering Jove. Next Cottus, prone he lay, chin uppermost, as though in pain, for still upon the flint he ground severe his skull, with open mouth and eyes at horrid working. Nearest him Asia, born of most enormous calf, who cost her mother Tellus keener pangs, though feminine, than any of her sons. More thought than woe was in her dusky face, for she was prophesying of her glory, and in her wide imagination stood palm-shaded temples and high rival fanes by Oxus or in Ganges' sacred isles. Even as hope upon her anchor leans, so leant she, not so fair, upon a tusk shed from the broadest of her elephants. Above her, on a crag's uneasy shelve, upon his elbow raised, all prostrate else, shadowed Enceladus, once tame and mild as grazing ox unworried in the meads. Now tiger-passioned, lion-thoughted, wroth, he meditated, plotted, and even now was hurling mountains in that second war, not long delayed, that scared the younger gods to hide themselves in forms of beast and bird. Not far hence Atlas, and beside him prone Phocus, the sire of Gorgons. neighboured close Oceanus and Tethys, in whose lap sobbed Clymene among her tangled hair. In midst of all lay Themis, at the feet of Ops the queen, all clouded round from sight. No shape distinguishable, more than when thick night confounds the pine tops with the clouds, and many else whose names may not be told. For when the muse's wings are airward spread, who shall delay her flight? And she must chant of Saturn, and his guide, who now had climbed with damp and slippery footing from a depth more horrid still. Above a sombre cliff their heads appeared, and up their stature grew till on the level height their steps found ease. Then Thea spread abroad her trembling arms upon the precincts of this nest of pain, and sidelong fixed her eye on Saturn's face. There saw she diest strife, the supreme god at war with all the frailty of grief, of rage, of fear, anxiety, revenge, remorse, spleen, hope, but most of all despair. Against these plagues he strove in vain, for fate had poured a mortal oil upon his head, a disanointing poison, so that Thea, affrighted, kept her still, and let him pass first onwards in, among the fallen tribe. As with us mortal men, the laden heart is persecuted more, and fevered more, when it is nighing to the mournful house where other hearts are sick of the same bruise. So Saturn, as he walked into the midst, felt faint, and would have sunk among the rest, but that he met Enceladus's eye, whose mightiness and awe of him at once came like an inspiration, and he shouted, "Titans, behold your god!" At which some groaned, some started on their feet, some also shouted, some wept, some wailed, all bowed with reverence, and Ops, uplifting her black folded veil, showed her pale cheeks and all her forehead wan, her eyebrows thin and jet, and hollow eyes. There is a roaring in the bleak-grown pines when winter lifts his voice. There is a noise among immortals when a god gives sign, with hushing finger, how he means to load his tongue with the full weight of utterless thought, with thunder, and with music, and with pomp. Such noise is like the roar of bleak-grown pines, which, when it ceases in this mountained world, no other sound succeeds. But ceasing here among these fallen, Saturn's voice therefrom grew up like organ, that begins anew its strain, when other harmonies, stopped short, leave the dinned air vibrating silverly. Thus grew it up. Not in my own sad breast, which is its own great judge and searcher out, can I find reason why ye should be thus. Not in the legends of the first of days, studied from that old spirit-leaved book which starry Uranus with finger bright saved from the shaws of darkness, when the waves low-ebbed still hid it up in shallow gloom. And the which book ye know I ever kept for my firm-based footstool? Ah, infirm? Not there, nor in sign, symbol, or patent of element, earth, water, air, and fire, at war, at peace, or interquarreling one against one, or two, or three, or all each several one against the other three, as fire with their loud warring when rain floods drown both, and press them both against earth's face, where, finding sulphur, a quadruple wrath unhinges the poor world. Not in that strife, wherefrom I take strange law, and read it deep, can I find reason why ye should be thus. No, nowhere can unriddle, though I search, and pore on nature's universal scroll even to swooning, why ye divinities, the firstborn of all shaped and palpable gods, should cower beneath what, in comparison, is untremendous might. Yet ye are here, o'erwhelmed and spurned and battered, ye are here? O Titans, shall I say arise? Ye groan, shall I say crouch, ye groan? What can I then, O heaven wide, O unseen parent dear, what can I? Tell me, all ye brethren gods, how we can war, how engine our great wrath. O speak your counsel now, for Saturn's ear is all a-hunged. Thou, Oceanus, ponderest high and deep, and in thy face I see, astonied, that severe content which comes of thought and musing. Give us help? So ended Saturn, and the god of the sea, sophist and sage, from no Athenian grove, but cogitation in his watery shades, arose, with locks not oozy, and began, in murmurs, which his first endeavouring tongue caught infant-like from the far-foamed sands. O ye, whom wrath consumes, who, passion-stung, writhe at defeat and nurse your agonies, shut up your senses, stifle up your ears, my voice is not a bellows unto Aya. Yet listen, ye who will, whilst I bring proof how ye, perforce, must be content to stoop, and in the proof much comfort will I give, if ye will take that comfort in its truth. We fall by cause of nature's law, not force of thunder, or of Jove. Great Saturn, thou hast sifted well the atom universe, but for this reason, that thou art the king, and only blind from sheer supremacy, one avenue was shaded from thine eyes, through which I wended to eternal truth. And first, as thou wast not the first of powers, so art thou not the last, it cannot be, thou art not the beginning nor the end. From chaos and parental darkness came light, the first fruits of that intestine broil, that sullen ferment, which for wondrous ends was ripening in itself. The ripe hour came, and with it light, and light engendering upon its own producer, forthwith touched the whole enormous matter into life. Upon that very hour, our parentage, the heavens and the earth, were manifest. Then thou firstborn, and we the giant race, found ourselves ruling new and beauteous realms. Now comes the pain of truth, to whom 'tis pain, O folly? For to bear all naked truths, and to envisage circumstance, all calm, that is the top of sovereignty. Mark well, as heaven and earth are fairer, fairer far than chaos and blank darkness, though once chiefs, and as we show beyond that heaven and earth in form and shape compact and beautiful, in will, in action free, companionship, and thousand other signs of purer life. So on our heels a fresh perfection treads, a power more strong in beauty, born of us and fated to excel us, as we pass in glory that old darkness, nor are we thereby more conquered than by us the rule of shapeless chaos. Say, doth the dull soil quarrel with the proud forest it hath fed, and feedeth still, more comely than itself? Can it deny the chiefdom of green groves? Or shall the tree be envious of the dove because it cooeth, and hath snowy wings to wander wherewithal and find its joys? We are such forest trees, and our fair boughs have bred forth, not pale solitary doves, but eagles golden feathered, who do tower above us in their beauty, and must reign in right thereof. For 'tis the eternal law that first in beauty should be first in might. Yea, by that law, another race may drive our conquerors to mourn as we do now. Have ye beheld the young god of the seas, my dispossessor? Have ye seen his face? Have ye beheld his chariot, foamed along by noble winged creatures he hath made? I saw him on the calmed waters scud, with such a glow of beauty in his eyes, that it enforced me to bid sad farewell to all my empire. Farewell sad I took, and hither came, to see how dolorous fate had wrought upon ye, and how I might best give consolation in this woe extreme. Receive the truth and let it be your balm. Whether through paused conviction, or disdain they guarded silence, when Oceanus left murmuring, what deepest thought can tell? But so it was, none answered for a space, save one whom none regarded, Clymene, and yet she answered not, only complained, with hectic lips and eyes uplooking mild, thus wording timidly among the fierce, O Father, I am here the simplest voice, and all my knowledge is that joy is gone, and this thing woe crept in among our hearts, there to remain forever, as I fear. I would not boast of evil, if I thought so weak a creature could turn off the help which by just right should come of mighty gods. Yet let me tell my sorrow, let me tell of what I heard, and how it made me weep, and know that we had parted from all hope. I stood upon a shaw, a pleasant shaw, where a sweet clime was breathed from a land of fragrance, quietness, and trees, and flowers. Full of calm joy it was, as I of grief, too full of joy and soft, delicious warmth, so that I felt a movement in my heart to chide, and to reproach that solitude with songs of misery, music of our woes, and sat me down, and took a mouthed shell and murmured into it, and made melody, O melody no more. For while I sang, and with poor skill let pass into the breeze the dull shell's echo, from a bowery strand just opposite, an island of the sea, there came enchantment with the shifting wind, that did both drown and keep alive my ears. I threw my shell away upon the sand, and a wave filled it, as my sense was filled with that new blissful golden melody. A living death was in each gush of sounds, each family of rapturous hurried notes, that fell, one after one, yet all at once, like pearl beads dropping sudden from their string, and then another strain, each like a dove leaving its olive perch, with music winged instead of silent plumes, to hover round my head, and make me sick of joy and grief at once. Grief overcame, and I was stopping up my frantic ears when, past all hindrance of my trembling hands, a voice came sweeter, sweeter than all tune, and still it cried, Apollo? Young Apollo, the morning bright Apollo, young Apollo, I fled, it followed me and cried, Apollo? O Father and O brethren, had ye felt those pains of mine? O Saturn, hadst thou felt, you would not call this too indulged tongue presumptuous, in thus venturing to be heard. So far her voice flowed on, like timorous brook that, lingering along a pebbled coast, doth fear to meet the sea, but see it met and shuddered, for the overwhelming voice of huge Enceladus swallowed it in wrath. The ponderous syllables, like sullen waves in the half-glutted hollows of reef rocks, came booming thus, while still upon his arm he leaned, not rising from supreme contempt. Or shall we listen to the overwise, or to the overfoolish giant, gods? Not thunderbolt on thunderbolt, till all that rebel Jove's whole armory were spent, not world on world upon these shoulders piled, could agonize me more than baby words in midst of this dethronement horrible. Speak, raw, shout, yell, ye sleepy Titans all. Do ye forget the blows, the buffets vile? Are you not smitten by a youngling arm? Dost thou forget, sham monarch of the waves, thy scolding in the seas? What, have I roused your spleens with so few simple words as these? O joy! For now I see ye are not lost, O joy! For now I see 1,000 eyes wide glaring for revenge. As this he said, he lifted up his stature vast, and stood, still without intermission speaking thus. Now ye are flames, I'll tell you how to burn, and purge the ether of our enemies, how to feed fierce the crooked stings of fire, and singe away the swollen clouds of Jove, stifling that puny essence in its tent. Oh, let him feel the evil he hath done. For though I scorn Oceanus' law, much pain have I for more than loss of realms. The days of peace and slumberous calm are fled. Those days, all innocent of scathing war, when all the fair existences of heaven came open-eyed to guess what we would speak. That was before our brows were taught to frown, before our lips knew else but solemn sounds. That was before we knew the winged thing, victory, might be lost, or might be won. And be ye mindful that Hyperion, our brightest brother, still is undisgraced. Hyperion, lo, his radiance is here? All eyes were on Enceladus's face, and they beheld, while still Hyperion's name flew from his lips up to the vaulted rocks, a pallid gleam across his features stern, not savage, for he saw full many a god wroth as himself. He looked upon them all, and in each face he saw a gleam of light, but splendider in Saturn's, whose haw locks shone like the bubbling foam about a keel when the prow sweeps into a midnight cove. In pale and silver silence they remained, till suddenly a splendor, like the morn, pervaded all the beetling gloomy steeps, all the sad spaces of oblivion, and every gulf, and every chasm old, and every height, and every sullen depth, voiceless, or hoarse with loud, tormented streams, and all the everlasting cataracts and all the headlong torrents far and near, mantled before in darkness and huge shade, now saw the light and made it terrible. It was Hyperion. A granite peak his bright feet touched, and there he stayed to view the misery his brilliance had betrayed to the most hateful seeing of itself. Golden his hair of shot Numidian curl, regal his shape majestic, a vast shade in midst of his own brightness, like the bulk of Memnon's image at the set of sun to one who travels from the dusking east. Sighs, too, as mournful as that Memnon's harp, he uttered, while his hands contemplative he pressed together, and in silence stood. Despondence seized again the fallen gods at sight of the dejected king of day, and many hid their faces from the light. But fierce Enceladus sent forth his eyes among the brotherhood, and at their glare, uprose Epetus, and Creus too, and Phocus, sea-born, and together strode to where he towered on his eminence. There those four shouted forth old Saturn's name. Hyperion from the peak loud answered, Saturn. Saturn sat near the mother of the gods, in whose face was no joy, though all the gods gave from their hollow throats the name of Saturn. Book Roman 3 thus in alternate uproar and sad peace, amazed were those Titans utterly. O leave them, Muse! O leave them to their woes, for thou art weak to sing such tumults dire. A solitary sorrow best befits thy lips, and antheming a lonely grief. Leave them, O Muse! For thou anon wilt find many a fallen old divinity wandering in vain about bewildered shaws. Meantime touch piously the Delphic harp, and not a wind of heaven, but will breathe in aid soft wobble from the Dorian flute. For lo, 'tis for the father of all verse. Flush everything that hath a vermeil hue, let the rose glow intense and warm the air, and let the clouds of even and of morn float in voluptuous fleeces o'er the hills. Let the red wine within the goblet boil, cold as a bubbling well. Let faint-lipped shells, on sands or in great deeps, vermilion turn through all their labyrinths, and let the maid blush keenly, as with some warm kiss surprised. Chief isle of the embowered Cyclades, rejoice, O Delos, with thine olives green, and poplars, and lawn-shading palms, and beech, in which the zephyr breathes the loudest song, and hazels thick, dark-stemmed beneath the shade. Apollo is once more the golden theme? Where was he when the giant of the sun stood bright amid the sorrow of his peers? Together had he left his mother fair and his twin sister sleeping in their bower, and in the morning twilight wandered forth beside the osiers of a rivulet, full ankle-deep in lilies of the vale. The nightingale had ceased, and a few stars were lingering in the heavens, while the thrush began calm-throated. Throughout all the isle there was no covert, no retired cave unhaunted by the murmurous noise of waves, though scarcely heard in many a green recess. He listened, and he wept, and his bright tears went trickling down the golden bow he held. Thus with half-shut, suffused eyes he stood, while from beneath some cumbrous boughs hard by with solemn step an awful goddess came, and there was purport in her looks for him, which he with eager guess began to read perplexed. the while melodiously he said, "How cam'st thou over the unfooted sea? Or hath that antique mien and robed form moved in these vales invisible till now? Sure I have heard those vestments sweeping o'er the fallen leaves, when I have sat alone in cool mid-forest. Surely I have traced the rustle of those ample skirts about these grassy solitudes, and seen the flowers lift up their heads and still the whisper past. Goddess, I have beheld those eyes before, and their eternal calm, and all that face, or I have dreamed." "Yes," said the supreme shape, "thou hast dreamed of me, and awaking up didst find a lyre all golden by thy side, whose strings touched by thy fingers. All the vast, unwearied ear of the whole universe listened in pain and pleasure at the birth of such new tuneful wonder. Is 't not strange that thou shouldst weep, so gifted? Tell me, youth, what sorrow thou canst feel, for I am sad when thou dost shed a tear. Explain thy griefs to one who in this lonely isle hath been the watcher of thy sleep and hours of life, from the young day, when first thy infant hand plucked witless the weak flowers, till thine arm could bend that bow heroic to all times. Show thy hot secret to an ancient power, who hath forsaken old and sacred thrones for prophecies of thee, and for the sake of loveliness new-born." Apollo then, with sudden scrutiny and gloomless eyes, thus answered, while his white melodious throat throbbed with the syllables, "Mnemosyne, thy name is on my tongue, I know not how. Why should I tell thee what thou so well seest? Why should I strive to show what from thy lips would come no mystery? For me, dark, and painful vile oblivion seals my eyes. I strive to search wherefore I am so sad, until a melancholy numbs my limbs, and then upon the grass I sit, and moan, like one who once had wings. Oh, why should I feel cursed and thwarted, when the lageless air yields to my step aspirant? Why should I spurn the green turf as hateful to my feet? Goddess benign, point forth some unknown thing. Are there not other regions than this isle? What are the stars? There is the sun, and the most patient brilliance of the moon, and stars by thousands. Point me out the way to any one particular beauteous star, and I will flit into it with my lyre, and make its silvery splendor pant with bliss. I have heard the cloudy thunder. Where is power? Whose hand, whose essence, what divinity makes this alarum in the elements, while I here idle listen on the shawls in fearless yet in aching ignorance? Oh, tell me, lonely goddess, by thy harp, that waileth every morn and eventide, tell me why thus I rave about these groves. Mute thou remainest, mute? Yet I can read a wondrous lesson in thy silent face. Knowledge enormous makes a god of me. Names, deeds, grey legends, dire events, rebellions, majesties, sovereign voices, agonies, creations, and destroyings, all at once pour into the wide hollows of my brain, and deify me, as if some blithe wine or bright elixir peerless I had drunk, and so become immortal. Thus the god, while his enkindled eyes, with level glance beneath his white soft temples, steadfast kept trembling with light upon Mnemosyne. Soon wild commotions shook him, and made flush all the immortal fairness of his limbs, most like the struggle at the gate of death, all like a still to one who should take leave of pale immortal death, and with a pang as hot as death's is chill, with fierce convulse die into life. So young Apollo anguished, his very hair, his golden tresses famed kept undulation round his eager neck. During the pain Mnemosyne upheld her arms as one who prophesied. At length Apollo shrieked, and lo, from all his limbs celestial, the eve of St. Agnes St. Agnes Eve, bitter chill it was. The owl, for all his feathers, was a cold, the hare limped trembling through the frozen grass, and silent was the flock in woolly fold. Numb were the beadsman's fingers while he told his rosary, and while his frosted breath, like pious incense from a censer old, seemed taking flight for heaven without a death, past the sweet Virgin's picture, while his prayer he saith. Roman 2 his prayer he saith, this patient, holy man, then takes his lamp and riseth from his knees and back returneth, meagre, barefoot, wan along the chapel aisle by slow degrees. The sculptured dead, on each side, seem to freeze, imprisoned in black purgatorial rails. Knights, ladies, praying in dumb oratories, he passeth by, and his weak spirit fails to think how they may ache in icy hoods and mails. Roman 3 northward he turneth through a little door, and scarce 3 steps, ere music's golden tongue flatted to tears this aged man and poor. But no, already had his death bell rung. The joys of all his life were said and sung. His was harsh penance on St. Agnes Eve. Another way he went, and soon among rough ashes sat he for his soul's reprieve, and all night kept awake, for sinners' sake to grieve. Roman 4 that ancient beadsman heard the prelude soft, and so it chanced, for many a door was wide, from hurry to and fro. Soon, up aloft, the silver, snarling trumpets 'gan to chide, The level chambers, ready with their pride, were glowing to receive 1,000 guests. The carved angels, ever eager-eyed, stared, whereupon their heads the cornice rests, with hair blown back, and wings put crosswise on their breasts. V at length burst in the argent revelry, with plume, tiara, and all rich array, numerous as shadows haunting fairly the brain, new stuffed in youth with triumphs gay of old romance. These let us wish away, and turn, soul-thoughted, to one lady there, whose heart had brooded, all that wintry day, on love, and winged St. Agnes' saintly care, as she had heard old dames full many times declare. Vi they told her how, upon St. Agnes' eve, young virgins might have visions of delight, and soft adorings from their loves receive upon the honeyed middle of the night, if ceremonies due they did aright. As supplest to bed they must retire, and couch supine their beauties, lily white. Nor look behind, nor sideways, but require of heaven with upward eyes for all that they desire. Romans 7 full of this whim was thoughtful Madeline. The music, yearning like a god in pain, she scarcely heard. Her maiden eyes divine, fixed on the flaw, saw many a sweeping train pass by, she heeded not at all. In vain came many a tiptoe, amorous cavalier, and back retired. Not cooled by high disdain, but she saw not, her heart was otherwhere. She sighed for Agnes' dreams, the sweetest of the year. Roman 8 she danced along with vague, regardless eyes, anxious her lips, her breathing quick and shot. The hallowed hour was near at hand. She sighs amid the timbrels, and the thronged resort of whispers in anger, or in spot, mid looks of love, defiance, hate, and scorn, hoodwinked with fairy fancy. All amot, save to St. Agnes and her lambs unshorn, and all the bliss to be before tomorrow morn. Roman 9 so, purposing each moment to retire, she lingered still. Meantime, across the moors had come young Porphyro, with heart on fire for Madeline. Beside the pottle doors, buttressed from moonlight, stands he, and implores all saints to give him sight of Madeline, but for one moment in the tedious hours, that he might gaze and worship all unseen, perchance speak, kneel, touch, kiss, in sooth such things have been. He ventures in. Let no buzzed whisper tell, all eyes be muffled, or 100 swords will storm his heart. Love's feverous citadel for him, those chambers held barbarian hordes, hyena foemen, and hot-blooded lords, whose very dogs would execrations howl against his lineage. Not one breast affords him any mercy, in that mansion foul, save one old beldame, weak in body and in soul. Roman 11 happy chance? The aged creature came, shuffling along with ivory-headed wand, to where he stood, hid from the torch's flame, behind a broad hall pillar, far beyond the sound of merriment and chorus bland. He startled her, but soon she knew his face and grasped his fingers in her palsied hand, saying, Mercy, Porphyro, hie thee from this place, they are all here tonight, the whole bloodthirsty race. Roman 12 Get hence. Get hence. There's dwarfish Hildebrand, he had a fever late, and in the fit he cursed thee and thine, both house and land. Then there's that old Lord Morris, not a whit more tame for his grey hairs. Alas me. Flit like a ghost away. Ah, gossip dear, we're safe enough. Here in this armchair sit and tell me how? Good saints, not here, follow me, child, or else these stones will be thy bier. Roman 13 he followed through a lowly arched way, brushing the cobwebs with his lofty plume, and as she muttered, well a day. He found him in a little moonlight room, pale, latticed, chill, and silent as a tomb. Now tell me where is Madeline, said he. Oh, tell me. Angela, by the holy loom which none but secret sisterhood may see, when they sent Agnes willow-weaving piously. Roman 14 St. Agnes? Ah, it is St. Agnes' eve, yet men will murder upon holy days. Thou must hold water in a witch's sieve, and be liege lord of all the elves and fays, to venture so. It fills me with amaze to see thee, Porphyro. St. Agnes' eve, God's help? My lady fair the conjurer plays this very night. Good angels her deceive, but let me laugh a while, I've mickle time to grieve. Roman 15 feebly she laugheth in the languid moon, while Porphyro upon her face doth look, like puzzled urchin on an aged crone who keepeth closed a wondrous riddle book, as spectacled she sits in chimney nook. But soon his eyes grew brilliant when she told his lady's purpose, and he scarce could brook tears at the thought of those enchantments cold, and Madeline asleep in lap of legends old. Roman 16 sudden a thought came like a full-blown rose, flushing his brow, and in his pained heart made purple riot. Then doth he propose a stratagem that makes the beldame start. A cruel man and impious thou art, sweet lady, let her pray and sleep and dream alone with her good angels, far apart from wicked men like thee. Go, I deem thou canst not surely be the same that thou didst seem. Roman 17 I will not harm her. By all saints I swear, quoth Porphyro. Oh, may I ne'er find grace when my weak voice shall whisper its last prayer. If one of her soft ringlets I displace, I'll look with ruffian passion in her face. Good Angela, believe me by these tears, or I will, even in a moment's space, awake with horrid shout my foemen's ears and beard them, though they be more fanged than wolves and bears. Roman 18. Ah, why wilt thou affright a feeble soul? A poor, weak, palsy-stricken, churchyard thing, whose passing bell may ere the midnight toll, whose prayers for thee, each morn and evening, were never missed. Thus plaining, doth she bring a gentlest speech from burning Porphyro, so woeful and of such deep sorrowing that Angela gives promise she will do whatever he shall wish, betide her weal or woe. Roman 19, which was to lead him, in close secrecy, even to Madeline's chamber, and there hide him in a closet, of such privacy that he might see her beauty unespied, and win perhaps that night a peerless bride, while legend fairies paced the coverlet, and pale enchantment held her sleepy-eyed. Never on such a night have lovers met, since Merlin paid his demon all the monstrous debt. Roman 20, it shall be as thou wishest, said the dame. All cates and dainties shall be stowed there quickly on this feast night. By the tambour frame her own lute thou wilt see. No time to spare, for I am slow and feeble, and scarce dare on such a catering trust my dizzy head. Wait here, my child, with patience, kneel in prayer the while. Ah, thou must needs the lady wed, or may I never leave my grave among the dead. Roman 21, so saying she hobbled off with busy fear. The lover's endless minutes slowly passed. The dame returned, and whispered in his ear to follow her, with aged eyes aghast from fright of dim espial. Safe at last, through many a dusky gallery, they gained the maiden's chamber, silken, hushed and chaste, where Porphyro took covert, pleased amain. His poor guide hurried back with agues in her brain. Roman 22, her faltering hand upon the balustrade, old Angela was feeling for the stair, when Madeline, St. Agnes' charmed maid, rose like a missioned spirit unaware. With silver tapers light and pious care, she turned, and down the aged gossip led to a safe level matting. Now prepare, young Porphyro, for gazing on that bed she comes again, like ringdove frayed and fled. Roman 23, out went the taper as she hurried in. Its little smoke in pallid moonshine died. She closed the door, she panted, all akin to spirits of the air, and visions wide, no uttered syllable, woe betide. But to her heart was voluble, paining with eloquence her balmy side, as though a tongueless nightingale should swell her throat in vain, and die, hot stifled in her dell. Roman 24, a casement high and triple arched there was, all garlanded with carven emagres of fruits and flowers, and bunches of knot grass, and diamonded with panes of quaint device, innumerable of stains and splendid dyes, as are the tiger moth's deep damasked wings. And in the midst, 'mong thousand heraldries, and twilight saints, and dim emblazonings, a shielded scutcheon blushed with blood of queens and kings. Roman 25, full on this casement shone the wintry moon, and threw warm gules on Madeline's fair breast, as down she knelt for heaven's grace and boon. Rose bloom fell on her hands, together pressed, and on her silver cross soft amethyst, and on her hair a glory, like a saint. She seemed a splendid angel, newly dressed, save wings, for heaven. Porphyro grew faint. She knelt, so pure a thing, so free from mottled taint. Roman 26, anon his heart revives, her vespers done, of all its wreathed pearls her hair she frees, unclasps her warmed jewels one by one, loosens her fragrant bodice. By degrees her rich attire creeps rustling to her knees, half hidden, like a mermaid in seaweed. Pensive awhile she dreams awake, and sees in fancy, fair St. Agnes in her bed, but dares not look behind, or all the charm is fled. Roman 27, soon, trembling in her soft and chilly nest, in sort of wakeful swoon, perplexed she lay, until the popped warmth of sleep oppressed her soothed limbs, and soul fatigued away, flown, like a thought, until the morrow day, blissfully havened both from joy and pain, clasped like a missile where swat Paynims pray, blinded alike from sunshine and from rain, as though a rose should shut and be a bud again. Roman 28, stol'n to this paradise, and so entranced, Porphyro gazed upon her empty dress, and listened to her breathing, if it chanced to wake into a slumberous tenderness, which when he heard, that minute did he bless, and breathed himself. Then from the closet crept, noiseless as fear in a wide wilderness, and over the hushed carpet, silent, stepped, and 'tween the curtains peeped, where, lo, how fast she slept. Roman 29, then by the bedside, where the faded moon made a dim, silver twilight, soft he set a table, and, half-anguished, threw thereon a cloth of woven crimson, gold, and jet. Oh, for some drowsy Mophian amulet! The boisterous, midnight, festive clarion, the kettle drum, and far-heard clarionet, affray his ears, though but in dying tone. The hall door shuts again, and all the noise is gone. XXX, and still she slept an azulated sleep in blanched linen, smooth and lavendered, while he from forth the closet brought a heap of candied apple, quince and plum and gourd, with jellies soother than the creamy curd, and lucent syrups tinct with cinnamon, mannar and dates in argosy transferred from Fez, and spiced dainties, everyone, from silken Samarkand to seeded Lebanon. Roman 31, these delicates he heaped with glowing hand on golden dishes and in baskets bright of wreathed silver. Sumptuous they stand in the retired quiet of the night, filling the chilly room with perfume light. And now, my love, my seraph fair, awake, thou art my heaven, and I thine eremite. Open thine eyes, for meek St. Agnes' sake, or I shall drowse beside thee, so my soul doth ache. Roman 32 thus whispering, his warm, unnerved arm sank in her pillow. Shaded was her dream by the dusk curtains. 'Twas a midnight charm impossible to melt as iced stream. The lustrous salvas in the moonlight gleam. Broad golden fringe upon the carpet lies. It seemed he never could redeem from such a steadfast spell his lady's eyes. So mused a while, entoiled in woofed fantasies. Roman 33 awakening up, he took her hollow lute, tumultuous. And in chords that tenderest be, he played an ancient ditty, long since mute, in Provence called La Belle Dame Sans Mercy. Close to her ear touching the melody, wherewith disturbed she uttered a soft moan, he ceased, she panted quick. And suddenly her blue afraid eyes wide open shone, upon his knees he sank, pale as smooth sculptured stone. Roman 34 her eyes were open, but she still beheld, now wide awake, the vision of her sleep. There was a painful change, that nigh expelled the blisses of her dreams so pure and deep, at which fair Madeline began to weep, and moan forth witless words with many a sigh, while still her gaze on Porphyro would keep, who knelt, with joined hands and piteous eye, fearing to move or speak, she looked so dreamingly. Roman 35 Ah, Porphyro? Said she, but even now thy voice was at sweet tremble in mine ear, made tunable with every sweetest vow, and those sad eyes were spiritual and clear. How changed thou art! How pallid, chill, and drear! Give me that voice again, my Porphyro, those looks immortal, those complainings dear. Oh, leave me not in this eternal woe, for if thou deest, my love, I know not where to go. Roman 36 beyond a mortal man impassioned far at these voluptuous accents, he arose, ethereal, flushed, and like a throbbing star seen, mid the sapphire heaven's deep repose. Into her dream he melted, as the rose blendeth its odor with the violet, solution sweet. Meantime the frost wind blows like love's alarum, pattering the sharp sleet against the window panes. St. Agnes' moon hath set. Roman 37 'tis dark. Quick pattereth the flaw-blown sleet, this is no dream, my bride, my Madeline. 'Tis dark, the iced gusts still rave and beat. No dream, alas, alas, and woe is mine. Porphyro will leave me here to fade and pine. Cruel, what traitor could thee hither bring? I curse not, for my heart is lost in thine, though thou forsakest a deceived thing. A dove fall on and lost with sick, unpruned wing. Roman 38 my Madeline, sweet dreamer, lovely bride, say, may I be for aye thy vassal blessed. Thy beauty's shield, hot-shaped and vermeil dyed. Ah, Silva shrine, here will I take my rest after so many hours of toil and quest, a famished pilgrim, saved by miracle. Though I have found, I will not rob thy nest saving of thy sweet self, if thou think'st well to trust, fair Madeline, to no rude infidel. Roman 39, Hawk, 'tis an elfin storm from fairy land of haggard seeming, but a boon indeed. Arise, arise, the morning is at hand, the bloated wassailas will never heed. Let us away, my love, with happy speed. There are no ears to hear or eyes to see, drowned all in Rhenish and the sleepy mead. Awake, arise, my love, and fearless be, for all the southern moors I have a home for thee. XL she hurried at his words, beset with fears, for there were sleeping dragons all around, at glaring watch, perhaps with ready spears. Down the wide stairs a darkling way they found. In all the house was heard no human sound. A chain-drooped lamp was flickering by each door. The arras, rich with horseman, hawk, and hound, flooded in the besieging wind's uproar, and the long carpets rose along the gusty floor. Roman 41 they glide, like phantoms into the wide hall, like phantoms to the iron porch they glide, where lay the potter, in uneasy sprawl, with a huge empty flagon by his side. The wakeful bloodhound rose and shook his hide, but his sagacious eye an inmate owns. By one and one, the bolts full easy slide. The chains lie silent on the foot-worn stones. The key turns and the door upon its hinges groans. Roman 42 and they are gone. Aye, ages long ago these lovers fled away into the storm. That night the baron dreamt of many a woe, and all his warrior guests, with shade and form of witch, and demon, and lodge coffin worm, were long benightmed. Angela, the old died palsied witched, with meagre face deform. The beadsman, after 1,000 aves told, for I unsought for slept among his ashes cold. The eve of St. Mark a fragment upon a Sabbath day it fell. Twice holy was the Sabbath bell, that called the folk to evening prayer. The city streets were clean and fair from wholesome drench of April rains, and on the western window panes, the chilly sunset faintly told of unmatured green valleys cold, of the green thorny bloomless hedge, of rivers new with springtide sedge, of primroses by sheltered rills, and daisies on the Aguish hills. Twice holy was the Sabbath bell. The silent streets were crowded well with staid and pious companies, warm from their fireside oratories, and moving, with demurest air, to even song and vesper prayer. Each arched porch and entry low was filled with patient folk and slow, with whispers hush and shuffling feet, while played the organ loud and sweet. The bells had ceased, the prayers begun, and Bertha had not yet half done a curious volume, patched and torn, that all day long, from earliest morn, had taken captive her 2 eyes among its golden broideries, perplexed her with 1,000 things, the stars of heaven, and angels' wings, martyrs in a fiery blaze, azure saints and silver rays, Moses' breastplate and the 7 candlesticks John saw in heaven, the winged lion of St. Mark, and the covenantal ark, with its many mysteries, cherubim and golden mice. Bertha was a maiden fair, dwelling in Old Minster Square. From her fireside she could see, sidelong, its rich antiquity, far as the bishop's garden wall, where sycamores and elm trees tall, full-leaved, the forest had outstripped, by no sharp north wind ever nipped, so sheltered by the mighty pile. Bertha arose, and read a while, with forehead gainst the window-pane. Again she tried, and then again, until the dusk eve left her dark upon the legend of St. Mark. From plaited lawn frill, fine and thin, she lifted up her soft warm chin, with aching neck and swimming eyes, and dazed with saintly imageries. All was gloom, and silent all, save now and then the still footfall of one returning homewards late, past the echoing Minster gate. The clamorous daws, that all the day above tree-tops and towers play, pair by pair had gone to rest, each in its ancient belfry nest, where asleep they fall betimes, to music and the drowsy chimes. All was silent, all was gloom, abroad and in the homely room, down she sat, poor cheated soul, and struck a lamp from the dismal coal, leaned forward with bright drooping hair and slant book, full against the glare. Her shadow, in uneasy guise, hovered about, a giant size, on ceiling beam and old oak chair, the parrot's cage and pennel square, and the warm angled winter screen, on which were many monsters seen, called doves of Siam, lima mice, and legless birds of paradise, macaw, and tender avet, and silken-furred angora cat. Untired she read, her shadow still glowered about, as it would fill the room with wildest forms and shades, as though some ghostly queen of spades had come to mock behind her back, and dance, and ruffle her garments black. Untired she read the legend page of holy Mark, from youth to age on land, on sea, in pagan chains, rejoicing for his many pains. Sometimes the learned eremite, with golden star, or dagger bright, referred to pious posies written in smallest crow-quill size beneath the text, and thus the rhyme was parcelled out from time to time. Als writteth he of Swevenese, men hem before they wake in bliss, wan that her friends think him bound in crimped shroud far underground, and how a littling child mote be a saint its nativity, gift that the mother, God her bless, keppen in solitariness, and kissen devout the holy cross of God's love, and Sathan's foss, he writteth, and thinges many mo of switch thinges I may not show. But I must tell in verily somdal of Saint Cicely, and chiefly what he octoreth of Saint Marky's life and death. At length her constant eyelids come upon the fervent martyrdom, then lastly to his holy shrine, exult amid the tapers shine at Venice. Ode on indolence they toil not, neither do they spin. I one morn before me were 3 figures seen, with bowed necks and joined hands, side-faced, and one behind the other stepped serene, in placid sandals, and in white robes graced. They passed, like figures on a marble urn, when shifted round to see the other side. They came again, as when the urn once more is shifted round, the first seen shades return, and they were strange to me, as may betide with vases, to one deep in Phidian law. Roman 2 How is it, shadows, that I knew ye not? How came ye muffled in so hush a mask? Was it a silent, deep-disguised plot to steal away, and leave without a task my idle days? Ripe was the drowsy hour, the blissful cloud of summer indolence benumbed my eyes, my pulse grew less and less, pain had no sting, and pleasure's wreath no flower. Oh, why did you not melt, and leave my sense unhaunted quite of all, but nothingness? Roman 3 A third time passed they by, and passing, turned each one the face a moment whiles to me, then faded, and to follow them I burned and ached for wings, because I knew the three. The first was a fair maid, and love her name. The second was ambition, pale of cheek, and ever watchful with fatigued eye. The last, whom I love the more of blame is heaped upon her, maiden most unmeek, I knew to be my demon Poesy. Roman fa they faded, and forsooth, I wanted wings. O folly, what is love, and where is it? And for that poor ambition, it springs from a man's little hot's shot fever fit. For Poesy? No, she has not a joy, at least for me, so sweet as drowsy noons and evenings steeped in honeyed indolence. Oh, for an age so sheltered from annoy, that I may never know how change the moons, I'll hear the voice of busy common sense. And once more came they by. Alas, wherefore? My sleep had been embroidered with dim dreams. My soul had been a lawn besprinkled all with flowers and stirring shades and baffled beams. The moon was clouded, but no shower fell, though in her lids hung the sweet tears of May. The open casement pressed a new-leaved vine, let in the budding warmth and thrustles lay. O shadows, 'twas a time to bid farewell. Upon your skirts had fallen no tears of mine. So, ye three ghosts, adieu. Ye cannot raise my head cool-bedded in the flowery grass, for I would not be dieted with praise, a pet lamb in a sentimental fosse. Fade softly from my eyes and be once more in mask-like figures on the dreamy urn. Farewell? I yet have visions for the night, and for the day faint visions there is star. Vanish, ye phantoms, from my idle sprite into the clouds, and nevermore return. Ode on a Grecian urn, I thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian, who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme. What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape of deities or mortals, or of both, in temp or the dales of Arcady? What men or gods are these? What maidens loth? What mad pursuit? What struggle to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy? Roman 2 heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes play on, not to the sensual ear, but more endeared pipe to the spirit did is of no tone. Fair youth, beneath the trees, thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal. Yet do not grieve, she cannot fade, though thou haste not thy bliss, for ever wilt thou love, and she be fair. Roman 3 happy, happy boughs, that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu, and happy melodist, unwearied, forever piping songs forever new, more happy love. More happy, happy love. Forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever panting, and forever young. All breathing human passion far above, that leaves a hot, high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead, and a parching tongue. Roman 4 Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadst thou that heifer lowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river, or sea shore, or mountain built with peaceful citadel, is emptied of this folk, this pious mon? And little town, thy streets for evermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell why thou art desolate can e'er return. O Attic shade, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou, silent form, dost tease us out of thought as doth eternity, cold pastoral. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain, in midst of other woe than ours, a friend to man, to whom thou say'st, beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. Ode on melancholy I know, no, go not to Lethe, neither twist wolf's bane, tight-rooted, for its poisonous wine, nor suffer thy pale forehead to be kissed by nightshade, ruby grape of Proserpine. Make not your rosary of yew-berries, nor let the beetle, or the death-moth be your mournful Psyche, nor the downy owl a partner in your sorrow's mysteries. For shade to shade will come too drowsily, and drown the wakeful anguish of the soul. Roman 2 But when the melancholy fit shall fall sudden from heaven like a weeping cloud, that fosters the droop-headed flowers all, and hides the green hills in an April shroud, then glut thy sorrow on a morning rose, or on the rainbow of the salt sand wave, or on the wealth of globed peonies, or if thy mistress some rich anger shows, imprison her soft hand, and let her rave, and feed deep, deep upon her peerless eyes. Roman 3 She dwells with beauty, beauty that must die, and joy, whose hand is ever at his lips bidding adieu, and aching pleasure nigh, turning to poison while the bee-mouth sips. Aye, in the very temple of delight veiled melancholy has her sovereign shrine, though seen of none save him whose strenuous tongue can burst joy's grape against his palate fine. His soul shall taste the sadness of her might, and be among her cloudy trophies hung. Sonnet. Why did I laugh tonight? Why did I laugh tonight? No voice will tell, no god, no demon of severe response deigns to reply from heaven or from hell. Then to my human heart I turn at once. Heart, thou and I are here sad and alone. I say, why did I laugh? O mortal pain! O darkness! Darkness! Ever must I moan to question heaven and hell and heart in vain. Why did I laugh? I know this being's lease, my fancy to its utmost blisses spreads. Yet would I on this very midnight cease, and the world's gaudy ensigns see in shreds. Verse, fame, and beauty are intense indeed, but death intensa. Death is life's high meed. A dream, after reading Dante's episode of Paolo and Francesca as Hermes once rooked to his feathers light, when lulled Argus, baffled, swooned and slept so on a Delphic reed, my idol sprite so played, so charmed, so conquered, so bereft the dragon world in all its 100 eyes, and seeing it asleep so fled away. Not to pure Ida with its snow-cold skies, nor unto Tempe where Jove grieved a day, but to that second circle of sad hell, where mid the gust, the whirlwind, and the flaw of rain and hailstones, lovers need not tell their sorrows. Pale were the sweet lips I saw, pale were the lips I kissed, and fair the form I floated with, about that melancholy storm. Ode to Fanny physician nature, let my spirit blood. O ease my heart of verse and let me rest, throw me upon thy tripod, till the flood of stifling numbers ebbs from my full breast. A theme, great nature, give a theme, let me begin my dream. I come, I see thee as thou standest there, beckon me not into the wintry air. Ah, dearest love, sweet home of all my fears, and hopes and joys, and panting miseries. Tonight, if I may guess, thy beauty wears a smile of such delight, as brilliant and as bright, as when with ravished, aching, vassal eyes, lost in soft amaze, I gaze. Who now, with greedy looks, eats up my feast? What stare outfaces now my silver moon? Ah, keep that hand unravished at the least, let the amorous burn, but Piarthy, do not turn the current of your heart from me so soon. Oh, save, in charity, the quickest pulse for me, save it for me, sweet love. Though music breathe voluptuous visions into the warm air, though swimming through the dance's dangerous wreath, be like an April day smiling and cold and gay, a temperate lily, temperate as fair, then, heaven, there will be a warmer June for me. Why this, you'll say, my Fanny, is not true? Put your soft hand upon your snowy side, where the heart beats. Confess, 'tis nothing new. Must not a woman be a feather on the sea, swayed to and fro by every wind and tide, of as uncertain speed as blow-ball from the mead? I know it. And to know it is despair to one who loves you as I love, sweet Fanny, whose heart goes fluttering for you everywhere, nor, when away you roam, dare keep its wretched home. Love alone, has pains severe and many, then, loveliest, keep me free from torturing jealousy. Ah, if you prize my subdued soul above the poor, the fading, brief pride of an hour, let none profane my holy sea of love, or with a rude hand break the sacramental cake. Let none else touch the just new-budded flower, if not, may my eyes close, love, on their last repose. La belle dame sans merci, what can ail thee, wretched wight, alone and palely loitering? The sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing. Roman 2 what can ail thee, wretched wight, so haggard and so woebegone? The squirrel's granary is full, and the harvest's done. Roman 3 I see a lily on thy brow, with anguish moist and fever dew, and on thy cheek a fading rose fast withereth too. Roman 4 I met a lady in the meads, full beautiful, a fairy's child. Her hair was long, her foot was light, and her eyes were wild. I set her on my pacing steed, and nothing else saw all day long, for sideways would she lean, and sing a fairy's song. I made a garland for her head, and bracelets too, and fragrant zone. She looked at me as she did love, and made sweet moan. Roman 7 she found me roots of relish sweet, and honey wild, and manna dew, and sure in language strange she said, I love thee true. Roman 8 she took me to her elfin grot, and there she gazed, and sighed deep, and there I shut her wild eyes so kissed to sleep. Roman 9 and there we slumbered on the moss, and there I dreamed, woe betide, the latest dream I ever dreamed on the cold hillside. I saw pale kings and princes too, pale warriors, death pale were they all, they cried. La belle dame sans merci hath thee in thrall. Roman 11 I saw their starved lips in the gloam, with horrid wanting gaped wide, and I awoke and found me here on the cold hillside. Roman 12 and this is why I sojourn here, alone and palely loitering, though the sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing. Chorus of fairies fire, air, earth, and what a salamander, Zephyr, Dusketha, and Brima salamander happy glowing fire. Zephyr fragrant air, delicious light, Dusketha let me to my glooms retire. Bremer I to greenweed rivers bright, salamander happy, happy glowing fire, dazzling bowers of soft retire, ever let my nourished wing, like a bat's still wandering, faintly fan your fiery spaces, spirit soul in deadly places. In unhaunted raw and blaze, open eyes that never daze, let me see the myriad shapes of men, and beasts, and fish, and apes, portrayed in many a fiery den, and wrought by spummy bitumen. On the deep intensa roof, arched every way, aloof, let me breathe upon my skies, and anger their live tapestries, free from cold and every care of chilly rain and shivering air. Zephyr sprite of fire, away, away, all your very roundelay will sear my plumage newly budded from its quilled sheath and studded with the self-same dews that fell on the May-grown asphodel. Sprite of fire, away, away. Brema sprite of fire, away, away. Zephyr, blue-eyed fairy, turn and see my cool sedge-shaded urn, where it rests its mossy brim mid watment and cresses dim, and the flowers in sweet troubles lift their eyes above the bubbles like our queen when she would please to sleep, and Oberon will tease. Love me, blue-eyed fairy, true, soothly I am sick for you. Zephyr, gentle Brema, by the first violet young nature nursed, I will bathe myself with thee, so you sometime follow me to my home, far, far, in west, far beyond the search and quest of the golden-browed sun. Come with me, awe tops of trees, to my fragrant palaces, where they ever floating are beneath the cherish of a star called Vesper, who with silver veil ever hides his brilliance pale, ever gently drowsed doth keep twilight for the fays to sleep. Fear not that your watery hair will thirst in drouthy ringlets there. Clouds of starred summer rains thou shalt taste, before the stains of the mountain soil they take, and too unlucent for thee make. I love thee, crystal fairy, true, sooth I am as sick for you. Salamander out, ye aguish fairies, out. Chilly lovers, what a rout keep you with your frozen breath, colder than the mortal death. Adaride Discetha, speak, shall we leave them, and go seek in the earth's wide entrails old couches warm as theirs is cold? Oh, for a fiery gloom in thee, Discetha, so enchantingly freckle-winged and lizard-sided. Discetha, by thee, sprite, will I be guided. I care not for cold or heat, frost and flame, or sparks or sleet, to my essence are the same, but I honour more the flame. Sprite of fire, I follow thee wheresoever it may be, to the torrid spouts and fountains, underneath earthquaked mountains, or, at thy supreme desire, touch the very pulse of fire with my bare unlidded eyes. Salamander sweet Discetha, paradise? Off, ye icy spirits, fly, frosty creatures of the sky. Discetha, breathe upon them, fiery sprite. Zephyr, Brema to each other. Away, away to our delight. Salamander go, feed on icicles, while we bedded in tongued flames will be. Discetha, lead me to these fevrous glooms, sprite of fire. Brema me to the blooms, blue-eyed Zephyr of those flowers far in the west where the May-cloud lowers, and the beams of still Vespa, where winds are all whist, are shed through the rain and the milder mist, and twilight your floating bowers. To sleep, O soft embalmer of the still midnight, shutting, with careful fingers and benign, our gloom-pleased eyes, embowered from the light, enshaded in forgetfulness divine. O soothest sleep. If so it please thee, close in midst of this thine hymn, my willing eyes, I'll wait thee amen, ere thy poppy throws around my bed its dewy charities. Then save me, all the past day will shine upon my pillow, breeding many woes. Save me from curious conscience, that still lauds its strength for darkness, burrowing like a mole. Turn the key deftly in the oiled wads, and seal the hushed casket of my soul. Another on fame, like a wayward girl, will still be coy to those who woo her with too slavish knees, but makes surrender to some thoughtless boy, and dotes the more upon a heart at ease. She is a gypsy, will not speak to those who have not learnt to be content without her. A jilt, whose ear was never whispered close, who thinks they scandal her who talk about her. A very gypsy is she, Nilisbon, sister-in-law to jealous Potiphar, ye lovesick bawds. Repay her scorn for scorn, ye artists lovelorn, madmen that ye are. Make your best bow to her and bid adieu then, if she likes it, she will follow you. On fame you cannot eat your cake and have it too. How fevered is that man, who cannot look upon his mortal days with temperate blood, who vexes all the leaves of his life's book, and robs his fair name of its maidenhood. It is as if the rose should pluck herself, or the ripe plum finger its misty bloom, as if a naiad, like a meddling elf, should darken her pure grot with muddy gloom. But the rose leaves herself upon the briar, for winds to kiss and grateful bees to feed, and the ripe plum still wears its dim attire. The undisturbed lake has crystal space. Why then should man, teasing the world for grace, spoil his salvation for a fierce miscreed? Sonnet, if by dull rhymes, our English must be chained, and, like Andromeda, the sonnet sweet-fetid, in spite of pained loveliness. Let us find out if we must be constrained, sandals more interwoven and complete to fit the naked foot of Posey. Let us inspect the lyre, and weigh the stress of every cod, and see what may be gained by ear industrious, and attention meet. Mises of sound and syllable, no less than metas of his coinage. Let us be jealous of dead leaves in the bay-wreath crown. So, if we may not let the muse be free, she will be bound with garlands of her own. Ode to Psyche, O goddess. Hear these tuneless numbers, rung by sweet enforcement and remembrance, dear, and pardon that thy secrets should be sung even into thine own soft conch, dear. Surely I dreamt today, or did I see the winged Psyche with awakened eyes? I wandered in a forest thoughtlessly, and on the sudden, fainting with surprise, saw two fair creatures, couched side by side in deepest grass, beneath the whispering roof of leaves and trembled blossoms, where there ran a brooklet scarce espied. Roman two mid-hushed, cool-rooted flowers fragrant-eyed, blue, silver-white, and budded Tyrian, they lay calm-breathing on the bedded grass. Their arms embraced, and their pinions too. Their lips touched not, but had not bade adieu, as if disjoined by soft-handed slumber, and ready still past kisses to outnumber at tender eidon of Aurorian love. The winged boy I knew. But who wast thou, O happy, happy dove? His Psyche true? Roman 3, O latest bawn and loveliest vision far of all Olympus' faded hierarchy. Fairer than Phoebe's sapphire-regioned star, O Vespa, amorous glowworm of the sky. Fairer than these, though temple thou hast none, nor altar heaped with flowers. Nor virgin choir to make delicious moan upon the midnight hours. No voice, no lute, no pipe, no incense sweet from chain-swung censer teeming. No shrine, no grove, no oracle, no heat of pale-mouthed prophet dreaming. Roman 4, O brightest? Though too late for antique vows, too late for the fond-believing lyre, when holy were the haunted forest boughs, holy the air, the water, and the fire. Yet even in these days so far retired from happy pieties, thy lucent fans, fluttering among the faint Olympians I see, and sing, by my own eyes inspired. So let me be thy choir, and make a moan upon the midnight hours, thy voice, thy lute, thy pipe, thy incense sweet from swinged censer teeming, thy shrine, thy grove, thy oracle, thy heat of pale-mouthed prophet dreaming. Yes, I will be thy priest, and build a fane in some untrodden region of my mind, where branched thoughts, new-grown with pleasant pain, instead of pines shall murmur in the wind, far around shall those dark-clustered trees fledge the wild-ridged mountains steep by steep. And there by zephyrs, streams, and birds and bees, the moss-lain dryads shall be lulled to sleep. And in the midst of this wide quietness, a rosy sanctuary will I dress with the wreathed trellis of a working brain, with buds and bells, and stars without a name, with all the gardener fancy e'er could feign, who breeding flowers, will never breed the same. And there shall be for thee all soft delight that shadowy thought can win, a bright torch, and a casement ope at night, to let the warm love in. Ode to a nightingale my heart aches, and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I had drunk, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains 1 minute past, and leathwads had sunk. 'Tis not through envy of thy happy lot, but being too happy in thine happiness, that thou, light-winged dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beechen green, and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated ease. Roman 2, O for a draught of vintage, that hath been cooled a long age in the deep-delved earth, tasting of flora and the country green, dance and provençal song, and sunburnt mirth. O for a beaker full of the warm south, full of the true, the blushful hippocrene, with beaded bubbles winking at the brim, and purple-stained mouth, that I might drink and leave the world unseen, and with thee fade away into the forest dim. Roman 3, fade far away, dissolve, and quite forget what thou among the leaves hast never known, the weariness, the fever, and the fret here, where men sit and hear each other groan, where palsy shakes a few sad, lost gray hairs, where youth grows pale and spectre thin and dies, where but to think is to be full of sorrow and leaden-eyed despairs, where beauty cannot keep her lustrous eyes, on new love pine at them beyond tomorrow. Roman 4, away, away, for I will fly to thee, not charioted by Bacchus and his pods, but on the viewless wings of Posey, though the dull brain perplexes and retards. Already with thee? Tender is the night, and haply the queen moon is on her throne, clustered around by all her starry fays. But here there is no light, save what from heaven is with the breezes blown through verdurous glooms and winding mossy ways. I cannot see what flowers are at my feet, nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs, but in embalmed darkness, guess each sweet wherewith the seasonable month endows the grass, the thicket and the fruit tree wild, white hawthorn and the pastoral eglantine, fast fading violets covered up in leaves, and mid-May's eldest child, the coming muskrose, full of dewy wine, the murmurous haunt of flies on summer eves. Vi dockling I listen, and for many a time I have been half in love with easeful death, called him soft names in many amused rhyme, to take into the air my quiet breath. Now more than ever seems it rich to die, to cease upon the midnight with no pain, while thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy. Still wouldst thou sing, and I have ears in vain, to thy high requiem become a sod. Romans 7, thou wast not born for death, immortal bird. No hungry generations tread thee down. The voice I hear this passing night was heard in ancient days by emperor and clown, perhaps the self-same song that found a path through the sad heart of Ruth, when, sick for home, she stood in tears amid the alien con, the same that oft-times hath charmed magic casements, opening on the foam of perilous seas, in fairy lands fall on. Roman 8 fall on? The very word is like a bell to toll me back from thee to my soul's self. Adieu, the fancy cannot cheat so well as she is famed to do, deceiving elf. Adieu, adieu, thy plaintive anthem fades past the near meadows, over the still stream, up the hillside, and now 'tis buried deep in the next valley-glades. Was it a vision, or a waking dream? Fled is that music. Do I wake or sleep? Lamere I upon a time, before the fairy broods drove nymph and satyr from the prosperous woods, before King Oberon's bright diadem, sceptre, and mantle, clasped with dewy gem, frighted away the dryads and the fawns from rushes green, and brakes and cowslipped lawns, the ever-smitten Hermes empty left his golden throne, bent warm on amorous theft. From high Olympus had he stolen light, on this side of Jove's clouds, to escape the sight of his great summer, and made retreat into a forest on the shores of Crete. For somewhere in that sacred island dwelt a nymph, to whom all hoofed satyrs knelt, at whose white feet the languid Tritons pawed pearls, while on land they withered and adored. Fast by the springs where she to bathe was wont, and in those meads where sometimes she might haunt, were strewn rich gifts, unknown to any muse, though fancy's casket were unlocked to choose. Ah, what a world of love was at her feet! So Hermes thought, and a celestial heat burnt from his winged heels to either ear, that from a whiteness as the lily clear, blushed into roses mid his golden hair, fallen in jealous curls about his shoulders bare. From vale to vale, from wood to wood, he flew, breathing upon the flowers his passion knew, and wound with many a river to its head, to find where this sweet nymph prepared her secret bed. In vain. The sweet nymph might nowhere be found, and so he rested, on the lonely ground, pensive, and full of painful jealousies of the wood gods, and even the very trees. There as he stood, he heard a mournful voice, such as once heard, in gentle heart, destroys all pain but pity. Thus the lone voice spake. When from this wreathed tomb shall I awake? When move in a sweet body fit for life and love and pleasure, and the ruddy strife of hearts and lips? Ah, miserable me! The god, dove-footed, glided silently round bush and tree, soft brushing, in his speed, the taller grasses and full-flowering weed, until he found a palpitating snake, bright and cirque-couchant in a dusky brake. She was a gaudian shape of dazzling hue, vermilion-spotted, golden, green, and blue, striped like a zebra, freckled like a pod, eyed like a peacock, and all crimson-barred, and full of silver moons that, as she breathed, dissolved or bright as shone, or interwreathed their lustres with the gloomier tapestries. So rainbow-sided, touched with miseries, she seemed, at once, some penanced lady elf, some demon's mistress, or the demon's self. Upon her crest she wore a oneish fire sprinkled with stars. Like Ariadne's Tyre, her head was serpent, but ah, bitter-sweet. She had a woman's mouth with all its pearls complete, and for her eyes, what could such eyes do there but weep and weep that they were born so fair? As Proserpine still weeps for her Sicilian heir. Her throat was serpent, but the words she spake came, as through bubbling honey, for love's sake, and thus, while Hermes on his pinions lay, like a stooped falcon ere he takes his prey, fair Hermes, crowned with feathers, fluttering light, I had a splendid dream of thee last night. I saw thee sitting, on a throne of gold, among the gods, upon Olympus old, the only sad one. For thou didst not hear the soft, lute-fingered muses chanting clear, nor even Apollo when he sang alone, deaf to his throbbing throat's long, long melodious moan. I dreamt I saw thee, robed in purple flakes, break amorous through the clouds as morning breaks, and swiftly as a bright foe-beam dot, strike for the Cretan isle, and here thou art. Too gentle Hermes, haste thou found the maid, whereat the star of Lethe not delayed his rosy eloquence, and thus inquired, thou smooth-lipped serpent, surely high-inspired, thou beauteous wreath with melancholy eyes, possess whatever bliss thou canst devise, telling me only where my nymph is fled, where she doth breathe. Bright planet, thou hast said, return the snake, but seal with oaths, fair god. I swear, said Hermes, by my serpent rod, and by thine eyes, and by thy starry crown. Light flew his earnest words among the blossoms blown. Then thus again the brilliance feminine, too frail of heart. For this lost nymph of thine, free as the air, invisibly, she strays about these thornless wilds, her pleasant days she tastes unseen. Unseen her nimble feet leave traces in the grass and flowers sweet. From weary tendrils and bowed branches green, she plucks the fruit unseen, she bathes unseen, and by my power is her beauty veiled to keep it unaffronted, unassailed by the love glances of unlovely eyes, of satyrs, fauns, and bleared Silenus sighs. Pale grew her immortality, for woe of all these lovers, and she grieved, so I took compassion on her, bade her steep her hair in weighed syrups that would keep her loveliness invisible, yet free to wander as she loves, in liberty. Thou shalt behold her, Hermes, thou alone, if thou wilt, as thou swearest, grant my boon. Then once again the charmed god began an oath, and through the serpent's ears it ran warm, tremulous, devout, Psalterian. Ravished she lifted her Circean head, blushed alive damask, and swift lisping said, I was a woman, let me have once more a woman's shape, and charming as before. I love a youth of Corinth, oh the bliss, give me my woman's form, and place me where he is. Stoop, Hermes, let me breathe upon thy brow, and thou shalt see thy sweet nymph even now. The god on half-shut feathers sank serene, she breathed upon his eyes, and swift was seen of both the godded nymph near smiling on the green. It was no dream, or say a dream it was, real are the dreams of gods and smoothly pass their pleasures in a long immortal dream. One warm, flushed moment, hovering, it might seem dashed by the wood nymph's beauty, so he burned, then, lighting on the printless verdure, turned to the swooned serpent, and with languid arm, delicate, put to proof the lithe Caducean charm. So done, upon the nymph his eyes he bent full of adoring tears and blandishment, and towards her stepped. She, like a moon in wane, faded before him, coward, nor could restrain her fearful sobs, self-folding like a flower that faints into itself at evening hour. But the god fostering her chilled hand, she felt the warmth, her eyelids opened bland, and like new flowers at morning song of bees, bloomed, and gave up her honey to the lees. Into the green recessed woods they flew, nor grew they pale, as mortal lovers do. Left to herself, the serpent now began to change, her elfin blood in madness ran, her mouth foamed, and the grass, therewith besprent, withered it dew so sweet and virulent. Her eyes in torture fixed, and anguish drear, hot, glazed, and wide, with lid lashes all sear, flashed phosphor and sharp sparks, without one cooling tear. The colors all inflamed throughout her train, she writhed about, convulsed with scarlet pain. A deep Vulcanian yellow took the place of all her mild-immuned body's grace. And as the lava ravishes the mead, spoilt all her silver mail, and golden breed, made gloom of all her frecklings, streaks and bars, eclipsed her crescents and licked up her stars, so that in moments few she was undressed of all her sapphires, greens, and amethyst, and rubeous argent. Of all these bereft, nothing but pain and ugliness were left. Still shone her crown, that vanished, also she melted and disappeared as suddenly, and in the air, her new voice luting soft, cried, Lycius, gentle Lycius. Borne aloft with the bright mists about the mountains how these words dissolved, Crete's forests heard no more. Whither fled Lamia, now a lady bright, a full-born beauty new and exquisite. She fled into that valley they pass all who go to Corinth from Cenchrea's shore, and rested at the foot of those wild hills, the rugged founts of the Perean rills, and of that other ridge whose barren back stretches, with all its mist and cloudy rack, southwestward to Cleone. There she stood about a young bird's flutter from a wood, fair, on a sloping green of mossy tread, by a clear pool, wherein she passioned to see herself escaped from so sore ills, while her robes flaunted with the daffodils. Ah, happy Lycius! For she was a maid more beautiful than ever twisted braid, or sighed, or blushed, or on spring-flowered lea spread a green kirtle to the minstrelsy. A virgin purest lipped, yet in the lore of love deep learned to the red hot's caw, not 1 hour old, yet of sciential brain to unperplex bliss from its neighbor pain, define their pettish limits and estrange their points of contact and swift counterchange, intrigue with the specious chaos, and dispot its most ambiguous atoms with sure art, as though in Cupid's college she had spent sweet days a lovely graduate, still unshent, and kept his rosy terms in idle languishment. Why this fair creature chose so fairily by the wayside to linger, we shall see, But first 'tis fit to tell how she could muse and dream, when in the serpent prison house, of all she list, strange, awe magnificent, how, ever where she willed, her spirit went. Whether to faint Elysium, or where down through tress-lifting waves the Nereids fair wind into Thetis' bower by many a pearly stair, or where god Bacchus drains his cups divine, stretched out, at ease, beneath a glutinous pine, or where in Pluto's gardens palatine, Mulciber's columns gleam in far Piasian line. And sometimes into cities she would send her dream, with feast and rioting to blend. And once, while among mortals dreaming thus, she saw the young Corinthian Lycius charioting foremost in the envious race, like a young Jove with calm, uneager face, and fell into a swooning love of him. Now on the moth time of that evening dim, he would return that way, as well she knew, to Corinth from the shore. For freshly blew the eastern soft wind, and his galley now grated the keystones with her brazen prow in pot Syncrias, from Aeginar isle fresh anchored, whither he had been a while to sacrifice to Jove, whose temple there waits with high marble doors for blood and incense rare. Jove heard his vows, and betted his desire, for by some freakful chance he made retire from his companions and set forth to walk, perhaps grown wearied of their Corinth talk. Over the solitary hills he fared, thoughtless at first, but ere eve's star appeared his fantasy was lost, where reason fades, in the calmed twilight of platonic shades. Lamia beheld him coming near, more near. Close to her passing, in indifference drear, his silent sandals swept the mossy green, so neighbored to him, and yet so unseen she stood. He passed, shut up in mysteries, his mind wrapped like his mantle, while her eyes followed his steps, and her neck regal white turned, syllabling thus, "Ah, Lycius bright, and will you leave me on the hills alone? Lycius, look back, and be some pity shown." He did, not with cold wonder fearingly, but Orpheus-like at an Eurydice, for so delicious were the words she sung. It seemed he had loved them a whole summer long. And soon his eyes had drunk her beauty up, leaving no drop in the bewildering cup, and still the cup was full, while he, afraid lest she should vanish ere his lips had paid due adoration, thus began to adore. Her soft look growing coy, she saw his chain so sure. "Leave thee alone, look back. Ah, goddess, see whether my eyes can ever turn from thee. For pity do not this sad heart belie, even as thou vanishest so I shall die. Stay, though a naiad of the rivers, stay. To thy far wishes will thy streams obey, stay. Though the greenest woods be thy domain, alone they can drink up the morning rain. Though a descended Pleiad, will not one of thine harmonious sisters keep in tune thy spheres, and as thy silver proxy shine? So sweetly to these ravished ears of mine came thy sweet greeting, that if thou shouldst fade, thy memory will waste me to a shade. For pity do not melt. If I should stay, said Lamia, here, upon this floor of clay, and pain my steps upon these flowers too rough, what canst thou say or do of charm enough to dull the nice remembrance of my home? Thou canst not ask me with thee here to roam over these hills and vales, where no joy is, empty of immortality and bliss. Thou art a scholar, Lycius, and must know that finer spirits cannot breathe below in human climes, and live. Alas, poor youth, what taste of purer air haste thou to soothe my essence? What serene palaces, where I may all my many senses please, and by mysterious sleights 100 thirsts appease? It cannot be, adieu. So said, she rose tiptoe with white arms spread. He, sick to lose the amorous promise of her lone complain, swooned murmuring of love, and pale with pain. The cruel lady, without any show of sorrow for her tender favourite's woe, but rather, if her eyes could brighter be, with brighter eyes and slow amenity, put her new lips to his, and gave afresh the life she had so tangled in her mesh. And as he from one trance was weakening into another, she began to sing, happy in beauty, life and love, and everything, a song of love, too sweet for earthly lyres, while like held breath, the stars drew in their panting fires. And then she whispered in such trembling tone, as those who, safe together, met alone for the first time through many anguished days, use other speech than looks, bidding him raise his drooping head, and clear his soul of doubt, for that she was a woman, and without any more subtle fluid in her veins than throbbing blood, and that the self-same pains inhabited her frail-strung heart as his. And next she wondered how his eyes could miss her face so long in Corinth, where, she said, she dwelt but half retired, and there had led days happy as the gold coin could invent without the aid of love. Yet in content till she saw him, as once she passed him by, where gainst a column he leant thoughtfully at Venus' temple porch, mid baskets heaped of amorous herbs and flowers, newly reaped late on that eve, as 'twas the night before the Adonian feast. Whereof she saw no more, but wept alone those days, for why should she adore? Lycius from death awoke into amaze, to see her still, and singing so sweet lays. Then from amaze into delight he fell to hear her whisper woman's law so well, and every word she spake enticed him on to unperplexed delight and pleasure known. Let the mad poets say whate'er they please of the sweets of fairies, Paris, goddesses, there is not such a treat among them all, haunters of cavern, lake, and waterfall, as a real woman, lineal indeed from Pyrrha's pebbles or old Adam's seed. Thus gentle Lamia judged, and judged aright, that Lycius could not love in half a fright, so threw the goddess off, and won his heart more pleasantly by playing woman's part, with no more awe than what her beauty gave, that, while it smote, still guaranteed to save. Lycius to all made eloquent reply, marrying to every word a twin-bond sigh, and last, pointing to Corinth, asked her sweet, if 'twas too far that night for her soft feet. The way was shot, for Lamia's eagerness made, by a spell, the triple league decreased to a few paces, not at all surmised by blinded Lycius. So in her comprised, they passed the city gates, he knew not how, so noiseless, and he never thought to know. As men talk in a dream, so Corinth all, throughout her palaces imperial, and all her populous streets and temples lewd, muttered, like tempest in the distance brewed, to the wide-spreaded night above her towers. Men, women, rich and poor, in the cool hours, shuffled their sandals o'er the pavement white, companioned or alone, while many a light flared, here and there, from wealthy festivals, and threw their moving shadows on the walls, or found them clustered in the calmest shade of some arched temple door, or dusky colonnade. Muffling his face of greeting friends in fear, her fingers he pressed hard, as one came near with curled grey beard, sharp eyes, and smooth bald crown, slow-stepped, and robed in philosophic gown. Lycius shrank closer as they met and passed into his mantle, adding wings to haste, while hurried Lamia trembled. "Ah," said he, "why do you shudder, love, so ruefully? Why does your tender palm dissolve in dew?" "I'm wearied," said fair Lamia. "Tell me who is that old man? I cannot bring to mind his features." Lycius. "Wherefore did you blind yourself from his quick eyes?" Lycius replied, "'Tis Apollonius sage, my trusty guide and good instructor, but tonight he seems the ghost of folly haunting my sweet dreams." While yet he spake they had arrived before a pillared porch with lofty portal door, where hung a silver lamp, whose phosphor glow reflected in the slabbed steps below, mild as a star in water. For so new and so unsullied was the marble hue, so through the crystal polish, liquid fine, ran the dark veins, that none but feet divine could e'er have touched there. Sounds Aeolian breathed from the hinges, as the ample span of the wide doors disclosed a place unknown sometime to any, but those two alone, and a few Persian mutes, who that same year were seen about the markets. None knew where they could inhabit. The most curious were foiled, who watched to trace them to their house. And but the flitter-winged verse must tell, for truth's sake, what woe afterwards befell. 'Twould humour many a heart to leave them thus, shut from the busy world of more incredulous. Roman 2 Love in a hut with water and a crust, is love, forgive us? Cinders, ashes, dust. Love in a palace is perhaps at last more grievous torment than a hermit's fast. That is a doubtful tale from fairy land, hard for the non-elect to understand. Had Lycius lived to hand his story down, he might have given the moral a fresh frown, or clenched it quite. But too short was their bliss to breed distrust and hate, that make the soft voice hiss. Besides there, nightly, with terrific glare, love, jealous groan of so complete a pair hovered and buzzed his wings, with fearful raw, above the lintel of their chamber door, and down the passage cast a glow upon the floor. For all this came a ruin. Side by side they were enthroned, in the even tide, upon a couch, near to a curtaining whose airy texture, from a golden string, floated into the room, and let appear unveiled the summer heaven, blue and clear, betwixt two marble shafts. There they reposed, where use had made it sweet, with eyelids closed, saving a tithe which love still open kept, that they might see each other while they almost slept, when from the slope side of a suburb hill, deafening the swallow's twitter, came a thrill of trumpets. Lycius started. The sounds fled, but left a thought, a buzzing in his head. For the first time, since first he hobbled in that purple-lined palace of sweet sin, his spirit passed beyond its golden bond into the noisy world almost forsworn. The lady, ever watchful, penetrant, saw this with pain, so arguing a want of something more than her empery of joys, and she began to moan and sigh because he mused beyond her, knowing well that but a moment's thought is passion's passing bell. "Why do you sigh, fair creature?" whispered he. "Why do you think?" Returned she tenderly. "You have deserted me. Where am I now? Not in your heart while care weighs on your brow. No, no, you have dismissed me, and I go from your breast houseless. Aye, it must be so." he answered, bending to her open eyes, where he was mirrored small in paradise. My silver planet, both of eve and morn, why will you plead yourself so sad fall on, while I am striving how to fill my heart with deeper crimson and a double smart? How to entangle, trammel up and snare your soul in mine, and labyrinth you there, like the hid scent in an unbudded rose, I a sweet kiss, you see your mighty woes. My thoughts, shall I unveil them? Listen then, what mortal hath a prize, that other men may be confounded and abashed withal, but lets it sometimes pace abroad majestical, and triumph. As in thee, I should rejoice amid the haughty alarm of Corinth's voice. Let my foes choke, and my friends shout afar, while through the thronged streets your bridal car wheels round its dazzling spokes. The lady's cheek trembled, she nothing said, but, pale and meek, arose and knelt before him, wept a rain of sorrows at his words, at last with pain beseeching him, the while his hand she wrung, to change his purpose. He thereat was stung, perverse, with stronger fancy to reclaim her wild and timid nature to his aim. Besides, for all his love, in self-despite, against his better self, he took delight luxurious in her sorrows, soft and new. His passion, cruel grown, took on a hue fierce and sanguineous as 'twas possible in one whose brow had no dark veins to swell. Fine was the mitigated fury, like Apollo's presence when in act to strike the serpent. Ha, the serpent! Certes she was none. She burnt, she loved the tyranny, and all subdued, consented to the hour when to the bridal he should lead his paramour. Whispering in midnight silence, said the youth, Sure some sweet name thou hast, though, by my truth, I have not asked it, ever thinking thee not mortal, but of heavenly progeny, as still I do. Haste any mortal name, fit appellation for this dazzling frame, all friends or kinsfolk on the citied earth, to share our marriage feast and nuptial mirth. I have no friends, said Lamia, no, not one. My presence in wide Corinth hardly known. My parents' bones are in their dusty urns sepulchred, where no kindled incense burns, seeing all their luckless race are dead, save me, and I neglect the holy rite for thee. Even as you list invite your many guests. But if, as now it seems, your vision rests with any pleasure on me, do not bid old Apollonius from him keep me hid. Lycius, perplexed at words so blind and blank, made close inquiry, from whose touch she shrank, feigning a sleep, and he to the dull shade of deep sleep in a moment was betrayed. It was the custom then to bring away the bride from home at blushing shut of day, veiled in a chariot, heralded along by strewn flowers, torches, and a marriage song, with other pageants. But this fair unknown had not a friend, so being left alone, Lycius was gone to summon all his kin, and knowing surely she could never win his foolish heart from its mad pompousness, she set herself, high-thoughted, how to dress the misery in fit magnificence. She did so, but 'tis doubtful how and whence came, and who were her subtle servitors. About the halls, and to and from the doors, there was a noise of wings, till in short space the glowing banquet-room shone with wide-arched grace. A haunting music, sole perhaps and lone sepulchres of the fairy roof, made moan throughout, as fearful the whole charm might fade. Fresh carved cedar, mimicking a glade of palm and plantain, met from either side, high in the midst, in honor of the bride. 2 palms and then 2 plantains, and so on, from either side, their stems branched one to one all down the aisled place, and beneath all there ran a stream of lamps straight on from wall to wall. So canopied, lay an untasted feast teeming with odors. Lamia, regal dressed, silently paced about, and as she went, in pale, contented sort of discontent, missioned her viewless servants to enrich the fretted splendor of each nook and niche. Between the tree stems, marbled plain at first, came jasper panels, then anon, there burst forth creeping imagery of slighted trees, and with the larger wove in small intricacies. Approving all, she faded at self-will, and shut the chamber up, close, hushed and still, complete and ready for the revels rude, when dreadful guests would come to spoil her solitude. The day appeared, and all the gossip rout. O senseless Lycius, madman, wherefore flout the silent blessing fate, warm cloistered hours, and show to common eyes these secret bowers? The herd approached, each guest with busy brain, arriving at the pottle, gazed amain, and entered marveling. For they knew the street, remembered it from childhood all complete without a gap, yet ne'er before had seen that royal potch, that high-built fair demesne. So in they hurried all, mazed, curious, and keen, save one, who looked thereon with eye severe, and with calm-planted steps walked in austere. 'Twas Apollonius. Something too he laughed, as though some knotty problem that had doffed his patient thought had now begun to thaw, and solve and melt. 'Twas just as he foresaw. He met within the murmurous vestibule his young disciple. "'Tis no common rule, Lycius," said he, for uninvited guest to force himself upon you, and infest with an unbidden presence the bright throng of younger friends. Yet must I do this wrong, and you forgive me. Lycius blushed, and led the old man through the inner door's broad spread, with reconciling words and courteous mien turning into sweet milk, the sophist's spleen. Of wealthy lustre was the banquet room, filled with pervading brilliance and perfume. Before each lucid panel fuming stood a censer fed with myrrh and spiced wood, each by a sacred tripod held aloft, whose slender feet wide swerved upon the soft wool-woofed carpets. 50 wreaths of smoke from 50 censers their light voyage took to the high roof, still mimicked as they rose along the mirrored walls by twin clouds odorous. 12 sphered tables, by silk seats insphered, high as the level of a man's breast reared on Libid's paws, upheld the heavy gold of cups and goblets, and the star thrice told of Ceres' horn, and in huge vessels, wine came from the gloomy tun with merry shine. Thus loaded with a feast the tables stood, each shrining in the midst the image of a god. When in an antechamber, every guest had felt the cold full sponge to pleasure pressed, by ministering slaves, upon his hands and feet, and fragrant oils with ceremony meet pawed on his hair, they all moved to the feast in white robes, and themselves in order placed around the silken couches, wondering whence all this mighty cost and blaze of wealth could spring. Soft went the music the soft air along, while fluent Greek a vowelled undersong kept up among the guests, discoursing low at first, for scarcely was the wine at flow. But when the happy vintage touched their brains, louder they talk, and louder come the strains of powerful instruments. The gorgeous dyes, the space, the splendor of the draperies, the roof of awful richness, nectarous cheer, beautiful slaves, and Lamia's self, appear now, when the wine has done its rosy deed, and every soul from human trammels freed, no more so strange, for merry wine, sweet wine, will make Elysian shades not too fair, too divine. Soon was god Bacchus at meridian height, flushed were their cheeks and bright eyes double bright, garlands of every green, and every scent from vales deflowered, off forest trees branch-rent, in baskets of bright osed gold were brought high as the handles heaped, to suit the thought of every guest, that each, as he did please, might fancy fit his brows, silk-pillowed at his ease. What wreath for Lamia? What for Lycius? What for the sage, old Apollonius? Upon her aching forehead be there hung the leaves of willow and of adder's tongue, and for the youth, quick, let us strip for him the thyrsus, that his watching eyes may swim into forgetfulness. And for the sage, let speargrass and the spiteful thistle wage war on his temples. Do not all charms fly at the mere touch of cold philosophy? There was an awful rainbow once in heaven. We know her woof, her texture. She is given in the dull catalogue of common things. Philosophy will clip an angel's wings, conquer all mysteries by rule and line, empty the haunted air, and gnomed mine, unweave a rainbow, as it Iruhile made the tender-personed Lamia melt into a shade. By her glad Lycius sitting, in chief place, scarce saw in all the room another face, till, checking his love trance, a cup he took full-brimmed, and opposite sent forth a look crossed the broad table, to beseech a glance from his old teacher's wrinkled countenance, and pledge him. The bald-head philosopher had fixed his eye, without a twinkle or stir, full on the alarmed beauty of the bride, browbeating her fair form, and troubling her sweet pride. Lycius then pressed her hand, with devout touch, as pale it lay upon the rosy couch. 'Twas icy, and the cold ran through his veins, then sudden it grew hot, and all the pains of an unnatural heat shot to his heart. Lamia, what means this? Wherefore dost thou start? Know'st thou that man? Poor Lamia answered not. He gazed into her eyes, and not a jot owned they the lovelorn piteous appeal. Ma he gazed, his human senses reel, some hungry spell that loveliness absorbs. There was no recognition in those orbs. Lamia, he cried, and no soft-toned reply. The many heard, and the loud revelry grew hush. The stately music no more breathes, the myrtle sickened in 1,000 wreaths. By faint degrees, voice, lute, and pleasure ceased, a deadly silence step by step increased, until it seemed a horrid presence there, and not a man but felt the terror in his hair. Lamia, he shrieked, and nothing but the shriek with its sad echo did the silence break. Begone, foul dream, he cried, gazing again in the bride's face, where now no azure vein wandered on fair-spaced temples, no soft bloom misted the cheek, no passion to illume the deep-recessed vision. All was blight. Lamia, no longer fair, there sat a deadly white. Shut those juggling eyes, thou ruthless man. Turn them aside, wretch. Ah, the righteous ban of all the gods whose dreadful images here represent their shadowy presences, may pierce them on the sudden with the thorn of painful blindness. leaving thee fall on, in trembling dotage to the feeblest fright of conscience, for their long-offended might, for all thine impious proud hot sophistries, unlawful magic, and enticing lies. Corinthians, look upon that grey-beard wretch, mock how, possessed, his lashless eyelids stretch around his demon eyes. Corinthians, see, my sweet bride withers at their potency. Fool, said the sophist, in an undertone gruff with contempt, which a death-nigh moan from Lycius answered, as hot-struck and lost. He sank supine beside the aching ghost. Fool, fool, repeated he, while his eyes still relented not, nor moved. From every ill of life have I preserved thee to this day, and shall I see thee made a serpent's prey. Then Lamia breathed death breath. The sophist's eye, like a sharp spear, went through her utterly, keen, cruel, prescient, stinging. She, as well as her weak hand could any meaning tell, motioned him to be silent. Vainly so, he looked and looked again a level. No. A serpent! Echoed he, no sooner said, than with a frightful scream she vanished. And Lycius' arms were empty of delight, as were his limbs of life from that same night. On the high couch he lay. His friends came round, supported him. No pulse or breath they found, and, in its marriage robe, the heavy body wound. A party of lovers pensive they sit, and roll their languid eyes, nibble their toast, and cool their tea with sighs, or else forget the purpose of the night, forget their tea, forget their appetite. See, with crossed arms they sit, ah! Happy crew, the fire is going out, and no one rings for coals, and therefore no coals Betty brings. A fly is in the milk pot. Must he die by a humane society? No, no, there Mr. Werter takes his spoon, inserts it, dips the handle, and lo! Soon the little straggler, salved from peril's dark, across the tea-bod draws a long wet mark. Arise, take snuffers by the handle. There's a large cauliflower in each candle. A winding sheet, ah me, I must away to know. 7, just beyond the circus gay. Alas, my friend, your coat sits very well. Where may your tailor live? I may not tell, oh pardon me, I'm absent now and then. Where might my tailor live? I say again I cannot tell, let me no more be teased. He lives in Wapping, might live where he pleased. To autumn I season of mists and mellow fruitfulness, close bosom friend of the maturing sun, conspiring with him how to load and bless with fruit the vines that round the thatch eaves run. To bend with apples the mossed cottage trees, and fill all fruit with ripeness to the caw. To swell the gourd, and plump the hazel shells with a sweet kernel. To set budding maw, and still maw, later flowers for the bees, until they think warm days will never cease, for summer has awe-brimmed their clammy cells. Roman 2, who hath not seen thee oft amid thy star. Sometimes whoever seeks abroad may find thee sitting careless on a granary floor, thy hair soft lifted by the winnowing wind, or on a half-reaped furrow sound asleep, drowsed with the fume of poppies, while thy hook spares the next swath and all its twined flowers. And sometimes like a gleaner thou dost keep steady thy laden head across a brook, or by a cider press, with patient look, thou watchest the lost oozings, hours by hours. Roman 3, where are the songs of spring? Aye, where are they? Think not of them, thou haste thy music too, while bod clouds bloom the soft dying day, and touch the stubble plains with rosy hue. Then in a wailful choir the small gnats mourn among the river sallows, borne aloft or sinking as the light wind lives or dies, and full-grown lambs loud bleat from hilly bawn. Hedge crickets sing, and now with treble soft the redbreast whistles from a garden croft, and gathering swallows twitter in the skies. Sonnet, the day is gone, and all its sweets are gone. Sweet voice, sweet lips, soft hand and softer breast, warm breath, light whisper, tender semitone, bright eyes, accomplished shape and languorous waist. Faded the flower and all its budded charms, faded the sight of beauty from my eyes, faded the shape of beauty from my arms, faded the voice, warmth, whiteness, paradise. Vanished unseasonably at shut of eve, when the dusk holiday, or holonight, of fragrant curtained love begins to weave the woof of darkness thick for hid delight. But as I've read love's missal through today, he'll let me sleep, seeing I fast and pray. To Fanny I cry your mercy, pity, love, I love, merciful love that tantalizes not, one-thoughted, never wondering, guileless love, unmasked and being seen, without a blot. Oh, let me have thee whole, all, be mine, that shape, that fairness, that sweet minor zest of love. Your kiss, those hands, those eyes divine, that warm, white, lucent, million-pleasured breast, yourself, your soul, in pity give me all, withhold no atom's atom, or I die, or living on perhaps your wretched thrall, forget, in the mist of idle misery, life's purposes, the palate of my mind losing its gust and my ambition blind. Lines to Fanny, what can I do to drive away remembrance from my eyes? For they have seen, I an hour ago, my brilliant queen. touch has a memory. Oh say, love say, what can I do to kill it and be free in my old liberty? When every fair one that I saw was fair, enough to catch me in but half a snare, not keep me there. When, howe'er poor or party-coloured things, my muse had wings, and ever ready was to take her course whither I bent her false, unintellectual, yet divine to me. Divine, I say? What sea-bird or the sea is a philosopher the while he goes winging along where the great water throws? How shall I do to get anew those molted feathers, and so mount once more above the reach of fluttering love, and make him cower lowly while I saw? Shall I gulp wine? No, that is vulgarism, a heresy and schism, foisted into the canon law of love. No, wine is only sweet to happy men. Ma dismal cares seize on me unawares, where shall I learn to get my peace again? To banish thoughts of that most hateful land, dungeoner of my friends, that wicked strand where they were wrecked and live a wrecked life, that monstrous region, whose dull rivers paw, ever from their sodded urns unto the shaw, unowned of any weedy-haired gods, whose winds, all zephyrless, hold scourging rods iced in the great lakes to afflict mankind, whose rank-grown forests, frosted, black, and blind, would fright a dryad, whose harsh herbaged meads make lean and lank the starved ox while he feeds. Their bad flowers have no scent, birds no sweet song, and great unerring nature once seems wrong. Oh, for some sunny spell to dissipate the shadows of this hell? Say they are gone, with the new dawning light steps forth my lady bright. Oh, let me once more rest my soul upon that dazzling breast. Let once again these aching arms be placed, the tender jailers of thy waist, and let me feel that warm breath here and there to spread a rapture in my very hair. Oh, the sweetness of the pain. Give me those lips again. Enough, enough, it is enough for me to dream of thee. Hyperion. A vision, an attempt at remodeling the fragment of Hyperion into the form of a vision. Canto, I fanatics have their dreams, wherewith they weave a paradise for a sect. The savage, too, from forth the loftiest fashion of his sleep guesses at heaven. Pity these have not tracked upon vellum or wild Indian leaf the shadows of melodious utterance, but bare of laurel they live, dream, and die. For Poesy alone can tell her dreams. With the fine spell of words alone can save imagination from the sable chain and dumb enchantment. Who alive can say, thou art no poet, mayst not tell thy dreams? Since every man whose soul is not a clod hath visions and would speak, if he had loved, and been well nurtured in his mother tongue. Whether the dream now purposed to rehearse be poets or fanatics will be known when this warm scribe, my hand, is in the grave. Methought I stood where trees of every clime, palm, myrtle, oak, and sycamore, and beech with plantain and spice blossoms, made a screen, in neighborhood of fountains by the noise soft showering in mine ears, and by the touch of scent not far from roses. Twining round I saw an arbor with a drooping roof of trellis vines and bells and loggia blooms, like floral senses, swinging light in air. Before its wreathed doorway, on a mound of moss, was spread a feast of summer fruits, which, near as seen, seemed refuse of a meal by angel tasted or our mother Eve. For empty shells were scattered on the grass, and grape stalks but half bare, and remnants more sweet-smelling, whose pure kinds I could not know. Still was more plenty than the fabled hawn thrice emptied could paw forth at banqueting, for Proserpine returned to her own fields, where the white heifers low. And appetite? More yearning than on earth I ever felt, growing within, I ate deliciously, and, after not long, thirsted. For thereby stood a cool vessel of transparent juice sipped by the wondered bee, the which I took, and pledging all the mortals of the world, and all the dead whose names are in our lips, drank. That full draught is parent of my theme. No Asian puppy, nor elixir fine of the soon fading, jealous caliphate, no poison gended in close monkish cell. To thin the scarlet conclave of old men, could so have wrapped unwilling life away. Among the fragrant husks and berries crushed upon the grass, I struggled hard against the domineering potion, but in vain. The cloudy swoon came on, and down I sank, like a Silenus on an antique vase. How long I slumbered 'tis a chance to guess. When sense of life returned, I started up as if with wings, but the fair trees were gone, the mossy mound and arbor were no more. I looked around upon the curved sides of an old sanctuary, with roof august, builded so high, it seemed that filmed clouds might spread beneath, as are the stars of heaven. So old the place was, I remembered none the like upon the earth. What I had seen of grey cathedrals, buttressed walls, rent towers, the superannuations of sunk realms, all nature's rocks toiled hard in waves and winds, seemed but the fulture of decrepit things to that eternal domed monument. Upon the marble at my feet, there lay store of strange vessels and large draperies, which needs had been of dyed asbestos wove, or in that place the moth could not corrupt, so white the linen, so, in some, distinct ran imageries from a sombre loom. All in a mingled heap confuzzed there lay robes, golden tongs, censer and chafing dish, girdles and chains and holy jewelries. Turning from these with awe, once more I raised my eyes to fathom the space every way, the embossed roof, the silent massy range of columns north and south, ending in mist of nothing, then to eastward, where black gates were shut against the sunrise evermore. Then to the west I looked, and saw far off an image, huge of feature as a cloud, at level of whose feet an altar slept, to be approached on either side by steps and marble balustrade, and patient travail to count with toil the innumerable degrees. Toward the altar sober-packed I went, repressing haste as too unholy there, and coming nearer, saw beside the shrine one ministering, and there arose a flame, when in midday the sickening east wind shifts sudden to the south. The small warm rain melts out the frozen incense from all flowers, and fills the air with so much pleasant health that even the dying man forgets his shroud. Even so that lofty sacrificial fire, sending forth Mayan incense, spread around forgetfulness of everything but bliss, and clouded all the altar with soft smoke, from whose white fragrant curtains thus I heard language pronounced. If thou canst not ascend these steps, die on that marble where thou art. Thy flesh, near cousin to the common dust, will parch for lack of nutriment. Thy bones will wither in few years, and vanish so that not the quickest eye could find a grain of what thou now art on that pavement cold. The sands of thy short life are spent this hour, and no hand in the universe can turn thy hourglass, if these gummed leaves be burnt ere thou canst mount up these immortal steps. I heard, I looked. Two senses both at once, so fine, so subtle, felt the tyranny of that fierce threat and the hard task proposed. Prodigious seemed the toil. The leaves were yet burning, when suddenly a palsied chill struck from the paved level up my limbs, and was ascending quick to put cold grasp upon those streams that pulse beside the throat. I shrieked, and the sharp anguish of my shriek stung my own ears. I strove hard to escape the numbness, strove to gain the lowest step. Slow, heavy, deadly was my pace. The cold grew stifling, suffocating at the heart, and when I clasped my hands I felt them not. 1 minute before death, my ached foot touched the lowest stair, and as it touched, life seemed to pour in at the toes. I mounted up as once fair angels on a ladder flew from the green turf to heaven. Holy power, cried I, approaching near the horned shrine, what am I that should so be saved from death? What am I that another death come not to choke my utterance sacrilegious here? Then said the veiled shadow, Thou hast felt what 'tis to die and live again before thy fated hour, that thou hadst power to do so is thine own safety. Thou hast dated on thy doom. High prophetess, said I, purge off benign, if so it please thee, my mind's film. None can usurp this height, return that shade, but those to whom the miseries of the world are misery, and will not let them rest. All else who find a haven in the world, where they may thoughtless sleep away their days, if by a chance into this fane they come, rot on the pavement where thou rottedst half. Are there not thousands in the world, said I, encouraged by the sooth voice of the shade, who love their fellows even to the death, who feel the giant agony of the world and maw, like slaves to poor humanity, labor for mortal good? I sure should see other men here, but I am here alone. Those whom thou spakest of are no visionaries, rejoined that voice. They are no dreamers weak, they seek no wonder but the human face, no music but a happy-noted voice. They come not here, they have no thought to come, and thou art here, for thou art less than they. What benefit canst thou do, or all thy tribe, to the great world? Thou art a dreaming thing, a fever of thyself. Think of the earth. What bliss, even in hope, is there for thee? What haven? Every creature hath its home, every soul man hath days of joy and pain, whether his labors be sublime or low. The pain alone, the joy alone, distinct. Only the dreamer venoms all his days, bearing more woe than all his sins deserve. Therefore, that happiness be somewhat shared, such things as thou art are admitted oft into like gardens thou didst pass Iruhile, and suffered in these temples, for that cause thou standest safe beneath this statue's knees. That I am favored for unworthiness, by such propitious Polly medicined in sickness not ignoble, I rejoice, I, and could weep for love of such a wad. So answered I, continuing, If it please, majestic shadow, tell me where I am, whose altar this, for whom this incense curls, what image this whose face I cannot see for the broad marble knees, and who thou art, of accent feminine so courteous. Then the tall shade, in drooping linen veiled, spoke out, so much more earnest, that her breath stirred the thin folds of gauze that drooping hung about a golden censer from her hand pendant, and by her voice I knew she shed long-treasured tears. This temple, sad and lone, is all spawed from the thunder of a war foughten long since by giant hierarchy against rebellion. This old image here, whose carved features wrinkled as he fell, is Saturn's. I, Moneta, left supreme, sole goddess of this desolation. I had no words to answer, for my tongue, useless, could find about its roofed home no syllable of a fit majesty to make rejoinder to Moneta's mawn. There was a silence, while the altar's blaze was fainting for sweet food. I looked thereon, and on the paved floor, where nigh were piled faggots of cinnamon, and many heaps of other crisp spicewood. Then again I looked upon the altar, and its horns whitened with ashes, and its languorous flame, and then upon the offerings again. And so, by turns, till sad Moneta cried, "The sacrifice is done, but not the less will I be kind to thee for thy good will. My power, which to me is still a curse, shall be to thee a wonder. For the scene still swooning vivid through my globed brain, with an electral changing misery, thou shalt with these dull mortal eyes behold free from all pain, if wonder pain thee not. As near as an immortal's spurred words could to a mother's soften were these last. And yet I had a terror of her robes, and chiefly of the veils that from her brow hung pale, and curtained her in mysteries, that made my heart too small to hold its blood. This saw that goddess, and with sacred hand parted the veils. Then saw I a wan face, not pinned by human sorrows, but bright blanched by an immortal sickness which kills not. It works a constant change, which happy death can put no end to. Deathwards progressing to no death was that visage, it had passed the lily and the snow, and beyond these I must not think now, though I saw that face. But for her eyes I should have fled away. They held me back with a benignant light, soft, mitigated by divinest lids half-closed, and visionless entire they seemed of all external things. They saw me not, but in blank splendor beamed, like the mild moon, who comforts those she sees not, who knows not what eyes are upward cast. As I had found a grain of gold upon a mountain's side, and, twinged with avarice, strained out my eyes to search its sullen entrails rich with awe, so, at the view of sad Moneta's brow, I asked to see what things the hollow brow behind environed. What high tragedy in the dark secret chambers of her skull was acting, that could give so dread a stress to her cold lips, and fill with such a light her planetary eyes, and touch her voice with such a sorrow. "Shade of memory," cried I, with Actodorant at her feet, "by all the gloom hung round thy fallen house, by this lost temple, by the golden age, by great Apollo, thy dear foster child, and by thyself, fall on divinity, the pale omega of a withered race, let me behold, according as thou saidst, what in thy brain so ferments to and fro." No sooner had this conjuration passed my devout lips, than side by side we stood, like a stunt bramble by a solemn pine, deep in the shady sadness of a vale far sunken from the healthy breath of morn, far from the fiery noon and eve's one star. Onward I looked beneath the gloomy boughs, and saw what first I thought an image huge, like to the image pedestaled so high in Saturn's temple. Then Moneta's voice came brief upon mine ear. "So Saturn sat when he had lost his realms, whereon there grew a power within me of enormous ken to see as a god sees, and take the depth of things as nimbly as the outward eye can size and shape pervade." The lofty theme of those few words hung vast before my mind with half-unravelled web. I sat myself upon an eagle's watch, that I might see, and seeing ne'er forget. No stir of life was in this shrouded veil, not so much air as in the zoning of a summer's day rubs not one light seed from the feathered grass, but where the dead leaf fell there did it rest. A stream went noiseless by, still deadened more by reason of the fallen divinity spreading more shade. The naiad mid her reeds pressed her cold finger closer to her lips. Along the margin sand lodge footmarks went no further than to where old Saturn's feet had rested, and there slept how long asleep. Degraded, cold, upon the sodden ground his old right hand lay nerveless, listless, dead, unscepted, and his realmless eyes were closed, while his bowed head seemed listening to the earth, his ancient mother, for some comfort yet. It seemed no force could wake him from his place, but there came one who, with a kindred hand, touched his wide shoulders, after bending low with reverence, though to one who knew it not. Then came the grieved voice Mnemosyne, and grieved I hearkened. "That divinity whom thou saw'st step from yon fallonest wood, and with slow pace approach our fallen king, is Thea, softest natured of our brood." I mocked the goddess, in fair statuary surpassing wan Moneta by the head, and in her sorrow near a woman's tears. There was a listening fear in her regard, as if calamity had but begun, as if the venomed cloud of evil days had spent their malice, and the sullen Rhea was with its stawed thunder laboring up. One hand she pressed upon that aching spot where beats the human heart, as if just there, though an immortal, she felt cruel pain. The other upon Saturn's bended neck she laid, and to the level of his ear leaning, with parted lips some words she spoke in solemn tenor and deep organ tone, some mourning words, which in our feeble tongue would come in this like accenting, how frail to that large utterance of the early gods. Saturn, look up. And for what, poor lost king? I have no comfort for thee, no, not one, I cannot say, wherefore thus sleepest thou? For heaven is parted from thee, and the earth knows thee not, so afflicted for a god. The ocean, too, with all its solemn noise, has from thy sceptre passed, and all the air is emptied of thy hoary majesty. Thy thunder, captious at the new command, rumbles reluctant o'er our fallen house, and thy sharp lightning, in unpractised hands, scourges and burns our once serene domain. With such remorseless speed still come new woes, that unbelief has not a space to breathe. Saturn, sleep on, me thoughtless, why should I thus violate thy slumbrous solitude? Why should I ope thy melancholy eyes? Saturn, sleep on, while at thy feet I weep. As when upon a tranced summer night forests, branch-charmed by the earnest stars, dream, and so dream all night without a noise, save from one gradual solitary gust swelling upon the silence, dying off, as if the ebbing air had but one wave, so came these words and went, the while in tears she pressed her fair large forehead to the earth, just where her fallen hair might spread in curls, a soft and silken net for Saturn's feet. Long these two were postured motionless, like sculpture builded up upon the grave of their own power. A long, awful time I looked upon them. Still they were the same, the frozen god still bending to the earth, and the sad goddess weeping at his feet, Moneta silent, without stay or prop but my own weak mortality. I bore the load of this eternal quietude, the unchanging gloom, and the three fixed shapes ponderous upon my senses, a whole moon. For by my burning brain I measured sure her silver seasons shedded on the night, and every day by day methought I grew more gaunt and ghostly. Oftentimes I prayed intense, that death would take me from the veil and all its burthens. Gasping with despair of change, hour after hour I cursed myself, until old Saturn raised his faded eyes, and looked around and saw his kingdom gone, and all the gloom and sorrow of the place, and that fair kneeling goddess at his feet. As the moist scent of flowers, and grass, and leaves fills forest dells with a pervading air, known to the woodland nostril, so the words of Saturn filled the mossy glooms around, even to the hollows of time-eaten oaks, and to the windings of the fox's hole, with sad, low tones, while thus he spoke and sent strange moanings to the solitary Pan. Moan, brethren, moan, for we are swallowed up and buried from all godlike exercise of influence benign on planets pale, and peaceful sway upon man's harvesting, and all those acts which Deity supreme doth ease its heart of love in. Moan and wail, moan, brethren, moan, for lo, the rebel spheres spin round, the stars their ancient causes keep, clouds still with shadowy moisture haunt the earth, still suck their fill of light from sun and moon, still buds the tree and still the seashaws murmur, there is no death in all the universe, no smell of death. There shall be death. Moan, 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 Cybele, moan, for thy pernicious babes have changed a god into an aching palsy. Moan, brethren, moan, for I have no strength left, weak as the reed, weak, feeble as my voice. Oh, the pain of feebleness. Moan, moan, for still I thaw. Oh, give me help. Throw down those imps and give me victory. Let me hear other groans, and trumpets blown of triumph calm, and hymns of festival, from the gold peaks of heaven's high-piled clouds, voices of soft proclaim, and silver stir of strings in hollow shells. And there shall be beautiful things made new, for the surprise of the sky children. So he feebly ceased, with such a poor and sickly-sounding pause, methought I heard some old man of the earth bewailing earthly loss. Nor could my eyes and ears act with that unison of sense which marries sweet sound with the grace of form, and dolorous accent from a tragic harp with large-limbed visions. More I scrutinized. Still fixed he sat beneath the sable trees, whose arms spread straggling in wild serpent forms, with leaves all hushed. His awful presence there, now all was silent, gave a deadly lie to what I erewhile heard. Only his lips trembled amid the white curls of his beard. They told the truth, though round the snowy locks hung nobly, as upon the face of heaven a midday fleece of clouds. Thea arose and stretched her white arm through the hollow dock, pointing somewhither. Whereat he too rose, like a vast giant, seen by men at sea to grow pale from the waves at dull midnight. They melted from my sight into the woods. Ere I could turn, Moneta cried, These twain are speeding to the families of grief, where, roofed in by black rocks, they waste in pain and darkness, for no hope. And she spake on, as ye may read who can unwearied pass onward from the antechamber of this dream, where, even at the open doors, a while I must delay, and glean my memory of her high phrase, perhaps no further dare. Canto Roman 2, Mottle, that thou mayst understand aright, I humanize my sayings to thine ear, making comparisons of earthly things. Or thou mightst better listen to the wind, whose language is to thee a barren noise, though it blows legend-laden through the trees. In melancholy realms big tears are shed, more sorrow like to this, and such like woe, too huge for mortal tongue or pen of scribe. The Titans fierce, self-hid or prison-bound, groan for the old allegiance once more, listening in their doom for Saturn's voice. But one of the whole eagle brood still keeps his sovereignty, and rule, and majesty. Blazing Hyperion on his orbed fire still sits, still snuffs the incense teeming up from man to the sun's god, yet insecure. For as upon the earth dire prodigies fright and perplex, so also shudders he, not at dog's howl or gloombird's hated screech, or the familiar visiting of one upon the first toll of his passing bell, or prophesyings of the midnight lamp. But horrors, portioned to a giant nerve, make great Hyperion ache. His palace bright, bastioned with pyramids of shining gold, and touched with shade of bronzed obelisks, glares a blood-red throw all the thousand cots, arches, and domes, and fiery galleries, and all its curtains of Aurorian clouds flash angrily. When he would taste the wreaths of incense breathed aloft from sacred hills, instead of sweets, his ample palate takes savor of poisonous brass and metals sick. Wherefore, when harbored in the sleepy west, after the full completion of fair day, for rest divine upon exalted couch, and slumber in the arms of melody, he paces through the pleasant hours of ease, with strides colossal, on from hall to hall, while far within each aisle and deep recess his winged minions in close clusters stand amazed, and full of fear, like anxious men, who on a wide plain gather in sad troops when earthquakes jar their battlements and towers. Even now where Saturn, roused from icy trance, goes step for step with Thea from yon woods, Hyperion, leaving twilight in the rear, is sloping to the threshold of the west. Thither we tend. Now in clear light I stood, relieved from the dusk veil. Mnemosyne was sitting on a square-edged polished stone that in its lucid depths reflected pure her priestess garments. My quick eyes ran on from stately nave to nave, from vault to vault, through bowers of fragrant and enwreathed light, and diamond-paved lustrous long arcades. Anon rushed by the bright Hyperion, his flaming robes streamed out beyond his heels, and gave a roar as if of earthly fire, that scarred away the meek ethereal hours, and made their dove-wings tremble. On he flared. The cap and bells awe, the jealousies of fairy tale. Unfinished I in midmost end, beside Hydaspes cool, there stood, or hovered, tremulous in the air, a fairy city, neath the potent rule of Emperor Elphinan, famed everywhere for love of mortal women, maidens fair, whose lips were solid, whose soft hands were made of a fit mold and beauty, ripe and rare, to pamper his slight wooing. Warm yet staid, he loved girls smooth as shades, but hated a mere shade. Roman 2 This was a crime forbidden by the law, and all the priesthood of his city wept. For ruin and dismay they well foresaw, if impious prince no bound or limit kept, and fairy Zendavester overstepped. They wept, he sinned, and still he would sin on, they dreamt of sin, and he sinned while they slept. In vain the pulpit thundered at the throne, caricature was vain, and vain the taught lampoon. Roman 3 Which seeing, his high court of parliament laid a remonstrance at his highness' feet, praying his royal senses to content themselves with what in fairy land was sweet, befitting best that shade with shade should meet. Whereat, to calm their fears, he promised soon for mortal tempters all to make retreat, aye, even on the first of the new moon, an immaterial wife to espouse as heaven's boon. Roman 4 Meantime, he sent a fluttering embassy to Pygmio, of a mouse sovereign, to half beg and half demand, respectfully, the hand of his fair daughter Bellanane. An audience had, and speeching done, they gain their point, and bring the weeping bride away, whom, with but one attendant, safely lain upon their wings, they bore in bright array, while little hops were touched by many a lyric fay. As in old pictures tend a cherubim a child's soul throw the sapphired canvas bare, so, throw a real heaven, on they swim with the sweet princess on her plumaged lair, speed giving to the winds her lustrous hair. And so she journeyed, sleeping or awake, save when, for healthful exercise and air, she chose to promener a ale, or take a pigeon's summerset for spot or change's sake. Dear princess, do not whisper me so loud, quoth Coralina, nurse and confidant, do not you see there, lurking in a cloud, close at your back, that sly old crafticant? He hears a whisper plainer than a rant dry up your tears, and do not look so blue. He's Elfinan's great state spy militant, he's running, lying, flying footman, too, dear mistress, let him have no handle against you. Romans 7, show him a mouse's tail, and he will guess, with metaphysic swiftness, at the mouse. Show him a garden, and with speed no less, he'll surmise sagely of a dwelling house, and plot in the same minute how to chouse the owner out of it. Show him, peace, peace, not contrive thy mistress Aya to rouse. Returned the princess, my tongue shall not cease till from this hated match I get a free release. Roman 8, ah, beauteous model. Hush, quoth Coraline, really you must not talk of him indeed. You hush, replied the mistress, with a shine of anger in her eyes, enough to breed in stouter hearts than nurse's fear and dread. 'Twas not the glance itself made Nursey flinch, but of its threat she took the utmost heed, not liking in her heart an hour-long pinch, or a shop needle run into her back an inch. Roman 9, so she was silenced, and fair Bellarnane, writhing her little body with ennui, continued to lament and to complain that fate, cross-purposing, should let her be ravished away, far from her dear country, that all her feelings should be set at naught, in trumping up this match so hastily, with Lowland blood. And Lowland blood she thought poison, as every stanch true bond Amayan ought. Ex soli she grieved, and wetted 3 or 4 white provost rose leaves with her fairy tears, but not for this cause. Alas, she had more bad reasons for her sorrow, as appears in the famed memoirs of 1,000 years, written by Crafticant and published by Papaglian and Co. Those sly compeers who raked up every fact against the dead, in Scarab Street, Panthea, at the Jubal's head. Roman 11, where, after a long hypocritic howl against the vicious manners of the age, he goes on to expose, with heart and soul, what vice in this or that year was the rage, backbiting all the world in every page, with special strictures on the horrid crime, sectioned and subsectioned with learning sage, of fairies stooping on their wings sublime to kiss a mortal's lips when such were in their prime. Roman 12, turn to the copious index, you will find somewhere in the column, headed letter B, the name of Bellarnane, if you're not blind. Then pray refer to the text, and you will see an article made up of calumny against this Highland princess, rating her for giving way, so over-fashionably, to this new-fangled vice, which seems a burr stuck in his moral throat, no coughing air could stir. Roman 13, that he says plainly that she loved a man, that she around him flirted, toyed, before her marriage with great Elfinan, that after marriage too, she never joyed in husband's company, but still employed her wits to scape away to Angleland, where lived the youth, who worried and annoyed her tender heart, and its warm ardors fanned to such a dreadful blaze, her side would scotch her hand. Roman 14, but let us leave this idle tittle-tattle to waiting maids, and bedroom coteries, not till fit time against her fame wage battle. Poor Elfinan is very ill at ease. Let us resume his subject if you please, for it may comfort and console him much, to rhyme and syllable his miseries. Poor Elfinan, whose cruel fate was such, he sat and cursed a bride he knew he could not touch. Roman 15, soon as, according to his promises, the bridal embassy had taken wing, and vanished, bird-like, all the suburb trees, the emperor, impierced with the sharp sting of love, retired, vexed and murmuring like any drone shut from the fair bee-queen, into his cabinet, and that did fling his limbs upon the sofa, full of spleen, and damned his House of Commons, in complete chagrin. Roman 16, I'll trounce some of the members, cried the prince. I'll put a mock against some rebel names, I'll make the opposition benches wince, I'll show them very soon, to all their shames, what 'tis to smother up a prince's flames. That ministers should join in it, I own, surprises me. They too at these high games, am I an emperor? Do I wear a crown? Imperial Elfinan, go hang thyself or drown. Roman 17, I'll trounce him. There's the square-cut chancellor. His son shall never touch that bishopric. And for the nephew of old Palfia, I'll show him that his speeches made me sick, and give the colonelcy to Phalaric. The tiptoe marquis, moral and gallant, shall lodge in shabby taverns upon tick. And for the speaker's second cousin's aunt, she shan't be maid of honor. By heaven that she shan't. Roman 18, I'll shirk the Duke of A. I'll cut his brother, I'll give no garter to his eldest son, I won't speak to his sister or his mother. The Viscount B. shall live at cut and run. But how in the world can I contrive to stun that fellow's voice, which plagues me worse than any, that stubborn fool, that impudent state done, who sets down every sovereign as a zany, that vulgar commoner, Esquire by and company? Roman 19, monstrous affair? Pshaw, pa, what ugly minx will they fetch from a mouse for my bride? Alas, my wearied heart within me sinks to think that I must be so near allied to a cold dullard fay. Ah, woe betide! Ah, fairest of all human loveliness, sweet Bertha! What crime can it be to glide about the fragrant platings of thy dress, or kiss thine eye, or count thy locks tress after tress? Roman 20 so said, 1 minute while his eyes remained half-lidded, piteous, languid, innocent. But in a wink their splendor they regained, sparkling revenge with amorous fury blent. Love thwarted in bad temper oft has vent. He rose, he stamped his foot, he rang the bell, and ordered some death warrants to be sent for signature. Somewhere the tempest fell, as many a poor fellow does not live to tell. Roman 21 at the same time Eben. This was his page, a fay of color, slave from top to toe, sent as a present while yet under age from the viceroy of Zangba. Wise, slow, his speech, his only words were yes and no, but swift of look and foot and wing was he. At the same time Eben, this instant go to hum the soothsayer, whose name I see among the fresh arrivals in our empery. Roman 22, bring hum to me. But stay, here take my ring, the pledge of favor, that he not suspect any foul play, or awkward murdering though I have bowstrung many of his sect. Throw in a hint that if he should neglect 1 hour the next shall see him in my grasp, and the next after that shall see him necked, or swallowed by my hunger-starved asp. And mention, 'tis as well, the torture of the wasp. Roman 23 these orders given, the prince, in half a pet, let all the silk his propping elbow slide, caught up his little legs, and, in a fret, fell on the sofa on his royal side. The slave retreated backwards, humble-eyed, and with a slave-like silence closed the door, and to old Hum throw street and alley hied. He knew the city, as we say, of yaw, and for short cuts and turns was nobody knew more. Roman 24, it was the time when wholesale dealers closed their shutters with a moody sense of wealth. But retail dealers, diligent, let loose the gas, objected to on score of health, conveyed in little soldered pipes by stealth, and make it flare in many a brilliant form, that all the powers of darkness it repelleth, which to the oil trade doth great scathe and harm, and supersedeth quite the use of the glowworm. Roman 25 Eben, untempted by the pastry cooks, of pastry he got store within the palace, with hasty steps, wrapped cloak, and solemn looks, incognito upon his errand sallies, his smelling bottle ready for the allies. He passed the hurdy-gurdies with disdain, vowing he'd have them sent on board the galleys. Just as he made his vow, it 'gan to rain, therefore he called a coach and bade it drive amain. Roman 26, I'll pull the string, said he, and further said, polluted Jave? Ah, thou filthy hack, whose springs of life are all dried up and dead, whose linsey-woolsey lining hangs all slack, whose rug is straw, whose wholeness is a crack, and evermore thy steps go clatter-clitter, whose gloss once up can never be got back, who prov'st, with jolting arguments and bitter, that 'tis of modern use to travel in a litter. Roman 27, thou inconvenience, thou hungry crop for all con, thou snail-creeper to and fro, who while thou goest ever seemst to stop, and fiddle-faddle standest while you go. I the morning, freighted with a weight of woe, unto some lazar house thou journeyst, and in the evening taxed a double row of dowdies for some dance or party dressed, besides the goods meanwhile thou movest east and west. Roman 28, by thy ungallant bearing and sad mien, an inch appears the utmost thou couldst budge, yet at the slightest nod, or hint, or sign, round to the curbstone patient dost thou trudge, schooled in a beckon, learned in a nudge, a dull-eyed August watching for a fare. Quiet and plodding thou dost bear no grudge to whisking tilburys, or phaetons rare, curricles, or mail coaches, swift beyond compare. Roman 29 philosophizing thus, he pulled the check and bade the coachman wheel to such a street, who turning much his body, maw his neck, louted full low, and hostly did him greet. Certes, monsieur were best take to his feet, seeing his servant can no farther drive for press of coaches, that tonight he'll meet many as bees about a straw-capped hive, when first for April honey into faint flowers they dive. XXX Eben then paid his fare, and tiptoe went to Hum's hotel, and as he on did pass with head inclined, each dusky lineament showed in the pearl-paved street as in a glass. His purple vest, that ever peeping was rich from the fluttering crimson of his cloak, his silvery trousers, and his silken sash tied in a burnished knot, their semblance took upon the mirrored walls, wherever he might look. Roman 31 he smiled at self, and smiling, showed his teeth, and seeing his white teeth, he smiled the maw, lifted his eyebrows, spurned the path beneath, showed teeth again, and smiled as heretofore, until he knocked at the magician's door, where, till the potter answered, might be seen, in the clear panel maw he could adore, his turban wreathed of gold and white and green, mustachios, earring, nose ring, and his sabre keen. Roman 32 does not your master give a rout tonight? Quoth the dark page. Oh no, returned the Swiss. Next door but one to us, upon the right, the magazine des modes now open is against the emperor's wedding. And sir, this my master finds a monstrous horrid baw, as he retired an hour ago I wise, with his best beard and brimstone, to explore and cast a quiet figure in his second flaw. Roman 33 gad, he's obliged to stick to business. For chalk, I hear, stands at a pretty price, and as for aqua vitae, there's a mess. The dense sapientio of mice our baba tells me too are on the rise. Tinda's a lighter article. Night of pure goes off like lightning, grains of paradise at an enormous figure, stars not sure, zodiac will not move without a slight douceur. Roman 34, Venus won't stir a peg without a fee, and master is too partial in tre news to. Hush, hush, cried Eben. Sure that is he coming downstairs by St. Bartholomew, as backwards as he can, is't something new, or is tea his custom in the name of fun? He always comes down backward with one shoe, returned the potter. Off and one shoe on like saving shoe for sock or stocking, my mad John. Roman 35 it was indeed the great magician, feeling with careful toe for every stair, and retrograding careful as he can, backwards and downwards from his own two pair. Salpietro, exclaimed Hum, is the dog there? He's always in my way upon the mat. He's in the kitchen, or the Lord knows where, replied the Swiss, the nasty, yelping brat. Don't beat him, returned Hum, and on the floor came Pat. Roman 36 then facing right about, he saw the page and said, Don't tell me what you want, Eben. The emperor is now in a huge rage. 'Tis 9 to 1 he'll give you the rattan. Let us away. Away together ran the plain-dressed sage and spangled blackamoor, nor rested till they stood to cool and fan and breathe themselves at th emperor's chamber door, when Eben thought he heard a soft imperial snore. Roman 37, I thought you guessed, foretold, or prophesied that's majesty was in a raving fit. He dreams, said Hum, or I have ever lied that he is tearing you, sir, bit by bit. He's not asleep, and you have little wit, replied the page. That little buzzing noise, whate'er your palmistry may make of it, comes from a plaything of the emperor's choice, from a mantigorogan, prettiest of his toys. Roman 38 Eben then ushered in the learned seer. Elfinan's back was turned, but nevertheless both, prostrate on the carpet, ear by ear, crept silently and waited in distress, knowing the emperor's moody bitterness. Eben especially, who on the floor gan tremble and quake to death. He feared less a dose of senate or nightmare goggin than the emperor when he played on his mantigorogan. Roman 39 they kissed 9 times the carpet's velvet face of glossy silk, soft, smooth, and meadow green, where the close eye and deep rich fur might trace a silver tissue, scantly to be seen, as daisies lurked in June grass, buds in green. Sudden the music ceased, sudden the hand of majesty, by dint of passion keen, doubled into a common fist, went grand, and knocked down 3 cut glasses and his best inkstand. XL then turning round, he saw those trembling too. Eben, said he, as slaves should taste the fruits of diligence, I shall remember you tomorrow, or next day, as time suits, in a finger conversation with my mutes, begun. For you, Chaldean, here remain, fear not, quake not, and as good wine recruits a conjurer's spirits, what cup will you drain? Sherry in silver, hock in gold, or glassed champagne. Roman 41 commander of the faithful, answered Hum, in preference to these I'll merely taste a thimbleful of old Jamaica rum. A simple boon, said Elfinan, thou mayst have Nance with which my morning coffee's laced. One I'll have a glass of Nance then, said the seer, made racy, sure my boldness is misplaced, with the 3rd pot, yet that is drinking dear, of the least drop of creme de citron crystal clear. Roman 42 I pledge you, Hum, and pledge my dearest love, my Bertha. Bertha, Bertha, cried the sage, I know a many Berthas. Mine's above all Berthas, sighed the emperor. I engage, said Hum, in duty and in vassalage to mention all the Berthas in the earth. There's Bertha Watson, and Miss Bertha Page, this famed for languid eyes, and that for mirth. There's Bertha Blount of York, and Bertha Knox of Perth. Roman 43 you seem to know. I do know, answered Hum. Your Majesty's in love with some fine girl named Bertha, but her surname will not come without a little conjuring. 'Tis Pearl, 'tis Bertha Pearl, what makes my brain so whirl, and she is softer, fairer than her name. Where does she live? Asked Hum. Her fair locks curl so brightly, they put all our fays to shame. Live? Oh, at Canterbury with her old grand dame. Roman 44 good, good, cried Hum. I've known her from a child. She is a changeling of my management. She was born at midnight in an Indian wild. Her mother's screams with the striped tigers blent. while the torch-bearing slaves a halloo sent into the jungles, and her palanquin, rested amid the desert's drearment, shook with her agony, till fair were seen the little Bertha's eyes ope on the stars serene. Roman 45, I can't say, said the monarch. That may be just as it happened, true or else a bam. Drink up your brandy, and sit down by me, feel my pulse, how much in love I am. And if your science is not all a sham, tell me some means to get the lady here. Upon my honor, said the son of Cham, too she is my dainty changeling, near and dear, although her story sounds at first a little queer. Roman 46 convey her to me, or by my crown, my scepter, and my cross-surmounted globe, I'll knock you? Does your majesty mean down? No, no, you never could my feelings probe to such a depth. The emperor took his robe, and wept upon its purple palatine, while continued, shamming half a sob, in Canterbury doth your lady shine, but let me cool your brandy with a little wine. Roman 47, whereat a narrow Flemish glass he took, that since belonged to Admiral de Witt, admired it with a connoisseuring look, and with the ripest claret crowned it, and ere the lively head could burst and flit, he turned it quickly, nimbly upside down, his mouth being held conveniently fit to catch the treasure. Best in all the town? He said, smacked his moist lips and gave a pleasant frown. Roman 48, ah, good my prince, weep not. And then again he filled a bumper. Great sire, do not weep, your pulse is shocking, but I'll ease your pain. Fetch me that ottoman, and prithee keep your voice low, said the emperor, and steep some lady's fingers nice in candy wine, and prithee behind the screen do peep for the rosewater vase, magician mine, and sponge my forehead, so my love doth make me pine. Roman 49, ah, cursed Bellanane. Don't think of her, rejoined the Mago, but on Bertha muse, for by my choicest best barometer, you shall not throttled be in marriage noose. I've said it, sire, you only have to choose Bertha or Bellanane. So saying, he drew from the left pocket of his threadbare hose a sampler hodded slyly, good as new, holding it by his thumb and finger full in view. Sire, this is Bertha Pearl's neat handiwork, her name, see here, Midsummer, 91. Elfinan snatched it with a sudden jerk, and wept as if he never would have done, honoring with royal tears the poor homespun, whereon were broidered tigers with black eyes, and long-tailed pheasants and a rising sun, plenty of posies, great stags, butterflies bigger than stags, a moon, with other mysteries. The monarch handled awe and o'er again these day-school hieroglyphics with a sigh, somewhat in sadness, but pleased in the main, till this oracular couplet met his eye astounded. Cupid, I do thee defy. It was too much. He shrunk back in his chair, grew pale as death, and fainted, very nigh. Foh, nonsense, exclaimed Now don't despair, she does not mean it really. Cheer up, haughty there, lie I, and listen to my words. You say you won't, on any terms, marry Miss Bellanane, it goes against your conscience, good. Well, don't. You say you love a model. I would fain persuade your honor's highness to refrain from peccadilloes. But sire, as I say, what good would that do? And to be more plain, you would do me a mischief some odd day, cut off my ears and hands, or head too, by my fay? Lie I. Besides, manners forbid that I should pass any vile strictures on the conduct of a prince who should indulge his genius, if he has any, not, like a subject, foolish matter mince. Now I think on tea, perhaps I could convince your majesty there is no crime at all in loving pretty little Bertha, since she's very delicate, not over tall, a fairy's hand, and in the waist why, very small. Livering the repeater, gentle 'Tis 5, said gentle The nights draw in apace, the little birds I hear are all alive. I see the dawning touched upon your face. Shall I put out the candles, please your grace? Do put them out, and without more ado, tell me how I may that sweet girl embrace, how you can bring her to me. That's for you, great emperor, to adventure like a lover true. I fetch her. Yes, and tea like your majesty, and as she would be frightened wide awake to travel such a distance through the sky, use of some soft maneuver you must make, for your convenience and her dear nerves' sake. Nice way would be to bring her in a swoon, a nun. I'll tell you what course were best to take, you must away this morning. So soon? Sire, you must be in Kent by 12 o'clock at noon. At this great Caesar started on his feet, lifted his wings, and stood attentive-wise. Those wings to Canterbury you must beat, if you hold Bertha as a worthy prize. Look in the almanac. More never lies, April the 24th. This coming day, now breathing its new bloom upon the skies, will end in St. Mark's Eve. You must away, for on that eve alone can you the maid convey. Then the magician solemnly 'gan to frown, so that his frost-white eyebrows, beetling low, shaded his deep green eyes, and wrinkles brown plated upon his furnace-scotched brow. Forth from his hood that hung his neck below he lifted a bright casket of pure gold, touched a spring lock, and there in wool or snow, charmed into ever-freezing, lay an old and legend-leaved book, mysterious to behold. Lvei, take this same book. It will not bite you, sire, there. Put it underneath your royal arm. Though it's a pretty weight, it will not tire, but rather on your journey keep you warm. This is the magic, this the potent charm, that shall drive Bertha to a fainting fit. When the time comes, don't feel the least alarm, but lift her from the ground, and swiftly flit back to your palace. Lix, what shall I do with that same book? Why, merely lay it on Bertha's table, close beside her workbox, and 'twill help your purpose dearly, I say no more. All good or ill betide, through the wide air to Kent this morn I glide. Exclaimed the emperor, when I return, ask what you will, I'll give you my new bride, and take some more wine. Oh heavens, I burn to be upon the wing, now, that minx I spurn. Elex, leave her to me, rejoined the Magian, but how shall I account, illustrious Fay, for thine imperial absence, foe? I can say you are very sick, and bar the way to your so loving courtiers for one day. If either of their two archbishops' graces should talk of extreme unction, I shall say you do not like cold pig with Latin phrases, which never should be used but in alarming cases. Alexei, open the window. I'm ready now. Zooks, exclaimed as up the sash he drew, behold, your majesty, upon the brow of yonder hill, what crowds of people. Phew, the monster's always after something new, returned his highness. They are piping hot to see my pigsney Bellanane. Do tighten my belt a little, so, not too tight, the book, my wand, so nothing is forgot. Lzi wounds, how they shout, said and there, CCTH ambassadors returned from Pygmeo. The morning's very fine, uncommonly, see, past the skirts of yon white cloud they go, tinging it with soft crimsons. Now below the sable-pointed heads of firs and pines they dip, move on, and with them moves a glow along the forest side. Now amber lines reach the hilltop, and now throughout the valley shines. Lzi, why you're getting quite poetical? Those nows you managed in a special style. If ever you have leisure, sire, you shall see scraps of mine will make it worth your while, titbits for Phobos? Yes, you well may smile. Hawk, the bells? A little further yet, good and let me view this mighty coil. Then the great emperor full graceful set his elbow for a prop, and snuffed his mignonet. Elziv, the mon is full of holiday. Loud bells with rival clamors ring from every spire. Cunningly stationed music dies and swells in echoing places. When the winds respire, light flags stream out like gauzy tongues of fire. A metropolitan murmur, lifeful, warm, comes from the northern suburbs. Rich attire freckles with red and gold the moving swarm, while here and there clear trumpets blow a keen alarm. Elixvi, and now the fairy escort was seen clear, like the old pageant of Aurora's train, above a pearl-built minster, hovering near. First wily Crafticant, the chamberlain, balanced upon his grey-grown pinions twain, his slender wand officially revealed. Then black gnomes scattering sixpences like rain, then pages 3 and 3, and next slave held the Emmaan scutcheon bright, one mouse in argent field. Lxvi gentlemen pensioners next, and after them, a troop of winged janissaries flew. Then slaves, as presents bearing many a gem, then 12 physicians fluttering 2 and 2, and next a chaplain in a cassock new, then lords in waiting, then what head not reels for pleasure. The fair princess in full view, borne upon wings, and very pleased she feels to have such splendid dance attendants at her heels. Lxvi, for there was more magnificence behind, she waved her handkerchief. Ah, very grand, cried Elfinen, and closed the window blind. And we must not shilly-shally stand. Adieu, I'm off for Angleland. I say, old hocus, have you such a thing about you? Feel your pockets, I command. I want, this instant, an invisible ring. Thank you, old mummy. Now securely I take wing. Lxvi, then Elfinen swift vaulted from the flaw, and lighted graceful on the windowsill. Under one arm the magic book he bore, the other he could wave about at will. Pale was his face, he still looked very ill. He bowed at Bellanane and said, Poor Bell, farewell, and if forever, still forever fare thee well. And then he fell a-laughing, snapped his fingers, shame it is to tell. Elzix, by Our Lady, he is gone, cries and I own it, have made too free with his wine, old Crafticant will smoke me. By the by, this room is full of jewels as a mine, dear valuable creatures, how ye shine. Sometime today I must contrive a minute, if Mercury propitiously incline, to examine his scrutoire, and see what's in it, for of superfluous diamonds I as well may thin it. Elixex, the emperor's horrid bad. Yes, that's my cue. Some histories say that this was Hum's last speech, that being fuddled, he went reeling through the corridor, and scarce upright could reach the stairhead, that being glutted as a leech, and used, as we ourselves have just now said, to manage stairs reversely, like a peach too ripe he fell, being puzzled in his head with Licca and the staircase. Verdict, found stone dead. LXXI this as a falsehood, Crafticanto treats, and as his style is of strange elegance, gentle and tender, full of soft conceits, much like our Boswell's, we will take a glance at his sweet prose, and, if we can, make dance his woven periods into careless rhyme. O little fairy Pegasus, Rhea prance trot round the quarto, ordinary time, march little Pegasus with pawing hoof sublime. LXCI well let us see 10th book and chapter 9, thus Crafticant pursues his diary. 'Twas 12 o'clock at night, the weather fine, latitude 36, our scouts descry a flight of starlings making rapidly towards Thibet. Mem. Birds fly in the night, from 12 to half past, wings not fit to fly for a thick fog. The princess sulky quite, called for an extra shawl, and gave her nurse a bite. LXCI, 5 minutes before 1, brought down a moth with my new double barrel, stewed the thighs, and made a very tolerable broth. Princess turned dainty, to our great surprise, altered her mind, and thought it very nice. Seeing her pleasant, tried her with a pun, she frowned. A monstrous owl across us flies about this time, a sad old figure of fun, bad omen. This new match can't be a happy one. LXIV from 2 to half past, dusky way we made, above the plains of Go-By, desert, bleak. Beheld afar off, in the hooded shade of darkness, a great mountain, strange to speak, spitting from forth its sulphur-bacon peak, a fan-shaped burst of blood-red, arrowy fire, turbaned with smoke, which still away did reek, solid and black from that eternal pyre, upon the laden winds that scantly could respire. LXXV, just upon 3 o'clock, a falling star created an alarm among our troop, killed a man-cook, a page and broke a jar, a tureen and 3 dishes at one swoop, then passing by the princess, singed her hoop, could not conceive what Coraline was at, she clapped her hands 3 times and cried out whoop. Some strange Imaean custom. A large bat came sudden for my face and brushed against my hat. LXXVI, 5 minutes 13 seconds after 3, far in the west a mighty fire broke out, conjectured on the instant, it might be the city of Balk. 'Twas Balk beyond all doubt. A griffin, wheeling here and thereabout, kept reconnoitering us, doubled our guard, lighted our torches, and kept up a shout till he sheered off, the princess very scared, and many on their marrow bones for death prepared. LXXVI, at 3:30 arose the cheerful moon, bivouacked for 4 minutes on a cloud, where from the earth we heard a lively tune of tambourines and pipes, severe and loud, while on a flowery lawn a brilliant crowd sing-potted danced, some half asleep reposed beneath the green faned cedars, some did shroud in silken tents, and mid light fragrance dozed, or on the open turf their soothed eyelids closed. LXXVI dropped my gold watch, and killed a kettledrum. It went for apoplexy, foolish folks, left it to pay the piper, a good sum. I've got a conscience, maga people's jokes, to scrape a little favor. Gan to coax her highness pug-dog, got a sharp rebuff. She wished a game at whist, made 3 revokes, turned from myself, her partner, in a huff. His majesty will know her temper time enough. LX6 she cried for chess, I played a game with her, castled her king with such a vixen look. It bodes ill to his majesty. Refer to the 2nd chapter of my 40th book, and see what hoity-toity airs she took. At 4:30 the Mon essayed to beam, saluted, as we passed, an early rook. The princess fell asleep, and in her dream, talked of one Master Hubert, deep in her esteem. LXXX about this time, making delightful way, shed a quill feather from my larboard wing, wished, trusted, hoped 'twas no sign of decay, thank heaven, I'm haughty yet, 'twas no such thing. At 5 the golden light began to spring, with fiery shudder through the bloomed east. At 6 we heard Panthea's churches ring, the city all his unhived swarms had cast, to watch our grand approach, and hail us as we passed. LXXXI, as flowers turn their faces to the sun, so on our flight with hungry eyes they gaze, and as we shaped our course this, that way run, with madcap pleasure, our hand-clasped amaze, sweet in the air a mild-toned music plays, and progresses through its own labyrinth, buds gathered from the green spring's middle days, they scattered, daisy, primrose, hyacinth, all round white columns wreathed from Capitol to plinth. LXXCI, onward we floated o'er the panting streets that seemed throughout with upheld faces paved. Look where we will, our bird's-eye vision meets legions of holiday. Bright standards waved, and fluttering ensigns emulously craved our minute's glance. A busy thunderous raw, from square to square, among the buildings raved, as when the sea at flow gluts up once more the craggy hollowness of a wild-reefed shaw. LXXCI, and Bellinane forever, shouted they, while that fair princess from her winged chair, bowed low with high demeanor, and to pay their new-blown loyalty with guerdon fare, still emptied, at meet distance, here and there, a plenty haun of jewels. And here I, who wish to give the devil her due, declare against that ugly piece of calumny, which calls them Highland pebble stones not worth a fly. Elixexiv, still Bellinane, they shouted, while we glide slant to a light Ionic portico, the city's delicacy, and the pride of our imperial basilic. A row of lords and ladies on each hand make show submissive of knee-bent obeisance all down the steps, and as we entered, lo, the strangest sight, the most unlooked-for chance, all things turned topsy-turvy in a devil's dance. LXXXV, stead of his anxious majesty and caught at the open doors, with wide saluting eyes, can gaze and scrape graces of every sort, and all the smooth routine of gallantries, was seen, to our immoderate surprise, a motley crowd thick gathered in the hall, lords, scullions, deputy scullions, with wild cries stunning the vestibule from wall to wall, where the Chief Justice on his knees and hands doth crawl. LXXXVI, counts of the palace, and the state purveyor of Mothsdown, to make soft the royal beds, the common council and my fool lord mare marching aero, each other slipshod treads, powdered bagwigs and ruffy-tuffy heads of cinder wenches meet and soil each other, toe crushed with heel ill-natured fighting breeds, frill-rumpling elbows brew up many a bother, and fists in the short ribs keep up the yell and puther. LXXXVA, a poet, mounted on the cock clown's back, rode to the princess swift with spurring heels, and close into her face, with rhyming clack, began a prothalamion. She reels, she falls, she faints, while laughter peals over her woman's weakness. Where, cried I, where is his majesty? No person feels inclined to answer, wherefore instantly I plunged into the crowd to find him or to die. LXXXVI, jostling my way I gained the stairs, and ran to the first landing, where, incredible, I met, far gone in liquor, that old man, that vile impostor so far so well, for we have proved the Mago never fell downstairs on Crafticanto's evidence, and therefore duly shall proceed to tell, plain in our own original mood and tense, the sequel of this day, though labor 'tis immense. To George Keats written in sickness, brother, beloved if health shall smile again upon this wasted form and fevered cheek, if ere returning vigor bid these weak and languid limbs their gladsome strength regain, well may thy brow the placid glow retain of sweet content, and thy pleased eye may speak the conscious self-applause, but should I seek to utter what this heart can feel, ah, vain were the attempt. Yet, kindest friends, while on my couch ye bend, and watch with tenderness the being whom your cares could e'en restore from the cold grasp of death, say can you guess the feelings which these lips can ne'er express? Feelings, deep fixed in grateful memory's star. The lost sonnet, bright star, would I were steadfast as thou art, not in lone splendor hung aloft the night, and watching, with eternal lids apart, like nature's patient sleepless eremite, the moving waters at their priest-like task of pure ablution round earth's human shores, or gazing on the new soft-fallen mask of snow upon the mountains and the moors. No, yet still steadfast, still unchangeable, pillowed upon my fair love's ripening breast, to feel forever its soft fall and swell, awake forever in a sweet unrest, still to hear her tender-taken breath, and so live ever, or else swoon to death. Poetry by John Keats. Uncopyright. May you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or markup on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks,